Huff, 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 huff. A young man wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and black casual pants was jogging around the county center sports stadium. It was late July. Even at night the air temperature remained high. Sweat streamed uncontrollably down his face and most of his black shirt was already soaked through. While running, Yang Xian glanced at his phone to check the distance. The kilometer count displayed on the screen had reached 10 for kilometers. The GPS was slightly off, so Yang Xian habitually ran a few hundred meters extra, just for the sake of precision. The exhilarating feeling after finishing a 10K run was incomparable. Compared to the freezing winter air that stung the lungs, the hot summer air made the just-finished runner feel as though no matter how hard he breathed, he was still suffocating. Ugh, I'm dying of thirst. I want water so badly. I'm so hungry. I want to eat so badly. Yang Xian thought about all sorts of delicious late-night snacks as he walked slowly. He really wanted to buy a sweet drink to fill his small stomach, but Yang Xian restrained himself and slowly walked home. Wow, how am I this handsome? How can I be this handsome? Every time after running, I feel like my looks go up another level. After I shower tonight, I'll probably be even more handsome. Yang Xian didn't run every day for any other reason, just for that one word, handsome. Of course, this wasn't without reason. 2 years ago, the recently graduated high schooler Yang Xian had still been a 170 gene fatty at 177 centimeters tall. Back then his hair was still a buzz cut, and he never bothered to shave, so naturally his crush ended up with someone else. However, right up until starting university, Yang Xian still hadn't realized how serious the problem was. Until after military training at college, when he looked at the mirror and saw a dark, fat, stubbly person staring back. He fell silent, recalling that since he could remember, he had always been a little chubby kid. Although some people had mocked him before, he wasn't extremely fat back then, so although it hurt, he didn't think it was a big deal. Combined with his busy academic schedule in middle and high school, he never had the mind to worry about such things. But once university came, Yang Xian decided to change. He realized that at some point he had become unable to walk with confidence, unable to hold his head high, chest out, and stride proudly in front of others. And so from that point on, Yang Xian began exercising every day and controlling his diet. Although he didn't strictly discipline himself, sometimes he couldn't help sneaking late-night snacks. By the end of his first semester of freshman year, Yang Xian had still lost 20 gene. But the good times didn't last. Due to excessive indulgence during winter break, his weight rebounded significantly. Yang Xian was stunned. So at the start of the second semester, Yang Xian began his weight loss plan again. Finally, after 2 more semesters, the third semester was about to end. After 81 trials and tribulations, Yang Xian had reached his self-proclaimed peak appearance. His weight had dropped to around 140 gene and hit a plateau. If he continued with his already not very strict plan, losing more weight was realistically impossible. But Yang Xian wasn't greedy. Now he looked slim in clothes and had muscle underneath. No need to torture himself to lose more weight. However, his parents Yang Jianhua and his mother were furious. During his 4th semester, Yang Xian finally made the decision to give up the short hair that had accompanied him for nearly 20 years and decided to grow it long. After 1 semester of cultivation, Yang Xian finally approached the image in his heart. Yang Jianhua, Yang Xian's father, also had long hair when he was young. He worked in a factory all day and his skin wasn't visibly dark. He was quite handsome too, but time is a cruel chisel. After years of physical labor and hard work, his looks were no longer what they once were. Fortunately, Yang Xian perfectly inherited his father's genes, and even more so. Although he was on the rounder side, his skin was extremely fair and smooth. Moreover, all 4 of Yang Xian's limbs were beautifully proportioned, with prominent bone structure, long slender fingers, and unique rounded arc-shaped nails. The key was that his skin was fair everywhere. This made Yang Xian the envy of many girls. And so slimmed down with a head of slightly natural curly long hair, Yang Xian's current looks were honestly about 1/10 to 2/10 as handsome as a reader's. Until now, Yang Xian still insists on daily exercise. Unless the weather is bad, whenever he has free time, he's either running or walking. So maintaining handsomeness isn't easy. If I don't exercise, I gain weight easily. Suddenly the sky flashed brightly. Yang Xian, who was on his way home, quickly looked up. The originally ink blue night sky was suddenly filled with brilliant colors, and a red-white streak of light shot across the night. Yang Xian was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Holy moly! Is the world ending? Is this still China? But soon the strange phenomenon faded, and the sky became calm, as if nothing had happened. A meteor, or a comet. But that thing was so fast, gone in a flash. But why are the passers-by ahead so calm? Didn't they see the sky change color? What's going on? Are they all worldly and unfazed? That doesn't make sense. Having thought about it, fruitlessly afraid of being seen as a fool, Yang Xian could only continue walking home without asking anyone. As he walked, Yang Xian happened to glance at a sports lottery shop on the roadside. Then a second look, 3rd look, 4th look. Well, Yang Xian turned and as if possessed ducked into the shop. I haven't seen a meteor in over 20 years, and today I even saw one flash by. I've got to buy a lottery ticket to calm my nerves. Actually, when it came to lottery tickets, Yang Xian had always bought them on a whim. If he felt lucky today and happened to pass a lottery shop on his route, he'd spend 2 yuan on a wish, fantasizing that in a couple of days he'd become a multi-millionaire living a carefree life. But today was a little different. Today he saw a meteor. So Yang Xian, whether possessed or otherwise, actually spent 200 yuan buying a single number combination multiplied by 100. After walking out of the lottery shop, Yang Xian's somewhat dazed eyes finally came back to focus. What the F? What have I done? Without these 200 yuan, how am I supposed to survive my penniless days? Yang Xian was in anguish, gripping the lottery ticket tightly with both hands, muttering softly, "No, no, no." If there weren't other pedestrians nearby, Yang Xian would have dropped to his knees and pounded the ground in agony. 200 yuan down the drain. 3 days' wages donated away. He felt like he wanted to die. All right, consider it charity. Hoo, ha ha, no need to be upset. What's there to be upset about? Hey. Just then a passerby was about to pass by when they saw a person acting crazy, crying, laughing, and shouting on the roadside. The person behind looked at him with a hint of terror in their eyes. After thinking for 2.5 seconds, they decisively turned back, muttering, "What a fine young person, how did he go mad?" Finally, after another few minutes, Yang Xian accepted the reality. After putting away the lottery ticket, he walked home slowly with a lost soul and blank eyes, occasionally muttering, cough. The next morning, just before 10 o'clock, the refreshing morning air quickly gave way to the rising heat. To save on electricity, Yang Xian's household did not run the air conditioner all night in July. They would usually turn it off before sleep, open the windows and room door for airflow. Since the family lived on the top floor in a 6th and 7th floor duplex directly across from his parents' room, the nighttime ventilation was fairly decent. Summer had its perks. Getting out of bed was effortless and the blanket didn't try to swallow you whole. Morning sunlight slanted through the window, the sky was bright and clear, a hint of coolness still lingered in the air, a few cicadas had begun their chorus, and the summer heat was slowly brewing. Yang Xian drifted out of a dream by accident, his eyes still half closed, the blanket not yet pushed aside, when his hand automatically unlocked his phone on pure reflex. After scrolling through short videos for a while, snatching loot in a Delta Special Ops video, he finally dragged himself out of bed. As a summer worker, not a single day off existed, but it was still better than being an ordinary wage slave. Oh, at least there was something to look forward to. Once the summer was over, he could go back to college. After washing up, Yang Xian settled onto the sofa in the living room, glanced at the time, 1021, and leaned back to scroll through more videos. One clip showed a mother holding her 7 or 8-year-old child on the sofa, supposedly recording a warm family moment, asking her child a question. "Yours," the boy answered without hesitation. "Why is it mine?" the woman asked, surprised and delighted. "The money you earn is yours to begin with," the boy replied without wavering. The woman's expression grew touched and proud. She hadn't expected such a small child to already understand how hard she worked to earn money. So she asked again, "Then what about you? What will you do when you grow up?" The kid didn't hesitate. "I'll steal things." The mother nearly lost it, forcing herself to hold it together, looking at the camera, her lips pressed together and pulled to the sides, a pained smile spreading across her face. Puffed. Yang Xian couldn't hold it in at the woman's pained smile in the video and scrolled through the comments. "Son, I have hands and feet, I can steal. Why would I spend mom's money? Son, take care of yourself, I'll be there for you in a flash. I can forcefully inherit anyone's estate. Loyalty and filial piety have always been hard to balance." Image of Ao Bing possessing demon pill Neza. Ha! The video itself wasn't that funny, but the comments were gold, cracking Yang Xian up. His mother, busy cooking in the kitchen, noticed Yang Xian giggling at his phone on the sofa and quickly called out, "Yang Xian, since you're up, come drink a glass of warm water. There are some steamed buns on the table." "Got it." Yang Xian cradled his phone as he walked over, happily trotting to the dining table to have his breakfast. The morning slipped away quickly as he buried himself in his phone. After finishing his meal, it was time to head off to work. "Ugh, I don't want to go to work, FCK." Yang Xian's face was full of misery. Summer jobs were hard to come by, especially in a small county town where opportunities were fewer than job seekers. The job he had barely managed to land was at a package sorting center. It wasn't physically exhausting. The work just involved constantly tossing parcels to the corresponding conveyor belts by letter on the sorting machine, but the pay was low. The shift started at 1 or 2 in the afternoon and ended around 5 or 6. Although he only worked 4 or 5 hours a day, the hourly pay was just 15 yuan, averaging about 60 or 70 a day. At his workstation, Yang Xian was bored out of his mind, unable to stop questioning his existence. My life can't just be this, right? It shouldn't be. The summer break is just too short. I didn't have time to intern as a programmer at a company. Otherwise, with my skills, landing an internship would have been easy. Once the internship's done and I get a real job, I'll basically see the light at the end of the tunnel. Even if I never make big money, at worst, I just won't get married. Single life, feeding just myself, no family to worry about, and treating myself to a foot massage every now and then. Isn't that just living the dream? In the end, it's still wishful thinking. Who knows if life will work out the way I want? If only I could get rich in the next instant. Although the thought was a little sad, there really wasn't much he could do about it. He could only comfort himself, self-comfort, so to speak. Speaking of getting rich, Yang Xian immediately thought of the 200 yuan lottery ticket he bought last night, and his mood sank further. 3 days' wages gone in a flash. What possessed him that night? Who in their right mind buys 100 identical entries of the same numbers on a super lotto ticket? This was pure charity work. FCK. Yang Xian screamed a war cry inside his heart. His usually calm face now looked twisted and contorted. The coworker across from Yang Xian's station shivered, sensing an eerie chill radiating from the opposite side. Through the metal grating they noticed Yang Xian looking a bit off and muttered in confusion. Did working too hard make him lose it? Why does he look like he just ate something disgusting? Soon the afternoon slipped away under the weight of work. Yang Xian queued up at the door, punched out his time card, and dragged his exhausted body out the door. Sigh, I haven't even worked half a month, and I already want to bail. Mom and Dad have been grinding at jobs for so many years. That's seriously impressive. Epsilon sigh. I knew early on the world was harsh, yet still vowed to soar like a wild goose across the mortal realm. Look at you singing again. Back home after finishing dinner, Yang Xian took a shower. Due to various factors, he didn't feel like running today. But skipping the run was one thing, and feeling drained was another. Accompanying his mom on a nightly walk was still on the agenda. That was that. During the walk his mother seemed to notice something on his mind, her eyes filled with concern as she asked, Xian, what's wrong today? Did you have a fight with a coworker? You seem to be in a bad mood. It's nothing, I'm just being dramatic. Being dramatic? Are you sick? Want to go to the pharmacy? His mother, hearing him say that, thought he was actually ill and couldn't help feeling worried. No, I'm not sick, Mom, I'm just frustrated. Frustrated about what? Frowning all day long. It's chasing away all your good luck. It's just that I don't know what I can do in the future, don't know if I can find a good job to support you and Dad when you're old. Yang Xian knew his mother's education was limited, so he kept it simple and straightforward. His mother breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. So that was what all the drama was about. She couldn't help but laugh, the corners of her mouth turning up. Hell, what does that have to do with anything? Your dad and I don't spend much money, and besides your mom still has pension insurance. I get over $2,000 a month. Stop worrying. Just focus on studying hard now, and you'll definitely find a good job in the future. Worrying about this now is useless. Yang Xian felt warmed by his mother's words, but also helpless. Could studying hard really lead to a good job? He had studied hard before, but only got into an ordinary university. With so many people now, over 10 million college students graduating every year, could studying hard really lead somewhere? But not studying hard seemed even more hopeless. And he didn't know what else to do besides studying. But he really felt tired. He'd been studying for nearly 20 years. What had it all amounted to? Could he really succeed in the future? What was the point of him growing up like this? No, thinking this way is wrong. How did I end up talking myself into a corner? Even if I'm useless in the future, at least to Mom and Dad, I am their everything. So no matter what, I have to hold on and take care of them when they're old. They only have me. But besides that, besides Mom and Dad, after they're gone one day I'll be alone. If I really don't get married, then what is there for me to keep going for? No, that's not right. A person lives for themselves, and one can live alone. But it really does seem kind of pointless, feels so empty. My life. In the end. Sigh. Yang Xian felt like his left and right brain were fighting each other, and his head seemed to be getting pointy. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these depressing things. I'm fine, Mom, you make sense. Hey, why is it so lively up ahead? Yang Xian forced a cheerful smile, grabbed his mother's arm, and walked quickly toward the crowd. After taking an evening stroll with Yang's mother, Yang Xian took a shower and continued lying on the sofa like a corpse. Don't ask why he always lies on the sofa. The answer is simple, it's convenient for snacking, and he can have the TV playing as background noise. After showering, lying on the sofa listening to the TV, scrolling through his phone with 2 electric fans blowing beside him. This was the most blissful thing aside from lying on the sofa covered with a thick quilt in winter. Yang Xian glanced at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock with over an hour left until the draw at 9:30. He was getting a bit bored with endlessly scrolling through Douyin, so with nothing else to do, he started farming. He played 3 rounds of the mobile game. Though he was used to the pattern of 1 win and 1 loss, it still made him a bit heated. Not sure if it was due to the impending draw or the game, he felt his heartbeat and thought it seemed a little fast. Although he didn't think he would win and didn't consider himself a winner, that's just how people are. If others can win, why can't I? Even though he didn't know if the winners were rigged, he had at least bought a sliver of hope. What if, just what if? Well, it's not even a 1 in a million chance. It's more like 1 in a billion. He had spent 200 yuan money down the drain, well, charity. It was hard not to feel a pang of regret. Yang Xian was still annoyed at how mindlessly he had acted back then. But strangely enough, when Yang Xian thought back today, he couldn't recall the exact details of buying the lottery ticket yesterday. It felt like he had looked up at a colorful glow in the sky, and when he came to, there was a lottery ticket in his pocket, and his WeChat balance was 200 yuan short. There must be something dirty here, Yang Xian shuddered and muttered. Pulling himself together, he found that time had already crept to 2109 amid his self-mockery. The results were already out, but his finger refused to press the search button next to Baidu's Super Lotto search bar. As long as I don't look, I'm still in a state of uncertainty, right? He took 2 deep breaths to calm his increasingly rapid heartbeat, then finally pressed down his thumb, which looked eerily pale under the light. His eyes were a bit dazzled from staring at the screen too long, and immediately raised his left hand to cover the phone screen. Whoosh! Bong shakalaka dancing in yi jiao, wali jiao jiao, ah ha ha ha. Yang Xian suddenly went crazy, muttering some lyrics or incantation under his breath. Damn it, why is this more nerve-wracking than final exams? He cursed bitterly in his heart, but in the end, he had to face reality. Would it be charity or a sudden fortune? Only the moment would tell. Yang Xian quickly raised his hand and then lowered it again. Damn, I didn't see clearly. Fuck, I'm not playing this anymore. Am I insane? Stopping his antics, he lifted his hand. Red balls 02, 07, 30, 32, 34. Blue balls 04, 10. What? This? Yang Xian glanced at the numbers on the lottery ticket beside him and felt a strange familiarity. Suddenly his mind stuttered. His face and neck flushed rapidly. 02, 07, 30, 32, 34, 04, 10. Yang Xian almost gritted his teeth as he recited the numbers on the ticket in his hand. Huff, huff. He began to breathe like a bull. His skin, which had been pale after the shower, now turned as red as a freshly boiled shrimp, as if steam were rising around him. He looked around feeling dazed, as if he'd been hit by a car. His ears seemed to receive no sound, only a strange buzzing and the wild thumping of his heart. No, if this continues I'll be dead before I even claim the prize. His remaining rationality was barely breaking through. He slowly released his death grip on the phone, and blood rushed back to his pale, squeezed fingers. Yang Xian carefully examined the number of winning bets. 103. It seemed there were a few other winners besides himself. The nearly billion yuan prize pool was completely drained. Each bet was worth about 9 million. Yang Xian opened the calculator and figured out that after taxes he would receive around 720 million yuan. Oh my lord, I'm invincible, bro. Don't ask who Wu Di is. From now on I am Wu Di. Yang Xian carefully fetched a comic book, placed the lottery ticket inside the hardcover, then found a plastic shopping bag, put the book in, and tied the bag into a knot. Baby, tonight your big brother will sleep with you. He let out a wolf-like howl, patted the plastic bag, and gazed at it with tender, affectionate eyes. Then he carried it cautiously toward the bedroom, afraid that bumping his precious body would ruin tomorrow's prize claim. Turn on the air conditioner, must turn on the air conditioner. Set it to 16 degrees today. What class am I in to still use electric fans? But if I catch a cold that would be bad. So I'll turn on both the air conditioner and the electric fans. Early to bed. Tomorrow I'll go to Hangzhou to claim the prize. Alright, I need to buy a train ticket first. The next day arrived as scheduled. Yang Xian, with faint dark circles under his eyes, looked at the gradually brightening sky, dressed quickly, and couldn't bear to stay in that wretched bed a moment longer. Having intended to sleep early last night, he ultimately couldn't fall asleep, fearing that the committee would revoke his prize under some buggy excuse. Fortunately, that cliché scenario didn't happen. Although the internet had exploded and the topic quickly trended, it seemed an invisible force was suppressing any real attempt to dox Yang Xian. The official sports lottery promptly stated that there was no inside information and promised that the win was valid. The authorities would not revoke the prize for any reason, urging winners to claim early and beware of scams. As soon as the news was released, the entire internet erupted. Countless keyboard warriors flooded the official lottery channel, with vitriol spewing unprintable insults. Yang Xian glanced at a few and found them utterly disgusting. Utterly disgusting. Yang Xian scrolled through the night, silently praying that the authorities would hold firm and uphold their principles. Tomorrow he would become the lottery's most devoted fan. He would deal with the future later. Thus, after a night of restless anxiety, dawn finally arrived. He had booked the earliest train ticket, departing at 6:30 for Hangzhou. Yang Xian had 2 cups of soy milk and 2 steamed buns. He had initially planned to pour 1 cup and drink the other, but he couldn't bring himself to waste it, so he drank it all. With his backpack containing the comic book with the lottery ticket, his household registration booklet, and his ID card, he boarded the train to fortune. Over the next 2 days, Yang Xian went straight to the provincial sports lottery center and claimed the prize without any trouble. As he left the look in the counter girl's eyes, he still remembered it vividly, as if she were a hungry wolf. Then he visited the 4 major state-owned banks to deposit the money, because you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. He deposited 400 million into one bank for a fixed-term account with an annual interest rate of around 3. The other 300 million were deposited in other banks as current accounts with similar rates. At each bank, the branch managers enthusiastically invited him to open private banking services, ensuring seamless transfers and deposits, with personal female assistants providing one-on-one service. Finally, with the remaining 20 million, he deposited the odd 1 million into Alipay and kept the rest, 20 million, in his original bank card. Now he had 5 cards, making him a card holder. Calculating that he would earn over 20 million annually just from interest, Yang Xian couldn't help but smack his lips and exclaim, "OMG, I can't handle this." On his first night in Hangzhou, after finishing all his tasks, Yang Xian drifted into a dream, both weary and beautifully fulfilled, where he held a grand wedding with the lottery lady. Alone in a strange land, to avoid any unforeseen troubles, Yang Xian hopped on the high-speed rail back to Wenxing early in the morning. During the journey, his parents called to express their warm greetings and ask why he had vanished. Not yet ready to tell the truth, Yang Xian mysteriously said, "Dad, Mom, hurry home. I'll be there soon," and explained everything in detail. Hearing this, Yang father scratched his head and asked Yang mother in confusion, "What is that brat up to, being so mysterious?" Yang mother replied, "If you know how Yang Xian is. But judging by his tone, something good must have happened. Let's wait until he gets back and hear what he has to say." Yang father nodded and sent a warm voice message to Yang Xian. With still an hour until home, young Xian's heart could not calm down, and he even wondered if something was wrong with his heart. Lying in the business class seat watching the scenery flash by outside the window, young Xian deeply appreciated the allure of money. A second class seat cost only 200 yuan, while business class was over 1,000. Just half a month ago he had taken a hard seat student ticket on the train for 30 yuan. Of course, he wasn't idle. Though he was lying down, his mind was already in a storm of brainstorming. Having read so many novels about tycoons and gods of wealth, watched cheesy TV dramas, and seen cautionary examples on Douyin of people squandering sudden wealth, young Xian resolved to take them as a warning. The early bird gets shot. Since we have money, we must keep a low profile. In the past, wearing shabby clothes made me feel inferior because I had no money. Now that I'm rich, wearing shabby clothes is just being low-key, right? Back when he had no money, he felt empty everywhere. When his roommate mentioned that some classmates even had cars, and the class secretary took his girlfriend on weekend trips to nearby big cities. Though young Xian showed no reaction, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. He even felt a little inferior. What could he do? The watershed of life is the amniotic fluid, one's birth background. But envy is envy and inferiority is inferiority. His own parents were already remarkable. They had tried their best to give their children a good life, just unfortunate in timing and limited in capability and insight. Though not extremely wealthy, they lived in a decent apartment, had meat at every meal, never lacked snacks and fruits, and enjoyed a harmonious and loving family. Originally, young Xian felt that the great rejuvenation of his family rested on his shoulders. He planned to work like a beast of burden after graduation, earning money, and even decided not to marry. But unexpectedly, overnight wealth had come true for him. 700 million. 700 million. He could never spend it all in his lifetime. That morning on his way to the high-speed rail station, young Xian walked with his chest out and head high, truly a sunny, confident, and cheerful young man. Even looking in the bathroom mirror, he felt he had become hundreds of times more handsome. No wonder they say money nurtures people. This damn thing works too fast. Soon time passed as young Xian pondered. Though he had thought for a long time, constantly overturning and rebuilding plans, he still hadn't decided how to use the money. But the overall direction was set: play it safe, don't show off. After getting off the high-speed rail, young Xian casually hailed a ride-hailing car, not even glancing at the price, and directly enabled automatic payment. He said to himself in a domineering tone, ridiculous. Even a glance would make me explode. In the car, watching the driver skillfully turn the steering wheel, young Xian pondered what car to buy. It had to be low-key, yet meaningful, make people feel he had strength, and most importantly, it had to be cool. When he got home, young Xian pushed open the door and saw his parents leaning on the sofa scrolling on their phones. Hey son, where did you go yesterday? You disappeared early in the morning. Yesterday, he had been too excited to inform his parents, and more importantly, he hadn't come up with a good reason yet. So he decided to act first and report later. Now, hearing his mother's question, young Xian was neither worried nor scared. He strode to the sofa, sat down, grabbed both of his parents' phones, and swiftly transferred money to them. After waiting quietly for half a minute, hearing the ding of SMS notifications on both phones, young Xian returned the phones to his puzzled parents. Then in a deep, resonant voice, he said generously, "Ha, take a look. This is the kingdom your son has conquered for you." Young father picked up his phone, saw the message, and his face filled with shock. "Did you take out a loan on our phones? And so much? 5 million. What? 5 million? His mother was greatly alarmed, and quickly picked up her phone to look at the message. Young Xian's face darkened. "Look more carefully. How could you and mom get a loan of 5 million with your assets? Then, what is this?" Young father asked tremblingly, with some guesses, but afraid to press further, fearing it was a dream. Young Xian said, "That's right. Your son won the lottery. Our family is now multimillionaires." He opened his arms, ready to receive a warm embrace from his parents. But unexpectedly, young father went stiff and with a goo, fell straight onto the sofa. Startled, young Xian and his mother rushed over to check on him, afraid that something might happen to his father and they would lose the person before spending the money. Young father suddenly sat up, laughing. "Haha, just kidding." Young Xian was speechless while his mother slapped his father's thigh, making him cry out in pain. Young mother scolded, "Making jokes like that, huh? Let's see if you dare." Young father grinned. Hee, happiness came too suddenly. "Son, what exactly happened? Tell us quickly." Young Xian replied, "I just bought a lottery ticket and won. That's all. Yesterday, I went to claim the prize. I was too excited and forgot to tell you." Young father asked, "How much did you win?" "You gave us 10 million, so it must be a lot. Knowing you, at least 50 million. Young Xian thought to himself, father knows his son indeed. I was going to say 50 million, but he saw through me right away. Then he said, "I won 100 million. Young Xian said seriously, "After tax, 80 million. Don't leak it to outsiders. Don't tell my sister everything either. Just say we won 10 or 20 million. Otherwise, given her personality and her love-struck mind, who knows what might happen." Young father replied, "Do you even need to tell us? Your mother and I definitely won't blab. We won't even mention the lottery at all. Money is a troublemaker." He wore a knowing expression, even a lewd grin, which left young mother speechless. After coordinating the story with his parents, or the specific details, young Xian transferred another million to his father to send to his elder sister, asking them to communicate with his sister young Xian. It wasn't that young Xian was stingy about giving his sister more, it was mainly because her temper was really bad. Not only Yang Xian, but even his parents couldn't stand her. She used to be a top student in a key middle school, but after falling in love her grades plummeted. Even after a year of retaking, she only managed to get into a private vocational college. It was so ridiculous that Yang mother didn't dare tell Yang father, fearing he would beat her to death. Later his sister still didn't change her ways. Though her temper might have improved a bit, her love for fun never changed. She spent all day on her phone playing werewolf. Yang Xian couldn't understand what was so fun about it, and it even made him biased against the game. His sister's absurdity didn't stop there. After college, she kept fooling around with her boyfriend who was involved in gray areas. He made a decent amount of money, probably a few million. Now they're both nearly 30 and still not married. No one knows what they're thinking, but after 10 years of relationship, they're both grown up. Yang Xian guessed that neither of them has had enough fun yet. They don't want to marry, but also don't want to break up since they know each other well. Yang Xian and his parents couldn't be bothered to nag her anymore. She's 29, what can they do? Other people her age are already on their second marriage. After all, she was his own sister. It wasn't like there was no family bond. A mere million was nothing. Besides, his sister wasn't really stupid. She was almost 30. Though she was unreliable, she wasn't bad to the family. A few days before their maternal grandfather passed away, she had come back and stayed by his side, taking care of him and keeping vigil all night. For that alone, Yang Xian had no reason not to take care of his sister. Anyway, he was rich now, he could afford to spend. By the time lunch arrived, Yang's father and mother had finally recovered from their shock. After all, who wouldn't be overwhelmed by such an extraordinary windfall? For them, it was just an ordinary meal, until their son casually transferred 5 million yuan, announcing he'd won the lottery. Not just a few 100,000, but tens of millions. Who wouldn't be left speechless by such news? Son, with all that money, you absolutely must not spend it recklessly. Remember, wealth should not be displayed externally. You must understand this principle. Yang's father steadied himself once more and spoke calmly to Yang Xian. Understood. Your son is extremely cautious. Others call me. Never mind, nothing. Yang Xian almost revealed how others called him the king of dogs. In gaming, he always fought his way to the final squad. Someone completely broken by defeat had specifically added him to hurl insults. You dog. TCH. By the way, Dad, have you thought about getting a car? While we shouldn't show off our wealth, we can't keep it completely hidden either. Money is something neither brought into this world nor taken out of it. What's wrong with buying a car? We could just get something low-key. Besides your brothers and sisters-in-law, we barely have contact with other relatives. If anyone tries to borrow money, we just say we bought it with a loan. Indeed. If we have money but still make ourselves suffer, what's the point of having it? Let's buy it. I think Audi would be perfect. Yang's father's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been longing for this for ages. Everyone around with any money at all had bought an Audi, hadn't they? Audi. Alright then. The RS and A8 are too flashy, the A4 and A5 seem too ordinary, and too many people drive the A6. So the A7 it is. Without the extended wheelbase. Truth be told, the A7 truly is handsome. The price isn't overly ostentatious either. You can get one for just over 700,000. It's the kind of car that ordinary people can't afford to buy, while those who can afford it look down upon. After further discussion and finalizing their decision, the three of them could barely sit still, their hearts pounding with excitement. They hastily finished their meal, and Yang Xian called a ride-hailing car as they headed to the local Audi dealership. Yang Xian took the lead, stepping out of the car and striding into the 4S store, a place he had never dared to glance at twice before. Yang's parents initially seemed a bit uneasy, but once they remembered the 5 million sitting in their WeChat wallet, they immediately felt emboldened. They too walked forward with eyes forward, taking bold strides. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to look at cars? A female salesperson in professional attire, black stockings, and high heels quickly approached Yang Xian. From the moment they walked in, she had observed their stride, their gaze, their aura. This was unmistakably a family of newly rich. As long as she served them, while closing the deal should be trouble-free. The Audi salespeople truly live up to their reputation. You're truly impressive. Yang Xian gave her a quick once-over and silently gave her a thumbs up. Yang's father's eyes wandered to the salesperson's black stockings until Yang's mother gave him a hard pinch. Only then did he snap back to reality, clearing his throat twice before finally redirecting his gaze toward the cars beside him. Of course. Are you here to look at cars? Yang Xian replied with a smile. Haha, sir, if you haven't had lunch yet, you can actually dine at our dealership. Our restaurant is quite nice. The salesperson covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Next time for sure. Do you currently have any A7 models in stock? I'll take one. Oh, sir, what a coincidence. We received two just a few days ago. Shall I show you? Okay, lead the way. Yang Xian waved his hand, cheerfully signaling her to lead the way, secretly reveling in the moment. Ah, is this the power of money? Intoxicating. No, I must stay grounded and not be easily swayed. This would have been unthinkable before. After silently hyping himself up, Yang Xian and his parents followed the salesperson to one side of the dealership. The salesperson then began a detailed introduction. Sir, we currently have one black and one white A7. The white one is the top-tier Quattro Prestige Edition, equipped with a 3.0T 340 horsepower engine. The black one is the luxury trim, but its configuration is slightly lower. It's a 2.0T engine. Both are the latest 2024 models. Which one catches your eye, sir? Yang Xian listened to the entire presentation but understood none of it. But it didn't matter, he had money. No need for lengthy explanations, he'd just take the most expensive one. He waved his hand decisively. I'll take that white one. May I sit inside and experience it? Of course, sir. However, please don't remove the protective film inside, since it's brand new. The salesperson made no excuses or showed any unfriendly demeanor. After all, from the moment Yang Xian's family walked into the dealership, they radiated an air of confidence, and they were a family visiting together. Generally speaking, such customers had a very high closing rate. Only a fool would drive away their commission with attitude. The salesperson then took Yang Xian and his parents for a test experience. All three were extremely satisfied. Indeed, the 2024 55 TFSI Quattro Prestige model, worth nearly $800,000, was exceptionally comfortable. After paying, Yang Xian and his parents waited a while longer as the 4S store kindly organized a car delivery ceremony for them. Yang Xian posted the photos on another WeChat Moments account. One he'd added mainly with people he'd met at university, while relatives and close friends were on his main account. The reason for maintaining two WeChat accounts was mainly to avoid any embarrassing situations that might arise from things he posted in front of relatives and friends. With a temporary license plate, Yang Xian carefully drove the new car home. He had only held his license for half a year and had never driven before. Earlier, with another salesperson's guidance and help, he had only circled the block twice before daring to drive on the road. Fortunately, Yang Xian had good car sense and quickly adapted. Along the way, his parents touched everything, marveling at everything with expressions of admiration. I never imagined our family would own a car so soon. I thought we'd have to wait until Yang Xian had been working for 2 years before buying one. What a pleasant surprise. Yang's father couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, who would have thought? 800,000. This is more money than I've saved in my entire life, and now we're spending it just like that. Haha, it's because your son has such good luck. But don't keep sighing. This is just the beginning of our happy life. You'll get used to it. Yang Xian noticed something odd. What do you mean I could afford an A7 after working for 2 years? Am I really that promising? How did I not know about this? Hey kid, focus on driving. Keep your eyes on the road, don't zone out. After returning home, Yang's father carefully parked the car in the outdoor parking space downstairs. As for a garage, Yang Xian didn't live in a high-rise. There was no underground parking in this ordinary residential area. Parking spaces were on a first-come, first-served basis. There was still some time before dinner, and Yang's father didn't want to go home yet. He headed straight to the mahjong parlor in front of the residential area to chat and play cards with some friends. Although he hadn't bragged or revealed anything, his mindset had completely changed. Previously, he felt a bit uncomfortable when friends showed off. Now it was like watching clowns. After all, he knew exactly what they were worth, but they had no idea what he was now capable of. This was truly savoring happiness in secret. They played for 2 mao per round. Even if he lost every single hand, how much could he possibly lose? Yang's mother, having nothing to do, also went to find her mahjong friends to play cards. As for why neither of them was working, Yang's father was a factory porter paid daily, so he could go or not as he pleased. Yang's mother had health issues, so her husband told her to rest at home instead of working. Having lost to his heart's content, Yang Xian returned home and threw himself onto the sofa, continuing to scroll on his phone. Playing mahjong really wasn't fun. Today was just like giving away money to the poor. He then launched into online shopping mode. Vacuum robots, clothes, shoes, new phones, computers. Yang Xian bought them all, completely clearing his shopping cart. Don't ask why he'd buy a new phone when he just got one not long ago. The answer was to get a backup phone. After all, he'd been coveting that Fruit brand phone for a long time. Now buying it wasn't for any other reason, purely out of nostalgia. Checking WeChat, besides his college roommates and a few close male classmates sending congratulatory messages, with smiling faces gritting their teeth, the anticipated scene of female classmates bombarding him with questions never happened. However, seeing over 20 likes, mostly from girls, with male classmates in the comments section crying out in frustration. His best buddy and college roommate Mei Chuan had actually spammed him with countless black and white panda eating lemons emojis. Yang Xian dealt with each one casually. Now the three of them had a unified story. If anyone asked why the family had become wealthy, Yang's parents would say Yang Xian had succeeded, found a good job, and earned some money. If classmates or friends asked Yang Xian why he had money, he would say his waiting for his father to succeed strategy had worked, and the family had done some business and made some money. As for certain relatives like his aunts and uncles, the three of them were still undecided on what to say, so they simply wouldn't mention it, waiting for them to ask first. A few days later, Yang Xian gazed at his completely transformed home with a satisfied smile. The family had hired a professional cleaning company to thoroughly clean the place. Most of the new furniture was purchased by Yang Xian, though a large portion was gifted from several major banks. As for daily necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, they wouldn't need to buy these anymore, as the banks had promised to deliver supplies whenever needed. Yang Xian also found time to go to the vehicle management office to register the license plate. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't great. He only managed to get a rather ordinary combination of letters and numbers. That day, while Yang Xian was being mercilessly destroyed in the canyon during a game, Chun Ku suddenly mentioned everyone in the high school dormitory group chat on the main WeChat. Brothers, it's been almost a month since vacation started. Let's get together. After waiting a few seconds, his roommate Wang Shiming chimed in agreement. I'm down. Playing games every day is driving me crazy. What about Lin Junyu and Yang Xian? Chen Ku continued the two of them. I don't care. You guys decide, Yang Xian replied casually with a voice message. I'm broke, brothers. I gotta work a summer job. Lin Junyu finally showed up. Just work and come out when you're free. How much can we even spend? It's just a meal. Fine. Let's meet tonight then. Good thing I don't have work. Okay, I'm good. What about Wang Ximing and Yang Xian? Chen Ku asked via voice message. Okay, X2. It had been almost 3 years since graduation. Yang Xian had almost no contact with other high school classmates, only keeping in touch with his 3 roommates and a few others with whom he was close. Especially these 3 roommates. They played games together regularly without a hint of awkwardness. Just bought a new car a few days ago. Perfect time to take it out and show off to these country bumpkins, ha. Yang Xian couldn't help but grin thinking about their jaws dropping. After sending a message to his parents, he grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs with quick steps. Viru. The distinctive roar of the internal combustion engine echoed as Yang Xian slowly drove out of the residential area toward the meeting spot, the only large shopping mall in the county Yintai. Truthfully, this county lacked any decent entertainment facilities, and there weren't even many food streets. Although Yintai wasn't very big and didn't have much to offer, it was still a place where everyone could gather. Get everyone together first, then figure out where to go afterward. Yang Xian's home was right in the county center, only a 5 or 6 minute drive to Yintai. The others lived farther away, needing at least 10-something minutes by taxi. Lin Junyu was even further, from a neighboring town, requiring over half an hour by electric bike. So Yang Xian sometimes admired this kid's determination, traveling back and forth in all kinds of weather. Whoever arrives last treats everyone. No excuses. Yang Xian sent this mischievous message. Lin Junyu, what the heck? Haha. Though Yang Xian was just joking, he still enjoyed needling his friends a bit. Driving into Yintai's underground parking garage, he couldn't help but recall how he used to come here sitting in his sister Yang Xian's boyfriend's Mercedes C200. A wave of emotion washed over him. He truly admired that guy for being able to afford a C200 not long after graduation. Since arriving too early with nothing to do, Yang Xian parked the car and clipped the keys to his jeans before heading toward the elevator. Not 2 steps away, he caught sight of a sleek car parked beside him. Oh wow, it's even a Ferrari. The county's really come up. Luxury cars are becoming common now. With that, Yang Xian went to admire this Ferrari. No doubt about it, really gorgeous. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a 458. With some custom interior, probably around 4 million yuan. Though I wonder if it's new or pre-owned. A used one would still be over 1 million. Perhaps because he just bought a car, Yang Xian had been seeing lots of car-related videos on his feed lately. He examined the Ferrari from every angle, thoroughly enjoying the visual feast. In the past, being poor, he wouldn't dare look too long at luxury cars, afraid others might see and he'd lose face. Now that he had the means, though no one knew about it, he felt inexplicably confident, leaning in close to examine the car. After several minutes, still no one came to show off or make him feel small, which slightly disappointed Yang Xian. As expected, it was never about others. It's all in your own head. Being poor doesn't mean we can't even look at their cars, does it? It's just a matter of whether you're insecure or not. Now that I've come into money, buying a luxury car right away doesn't feel right. Let me get used to this first. Can't have my demeanor fail to match my wealth. Besides, this is just a county. No luxury car 4S shops to buy from anyway. Yang Xian dispelled the urge to buy a flashy sports car. He went upstairs and bought a strawberry sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick. 15 yuan for 5 large strawberries. Not bad at all. This is way easier to eat than the hawthorn version. Mom won't have to worry about me chipping my teeth anymore. Yang Xian approved wholeheartedly. Every time he ate hawthorn sugar-coated hawthorns, it was always sweet first, then sour, plus so many seeds that easily chipped his teeth. But the fruit version didn't chip his teeth at all, was sweet and easier to eat. The only downside being it was gone in a few bites. Just the usual trade-off of being more expensive. These 2 girls up ahead look familiar. Aren't those Chun Jingyi and Jiang Lele? Turns out after learning to wear makeup, they're way prettier than in high school. To avoid the awkwardness of greeting old classmates, Yang Xian walked straight toward the nearby glass railing and gazed thoughtfully downstairs, as if there was some performance happening below. As for why he didn't say hello, he hadn't been in contact with any of them since high school graduation. One of them was even technically a former high school girlfriend of a friend, though they'd broken up long ago. For someone as socially awkward as Yang Xian, running into them would truly be torture. Yang Xian. Jiang Lele, wearing a JK uniform, walked up behind Yang Xian and asked somewhat uncertainly. Seriously, are we even that close? You didn't need to ask. Yang Xian rolled his eyes internally, but still put on his polite mask and began his performance. Jiang Lele. Long time no see. I'm surprised you recognized me. I couldn't even identify you too. Jiang Lele's eyes curved into crescents, her face beaming. Hee, pretty impressive, right? We were just discussing over there with Chun Jingyi. Who's that handsome guy up front? He looked so much like Yang Xian. I was just testing you when I called out from behind. Didn't expect it to actually be you. What a coincidence. Yang Xian cursed himself for falling into the trap, but secretly felt quite flattered. Good eye, he thought. Chun Jingyi, long time no see too. Yang Xian quickly greeted the tall girl with a high ponytail standing beside Jiang Lele. He and Chun Jingyi had barely any interaction in high school, so they weren't close at all. Chun Jingyi simply smiled faintly and replied, yeah. Yang Xian, I see you spacing out here. Are you waiting for someone? Yeah, waiting for my roommates, Chun Ku and the others. With summer vacation here, figured it'd be nice to get together for a change. You guys really have the best friendships. Our high school roommates. Only Zhang Lele and I still keep in touch. That's why we're hanging out today too. Oh, what a coincidence, ha. Yang Xian awkwardly didn't know what to say, forcing out a laugh. He wondered why this girl was so chatty when they weren't even close. Want to join us? Zhang Lele and I aren't doing anything anyway. We might as well catch up too. Chun Jingyi, Yang Xian. Triple confusion. Not to be full of myself, but I know I'm handsome. But do you? Why so forward? Could she have X-ray vision or something? To spot my car keys hanging from my waist at a glance. Yang Xian glanced discreetly at Zhang Lele's eyes, but she just blinked her big pretty eyes, lips slightly pursed, gazing at him. Playing innocent. Yang Xian felt a slight alarm in his heart, but then dismissed it. After all, both girls had great figures and looks. He didn't know Chun Jingyi well, but he'd heard plenty of rumors about Zhang Lele. Back in sophomore year, Yang Xian heard from his roommate that one of his friends in an adjacent class had dated Zhang Lele for just a month or two and spent 10 to 20,000 yuan. Yang Xian had been absolutely flabbergasted, privately calling the guy an idiot. But Yang Xian understood. Zhang Lele was attractive and loved to dress up. In high school, she basically wore makeup every day, light makeup with the school uniform normally, and heavy makeup plus cosplay costumes on weekends. Plus, Zhang Lele had a bubbly personality and was always joking around with guys. Not to mention others. Even Yang Xian felt a stirring. But knowing his place, he quashed any restless thoughts. Chun Jingyi also found it a bit strange. Normally, even when Zhang Lele ran into old classmates, she'd just say hello, and that was it. Why was she being so clingy now? They weren't at the same university. Zhang Lele did poorly on the college entrance exam and went to what's basically a private vocational college. You could say she continued schooling, but not by much. Chun Jingyi was about the same as Yang Xian and his friends, a regular second-tier university. She didn't keep in close contact with Zhang Lele either, just meeting occasionally for meals and Starbucks during breaks. She only knew that Zhang Lele had dated several boyfriends in college, and sometimes Zhang Lele would complain to her that boyfriends should be rich, otherwise she could barely afford to keep changing clothes and bags. Yang Xian probably felt he was overthinking. Young people with cars were everywhere nowadays. With Zhang Lele's looks, finding a well-off boyfriend would be a piece of cake. Besides, they'd just be having a meal together. How could she possibly be interested in him specifically? What arrogance. I'm not even showing off my wealth and girls are already throwing themselves at me. Don't flatter myself. Yang Xian self-deprecatingly smiled. He'd passed the age where any girl looking his way made him think she was into him. But still, one thing is one thing. It's human nature to be a bit narcissistic inside, but being unfiltered about it is just plain stupid. Sounds good. We're all old classmates anyway. Haven't seen each other in so many years. Let me rush the guys to get here. Got beauties waiting, ha. Though Yang Xian's inner monologue was dramatic, he thought fast and agreed right away. Because eating with a bunch of guys was genuinely boring. Didn't even know where to go afterward. Now with girls, pretty ones at that, he wouldn't have to worry about post-meal entertainment. Of course, he meant going to KTV to sing. Just clarifying for those with dirty minds. Come quickly, I ran into Zhang Lele and Chun Jingyi. They want to join us for a meal. Meet in front of the Tjia shop on the 6th floor. Try to act cool, you single dogs. Yang Xian sent the update to the group chat. However, no one replied right away, probably because they were all riding their electric scooters and had no time to check their phones. They're probably still on their way. Should we wait here a bit? Yang Xian asked the two girls. No worries. Jingyi and I will go grab some bubble tea first. Might as well pass the time. Chun Jingyi furrowed her brows slightly, but said nothing. Zhang Lele waved her hand to show she didn't mind, and pulled Chun Jingyi over to the counter to place their order. Yang Xian, what would you like to drink? My treat. Zhang Lele ordered 2 cups of Shueqian Wulong before turning to Yang Xian and asking. There's one for me too. This shop's bubble tea isn't cheap. Each cup costs over 20. That's basically robbery. No need, no need. I just had a Tonghulu, and having too much sugar isn't good for me. Yang Xian wasn't keen on letting her treat him. It was better to keep boundaries clear, otherwise he'd end up owing her a return treat later, which would be too troublesome. Alright then. Yang Xian was a bit overwhelmed by Zhang Lele's sugary, affected voice. How could she still sound like that after 3 or 4 years? So he sent another message to the group chat on his phone. Hurry up man, I can't hold out. What that exciting? On my way, I'm at the 1st floor entrance. Wang Shiming replied almost immediately. Another 10 minutes passed before the last person, Lin Junyu, finally arrived. The 6 of them walked and deliberated over where to eat. After pondering for a while, and finding nothing particularly appealing, they settled on the reliable choice Heideleo. However, it was crowded, and they had to wait in line for about half an hour, so they found seats in the waiting area. There wasn't much to chat about, just how each person had been doing lately, and any campus gossip. Thank goodness I hid my car keys early, or I'd have been interrogated to death. I just wanted to flex in front of my brothers, not make them uncomfortable in front of the girls. But little did he know from the very beginning Zhang Lele had spotted the car key on Yang Xian's waist, which was exactly why she had come over to greet him first. It had been too long since they last met, and with Zhang Lele being such a chatterbox, the 4 of them were soon laughing and chatting away. Before long, it was Yang Xian and the others' turn. Yang Xian picked up the tablet and asked if they had any dietary restrictions. After casually selecting a few plates of beef and some vegetables, he got up and headed to the condiment station. Seeing this, Zhang Lele said, "Jingy, you help me order. I'm fine with anything. I'll go grab some sauce too." She then got up and followed Yang Xian to the condiment station. The four people still seated were a bit bewildered. They exchanged glances, and the more extroverted Lin Junyu spoke up first, looking at Chun Jingyi and asking, "What's going on with them? Are they having an affair or something?" "I haven't heard Yang Xian mention anything about it." Wang Ximing and Shun Ku gathered around with gossiping expressions. Chun Jingyi shook her head. "Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on between them." Chun Jingyi was also quite baffled. She had no idea either. Weren't these two meeting for the first time in all these years? She had never heard Zhang Lele mention Yang Xian before, so why was she being so eager today? "No worries. Once they come back, we'll interrogate them and find out." Wang Ximing said this and continued ordering food. It wasn't every day they got to visit Haida Leo. They had to make the most of it. "Hey Yang Xian, who would have thought that as a fellow college student you've already become a successful businessman with your own car?" Zhang Lele asked with a smile while scooping some dipping sauce. "Ahaha, it's just a car. I bit the bullet and bought it. I'm alright. By the way, what car did you get?" "An Audi. I see 4 rings on your key." "Goodness, your eyes are so sharp," Yang Xian thought to himself. "Yeah, it's an Audi A7. An Audi A7. Normally when I see them on the street, they're mostly A4S and A6S. I rarely spot an A7. How much did you pay for it?" Zhang Lele kept asking questions like a curious child. Yang Xian, "I'm not sure. My parents bought it for me. I think it cost around 300,000. I just drove it out to show off in front of Chun Ku and the guys. Didn't expect to run into you all." Yang Xian chose to conceal part of the price. After all, the difference between his family buying him a car worth around 300 and one worth 800 was enormous. The former only required a down payment with manageable monthly installments, while the latter would simply not be considered given his family's modest finances. It wasn't worth the expense. "Impressive. Your parents bought you a car before you even graduated from college. You're practically a rich guy now." A faint flash of disappointment crossed Zhang Lele's eyes, but she hid it well and kept her tone unchanged. Yang Xian didn't even notice. That was a clear case of being outclassed. "I never heard back in high school that Yang Xian was wealthy. So I was overthinking it, huh?" Zhang Lele felt somewhat disappointed inside. She had hoped her old classmate was a rich guy, but it turned out he was just an ordinary person. That A7 was probably bought on installment for only 300,000. Zhang Lele quickly labeled Yang Xian as a backup option in her heart. As for Yang Xian, he didn't care about all her inner drama. He simply had no feelings for Zhang Lele anyway. Back then when they weren't close, he might have been captivated by her enthusiasm. But after hearing so many rumors from his brothers, it was impossible not to be more cautious. Every time Zhang Lele spoke, Yang Xian only took about 30% of it seriously. After preparing a plate of oil-based dip and a plate of sesame paste, Yang Xian headed back to his seat on his own. Zhang Lele didn't find anything odd about it, since her interest in Yang Xian had already diminished considerably through her own imaginings. As expected with a girl around, the guys became much more lively and talkative. Yang Xian and his 4 friends were already very close, knowing each other inside out, having discussed every topic under the sun. None of them even wanted to ask each other personal questions during a game of truth or dare anymore. At that moment, Chun Ku suddenly found a topic and said to Chun Jingyi, "Hey Chun Jingyi, I remember you're studying in Dongshan province, right? How's life there? Is it true that both men and women are much taller?" Yang Xian glanced at Chun Ku. The girl sitting across from him probably hadn't noticed, but Yang Xian saw everything clearly. This kid's leg was bouncing up and down. He was clearly nervous. So Chun Ku actually had feelings for Chun Jingyi. Yang Xian recalled that back in high school he had heard Chun Ku mention once that Chun Jingyi had a nice temperament, was tall, and had a good figure, though her development seemed rather average. Yang Xian didn't care about anything else. He perked up his ears and kept eating. Chun Jingyi tilted her head and furrowed her brows, thinking carefully. "Actually, that's kind of true. There are plenty of guys taller than me, and not a few girls as tall as I am." Yang Xian compared Chun Jingyi's height with his own in his mind. He was nearly 180 centimeters tall, and Chun Jingyi seemed only 3 or 4 centimeters shorter, so she was probably around 175 centimeters, definitely on the taller side for a girl. Consider that Lin Junyu was barely under 170, and the other two weren't much better, only a few centimeters taller than him. So most guys would definitely feel pressured standing next to Chun Jingyi. While they really are all pretty tall. "How tall are you?" "You seem a bit taller than me." My bare height is about 174. "Holy cow, so I'm only a centimeter taller than you. Girls really do look taller than guys." Chun Ku clicked his tongue and scratched his head awkwardly. Yang Xian could tell from Chun Jingyi's calm expression that Chun Ku was likely out of luck. Chun Jingyi clearly didn't seem interested in him. But then again, in Yang Xian's opinion, Chun Jingyi looked even more attractive without makeup than Zhang Lele. Paired with her long legs and the way she walked, which seemed deliberately practiced, she exuded an elegant aura that never went out of style. Add to that today's outfit of wide-leg jeans and a burgundy-fitted short-sleeve top, which further accentuated her elegant demeanor, and it was no wonder Chun Ku was so smitten. As everyone ate and chatted, their relationship grew warmer and the initial awkwardness faded. They were even able to joke with each other now. After the meal with drinks nearly finished, Chun Ku used his student discount to pay the bill, and everyone split their share with him. They hadn't eaten too much since there were girls around, and they naturally held back. With the discount included, the total for 6 people was over 600 yuan, which was quite a lot. So everyone, what are our plans for the rest of the evening? Chun Ku, still seated, spoke up. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Going home is out of the question. Lin Junyu waved his hand. Damn it, they had to ride over 20 kilometers round trip. Could they really just go home right after a meal? Especially with the girls hanging out with them. They certainly weren't heading back so soon. What about you two, any suggestions? Well, I really can't think of anywhere. Jingy, where do you want to go? Although she no longer had any feelings for Yang Xi, and Zhang Lele still went along with it. After all, they were all high school classmates, and Lele was quite familiar with Chun Ku because her boyfriend was brothers with Chun Ku, so naturally they got along well. The main reason was that she loved to have fun. Well, I don't really mind either. We still have plenty of time as long as I'm home before 11. Then let's go to a bar. Isn't there a Helen's right downstairs? Lin Junyu said excitedly. Yang Xi, how does this kid always want to go to bars? Every time we hang out, either he wants to get a foot massage or go to a bar. Do you think someone like me, a good student, can go to places like that? Darn it, fellas, I'm in. Yang Xi agreed, without hesitation, raising his right hand. The other 3 roommates gave them confused looks, thinking to themselves, didn't Yang Xi always look troubled when we mentioned going to bars before? How did he agree so quickly this time? If Yang Xi knew what they were thinking, he would surely dismiss it contemptuously. The wheel of fortune turns. East, west, south, north. I didn't go before because I was worried about spending money. Now that I'm rich, what is there to fear? A bar. Sure, but Helen's doesn't seem very exciting. Zhang Lele raised both hands in agreement. Yang Xi raised an eyebrow, but thought it fit her personality perfectly. Fair enough, buddy. Lele, settle down. Let's just go there. Chun Jingyi quickly interjected, afraid that Zhang Lele might suggest going to some wild club. Alright then, Helen's it is. After all, her best friend had spoken, so it was hard to argue. It wasn't like she had many high school friends she still kept in touch with anyway. Okay, since no one objects, let's go. Chun Ku immediately stood up and walked toward the bar first, as if afraid someone might run away. Following closely behind, Yang Xi entered the bar. It was quite different from an ordinary bar or a quiet bar. The feeling it gave Yang Xi was that it was neither noisy nor exciting, rather dull and pointless. At this time of night, the place was buzzing with energy. After looking around, they found only a couple of empty tables near the restroom, so they quickly sat down. Chun Ku asked what they wanted to drink. Yang Xi said he didn't mind, and the others felt the same. So Chun Ku ordered 2 large kegs of beer and some snacks. At that moment, Yang Xi's gaze was drawn to a girl at a nearby table. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, silky and flowing. The short-fitting pencil skirt made her waist look delicate and slender. She appeared to be wearing beige stockings and stiletto heels. She had that pure yet seductive vibe about her. Though her face wasn't clearly visible, her facial features seemed quite beautiful. Overall, Yang Xi thought she could easily outshine the 2 girls at their own table. Yang Xi didn't make a scene since he still had some sense of dignity. He quietly told Wang Shiming, who was sitting next to him, quick look. Wang Shiming followed Yang Xi's line of sight, and within 0.01 seconds he spotted the target precisely. Damn, what a figure. Too bad she doesn't seem very well developed. Even though he said that, his eyes were still shining with interest. Come on, go get her, we chat. Yang Xi said with a mischievous smile, pushing Wang Shiming. Get lost, you go. You're the handsome one, you go. That's nonsense, you're the handsomest, you go. Chop chop. Wang Shiming and Yang Xi pushed each other back and forth, but after a long time neither dared to go. They were both cowards, not having a heart. What are you two doing there? Why aren't you drinking? Why are you pushing each other? Lin Junyu asked curiously. Hey, it's because Wang Shiming said the girl at that table is pretty. He's been pushing me, wanting me to help him get her, we chat. What can I do? Yang Xi quickly said, shifting the blame and counterattacking in one smooth motion. Wang Shiming glared at Yang Xi. Are you even human? Everyone looked at Wang Shiming, then at the girl at the opposite table. Both the guys and girls couldn't help but express their admiration. No, listen to my listen to my apology. Wait, that's not right either. Don't listen to that jerk Yang Xi's nonsense. He was the one who wanted me to ask. Wang Shiming was completely frustrated, his face flushed red, looking utterly helpless. Yang Xi, you're getting impatient. See, you're impatient again. I know you're anxious, but please hold your horses. It's hard for guys to ask, but if a girl does it, wouldn't it be easier? Wang Shiming. Yang Xi read my lips. Yang Xi finished speaking and turned his questioning gaze to Zhang Lele and the others. Zhang Lele giggled and said, I can go ask, but you guys each have to drink 2 cups as punishment. No problem, right? No problem, good buddy. Let me drink this for you. Yang Xi patted Wang Shiming on the shoulder and downed 2 cups of alcohol, at once eliciting an angry response from Wang Shiming. The others were happy to watch the show and each drank 2 cups. Seeing this, Zhang Lele immediately picked up a glass of wine and walked over to that girl's table. Zhang Lele leaned down and whispered something to the girl. The girl glanced over and smiled. Though her makeup and the dim lighting made it hard to see exactly what she looked like, she still gave off a very beautiful impression. Everyone quickly looked away, awkwardly glancing at the ceiling, the floor, anywhere else. Soon Zhang Lele came back, saying with a grin, can't do it. The sister already has a boyfriend and he's sitting right next to her. Can't get her, we chat. Everyone showed disappointed expressions, especially Wang Ximing. Yang Xian didn't really care. He had a feeling that girl must have a boyfriend next to her anyway. That was normal. Women you can have always seem the best. When someone else gets a woman you like, it feels like she's been desecrated by a pig. No problem with that reasoning. But it was a bit strange. Why did her boyfriend sitting next to her have absolutely no reaction? Then half an hour later Yang Xian understood why. Damn it, in just half an hour Yang Xian counted. At least 4 times the girl had been asked for her contact information. Even the girls at his table Jiang Lele and Chun Jingyi had been approached twice each. If the guys at this half bar were this aggressive, how much worse would it be at a real club? No wonder she had no reaction. She was just numb from constant rejection. The drinks at this bar were terrible. Yang Xian only drank less than half a bottle. As he drank, for some reason Yang Xian felt something was off. Hadn't he driven here? Yang Xian uncertainly patted his pants pocket, then suddenly came to his senses. Holy crap, I drove here. Wow, don't drink and drive, don't drink and drive. Wait, damn it, why am I slurring my words? Forget it, I'll call a designated driver. In the past, whenever Yang Xian went out with his classmates, he either rode an electric bike or a shared bike. It was the first time he drove, and he had actually forgotten about this. The group hung out at the bar for over 2 hours, and everyone added quite a few WeChat contacts of the opposite sex. Wang Ximing exclaimed that the trip was worth it. It was past 11. Chun Jingyi said she needed to go home. Yang Xian thought it was about time too, or else his mom would start calling non-stop once she woke up in the middle of the night. So they split the bar bill, and were about to head home. Although they had all drunk some alcohol, it wasn't that much. Plus, they were all high school classmates and lived in the same area, so there was no way anything bad could happen. Seeing that everyone else was in good shape, Yang Xian felt relieved. He watched them ride away on their electric bikes. Then he quietly walked to the underground parking garage, opened his car door, sat inside, and waited for the designated driver. Having money was great. Spending these little amounts felt trivial now. Back in the old days, going out to dinner meant just eating a meal, taking a walk, and then feeling heartbroken about the cost when going home. Now it was pure enjoyment. Over the next few days, the weather remained scorching. The average daily temperature was over 40 degrees. Since the Yang family had achieved financial freedom, Yang's parents quit their exhausting jobs altogether. Every day they either played mahjong or cards with friends, or lay at home scrolling on their phones. Yang Xian spent his days enjoying the air conditioning and playing on his phone, and in the evenings he went for walks with his mom and occasionally went jogging. In this kind of weather, let alone traveling, they didn't even want to step outside the door. Wasn't that the truth? Yang's parents felt they couldn't go on like this. They were only 50 years old, still young enough to go out and make something of themselves. How could they waste away at home every day? So the two of them discussed whether they should open a shop or something. Yang Xian said he didn't mind. They could use the million yuan however they wanted. If they ran out, it was fine anyway, because he had their backs. But that said, one thing was one thing. Gambling was absolutely off limits. Playing cards with friends was fine, but they couldn't go looking for trouble. Time slowly rolled into August. One afternoon, Yang Xian furiously threw his phone onto the sofa. Damn it, staying home every day is driving me crazy. Haha. Yang Xian took 2 deep breaths. He didn't know why. Maybe from too much phone time, or from not moving around for too long. He suddenly felt terrible all over and could barely breathe. But it was a normal phenomenon. Yang Xian had experienced this before. It was just from being cooped up at home. Tisk, back then I stayed home because I had no money to go out. Now I'm still staying home. If I do that, didn't I waste all that money for nothing? Yang Xian looked out the window at the weather. No way. If I don't go out just because of a little sun, then didn't I waste buying this car? After an internal second review, Yang Xian decided not to maintain the status quo. Today he absolutely had to go out and have fun. Glancing at the time, it was 3 p.m. Not bad, not too late. With that, Yang Xian dropped his pretense, pulled out his phone, and sent a photo of his A7 to the group chat. Brothers, I just picked up a new car a few days ago. Any place you guys want to go? I'm literally dying of boredom at home. Shun Ku, who never separates from his phone, replied instantly. No way, bro, are you serious? I can edit photos too. Why, just come see if I've been photoshopping or not. At this point, Wang Ximing also popped up. This isn't shady at all, send 50 yuan to prove your financial strength. Yang Xian replied with 5 dots. Indicates speechlessness, then stuffed 500 yuan into the red packet and hit send. Wang Ximing claimed your red packet. Chen Ku claimed your red packet. Lin Junyu claimed your red packet. You claimed your red packet. Your red packet was claimed in 0.0000001 seconds. Fast indeed. The chat was soon flooded with question marks from all 3. Holy crap, what the hell? Lin Junyu was the first to explode. Why did I only get 2 yuan out of 500? Feels good, how did you know I got 320? Wang Ximing smugly showed off. Rich brother, send another one, and I'll believe you bought a car. Get lost, let's discuss where to go. It's still early, we have time. Yang Xian cursed through a voice message. What car did you buy? That's quite impressive. Shinko asked. The Light Factory's A7, worth every penny. Note it's not the A7L. With this money you bought an A7. And it's white too. What's wrong with buying a white A7? I just like having a unique taste. 666, you're rich, do whatever you want. So where are we going? People staying at home all day are getting rusty. Chunka thought for a moment, and said, since we have a car now we can go anywhere. Didn't Silver Moon Beach at Xingyue Bay just open in August? Seems like there's a bonfire party going on these days, probably pretty lively. Plus you have a car now, so it's convenient for us too. Yang Xian's eyes lit up. He hadn't been to the seaside in the past 2 years. After all, the family didn't have a car before, so a trip wasn't easy. Though it was a coastal city, the beach was solidly 30 to 40 kilometers away. Sounds good. What do the other two think? Okay bro, count me in. It's been a while since I've been to the beach too. Wang Ximing agreed. Damn, I can't. I'm still working my summer job. Can we go in a few days? I can't get time off halfway through my shift today. Lin Junyu said on the verge of tears. Then get lost. We'll take you if we go out in a few days. Yang Xian patted Lin Junyu and said, handsome guy, you're really quite handsome. Yang Xian, can I bring one more person? I'm inviting Chen Jingyi. Yang Xian pondered for a moment. That might not be appropriate since it'd be 3 guys and just 1 girl. Mainly because Yang Xian felt that Chen Ku obviously had feelings for Chen Jingyi, and if he drove in front of them showing off, it wouldn't look right. He couldn't say certain things directly. Makes sense. Then should I ask Chen Jingyi to bring Jiang Lele too? Chen Ku replied again. But our car can't fit that many people. No problem, I'll drive my dad's car. Jiang Lele can sit in your car. Yang Xian, you had a car at home, but never drove it out to hang out before. I wasn't confident driving before, and my dad told me to drive less to avoid harming others. But how are you confident now? You think I've been doing this summer? Bro, I've been practicing driving in this scorching heat every single day. I think you just want to drive Chen Jingyi around to hang out. Yang Xian tore his disguise apart without mercy. He see through, but don't say it, we're still good brothers. Alright then, call her. I'll head out to pick up Wang Ximing now. With that, Yang Xian immediately set off to drive to Wang Ximing's house, while Chen Ku also messaged Chen Jingyi. In less than half an hour after picking up Wang Ximing, Yang Xian parked at the meeting point and started waiting. Soon, just a few minutes later, Chen Ku drove up. Yang Xian looked over and saw it was also an Audi, but a black A4. This model left a deep impression on Yang Xian because several relatives owned this car. When he was young, he'd catch rides during holidays to go everywhere. It was truly a legendary model of its generation. The reason he bought an A7 himself was largely influenced by those childhood memories. After all, to the older generation, brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and Volkswagen were the only famous ones, and Yang Xian had ridden in Audi the most. Chen Ku parked his car. Yang Xian walked up to the driver's side and looked inside. Turns out Chen Jingyi wasn't accompanied by Jiang Lele, but by another high school female classmate. She had makeup on, and with 3 years past, Yang Xian couldn't recognize her at once. He only felt she looked very familiar. Hey Yang Xian, long time no see. Lan Yingying leaned forward slightly from inside the car, waving cutely at Yang Xian. Beside her, Chen Jingyi also nodded. Yang Xian, seeing this sweet adorable smile, nearly made him swoon. Lan Yingying, is that you? Long time no see. I almost couldn't recognize you, haha. Yang Xian, having met his high school white moonlight, suddenly felt at a loss for words. Although Lan Yingying wasn't extremely beautiful, on Yang Xian's beauty scale, she'd probably be around 8 points of borderline beauty. But Lan Yingying had such a sweet, cute appearance. Standing under 150 centimeters tall, with a doll-like childlike face, one could hardly imagine she was already an adult. Haha, it's been a while indeed. Did I change that much? Lan Yingying laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You did change quite a bit. You were pretty before too, but you're clearly even prettier now. So pretty I couldn't recognize you. Yang Xian tried his best to sound earnest. It was genuinely what he felt. In high school, Lan Yingying was always a diligent student, her grades consistently ranking at the top of the grade for multiple terms, dominating the leaderboard. What's more, she was also pretty. Though she was only around 150 centimeters tall, that only made her appear even more adorable. Plus, Lan Yingying had such a wonderful personality. She virtually never had any conflicts with other classmates. Recalling memories of Lan Yingying from high school, Yang Xian realized there wasn't a single bad incident. She treated everyone with kindness, and everyone was kind to her in return. It was truly remarkable. Moreover, her family wasn't well off. According to her middle school classmates, Lan Yingying often helped with housework and farm work at home. By high school, everyone knew about this girl who was both academically excellent and a wonderful person. What was interesting was that no one dared to pursue Lan Yingying. But Yang Xian was certain that while no one pursued her openly, there were definitely many people who liked her, including Yang Xian and everyone in his dormitory. There's nothing to be done. This girl was too outstanding, too capable of evoking sympathy, had such a good personality, spoke so gently. Yang Xian had never heard her utter a single swear word. This was simply outrageous. Originally, with Lan Yingying's academic level, she could have attended a key high school, but the key school was a bit far from home. To take care of her family, Lan Yingying chose a nearby regular high school. Although she studied very hard throughout high school, and her grades were among the top 1 or 2 at our school, she still didn't make it into a key university. However, our high school was among the lowest ranked in the entire region. For Lan Yingying to achieve what she did was already quite impressive. Yang Xian looked at Chen Ku questioningly. Chen Ku grinned back with a look that said, pretty good of me, right? Then explained, Jiang Lele went to Fujian province with her friends. I asked Jingyi if there were any other female classmates to bring along, so we wouldn't be awkward with just 3 guys. So Jingyi invited Lan Yingying. Yang Xian looked at him with a face full of approval. So that's how it is. Alright, I'll head back to the car first. Chen Ku, you lead the way with navigation. Who was Jiang Lele? Not familiar at all. Okay, drive slowly. Don't crash into my car or my dad will kill me. Yang Xian turned around, gave an okay sign, and went back to his car. He told Wang Shiming that Jiang Lele wasn't coming. Wang Shiming replied, oh, she's not coming. Then who's sitting next to her? Lan Yingying. Wang Shiming. Wait, this girl is here. Damn, I want to be in the same car with them. Yang Xian. Get lost. I want to be in the same car with them too. Then why are you driving? What, how else are you going to get there? Why don't you just not come? Wang Shiming grinned mischievously. Damn, it's not even Mid-Autumn Festival yet, and you're already lovesick. Ha ha ha. Following Chen Ku's car all the way into the Silver Moon Beach scenic area, they parked in the lot within the park. The group stepped out one after another. After getting out of the car, Yang Xian and Wang Shiming remained silent, both unconsciously fixing their hair before striding toward Chen Ku's group. After 3 years apart, Lan Yingying was no longer the Lan Yingying from his memory, the one who always went makeup-free and wore the school uniform every day. She had light makeup on, wearing a goose yellow short-sleeve shirt with white blue jeans, looking both adorable and beautiful. Whether it was Chen Ku's poor driving skills or something else, Lan Yingying and Chun Jingyi stumbled out of the car, their faces looking rather pale. They were probably carsick. Yang Xian walked over curiously and asked, what's wrong with you two? Are you carsick? It's okay, just a little. Lan Yingying nodded, signaling she was fine. Cough, I might have braked too hard on the road, so he. Chen Ku scratched his head embarrassedly. Little bro, you still need more practice. Look at me. I've only been driving for a few days, and I'm as steady as they come. Yang Xian didn't hold back on the teasing. Well, aren't you something? I think Wang Shiming's face doesn't look much better either. Yang Xian. He turned to look at Wang Shiming. Wang Shiming. Why are you looking at me? I say your driving skills are both terrible. I'm. Alright, let's head in. The car exhaust here is pretty heavy, it'll make you more carsick. Yang Xian directly cut off Wang Shiming's barking with tactical precision, waved his hand, and led the way toward the ticket office. Damn, just a beach, and they charge 50 yuan per person. Are you serious? Song Xiaobao version, Wang Shiming pouted. Having a nice name doesn't make you special. This kind of beach is everywhere along the coastal county. Yang Xian also noticed the notice board at the ticket office entrance, which stated adults 50 yuan, children under 1.3 meters free. Excuse me, do you have student tickets? I'm sorry, we haven't opened student tickets yet, sir, the ticket seller replied politely. Alright then, 5 of us, 5 tickets please. Since they were already here, what's 250 yuan? Yang Xian scanned the QR code with his phone. Yang Xian will transfer you in the group chat. Chen Ku showed Yang Xian the transfer page. Okay. Yang Xian collected the transfers one by one, then topped up 500 yuan into his WeChat wallet. Now his WeChat balance was over 55000. Spending so conservatively every day really isn't necessary anymore. The bank gives nearly 600 in daily interest alone. After playing games at home for so many days, the car money is already back. Today I must spend lavishly. He thought about the days of budget traveling. No enjoyment whatsoever. After leaving the ticket office, the group hadn't walked far when they saw the beach a few hundred meters ahead. To the left front was the recently opened supporting hotel, the Silver Moon Hotel, which looked like a grand manor. Yang Xian glanced over and actually spotted pools in front of some rooms. I didn't expect this small county town to have this kind of resort hotel. Due to gathering and driving, it was already close to 5 o'clock. The sun was no longer scorching the sky, shifting from light blue to deep blue with wisps of clouds like brushstrokes painted across the heavens. A gentle sea breeze swept across the beach, and Yang Xian felt completely relaxed and refreshed. Not bad, not bad. Let's check out the hotel later. If it's good, I'll bring mom and dad here to play in a few days. Yang Xian thought to himself. Wow, so beautiful. Lan Yingying and Chun Jingyi stepped onto the sand and ran toward the water. Oh no, I left my flip-flops at home in my rush. Chun Jingyi said frustratingly to Lan Yingying. I forgot mine too. What do we do? Lan Yingying was also stunned. Let's ask the guys if any of them brought some. Chun Jingyi turned back to Chen Ku for help. Dang, I forgot too. My bad, my bad. I was in such a rush, I only remembered to bring sunscreen and forgot these things. Chen Ku said awkwardly. Hey, isn't there a shop right next to the hotel? I'll go buy a few pairs. I didn't bring any either. After Yang Xian took count, besides Chen Ku, everyone else had forgotten. So the group walked together to the shop beside the hotel. Gotta say, prices at scenic areas are really expensive. A pair of ordinary plastic flip-flops costs 20 yuan. Just as Yang Xian was about to pay, he suddenly saw a father and son in front using a voucher to pay for beach toys. When it was Yang Xian's turn to pay, he asked, Boss, did they just use a voucher to pay? Where can I get one? Yang Xian pointed at the father and son who had just left. Oh, the Silver Moon Hotel just opened, you see. If you stay there, you get vouchers. They can be used at nearby shop stalls and such. The boss answered patiently. Oh, I see. Yang Xian paid, picked up the 4 pairs of flip-flops, and walked back toward Lan Yingying and the others. By the way, staying at the Silver Moon Hotel next door gets you discount vouchers. How about we stay here for one night? The others. What do you mean? We're staying the night just for some vouchers. Wang Shiming complained. Not to mention anything else, the hotel exterior alone looked quite grand and definitely wasn't cheap. The thing is, it's already getting late. There's a bonfire party tonight too. If we drive back now, we'll be rushing. I think we should just stay here for one night. Tomorrow morning, we won't be in a hurry. Either we can stay another half day or so before going back. Before the others could make excuses, Yang Xian continued. I'm paying alright. You just stay? Girls in one room, guys in another. No, I want my own room. Wang Ximing protested. Then pay for it yourself. Never mind then. Wang Ximing instantly gave up resistance. Seeing Lan Yingying and Chun Jingyi looking hesitant, Yang Xian didn't force the issue. How about you two call your families and check? If they don't agree, we'll go back. Alright, I'll call my mom to let her know. I'll call too. The two girls called their parents. Upon hearing they were with high school classmates and had same-sex company and that the kids were already this old, neither set of parents was too worried. They just told them to be careful and not stay out too late and agreed to their request. Yang Xian didn't have any other thoughts. He simply felt that after not going out for so long, he didn't want the trip to feel so rushed. But he couldn't exactly tell them to go back while he stayed alone. Besides, how much could a room cost? How much? A suite with a pool is 5,000 yuan per night. Yang Xian was shocked. He didn't expect such an expensive place at a scenic spot in this rural area. Could it be that he just hadn't seen enough of the world? The front desk didn't show any contemptuous expression, either maintaining a professional smile. Although this price was on the high end for the area, every place had its wealthy patrons and spendthrifts. Besides, this level of service was what made it professional, you know. When the others behind heard it was 5,000 yuan per night, they all urged Yang Xian not to waste money and to just get a regular room. Yang Xian, let's not. We're only staying one night. A regular room is fine. Lan Yingying stepped forward, tugging at Yang Xian's sleeve, rather anxiously trying to persuade him. She was worried that Yang Xian might act rashly just to save face and waste money on a suite. Gotta keep up appearances, gotta keep up appearances. We're getting this 2 rooms. Yang Xian displayed the full aura of a tycoon, making everyone's faces twitch. Swipe the card. The front desk processed it and indicated he could pay. Yang Xian then swiped his bank card for 9998 yuan. The card still had a balance of over 19 million remaining. While the concierge was leading them to their rooms, the 4 others were still in a daze. No words, truly no words. Yang Xian, when did you get so rich? Not even treating 1,000 yuan as money. Chen Ku and Wang Ximing were utterly stunned. After all, there's nothing worse than fearing your friends are doing well. Yang Xian's success was harder to accept than their own failure. Yang Xian turned to them and raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It seems my parents invested with a relative of ours before doing some kind of business. Now the business has grown huge and is very profitable. Our family gets dividends from it apparently. I'm not sure about the specifics. The car was bought for me by my parents. Yang Xian had prepared this excuse earlier. He admits he likes to tell little white lies. Dude, can you get us in as relatives or something? I'd even be fine being a security guard. Wang Ximing's eyes lit up, wanting to skip 50 years of detours. Their company is overseas. I'm not very clear about the specifics either, and my family doesn't really understand the business. As for getting you in, I doubt it. Our family only gets dividends. We don't know the details. Yang Xian shrugged, expressing helplessness. These guys he had other plans for. But don't worry, they might be considering expanding into the domestic market. I'll definitely let you guys become VIP relatives when the time comes. That sounds great. From now on, your manager Yang. Hey there, Manager Yang. Wang Ximing groveled fawningly. Yang Xian 666, get lost. The group looked around curiously, filled with wonder at the unfamiliar surroundings. The standard rooms were situated above the main hotel, no different from what they'd stayed in during ordinary trips. The suites with pools, however, were built like a villa area, though on a smaller scale with only 5 or 6 units. Each was a single-story sprawling flat with its own private yard and swimming pool, along with other amenities like a barbecue grill and sun umbrellas. Every suite had 1 or 2 rooms with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sky, the beach, and the sea. A truly breathtaking view. Not bad, not bad. This resort is really well developed. I actually get to experience that feeling you see in TV dramas, Yang Xian exclaimed as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had only ever seen such things on TV or Douyin, never imagining he'd soon be enjoying them himself. The group entered the house and took a look around. Before anyone could react, Wang Ximing pounced like a hungry dog and dove onto the bed in the master bedroom. Alright, this room is now mine. You guys can pick the others. Yang Xian. Chen Ku. Without a word, Yang Xian dashed out and chose another master bedroom with the same view, then locked the door from inside, leaving Chen Ku wailing outside. Ah, you bunch of dogs. You deserve to die. Hey. I'm the one who paid, at least pick on Wang Ximing, don't take mine. Yang Xian pressed against the door and shouted back. True. Wang Ximing. You dog, prepare to die. Chen Ku, realizing he was in the wrong, rushed back. Before Wang Ximing could lock the door, Chen Ku dashed in and flopped onto the bed, leaving Wang Ximing on the verge of tears. In the end, Wang Ximing and Chen Ku reconciled and agreed to share a room. The suite had 4 rooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 in suite in the master bedrooms, and 1 extra outside. The other 2 rooms were ordinary, half the size of the master bedrooms, with mediocre views. Chen Ku naturally refused to leave Wang Ximing's room. Fortunately, the bed was 2 meters wide, more than enough for 2. After a while, the 3 of them, all in shorts, gathered by the pool. They soaked in the water while filming videos and sending them to the dorm group chat for Lin Junyu to see. Don't say we didn't invite you. You chose not to come. A 5,000 a night hotel is awesome. Lin Junyu, still stuck at work, saw the painful scene. He was green with envy, especially knowing it was Yang Xian's treat, and his eyes nearly turned red. Damn it all for that measly $100 salary. Screw that. Meanwhile in the girl's house next door, wow, this 5,000 a night house. I have to say it's really beautiful. The only downside is it's way too expensive. Chun Jingy sat on the bed, spread her arms, and laid down relaxedly. Indeed, one night here costs as much as 3 months of my part-time job in college. Lan Yingying shook her head with a wry smile. Hey, Yingying, what part-time job did you have in college? 1,500 a month. That's enough for living expenses, right? Chun Jingy blinked curiously and asked. When I was looking for a part-time job in my sophomore year, a senior recommended me to be a female model. So I went for an interview, and surprisingly I got it. Basically, our studio receives orders from merchants, and a few of us girls wear the clothes they send, then send the photos back to the merchants. Lan Yingying felt a bit embarrassed. With her small frame, calling herself a model did seem a little ridiculous. Chun Jingy didn't think so. After all, Lan Yingying was quite pretty. Aside from being short and having a light complexion, she was otherwise excellent. Her demeanor alone gave off a gentle, lovely girl vibe, so becoming an e-commerce model was unexpected, yet reasonable. Aren't models supposed to make a lot of money? How come? Well, it's relatively easy, but we don't get many orders. Especially with my height. The orders I can take are even fewer. Sometimes I earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month, sometimes just a few hundred. Oh, that's still pretty good. At least you have enough for living expenses, right? Yeah, I even paid this year's tuition with the money I earned. Lan Yingying said happily, a shallow dimple adorning her fair face. Wow, you're way better than me. I tried looking for a part-time job before, but I got too lazy and quit. Chun Jingy gave Lan Yingying a big thumbs up. She knew Lan Yingying's family situation well and couldn't help but admire the girl's excellence. The group rested at the hotel for a while. When dinner time came, Yang Xian and the others pocketed the complimentary vouchers and headed out. The vouchers were worth 20 yuan each, and each room had been given 10. Yang Xian didn't take any, leaving them to the other two to split. The waiter said the buffet here is free for SVIP guests, right? Let's go try it now. With such an expensive room rate, I'm going to eat them out of business. Yang Xian couldn't wait to freeload the buffet. Don't ask why he with money still loved doing this. The answer is that freeloading brings joy. Okay, I'll go ask Jingy and the others if they want to eat. Chen Ku walked toward Lan Yingying's house. Oh, you little rascal, calling her Jingy already. I've been meaning to ask. How far have you two gone? Wang Shiming nudged Chun Ku's shoulder with a gossipy look, and Yang Xian leaned in curiously. Huh, is this something kids like you should be asking? Just wait for the wedding candy, alright? Chen Ku said confidently. Hey Yuvi, you haven't even held hands yet, and you're already talking about wedding candy. Give me a break, Wang Shiming scoffed. Get lost, I'm about to knock. Chen Ku shoved Wang Shiming away. Soon the group walked to the restaurant in high spirits, chatting and laughing. The restaurant was built on the edge of the beach with a lawn behind it, and the entrance facing the sea and sand. The entire structure was white with many walls replaced by glass, or rather floor-to-ceiling windows, so that diners could enjoy a panoramic ocean view while eating. Damn, no lobster or king crab. It feels just like the buffet near home. Wang Shiming looked around, unable to find any food that would help him get his money's worth. Come on, this place is only a bit over 100 per person at full price. You expect king crab? No way. Wang Shiming. So dark, so dark. Yang Xian smiled. You haven't seen truly dark places yet. It's okay, I've got you, old Yang. From now on, my future depends on you. Make sure your relative's company lives up to expectations. Wang Shiming stopped pretending and revealed his true intention. He wanted to latch onto a big shot. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was packed. Fortunately, SVIP guests could skip the line, so Yang Xian and his friends didn't need to wait for a number. They could start feasting immediately. It was true. Having money made life better. In the past, they tried to eat as much as possible to get their money's worth at buffets, but now they were more elegant. Once Yang Xian had eaten enough, he stopped forcing himself. After the others finished, they headed toward the beach. It was past 7 and night had nearly fallen. Yang Xian noticed a large crowd gathered around a huge pile of wood which he guessed was the site of the bonfire party. They asked a staff member and learned that the bonfire party started at 8 sharp and ended at 9:30. Checking the program list, there were about a dozen performances. Good grief, the class divide is real. There's even SVIP seating over there. I can play the big shot again, huh? Wang Shiming, ever the joker, walked toward a section with about 30 white plastic chairs marked SVIP reserved, with even a security guard checking tickets. Yang Xian and Chun Ku's faces darkened with embarrassment. Is playing the big shot something to be proud of? Do you have to announce it so loudly? The people around aren't deaf. Helplessly, they had to follow Wang Shiming and sit down. About 20 people were already seated. Yang Xian guessed they were all sweet guests, mostly families with kids. He didn't see any other young people like them. Although it was less than half an hour before the bonfire party commenced, a large crowd had already gathered. Even the SVIP seat holders couldn't secure the front row. Indeed, the most nerve-wracking part is competing for seats with your own friends. Without arriving hours in advance, you can't get a front row spot, Wang Shiming remarked helplessly. Yang Xian casually found a seat and said no big deal. Being this close to such a massive bonfire in summer will make you swelter. Crammed together like sardines, you'd end up as roasted pork, wouldn't you? Get lost, get lost. The SVIP seating was arranged in a 10-by-6 grid with 6 rows. Yang Xian took a seat on the right for easy access. Suspecting some romantic tension between Chun Ku and Chun Jingy, that sly fox naturally sat to Yang Xian's left, then shoved Wang Shiming, who intended to sit on his left, over to Yang Xian's right. With fawning courtesy, he invited Chen Jingyi and Lan Yingying to take the seats on the left. Wang Ximing angrily denounced his sly behavior. The 20-minute wait passed quickly as they scrolled through their phones. The host was punctual in lighting the bonfire, announcing the official start of the evening's bonfire party. Ladies and gentlemen, the bonfire party officially begins. Let's get hyped together, shall we? With that, multicolored lights swung back and forth, and a thumping DJ track began. The surrounding crowd energetically started bouncing along. This is a bit of a bar vibe, huh? Yang Xian and the others couldn't suppress the smiles tugging at their lips. Though still a little reserved, they stood up. Indeed, watching and participating in dancing are two completely different experiences. Emotions are contagious. Even the demure Lan Yingying raised her hands with the crowd. Let me hear your cheers, the host roared. Alt. Deafening cheers erupted around them. Yang Xian dropped his pretense, letting loose and blending in. I can't hear you, woof woof woof. Everyone jumped and shouted. I gotta say, this is exhilarating. Yang Xian could now somewhat understand the appeal of bars. It was undeniably stress-relieving, shouting and screaming without restraint, free from the judging stares of others as the scrutiny was diluted among the crowd around the fire. One more time. The host ignited the atmosphere again. This time, even the most reserved Lan Yingying couldn't hold back. After hesitating, she finally joined the fray, transforming into an adorable groundhog, her crisp voice standing out distinctly. Even Yang Xian couldn't help but glance sideways. Such a contrast was rare. Previously, he found it hard to understand why people in bar videos looked so happy jumping and dancing, but now he fully grasped it. The immersive experience indeed made all the difference. After the dancing, several performances followed in succession: fire-breathing, molten iron-tossing, horse taming, and more. Yang Xian had seen these live before, as small towns nowadays put on such shows during major festivals. Having seen them many times, he still found them incredibly captivating. After enjoying the visual feast, the final event was a group activity. Following the host's instructions, everyone formed two hand-in-hand circles around the bonfire. Yang Xian secretly hoped to accidentally hold Lan Yingying's hand, but instead ended up being grabbed by his two buddies. As for Lan Yingying, she held Chen Jingyi's hand on one side and a stranger girl's on the other. Yang Xian's smile was strained, but in his mind, he had already killed them 1,000 times over. I don't want to hold hands with you guys, no. Soon it was 9:30 p.m. The bonfire party drew to a beautiful close under the glow of the flames. The five didn't return directly to their rooms, but sat in a row on plastic chairs on the beach. Basking in the cool sea breeze, listening to the lullaby of the waves, and seeing everyone's blissful expressions, Yang Xian suddenly realized how beautiful the world was. He no longer needed to constantly worry about his future or feel anxious that simply going out might be a waste of time and money. From now on, he could just relax and enjoy. Enjoy some more. Money and worries could only coexist. Hey Yang Xian, I never thought you'd become a rich second generation out of nowhere. That's goddamn impressive. I wish I had such awesome relatives, Wang Ximing said with envy. The others also glanced at Yang Xian with a hint of jealousy. Yang Xian chuckled twice without replying, silently thinking, actually, I'm a first-generation rich guy. If I told the truth, I might get headshot. So now that you're rich, what's your plan for the future? Chen Ku asked curiously. I say just eat, drink. Wang Ximing was about to say something risque, but suddenly remembered the two girls beside him and obediently shut his mouth. Yang Xian. Well, I'm rich, but not that rich. Anyway, it's still early. Let's finish college first. But I can travel every day now. If you guys go on a trip, call me, and I'll join if I'm free. You handle the itinerary, and I'll cover the expenses. That's loyal enough, right? Absolutely legendary. I don't even trust myself on the toilet, but I trust you, man. Wang Ximing, the goofball, plopped down on the ground and hugged Yang Xian's thigh tightly. Get lost, you pervert. Yang Xian laughed and shook his leg to shake him off. Chen Jingyi looked at Lan Yingying with a cryptic, slightly amused expression, then tipped her chin toward Yang Xian. Lan Yingying pursed her lips at that look, then quickly turned her gaze to the dark sea. The sea breeze gently lifted her hair, a smile playing on her face, as if the mysterious ocean held something captivating. Chen Jingyi smiled and shook her head, her eyes darting around as if lost in thought. Whether it was the summer night's sea breeze that was truly pleasant or the company of the opposite sex in the darkness, after an hour of breeze, the group reluctantly headed back to the hotel. As expected of a suite costing 5,000 a night, each master bedroom had a round bathtub. This was Yang Xian's first time soaking in a tub, and he was thoroughly fascinated. He turned on the hot water to fill the tub and dropped in a pink bath bomb. The water quickly turned a soft pink, quite pleasing to the eye. Heavenly. Yang Xian slid into the tub, letting out a blissful sigh. The lingering chill from the sea breeze was replaced by soothing warmth. However, the tub wall was too slippery, and he kept sliding down, straining his back. After soaking for 40 minutes, his fingers and toes were pruned, and he finally dragged himself out of the tub feeling heavy. Literally heavy. His whole body felt waterlogged. The bed was so comfortable that he played on his phone for only half an hour before passing out completely unconscious. He slept until 10 a.m. After washing up, Yang Xian walked to the next room and opened the door. To his surprise, the two guys were still asleep. Amazing. Looks like the battle last night was intense. They haven't woken up yet. Yang Xian smirked, then left the room. He settled on the sofa, propped up his legs, and scrolled through his phone. Holy shit. Suddenly Chen Ku's scream came from the bedroom. Furious Yang Xin rushed over. Fuck, I need to cut off my hands. I'm not clean anymore. Chen Ku threw off the covers and rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands. Fuck, you touched me. I'm the one who's not clean, Wang Shiming said with a mortified expression. Could it be? Yang Xin teased maliciously. Haha, did you two actually hook up? Get lost a million miles away. I shouldn't have slept here last night. Damn it, I'm unclean. Chen Ku looked utterly defeated. 666, oh no salt at all. Who was it that insisted on sleeping here? Fuck. The two kept bickering, giving Yang Xin a headache, so he continued scrolling through Douyin outside. At 11 o'clock, a message popped up on Yang Xin's phone. He glanced at it, and saw it was from Lan Yingying. Yang Xin, are you guys awake? I'm already up. Those two are still in the room having a royal battle. Lan Yingying's pretty face was full of question marks. Chun Jingyi, who was watching their chat on the side, was at a loss for words. Oh, never mind. They're also up, probably about to wash up. Oh, okay. Let us know when you're ready. Want to go to lunch together? No problem, I'll go urge them. Somehow Yang Xin felt like his heart was melting whenever he chatted with Lan Yingying. Is this the power of a sweet girl? Hey, you two, quit your bromance and hurry up. Two girls are waiting for us to eat. The battle in the room gradually subsided. While they were washing up, Yang Xin took the opportunity to use the restroom and had a big one. After finishing lunch, everyone strolled around the nearby shops and stalls. Yang Xin bought a bunch of local specialties: fried prawns, fried mantis, shrimp, fried crabs, and fish cakes, each person carrying a large bag. Then they were ready to get in the car and head home. As expected, Chen Jingyi would definitely ride in Chen Ku's car, just like before. Lan Yingying also rode in Chen Ku's car. Originally, Chen Jingyi wanted to pull Lan Yingying into Yang Xin's car, but Lan Yingying shyly refused. Lan Yingying originally didn't mind whose car she rode in, but after that she felt it was a bit awkward. After Yang Xin dropped Wang Shiming home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. When he got home, sure enough, both his parents were out. Yang Xin could tell with his toes that they must have gone to play cards in front of the neighborhood. But it didn't matter. Now that they had money, and since they only played for small stakes, half a yuan, or 1 yuan, they could play for the rest of their lives without Yang Xin worrying. Let them enjoy themselves. He took out some fried seafood from the bag and put them in a bowl. Yang Xin half reclined on the sofa, bowl in hand, and continued scrolling through Douyin. In the past, he would have felt guilty for playing on his phone all day, but now he was so lost in it that he didn't care about anything. As he scrolled, he came across a streamer playing CF, and suddenly remembered his favorite streamer Qin Zihao. It had been so long since he'd watched him, he kind of missed him. Why did he like him before? Partly for the entertainment value, but mostly because Yang Xin had started watching his videos in elementary school. He was one of the first batch of viewers, so childhood nostalgia played a big part. Moreover, over the years, Qin Zihao had never been involved in any scandals or negative news. He didn't try to squeeze money out of fans, and his values were decent. In today's mixed environment, he was truly a breath of fresh air. However, from childhood to now, Yang Xin had never spent much money on his live streaming tips. In total, it was at most around 10 yuan, mostly for things like 1-cent lottery participation and fan tickets. Back then, he thought when he had money, he would definitely shower him with tips and make him his own, not gay. Now he could finally realize that idea. So Yang Xin decided to go big in the live room when Qin Zihao streamed that night. This streamer usually started streaming around 6 p.m. and went until after midnight. It was only a little after 4 p.m. now. In the meantime, Yang's parents came back from playing cards, cooked dinner, and ate. They chatted enthusiastically about their card game, lamenting how they could have won more in a certain round, or how they could have drawn the God of Wealth for a double win, but had to settle for an early win, etc. Yang Xin had no interest in mahjong at all, just treating it as background music. After dinner, and a short rest, it was past 6 o'clock. Yang Xin finally waited for him to start streaming. Just before the stream started, the live room's bullet comments were already full of "apologize now." FBI, open the door. Apologize. Late again, already 1 minute over. Apologize. Yang Xin found it hilarious every time he saw these bullet comments. They kept spamming apologize because every time Qin Zihao was late, his first words would be, "Sorry brothers, I'm late again. Today I was interacting with your sister-in-law for too long, blah blah." Then the bullet comments would say interacting for just 2 minutes. The streamer immediately got annoyed. Get lost, get lost. You guys know nothing about my stamina. Your sister-in-law knows best, alright. Yang Xin smiled slightly, then stopped hiding. He opened the recharge page and instantly recharged 100,000 yuan. Since the exchange rate on Hujiao Live was 1 real currency to 10 Hu coins, Yang Xin now had 1 million Hu coins in his balance. It wasn't that Yang Xin didn't want to recharge more to show off, he just felt it was unnecessary. He wasn't a super rich god like in novels, casually tossing around tens of millions or billions. That would be insane. No wonder they were called god-level rich. Moreover, Yang Xin had heard that the platform took half of the tips. No matter how rich you were, you shouldn't throw money away, right? He wasn't a sucker. He could always recharge later when he was satisfied and in the mood. Zihao DD, 12 years old, has sent a treasure map 1. After a dazzling special effect, the screen was flooded with bullet comments. Boss, you're crazy. Boss, you're crazy. Boss, you're crazy. The streamer Qin Zihao was completely bewildered. My god. Boss, you're so generous. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're awesome. But the streamer still needs to clarify my little brother is 18 and not 12. I don't know where the boss heard that gossip. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister-in-law. Shin Zaheo couldn't resist adding a bit of showmanship, but he was also quite shocked. In all his years of streaming, this was the first time he received a treasure map right at the start of a stream. For the record, a treasure map cost 5,000 yuan. The last time he got one was, well, a long time ago. Since he started out making game videos, his audience was mostly elementary and middle school students. Even now, 10 years later, they were either college students or recent graduates with basically no spending power. The main thing was companionship. Normally, the weekly ranking top in the live room was only around 2,000 to 3,000. To be honest, the feeling of giving gifts was really satisfying. The emotional value was maxed out. So without waiting for him to finish his thanks, Yang Xian sent a message. I'm about to start showing off, and then sent a second treasure map. Zaheo DD 12 years old has sent a treasure map, 2 consecutive. After another round of special effects, the comment section exploded, and the bullet comments flooded the screen, no longer saying, "Boss, you're crazy," but full of question marks. Awesome, 2 in a row. Streamer, aren't you going to kneel and greet your new father? Rich man, are you still looking for a son? I want to take care of you in your old age. Rich man, can you check Annie's education? Annie forgot what degree she has. Auntie is late, but always arrives. Protect Zaheo DD. Shin Zaheo was dumbfounded, completely confused. What was going on today? He hadn't even opened the game yet, and 2 treasure maps had already appeared. What the hell? Even though he was confused, the streamer still had professional ethics and gave another round of passionate thanks. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow. The streamer's passive skill hadn't been triggered yet, so he continued sending. Zaheo DD 12 years old has sent a treasure map, 3, 4, 9, 10. Yang Xian sent 10 treasure maps in a row, spending 500 yuan in an instant. The live room was absolutely exploding. If it had been other big streamers in the entertainment or talent categories, pouring gifts in such a manner would be understandable. But Shin Zaheo was only a streamer with decent popularity, but average fan spending power. This situation wasn't just rare, it had never happened before. Shin Zaheo himself was stunned in the live room. The bullet comments cooperated by spamming, "This is not a freeze frame. I'm here." Shin Zaheo stared with wide eyes for over a minute before his survival instincts finally kicked in. He quickly spoke up, "Brother Godfather, please, that's enough, stop it. 1 or 2 treasure maps would have been fine. Sending so many is truly a waste of money. I'm really happy that you're gifting me treasure maps. It shows your recognition of my stream, but you really don't need to send so many. Nobody's having an easy time making money these days." Shin Zaheo spoke earnestly to the camera. Yang Xian smiled with a heartwarming satisfaction. Indeed, it was still the streamer he remembered. Whenever fans gifted expensive presents, Shin Zaheo would never encourage more gifts. Instead, he would intervene and speak up to stop them. Throughout all his years of streaming, Yang Xian had never seen him actively ask fans for gifts, beyond perhaps requesting they follow his channel. He would even joke that although he was once called the father of elementary school students, those kids had grown up now, so he should be renamed the father of college students. Yang Xian truly believed Shin Zaheo was a breath of fresh air in the streaming industry. He treated streaming as serious work, never coveted money or sought to squeeze fans, maintained proper values, and still managed to deliver entertaining content. Yang Xian dropped his cool facade and typed, "I've been a 10-year fan. I couldn't afford to send gifts back then, so I just watched for free all these years. Now I'm making up for it all at once for Brother Hao." With that, Yang Xian sent another 10 consecutive treasure maps, spending the entire 1,000 yuan without leaving a single cent remaining. The screen flooded again with "Boss is amazing" and streams of question marks in the comments. As fellow 10-year fans, why is someone else so outstanding? Is there no justice in this world? Damn it, when I have money, I'm going to make the streamer submit to my will. Sobbing, is this the kind of bond between old fans and streamers? It's so powerful, it's terrifying. Sobbing. Meanwhile, the actual viewer count of a live stream also skyrocketed to over 5,000. But after all, this wasn't the Dolly platform, and the active user base was limited. Dude, I'm really grateful, but 20 treasure maps really aren't necessary. Please stop, don't send any more. That's being way too wasteful. I feel bad for you. Please, no more. Hey, I'm going to call your sister-in-law over to see this. First time ever receiving so many treasure maps. Shin Zaheo rushed to the living room and pulled his wife, Guo Ranran, over. Oh my goodness. How did we get so many treasure maps? 20. Guo Ranran couldn't help but gasp, covering her mouth in shock. Haha, this is my 10-year fan. Pretty impressive, right? Shin Zaheo said proudly, placing his hands on his hips as he boasted to his wife. Incredible, truly incredible. The boss is so generous. Brother, how can I get your contact info? I'd love to hang out sometime. Sure, I'll DM you. And just like that, Yang Xian added Shin Zaheo on WeChat. Looks like Zaheo's about to sell himself out. The flowers withered, the petals scatter, your smile turns yellow. By the way, does Zaheo live in Chengdu or something? Tipping, adding contacts, Chengdu, hanging out. What are they planning? Hard to guess, really. The live chat comments went completely off the rails. Seeing all this, Shin Zaheo's face turned dark. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, thank you very much. Chengdu is just an isolated incident. How could you possibly turn this into a regional issue? I strongly condemn this." After tipping Chun Zaheo, Yang Xian went on to recharge another several tens of thousands and gifted a treasure map to each of the 5 or 6 smaller streamers who frequently played games with Chun Zaheo. After all having watched them for so long, he'd grown fond of them all. The other streamers went crazy. After Chun Zaheo's fans ran to their streams to explain what happened, they all logged on to YY to ask Chun Zaheo what was going on, apparently receiving such unexpected fortune from the heavens. When Chun Zaheo learned about this, he was shocked, helpless, and deeply moved. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming sense that a gentleman dies for one who appreciates him. The voice channel was immediately filled with a chorus of "Good evening, boss," quite reminiscent of the atmosphere in a business karaoke establishment. Thanks to this little interlude, all the streamers were energized and pumped up. They each gave 120 efforts, starting their werewolf game session several hours ahead of schedule. They even invited Yang Xian to join, but Yang Xian declined, saying that while he enjoyed watching them play, he was simply too lazy to engage in the reasoning required for these werewolf-style games. He was content just to observe. Time finally rolled around to the end of summer vacation. This was without a doubt the most enjoyable summer Yang Xian had ever experienced. Every day was spent simply contemplating what to do tomorrow or what to play. Fishing, swimming, working out, hitting the bars. He played without a shred of exhaustion or guilt. Yang Xian couldn't even remember the last time he'd felt such complete relaxation. So much so that even he started feeling like it was too good to be true. People shouldn't. Well, they really shouldn't be having this much fun. Fortunately, school was about to start. Finally, there would be something to do. No matter what, he was still a student after all. He'd once thought studying was exhausting, but now he could simply treat it as one more chapter in life's journey and learn to enjoy it. Originally, Yang Xian's parents had wanted to accompany him to campus for a look around. After all, Yang Xian's school was in another province over 600 kilometers away. Going there would be like a mini vacation. But in the end, with the sweltering heat, they couldn't be bothered to move around. So they decided to save it for another time. On the day Yang Xian was set to leave, his mother prepared a full table of dishes and packed him a huge bag of food. "Oh, come on, Mom, do we really need this much? It's exhausting to carry all of it, and eating this way the whole trip doesn't look good either. What's the big deal? If you can't finish it on the train, just bring it to school. Besides, you're rich now. You don't have to take the train anymore. What's there to be tired about? But carrying stuff is tiring too. It's not like taking the high-speed rail means I won't have to transfer." After removing a few more items of fruit to reduce the weight, he instructed his parents to take care of their health and play less mahjong. Then, shouldering his bag, he embarked on his journey to school. Originally, Yang Xian had wanted to drive, but the distance was considerable, and he'd never driven such a long distance before. His parents, worried and refusing to let him travel that far alone, didn't give their approval. So Yang Xian had no choice but to take a first-class seat on the high-speed rail. As for why not business class, it's because the direct train from Yang Xian's home to his school only offered first-class seating at most. Nothing unusual happened along the way, no romantic encounters, no special events. After 7 hours, Yang Xian arrived safely at the station near his school. Travel really is exhausting. I miss when I first rode the high-speed rail. I didn't feel tired at all back then. Now that I've taken so many trips, it doesn't work anymore. Taking the old-fashioned train was pure agony. Cigarette smoke, foot odor, body smells, people packed like sardines, toilets that wouldn't flush, sometimes even encountering bizarre individuals. Add to that the unforgiving seat angles that made sleep nearly impossible. But when it's this cheap, what more can you expect? When it comes to saving money, none of that matters. Though thank goodness I won't have to endure that kind of suffering anymore. Woohoo! Having set off at noon, it was already past 8 in the evening when they arrived at the dormitory. Yang Xian opened the door and said, Well, all my little bros are here, huh? Already here, got here yesterday, laughed a tall, thin boy with black-rimmed glasses sitting on the left bunk by the balcony. Why come so early? Don't tell me you went to a hotel with your girlfriend yesterday. Yang Xian, you think so too, right? We all think Hubin is up to something, teased Lin Wenba, a skinny boy on the bunk opposite Yang Xian. Get lost, can't we just have gone out to play yesterday? You're so dirty-minded. Tisk, 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 clicked Yang Xian. The last one to arrive treats everyone to dinner, joked Mei Chuan, who was playing games without looking back. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Okay, dinner's on me tonight. Let's hit Haidaleo. We still have time for a meal. Hearing that Yang Xian didn't seem to be joking, the three of them looked at him in surprise as he tidied his bed. Even Mei Chuan paused his game. What? No way you're treating. And Haidaleo. Bro, I'm asking you if you were just joking, that's fine, but do you know what this means? Actually, it's not like that, it's more like this, you know what I mean. Yang Xian. This kid's babbling nonsense. It's just a hot pot, are you coming or not? If you hesitate, there won't be time later. And I can't guarantee I'll treat you again. Whoa, something's off. Definitely something's off. I agree, this guy's not right today. What won the lottery for 10 million? Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. Oh my god, you're a detective. Well, yeah, I won a few million. Life is so lonely. Get out of here. If you won millions, I'll eat my own head, scoffed Lin Wenba. Yang Xian curled his lip, always trying to trick me into treating. Then he changed the subject. Alright, I'm really treating you. Hurry up, I haven't had dinner yet. Seeing that Yang Xian wasn't kidding, the three quickly got up and helped him make his bed just to speed things up. Since there were no classes on Monday mornings for the first 5 weeks, Yang Xian slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. The other 3 study dogs were still in bed too, but they seemed to have been awake for a while, scrolling on their phones for once, not getting up to watch study videos. "Damn it, you all woke up early and didn't call me trying to secretly study, huh?" said young Xian, still half asleep. "Study my ass, I'm just scrolling on my phone," Mei Chuan immediately retorted. "Who knows if you're watching study videos or something else?" "Here, look, see if this is a study video," said Mei Chuan, holding up his phone to show young Xian. "Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. Since you're playing, I might as well." Young Xian suddenly thought, "Holy crap, I'm rich now, why would I study? My brain's still asleep. I came to school to enjoy life. Then I'll just keep sleeping." With that, young Xian lay back down and continued his nap. He had been up too late on his phone last night, and even though it was only 9 in the morning, he didn't want to leave the embrace of his blanket. The air conditioning and the cozy quilt were pure bliss. At noon, he ordered a lavish takeout for over 30 yuan. In the past, anything over 10 yuan would have required careful consideration of whether it was worth it. After lunch, he played computer games for 2 hours until 2 in the afternoon. Class was at 2:30. Walking on the road, Mei Chuan beside him raised an eyebrow at young Xian and said out of the blue, "Nice damn, young Xian, I know you're looking." Young Xian. Following Mei Chuan's gaze, a girl in a JK uniform, white stockings, and leather shoes was walking with her roommates about 10 meters ahead of them. "You're hopeless, always staring at pretty girls. I'm ashamed to be seen with you. But honestly, her figure is really nice. Not too skinny, just right. I just don't know what her face looks like. She's definitely good looking, bro. I saw her when she passed by our dorm earlier. Go get her WeChat for me," Mei Chuan urged. Young Xian gave him an international friendly gesture. "Why don't you go get it yourself?" "Hee hee, I'm shy. Screw you." Since the campus was quite large, the 4 of them had no time to admire the view. They hurriedly strode past and headed straight for the teaching building. When passing the JK girl, young Xian couldn't help but steal a glance. Yes, she is pretty good looking. The 4 of them arrived at class a bit late, only 2 minutes before the bell. Fortunately, Hu Bin's girlfriend had saved seats for their dorm, sparing them from sitting in the front. Unlike previous classes where the teacher lectured on code and young Xian self-studied code on his own, now he actually listened to the teacher. Study. Couldn't study a bit. Listening to the teacher's monotonous drone, young Xian's body inexplicably relaxed. Indeed, class was the easiest time to get sleepy. Tossing and turning in bed at night, unable to sleep, during the day the lulling voice of the teacher made him sleep like a log. The only downside was that lying down for too long made his legs and arms numb. He woke up several times from the numbness, changed positions, and fell back asleep repeatedly. The 3 roommates sitting in a row, one preparing for the postgraduate exam, another self-studying code, and the third working on a studio project, were all fully occupied while young Xian slept away his emptiness. Monday only had 1 afternoon class ending at 4. Young Xian slept so soundly that he didn't even know what day it was, sleeping right through until the end of class. "Oh man, I just got into a Gundam, and class is over. So I was chased by zombies for nothing. I didn't even get to fire my Italian cannon." As he walked, young Xian savored the dream he had just had. In the dream, he stumbled into Uncle Nine's exorcism altar. The zombie that was fighting Uncle Nine inexplicably charged at him, and he ran for his life. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Armor merge." The zombie's claws struck the armor without even scratching the paint. Excitedly, young Xian was about to counterattack when Mei Chuan beside him shook him awake. Now young Xian's resentment toward Mei Chuan had yet to dissipate. "So what's the plan, fellas? Back to the dorm?" Lin Wenba asked young Xian and Mei Chuan. As for Hu Bin, he rarely left school with them anymore. After all, he had a girlfriend. Mei Chuan secretly glanced at a graceful figure ahead and casually said, "Whatever, I'm fine with anything. But I want to buy some snacks outside." "You want to buy snacks? I think you just want to stalk Li Shanshan," young Xian said with a wry smile. Li Shanshan was arguably the prettiest girl in their class. When young Xian first entered school, she had also stunned him, but back then his family situation was average, so he wisely chose to admire from afar rather than pursue. Naturally, there were plenty of boys in the class who pursued her, but none succeeded. According to Mei Chuan, she apparently didn't want a relationship. In young Xian's opinion, how could a pretty girl not know her own worth? At this age, they already know if they're good looking. Saying she doesn't want to date aside from other reasons, the most fundamental one is that she just doesn't see us as good enough. If someone still wants to go for it, we can only congratulate the Gotham Knight. "Don't say that so loud," Mei Chuan said angrily, nervously looking around to make sure no classmates heard. Mei Chuan's approach was basically the warm guy style. When school first started, he mustered the courage to join Li Shanshan's group for a group project, and after adding her as a friend, he legitimately helped them solve homework problems. Most girls weren't particularly good at coding, and Li Shanshan's group was no exception, so Mei Chuan voluntarily helped with almost all their coding assignments. "What the hell, I just want to buy snacks, okay? School just started, and there's nothing to eat in the dorm." Yeah, sure." At the snack shop, young Xian bought 2 whole big bags of snacks, astonishing Mei Chuan and Lin Wenba. They felt like young Xian's family must have been demolished or something, spending over 200 yuan on snacks like it was nothing. "What? Why are you staring at me like that?" Young Xian felt a bit weirded out by their looks. "It was just a little more than usual, right?" "You're not right, you're really not right. You used to buy only a little bit of snacks each time. Why so much today? Are you feeding pigs?" Young Xian. While keeping a low profile wasn't young Xian's style. Why should he have to be careful spending his own money? So he told them the improved version of the white lie. Since they were just students and roommates, the two didn't overthink it. As long as the explanation was plausible, it was fine. Back in the dorm, Yang Xian eagerly took out the snacks, opened Delta Force, and scrolled through Douyin. The sense of satisfaction was immense. This is the life. But having played too much during summer break, he was already getting a bit bored with games. After just 4 hours, he was frustrated. Damn it, even the rat chases me. I'm a rat myself, do I have anything valuable? It chased me from the slum zone to the core zone. Screw you, here's a pink lady for you. He cursed a couple of times and immediately quit the game. Looking at Mei Chuan studying for the postgraduate exam, who'd been watching coding videos for an internship, and Lin Wenba developing a project for the studio, while he was the only one playing games, he thought, really, I make them feel too secure. I'm such a good roommate. Life passed in monotonous routine, and before they knew it, the weekend had arrived. Mei Chuan, who had always pursued Li Shanshan with cautious restraint, finally made a decision that went against his nature. That is to say, he was going to ask Li Shanshan out for a walk. Brother, let me tell you, you should have done this long ago. Your previous approach was like Batman without a nemesis. The Joker is dead. Mei Chuan, catching the implied meaning behind Yang Xian's words, replied speechlessly, I'm just asking her out for a walk. What's the big deal? Besides, aren't I bringing you along? Yang Xian? What kind of move is this? Why bring a third wheel on a date? Wait, you want to ask her out, and you're dragging me along. Allow me to say this. With a handsome, wealthy guy like me here, it's probably going to be very hard for you to succeed. Oh, come on, she's definitely bringing her best friend Sunjala, right? It would be awkward for one guy to walk with two girls. Besides, I have confidence in myself, okay? Yang Xian? You're something else. Alright. Since you're being brave only once in a while, I suppose I should help you out. Yang Xian wouldn't admit that he actually wanted to watch the show unfold. Alright, good brother, if I succeed, I'll introduce her best friend to you. Mei Chuan patted Yang Xian's shoulder solemnly, like a warrior heading into battle. Get lost. You want to enjoy the good stuff, and leave me with the scraps. As the saying goes, flowers need leaves to complement them. If Li Shanshan was the flower, then her best friend Sunjala in Yang Xian's eyes was merely the leaf. And truthfully, Sunjala looked quite ordinary to Yang Xian. Even Li Shanshan by now seemed nothing more than slightly above average. After all, they had been classmates for so long, and he had seen her, without makeup, too many times for any initial filter to remain. But then again, in the computer science department, with nearly 30 male students and fewer than half that number of females, having even one girl who could be called beautiful was already remarkable. Have you not heard of those civil engineering guys? It's difficult enough for them to spot a pretty woman in class. By the way, what excuse did you use to ask her out? I bet her before that I'd definitely pass the CET, for exam, and if I won, she'd treat me to a meal. As expected, I performed consistently. As you can see, I now have an excuse to take her out to eat. Yang Xian was shocked. He never expected there to be someone so cunning. Whose general is this guy? You really are a piece of work. So have you decided where to take her on this date? I was thinking we could go to Lover's Road. Isn't that hint obvious enough? Mei Chuan said, his face lighting up as he looked at Yang Xian. 666. And then, any activities planned? I was originally just planning to take a walk, but now that you mention it, how about we go to that barbecue restaurant? Yang Xian understood that Mei Chuan was referring to the barbecue shop Li Shanshan had previously posted about on Moments. It was also located on Lover's Road, and she must have gone there with Sunjala. Oh, you're really spending big money now. Just to be clear, you're not expecting me to split the bill, are you? Mei Chuan sighed helplessly. Oh, they've already treated you before. One more time won't hurt. That's awesome then. I'll definitely go all out and clear the plate. Mei Chuan chuckled. Yang Xian played games in the dormitory until 4 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Mei Chuan, who had been chatting with Li Shanshan, stood up and said to Yang Xian, Alright, that's about enough. Let's head out. We'll meet them at the north second gate first. Yang Xian nodded, then deliberately killed his in-game character with a bomb and quit the game. Hu Bin, who was watching study videos on the bed opposite Mei Chuan's, turned around and said, Good luck. I believe in you. Go get her. Alright, thanks for the blessing. Lin Wenba, the other roommate, was still at the studio working on development and wasn't in the dorm. Okay, let's go. Soon Yang Xian and Mei Chuan arrived at the north second gate. Throughout the journey, Mei Chuan nervously babbled nonstop. The girls' dormitory was right behind the north second gate, and Li Shanshan and Sunjala were already waiting under a tree near the entrance, scrolling through their phones. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. This is my roommate Yang Xian. You probably know him. Hi. Yang Xian quickly replied. Hello. Li Shanshan and Sunjala both nodded and smiled at Yang Xian. As for Yang Xian, Li Shanshan and the others hadn't paid much attention to him. After all, he was just an ordinary person, handsome only to a degree. To Li Shanshan, there were plenty of decent-looking boys pursuing her regularly. Other than knowing which roommates Mei Chuan had, she didn't know much about the others. Funny enough, after 2 years of university, and now entering his 3rd year, Yang Xian had never actually spoken to either Li Shanshan or Sunjala. But it wasn't just them. He hadn't spoken to most of the female students either. After all, they always sat together as dorm mates, and class arrived a bit early and classes started immediately. There were rarely any class activities, and since Yang Xian and his friends were basically homebuddies, having any opportunity to talk to girls was practically miraculous. Then, shall we head out now? Let's take a walk first and save our stomachs for the barbecue. Didn't you say that place on Kwai Bay had great food? Yeah, the taste is pretty good, and the prices are reasonable too. Then that place it is. Mei Chuan had previously seen Li Shanshan's posts about eating at that barbecue shop on Moments, and specifically searched it up on Douyin. Since there were 4 of them, and wouldn't be drinking, he estimated it wouldn't cost too much, probably around 400 yuan. Yang Xian had no objections, and quietly walked behind them admiring the passers-by beauties. Throughout the walk, Mei Chuan tried his best to find topics of conversation with Li Shanshan and Sun Jiala. At least they appeared to be having a good chat. If Yang Xian had been the one leading the conversation, he wouldn't have been able to utter a single word for hours. So throughout the journey, Yang Xian only spoke when Mei Chuan turned to him and needed him to play the supporting role. Lover's Road was located inside a lake park known as Sihu Tiandi. It was the main path of the park, winding through approximately 1/20th of Sihu's surface. Along both sides were numerous restaurants, tea houses, and even massage parlors and other shops. After walking for nearly an hour, it was now past 5 in the afternoon, and Yang Xian's group finally arrived at the center of the park. The center featured a cultural building, and the barbecue restaurant was located on the ground floor of that building. Yang Xian glanced at the storefront. The decoration was quite nice. Besides the indoor seating, some tables and barbecue grills were placed outside on the grass by the lake, while others were covered with transparent starry sky tents. The surrounding area was paved with river stones, making the atmosphere quite romantic. Although it was summer, and this time of day should have been hot, today was cloudy with a gentle breeze, keeping the temperature quite pleasant. On the grass beneath the trees by the lake, many parents were playing with their children. Mei Chuan went to redeem the coupon he had purchased on Douyin. The waitress asked, "Would you like to sit in a tent or at an outdoor spot?" In the middle of summer, eating barbecue inside a tent would surely be hot and smelly, so Mei Chuan quickly replied, "No tent, just the open-air seats over there." He pointed to a location closer to the lake, where tree branches provided shade and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots on the tables. "All right, please take a seat for a moment." Sun Jiala nestled close to Li Shanshan, while Mei Chuan naturally seated himself across from her. As for Yang Xian, he had spotted a wine-red Porsche 718 parked by the roadside, and went over to admire it. "The 718 may be affordable, but I have to say this color combination is quite striking," Yang Xian commented internally. "Seeing a Porsche makes me want to buy a Ferrari. The two logos do look somewhat similar. Sometime soon I could head to Hanqing, the neighboring provincial capital. There should be plenty of luxury car dealers there." Luxury vehicles weren't uncommon along the route. Range Rovers, Kians, E300s. He had spotted quite a few. After all, this was still the city center. Yang Xian shook his head and walked to the dining area. Unfortunately, no car owner took pity on his disappointment and offered him a test drive. Such convenient plot developments were not meant to be. By now, some appetizer fruits and grilled meats had already been laid out on the table, and Mei Chuan had also purchased several bottles of drinks. Having walked several kilometers, Yang Xian was famished. Without hesitation, he dug right in. In the past, he might have held back due to shyness around unfamiliar girls, but now it was of no concern. Why bother asking? Money was backing him up from behind. In contrast, Mei Chuan ate with the utmost refinement, adhering to the principle that elegance never goes out of style. He was terrified of leaving any unfavorable impression in front of his goddess. Watching from the sidelines, Yang Xian could barely keep a straight face. He twitched with suppressed laughter, afraid he might burst out. The scene was simply too comical. After all, he and Mei Chuan used to eat together every single day, and this sudden contrast in behavior was jarring. Who could possibly keep a straight face? Perhaps because it was their first meal with Yang Xian, and the others, Li Shanshan and Sun Jiala, also ate with considerable restraint. In comparison, Yang Xian seemed almost boorishly casual. Then again, how could mortals possibly fathom the thoughts of the divine? Though the 4 of them shared an oddly awkward atmosphere, fortunately Mei Chuan was a chatterbox, and the topics never ran dry. Throughout the meal, Yang Xian could tell the other 3 were growing increasingly comfortable with each other. It wasn't that he felt excluded. Yang Xian simply had this kind of personality. If no one asked him a question, he would stay silent. He would only speak up when the conversation happened to touch on something he could relate to. At gatherings with close friends, Yang Xian would occasionally chime in while watching them chat, and boast away. He wasn't deliberately acting cool. He simply couldn't think of things to talk about, didn't know what to say, or simply saw no need to force conversation. Whether it was his imagination or not, despite Mei Chuan's obvious intentions, Yang Xian always felt that Li Shanshan treated him as a friend, and not just any friend, but one she deliberately kept at arm's length. Yang Xian rubbed his forehead and thought to himself, "Alas, this time Batman truly has no reason to leave. Gotham's king has returned." Mei Chuan, being too deep in the situation, failed to realize that if a girl genuinely had feelings for you, she wouldn't maintain such distance even when a boy was being so forward. Did he not notice the current positioning? It was still a 2-1-1 formation. Li Shanshan and Sun Jiala walked together, while Mei Chuan kept a meter-long distance from Li Shanshan. Yang Xian watched from behind, clear as day. "Hey Yang Xian, didn't you say last time that you wanted to go to a KTV and belt out some songs? What do you say tonight?" Mei Chuan nudged Yang Xian with a meaningful look. Caught off guard, Yang Xian was momentarily confused. Last time? Wasn't the last time he mentioned wanting to go to a KTV back in the first semester of freshman year? That was 3 semesters ago, man. But as a qualified wingman, Yang Xian didn't need to think twice to understand what Mei Chuan was after. He definitely didn't want to end the night so early. After all, it wasn't easy to get her out. What kind of fool would pass up such a golden opportunity to deepen their connection? I think that sounds good. It's been a while since I've sung. What do you guys think? Yang Xin threw an assist. Mei Chuan turned to Li Shanshan and the others with hopeful eyes. Li Shanshan and Sun Jiala looked at each other, then Li Shanshan asked, Jiala, what do you think? After some thought, Sun Jiala said, I'm fine with anything. It's up to you. So Li Shanshan glanced at Mei Chuan, who was wearing that eager look, and could only force herself to say, then I'm okay too. Let's go with whatever you decide. Hell yeah. Mei Chuan was overjoyed inside. It's in the bag. Everything's in the bag. Let's go. Wait, he cleared his throat. Alright, let me find the nearest KTV. With that, Mei Chuan pulled out his phone and started searching on Duri. Witnessing all this from the side, Yang Xion's gaze toward Mei Chuan shifted to something resembling pity. Coincidentally, Li Shanshan happened to make eye contact with Yang Xion at that moment. It was as if she understood his expression. She simply pursed her lips and gave him a helpless look. Yang Xion could barely contain himself, but he didn't dare disturb Mei Chuan's currently beautiful fantasies. Alas, ye azure heavens, why must it be thus? After all, Yang Xion had played the fool himself before. One could say that being immersed in boiling water without knowing it's hot was far too common an experience. Another 20 minutes passed. Yang Xion and the other three arrived at a nearby KTV. It was evening now and many people had come to sing, so the store used an excuse to turn away customers who had bought vouchers online. Sorry, but there are no available rooms for the group purchase right now. Mei Chuan was stunned. No rooms. Being well-versed in such tactics, Yang Xion calmly said, then forget the voucher. Just get us a large private room directly. Alright, sir. How many hours would you like? 2 hours will do. Alright, that comes to 388 yuan. This package includes 12 bottles of Rueli and 3 plates of snacks. Yang Xion casually scanned the payment. Mei Chuan had just started to reach for his wallet when Yang Xion pressed his hand down. You treated us to dinner tonight, so you have to let me treat the singing. No way, I said I'd pay today. Hey, it's nothing. You can treat next time. Yang Xion waved Mei Chuan off his eyes, subtly gesturing toward the 2 girls beside them. Mei Chuan understood that Yang Xion wasn't short on money these days, so he relented. The front desk attendant then waved a nearby server over, who led Yang Xion's group to their room. Noticing the empty medium room next door, Mei Chuan couldn't help but mutter a complaint to Yang Xion. Isn't this deceiving customers? There clearly are rooms. Why did they say there aren't? Yang Xion smiled and explained, come on. When business is slow, they're happy to accept vouchers. Why would they give you one during peak evening hours? It's always the same trick. That's why you should call ahead if you're using a voucher. Impressive. You really know your way around this. Clearly you've been here plenty of times. Yang Xion. Well, yeah. Last summer, I basically went to KTV to belt out hundreds of songs every other day. Indeed, a change of venue worked wonders. Here at Yangxin, he felt as at home as could be, shedding the introversion he had displayed that afternoon. After ushering Mei Chuan and the others to their seats, Yangxin deftly selected a few songs on his phone. Let me warn you, I'm a terrible singer. Don't laugh at me. Mei Chuan preemptively cautioned the trio. Yangxin rolled his eyes and retorted, oh come on. Those who are truly good are on TV. What's the big deal? Haha, it's fine. We're not great either. Li Shanshan giggled, covering her mouth, while Sun Jiala chimed in with same here. The dim lighting made the room unusually dark. In the dark and among a crowd, one's courage, if not doubled, certainly swelled. As Yangxin led the singing and lifted the atmosphere, the three took turns belting out songs, each one louder than the last. To be fair, Mei Chuan's singing was indeed quite mediocre. It wasn't unpleasant, but it couldn't be considered normal either. In contrast, Yangxin's voice sounded relatively decent. At least his tone was unproblematic, and he didn't go off-key. When it was Li Shanshan's turn to sing, Mei Chuan stopped chatting idly with Yangxin and perked up his ears to listen attentively. Yangxin also paused his thumb from scrolling through a novel, quietly listening to her performance while munching on the fruit platter provided by the KTV. Li Shanshan sat on the sofa holding the microphone with both hands, her eyes fixed on the screen. Her expression was slightly shy but intensely earnest as she sang, I can't guess the color of your pupils. A gust of wind, a dream, love as unpredictable as life. What sorcery has bewitched your heart? Your silhouette drowns in the darkness of the night. Your silhouette drowns in the darkness of the night. Watch the peach blossoms bloom into what fate? Watching you hold me, your gaze lonelier than moonlight. Let you find happiness in another's arms. As the song, Painting the Heart, came to an end, Mei Chuan applauded generously, leaving Li Shanshan a bit flustered. To be honest, whether it was because Li Shanshan was attractive or something else, in Yangxin's view her singing was indeed good, at least matching 1/10 of his own skill. After nearly 2 hours of singing, the initial excitement had worn off. Since they hadn't been drinking or playing dice, just pure singing for 2 hours, everyone was a bit tired. Yangxin in particular found that his voice could no longer reach the higher notes. Mei Chuan had intended to invite Li Shanshan for a duet of his favorite song, but she shook her head, saying she didn't know it. He had to give up. Yangxin shook his head at the sight. When inviting someone to sing together, shouldn't you ask what they can sing? By around 8 in the evening, the four of them had returned to campus after karaoke. Mei Chuan and Yangxin escorted the girls to the entrance of their dormitory. Mei Chuan waved goodbye, displaying his politeness to the fullest. Walking back to the dormitory with Yangxin, Mei Chuan suddenly said calmly, it seems Li Shanshan doesn't have any feelings for me, does she? Yang raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, oh, rationality has returned. Oh, why do you say that? Mei Chuan said somewhat sheepishly, even a dog could tell. She kept a distance from me. If she liked someone it wouldn't be like this. Indeed I noticed too. She's not interested in you. So I forget it. If it's not meant to be we can just be friends. It's not so bad if I look at it that way. Yang, wait, why does that sound so familiar? He felt like he had heard it several times in his freshman and sophomore years. A bit speechless he simply replied, They continued walking. The distance from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory was quite far, requiring a 10-minute walk. Just then Mei Chuan, who had been chatting with Yang, suddenly fell silent. Yang looked up in surprise and followed Mei Chuan's gaze. My word, a horse that rides upon fighting spirit. Yang was also at a loss for words at the sight. A tall, slender girl came into view. She wore a purple dress with a semi-cutout design reminiscent of a stepmother's dress. It was slightly cinched at the waist and hugged her hips with a clever slit at the calf. She walked from the right front of Yang and Mei Chuan toward the left front. Her long jet-black silky hair draped naturally over her shoulders. As she walked, perhaps because her shoes were a bit loose, she occasionally lifted her leg backward and adjusted her mid-heeled shoes with her hand. Yang and Mei Chuan tacitly kept quiet, following her calmly and naturally, their eyes unblinking in a respectful gaze. After all, if they were heading the same way, it couldn't be called stalking. The girl turned a corner after passing a dormitory building diverging from them. Only after she had walked away did Yang blurt out, holy crap, she's a pure succubus. How can she be so beautiful? Mei Chuan burst out laughing at his phrasing. You crack me up, succubus. But yes, she's really gorgeous. Damn, in 2 years of college, I've never seen anyone this stunning. Whose general is she? Yang was so shocked by her beauty that he stammered. When he saw her earlier, he had even forgotten to speak. Indeed, in all our time here, this is the first time I've seen someone so beautiful. Mei Chuan nodded emphatically. It's not just about how good-looking she is. Since she was ahead of us, I didn't see her face clearly. But her aura, her outfit, and especially those 2 times she lifted her shoe. Absolutely mesmerizing. Then Mei Chuan suddenly said, do you think she deliberately lifted her shoe in front of us? Yang was rendered speechless. Dude, I'm now convinced you're the king of Gotham. What kind of power do we have for her to show off in front of us? Actually, wait, I do have power. I'm a billionaire. How can I not have power? Why is my brain still stuck in the past? Yang suddenly remembered the bank cards in his pocket, which held over 700 million yuan. Damn, I've been broke for so long, I'm so done. He couldn't help but mock himself, feeling a twinge of regret. I should have gone up and asked for her number. Why did I just walk away? No wonder she's a succubus. She short-circuited my brain instantly. But even though I'm rich now, I can't just pull out a bank card every time I'm interested and say, hey woman, I'm a billionaire. Come with me, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. Yang amused himself with the thought. That would be utterly idiotic. But I suppose I've been too low-key. The money in the bank earns over 20 million in interest a year, yet I'm still wearing the clothes I bought before. That's fine because I'm sentimental, but I don't even wear a nice watch. Even if I did, people might not recognize it. And I haven't bought any luxury cars. How can I possibly attract beautiful women like this? Unless it's the slow burn kind of love. The fastest way to make a woman fall for you is to show off your wealth in front of them. Even if they don't fall for you as a person, at least they're attracted to something. And you can't deny that the money is there for them to see. Tisk, am I being a bit misogynistic here? But if the roles were reversed, a guy, I wouldn't be able to resist either. Imagine a beautiful rich woman pulling up in a luxury car and saying one night, who could turn that down? Men and women are the same except for those who are truly aloof. I have nothing to say about them. Yang mind raced with a jumble of wild thoughts. Yang, don't dream about that succubus tonight, or you'll be washing your sheets tomorrow. Mei Chuan teased. Get lost. I was just admiring her, blown away by her aura. You're the one thinking inappropriate thoughts. 666, I'm just admiring her too. By the way, that succubus must be a student, right? It's late, and she's still on campus. Looks like she's heading back to the dorm. Probably. Judging by her outfit, she must have gone out today and just got back. But it's pretty rare for someone this attractive to come back to the dorm at this hour. True. Isn't it said that the prettier the girl, the more she plays around? Yang thought about it. Indeed, she was beautiful, and she hadn't stayed out overnight. Hopefully she was a good girl. Finally back in the dorm, as soon as he entered, Mei Chuan couldn't help but tell Hu Bin and Lin Wenbo about the succubus they had seen. But such things were hard to describe in words, so Hu Bin and the others just assumed they had seen a pretty girl and didn't pay much attention, merely regretting it a bit. After several more days, Yang Xin was pondering what luxury car to buy, having spent the past few days scrolling through videos of high-end automobiles. These vehicles aren't always readily available for purchase. Some have been discontinued, while custom orders for new ones might require a wait of a year or more. A couple of days ago, after watching a video of the Ferrari 488 on Dolly, Yang Xin became utterly captivated by the car. Not only was it sleek, but it also had a convertible top. So he began searching on his phone for places that sold it. Unfortunately, the model had been discontinued 4 years ago, meaning the only option now was to buy a used one. Upon checking the listings, he discovered that 2 dealerships in the neighboring provincial capital Hanqing still had this car for sale. So today he decided to go take a look. He initially thought of asking his roommate to come along, but then reconsidered, feeling it might be too ostentatious and damage their friendship. Being discovered driving a luxury car was one thing, but buying one in front of him, That kind of flaunting wasn't necessary. So Yang Xian left early in the morning at 9 o'clock, hailed a ride-hailing car, and headed straight to his destination, Jinping Auto Dealership. Unlike the used car lots he had imagined, this place wasn't open air or a makeshift tin shed. Instead, it was decorated like a luxury 4S store, even more impressive than those in major cities. From the outside, it was clear that this was a place the old Yang Xian would never have dared to enter. But now things were different. The current Yang Xian could stride in with calmness, steadiness, composure, serenity, confidence, poise, tranquility, determination, peace, ease, stillness, and collectedness. As he stepped through the door, Yang Xian swept his gaze across the hall. He saw several luxury cars artfully arranged, and he recognized the brands of many of them. Soon a female sales associate in an office outfit who looked to be in her 20s approached him with a graceful smile. Yang Xian gave her a quick once-over. Not bad. Her figure was quite striking. No wonder people said luxury car saleswomen were attractive. It wasn't just a rumor. Good morning, sir. May I ask how I can assist you? The woman slightly bowed her head and asked softly, inquiring only about what he needed, not whether he wanted to buy a car. She seemed completely unfazed by his youthful face and unremarkable attire. That's too detailed, bro, Yang Xian said with a hint of a joking tone. How much is the most expensive car here? The saleswoman's eyebrows lifted slightly, but she maintained her composure. About 40 million, sir. Yang Xian gasped sharply. It would cost him 2 years' worth of interest. Terrifying indeed. Oh well, never mind. I saw online that you still have the Ferrari 488 for sale, so I came to check it out. Do you have a demo car available? The woman smiled gently. Yes, we do, sir. Shall I take you to see it? Sure, lead the way. All right, please follow me. The woman then led Yang Xian deeper into the store. They boarded an elevator, and the woman pressed the button for the first basement level. She then asked, May I ask your name, sir? Yang Xian glanced at the nameplate on her chest, which read, Huang Ningbing. Oh, I'm Yang Xian. Yang as in the sun, Xian as in the heart. Damn, I'm used to being abstract online, and now I mess up like this. Huang Ningbing's eyes widened in surprise. What a wonderful name. It sounds quite pleasant. I've never heard the surname Yang before. Haha, it's just okay. Upon reaching the basement level, it resembled any ordinary underground garage aside from the upscale decor. The difference was the abundance of luxury cars. Cars under $1 million were rare here. As they walked, Huang Ningbing explained, Our dealership has been in business for 6 years, specializing in luxury cars. Our boss is a true enthusiast, so you've come to the right place. Huang Ningbing fell silent. Soon she led Yang Xian to a gleaming pearl-white Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. The car's paint was predominantly white. Through the windows he could see wine-red leather seats, and even the brake calipers and wheel hubs were a matte off-white. Huang Ningbing pressed the key fob she had retrieved, and the car's lights flashed twice before she opened the door. Then came a lengthy introduction. Since it was his first time buying a luxury car, Yang Xian listened patiently, which surprised Huang Ningbing. She rarely received such respect. Most previous buyers were already well-informed, often knowing more than she did. After the introduction, Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I really like it. How much is this car? The current mileage is only 3,589 kilometers, and the interior and exterior are nearly new. So the price is set at 6.28 million yuan. 6.28 million. Yang Xian frowned slightly and thought, can you make it around 6 million? If that works, I can pay in full right now. Huang Ningbing was inwardly stunned. She hadn't expected this young man who looked like a college student to be able to easily come up with 6 million in cash. He was probably a rich second generation, and he was quite handsome with a well-built physique. Her voice softened as she replied, I can't make that decision myself. How about I call and ask the boss? She gestured toward her phone. Sure, no problem. Yang Xian continued to admire the car. It was undeniably handsome, especially when the top was down, revealing the 2 humps that gave it a mechanical elegance with a touch of cuteness, perfectly fitting his manly image. Before long, Huang Ningbing returned and apologized. Sorry, sir. The boss said 6 million is too low. This model of the 488 isn't hard to sell, and the best he can offer is 6.1 million. What do you think? Yang Xian didn't feel like haggling further. All right, let's make the payment. Huang Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Yang Xian to be so easygoing. He agreed after just one counteroffer. This meant a much higher commission for her. She had encountered many wealthy people who, despite their money, were incredibly shrewd, often going back and forth multiple times. Someone who settled so quickly was rare. Very well, sir. Please follow me. You haven't eaten yet, have you? It's already lunchtime. Shall we go to the reception hall for a meal while I prepare the contract? Yang Xian glanced at his phone. It was past 12. He hadn't felt hungry before, but now that she mentioned it, he was a bit peckish. He nodded. I've never eaten in a 4S store before. The reception hall offered a buffet-style selection, though not as extensive. He ordered lamb rib rice and juice, then dug in. The taste was surprisingly good, much better than the buffet he had by the seaside last time. After a while, once Yang Xian finished his meal, Huang Ningbing brought over the contract. After signing the contract and paying, Yang Xian also added her on WeChat. She said he could contact her if he encountered any issues, and he could stay updated on new luxury cars arriving at the store. She also asked if he wanted to join their dealership's group. A group? What kind of group, eh? Our dealership has a group exclusively for customers who have spent over $1 million. Members can network, meet up, and expand their connections. We also announced new arrivals there. Young Xin raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. He had noticed that the dealership also had cars worth tens of millions, indicating its strength. The group likely included some big shots. Joining to see the daily lives of these so-called elite might be interesting. So he nodded, added Huang Ningbing on Xin, the messaging app, and was soon added to the group. Young Xin glanced at the group. It showed over 100 members besides himself. The group owner was named AAA Luxury Car Wholesale Boss Jean. No one was chatting at the moment. He didn't care. He immediately muted the group. Whether it was a group or not, if it wasn't important, none escaped his mute treatment. Rather than driving the car back right away, Young Xin planned to rent a small villa near the school. That would make parking easier and be more convenient for future activities. As for the location, he had already scouted the area a few days ago, but he wasn't sure if any villas were available for rent. He planned to ask about it later when he returned. Soon a week passed in a flash in Young Xin's leisurely days. Not only did he have to attend classes, but he also had to look for a house in his spare time, leaving little time for gaming or reading novels, a truly modest level of busyness. Nevertheless, the villa was found quickly, as there was only one villa district near the school. Located by the edge of CI Lake and nestled between his university, Chujing Normal University, and another institution, Chujing University of Technology, the district backed onto a hill and faced the lake, offering both fine scenery and favorable feng shui. The villa district comprised just over 20 townhouses, all of which were terraced. The first 5 villas boasted independent yards, while those without yards were around 200 square meters. Those with yards were about 400 square meters, each with an underground garage. Both the finish and appearance of the villas with yards were clearly superior, and naturally the prices differed significantly. An ordinary villa cost roughly 2,000 yuan per month, while one with a yard ran to 4,000. At present, only one villa with a yard was available for rent, and it was fully renovated. Young Xin, naturally unburdened, snapped it up without hesitation. Young Xin had inspected the house: 2 stories, 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, 4 bathrooms, and a storage room. For a single occupant, it felt so vast that one might fear ghosts. The key point was the ample garage space. The first floor had a regular garage, and the basement could accommodate 3 or 4 more cars. Given Young Xin's personality, he probably wouldn't buy several luxury cars, but he might pick up a few cars worth a few 100,000 yuan for fun. As for buying the villa outright instead of renting, Young Xin considered that this was only a second or third-tier city, not his hometown, and its development prospects were mediocre. Buying here would be less sensible than purchasing in the neighboring provincial capital, Hanqing. Since he was only studying here, Young Xin opted for a 2-year lease. That week, Young Xin also completed the paperwork for the car. Yesterday afternoon, on Friday, he contacted the dealership to have it delivered. Now the car sat in the villa's garage. He had already taken it out for several spirited drives, thoroughly indulging himself. He hadn't told his roommates yet. After all, flaunting wealth should be a gradual process. If he suddenly started buying luxury cars and villas, who could handle it? The boat of friendship could easily capsize. Taking advantage of the fine weather, Young Xin left the school, scanned a shared bicycle, and pedaled toward the villa district. The district's name was self-explanatory: CI Lake No. 1, as it bordered CI Lake. Under the shocked gaze of the security guard, Young Xin parked his bicycle by the roadside, swaggered up to the entrance, scanned his face, and strode into the villa district. The house was easy to find, and Young Xin wasn't a first-time visitor. The first 5 villas were the most forward, offering the best views. From the second floor, one could see CI Lake ahead. Damn, it's really eerily empty. I'll call my parents over in a few days. They've been nagging to visit my school anyway. Let them enjoy the villa and have a good time. Since he had just moved in, the house had no clothes, food, or daily necessities. After entering, Young Xin merely glanced around. Surveying the house, which he had never dared to dream of before, he felt a pang of emotion. I used to think anyone who rented such an expensive place alone must have a screw loose. Now that I'm so rich, 4,000 a month feels no different from 4 yuan. And those even richer than me. He played on his phone on the sofa for a while, and soon it was noon. With nothing else to do, he decided to go shopping. Young Xin picked up the Ferrari 488 key from the coffee table and headed to the garage. To fully experience the thrill of the male leads in TV dramas, Young Xin had spent 3,000 yuan on a pair of Gucci sunglasses. Strangely, wearing them made the world look more beautiful. He understood a bit of the principle. It must be something like polarized lenses. Vroom. Young Xin slowly drove the car into the garage, then used the remote to lower the garage door. When the car reached the entrance of the villa district, Young Xin had switched to convertible mode. The security guard on duty, seeing him, stared in shock. What the heck? Wasn't this guy just riding a shared bike a moment ago? Now he's driving away in a Ferrari. Don't think I don't recognize you just because you're wearing sunglasses. Is this right, folks? The young guard muttered internally. To avoid being spotted by classmates while showing off, Young Xin chose not to drive toward his own school. Instead, he headed to the Institute of Technology area, where a new commercial district had opened last semester. He had passed by it before, but never specifically visited, so today he decided to check it out. He casually parked the car in a roadside spot and walked straight into the commercial street. It was Saturday, and quite a few students were out shopping. But after a stroll, Young Xin felt that the commercial district didn't seem to be geared towards student spending. Mostly there were clothing and jewelry stores, and not just small shops. Some big-name brands like LV, Gucci, and Armani had clustered together. Aren't these usually found in first-tier cities? How did they end up in this little Huangshua city? Huangshua City was where Yang Xian now lived, near the provincial capital Hanqing, barely qualifying as a second-tier city. Its talent and economy lagged far behind coastal second-tier cities, but Hanqing was a megacity. As expected, Yang Xian walked into the LV store and glanced at the price tags. The prices were still exorbitant. "Hello, sir. May I help you with something?" As soon as he entered, a sales assistant approached. Perhaps because it was noon, the store had only a few scattered customers besides Yang Xian, and other staff were attending to them. "Just browsing. I'm curious. How come all these luxury stores have opened up here?" "I'm not sure either. Maybe because this is the city center of Huangshua with a prime location." Indeed, this area was the core of the central district. Nearby property prices were quite high, though not as outrageous as in the provincial capital. "Alright, I'd like to buy a few outfits and shoes. Any recommendations?" Since he was here, it would be a shame not to buy something. "Yes, sir, we have plenty." The sales assistant's eyes lit up at the mention of buying several outfits, but a flicker of doubt crossed her mind when she saw his cheap, unbranded clothes. Still, doubt aside, she showed no hesitation in her attitude. She led Yang Xian to the shoe rack ahead. "Sir, what style are you looking for?" "Something casual, comfortable to wear." "Sure. How about this pair?" The assistant picked up a pair of board shoes with a white sole and a warm yellow-beige upper decorated with brown four-leaf clovers and a Velcro strap above the laces. "This pair is quite popular right now." The shoe body features our LV classic monogram pattern elements combined with contrasting color details, showcasing both our classic LV style and a trendy feel. In terms of material, the upper is crafted from high-quality calfskin leather and fabric, giving it a rich texture while ensuring breathability, keeping your feet dry and comfortable whether you're exercising or wearing them daily. The toe area. After several introductions, none of the shoes were stunningly beautiful, but they were all quite pleasing to the eye and perfectly matched Yang Xian's desire for a low-key appearance. "This pair looks good. How much?" "This pair is currently priced at 16600 yuan. The assistant smiled at Yang Xian. Despite having prepared himself, Yang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. "Okay, I'm a size 42. Can I try them on? If they fit, I'll take them." Hearing that he intended to buy, the assistant's eyes sparkled even more and her heart leaped with joy. "Wow, really? It's been ages since I made a sale. This customer looks so young, but has so much spending power. Must be a rich second generation from somewhere." Then Yang Xian bought 3 more outfits and a pair of dark-toned shoes. "Sir, the total is 123,388 yuan. Alright, over 1,200 for 3 outfits. I never would have dreamed of this before." There were cheaper options, but none looked good. Besides, he wasn't short on cash. Grumbling inwardly, Yang Xian paid without hesitation. Could you keep the clothes in the store for now? I need to grab a meal first." The assistant, relieved that he had paid, quickly agreed, fearing he might change his mind. "Of course, sir. Please remember to pick them up later." And so, wearing shoes worth over 100 yuan, Yang Xian walked into a nearby Western restaurant recommended by the LV assistant. According to her, the food was delicious and perfect for check-ins, though a bit pricey. "Hilarious. I just spent nearly 12000 on clothes, and I'm going to worry about a meal." Seated, Yang Xian looked at the menu handed by the waiter. On the beverage page, he noticed a can of cola for 28 yuan and fell silent. May I ask what's the difference between this cola and the one outside?" The young waiter was stumped. Seeing Yang Xian's amused expression, he didn't seem to be causing trouble. After checking that no one was watching, the waiter couldn't help but whisper, "Well, it's pretty much the same as the 2 yuan ones outside. 666, not even a hint of salt. Then give me a sugar-free one. I'm dining alone, so you can recommend something." "Of course, sir. Our steak here is quite good sourced from." After a quick lunch, Yang Xian walked out of the Western restaurant with his unfinished, overpriced cola. The price was steep, but the taste was decent, and the story they told was great. Worth it. Those two are. At that moment, across the pedestrian street, 2 girls were strolling in his direction. "Damn, isn't that Li Shanshan and her friend? They didn't see me. Yang Xian quickly put on the sunglasses clipped to his shirt, then spun around and walked back into the Western restaurant. "Welcome." The front desk clerk, seeing Yang Xian return with sunglasses after just leaving, asked in surprise, "Sir, did you leave something behind?" "Oh no, I just suddenly need to use the restroom." "Where is it?" "Oh, I'll show you. Please follow me." After using the restroom, Yang Xian returned to the front of the store and took a look around. Indeed, the 2 had disappeared. He wondered whether they had spotted him, but given his swift reaction, they probably hadn't recognized him. Let us rewind 3 minutes. Li Shanshan had noticed a figure walking into the Western restaurant ahead, and the silhouette felt strangely familiar. Could it be that person? Yang Xian. Li Shanshan was well aware of this Western restaurant. She and Sun Jiala had come here to check it out before. Dishes started at over 100 yuan each. Even with a generous allowance, dining here too often would leave her eating dirt for the rest of the month. "Jiala, did you see that person ahead? Could it have been Yang Xian?" "What? Yang Xian?" Sun Jiala followed Li Shanshan's gaze, but saw no one resembling Yang Xian, so she teased. "You're seeing things, aren't you? What, do you have a crush on Yang Xian or something?" Li Shanshan's face flushed, and she feigned annoyance. "Crush my foot. The person's already gone. Never mind. I probably misjudged it. Come on, let's go check out what's new at my mom's store." Sigh, I can't even afford the cheapest things in the store. Remember when I saw that dress I liked being bought by someone else? I was heartbroken. Felt like someone walked all over me. Hearing Sun Jiala's dramatic lament, Li Shanshan couldn't help but smile and comfort her. Don't worry about it. Once you start working and earn money, you'll be able to buy whatever you want. We can just grab 2 bottles of water from my mom's store. I'm a bit thirsty after that meal. Ugh, if only some rich second-generation heir took a shine to me. I'd buy an entire wall of stuff. But that's just a dream. Actually, Shanshan, you've got a much better shot at catching a wealthy guy's eye. Sun Jiala said with a playful grin. Please. Sure, they've got money, but who knows what their personal life's like. That's terrifying. Sun Jiala fell silent at this, thinking about how Li Shanshan was an only child from a well-off family. Sometimes on weekends when Li Shanshan wanted to go home, her father would drive over in a BMW X5 to pick her up, and her mother had been transferred here to serve as the newly appointed store manager of the Han City LV boutique. Thinking of this, Sun Jiala sighed once more. Wealthy family, beautiful girl, really. Envious. Returning to the present, Yang Xian emerged from the restaurant with a furtive air and made his way straight toward the LV store. As for why he felt so sneaky, even he couldn't explain it. What the hell, am I crazy? What's there to be afraid of? Getting rich overnight. What's wrong with that? He paused. Well, maybe not too flaunting it. Muttering to himself, he walked into the store. No sooner had Yang Xian stepped into the store and approached the counter than he spotted Li Shanshan and Sun Jiala behind it, both engrossed in their phones. Damn it. He immediately turned to leave. But the saleswoman who had just served him noticed him at once and quickly called out, Sir, your clothes and shoes are all packed and ready for pickup. Yang Xian, thanks for helping me pack, I guess. He turned stiffly around, his eyes meeting the 2 pairs of curious gazes behind the counter, one of which seemed to scream, I knew it. At this point it would be rude not to greet them, so Yang Xian managed a stiff smile. Hey, what a coincidence. You're here too. Li Shanshan glanced at Sun Jiala, her expression as if to say, see, I'm not the one with a crush on Yang Xian. I actually saw him. Oh, it really is you, Yang Xian. I thought I ran into you at the Western restaurant earlier, but I figured I was imagining things. Oh, my mom's the store manager here, so we're just taking a break at the shop. It was the first time Yang Xian had heard Li Shanshan talk so much, and he found it slightly unsettling. Ah, I am this. Yang Xian wasn't sure what to say. He couldn't exactly tell her he'd just come in and casually bought several outfits at LV. At that moment, the saleswoman, ever perceptive, appeared with 6 shopping bags full of clothes and warmly asked, Sir, would you like me to help you carry these to your car? Behind the saleswoman's polite smile, she was already giddy with satisfaction. I'm a natural at this. Letting this rich guy flex in front of 2 girls without even breaking a sweat. My impression points just skyrocketed. Next time he comes back, he'll specifically ask for me. The commission alone will be huge. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian stiffened even more, his lips twitching involuntarily. Great. This saleswoman is way too good at her job. Doesn't she realize I'm slightly awkward right now? Still, he politely replied. No need, no need. It's only a few steps. I've got it. Taking the bags from the saleswoman, he held them close. He's so polite, the waitress thought, slightly moved. Oh, Yang Xian, you bought all this stuff here. Is this normal? Sun Jiala asked in disbelief, her voice trembling with shock. Not just Sun Jiala. Li Shanshan was staring at Yang Xian with the same incredulous expression. It wasn't that college students couldn't afford luxury brands like LV. It was that this was Yang Xian. He rarely stood out in his clothing choices, and she'd never heard Mei Chuan mention anything about Yang Xian being wealthy. In fact, Yang Xian had been using an Android phone. Wait, when did he switch? This can't be. He shouldn't be, at least. With no way to play it cool now, Yang Xian decided to come clean. Or at least give it his best shot. Well, autumn's coming soon, and I don't really have anything suitable to wear, so I just came to pick up a few pieces. He offered a half-hearted excuse. Pick up a few pieces? How can you say that so casually? This isn't a street market. Sun Jiala screamed internally. Her heartbreak over that dress someone else had bought before was nothing compared to this. It was Li Shanshan who came to the rescue, breaking the tension with a smile directed at Yang Xian. I didn't realize you had such taste, classmate Yang. By the way, our store gives complimentary gifts with every purchase. Don't forget to collect yours, Yang Xian. Complimentary gifts. The saleswoman suddenly acted as though she'd just remembered. All right, you're absolutely correct, sir. I got a bit carried away and forgot. Let me fetch those for you right away. She busied herself behind the counter, then produced a handful of items bearing the LV logo, things that looked decent but hardly expensive, and handed them over to Yang Xian in a bag. Wait, aren't those perfumes and socks worth around 2,000 yuan each? They're really free. Sun Jiala asked curiously. Well, if purchased separately, they do cost a few thousand. But not many people buy them individually, so we started offering them as complimentary gifts. The packaging might differ slightly though. But these are different from the so-called non-sale items at other stores. Each one is recorded, so it's not exactly easy to slip them in without paying, Li Shanshan whispered to Sun Jiala. Yang Xian figured it was time to wrap things up. It was obvious enough already, and playing it cool further would be pointless. So he said, well, you guys continue hanging out. I'm gonna head out first, okay? Oh, alright. Go ahead and do what you need to do. The 2 girls waved goodbye to Yang Xian, but with his hands full he could only nod in response and move on. Honestly, carrying multiple LV shopping bags while walking down the street was quite conspicuous. Most guys might not be familiar with the LV logo, but sharp-eyed girls could spot it instantly. How is this guy buying LV like it's groceries? Carrying all this? Did LV have a massive sale today or something? Some girls catching sight of Yang Xian loaded down with LV bags couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Others, feeling confident about their looks, hesitated over whether to approach him and ask for his contact information. But Yang Xian paid no mind to any of that. Right in front of two guys whose eyes were gleaming beside their car, he tossed the bags into the passenger seat, then closed the convertible roof. While convertibles looked cool, driving one with the top down in this heat was borderline insane. Within moments, Yang Xian had peeled out in his Ferrari and disappeared from view. Damn, he's driving a convertible. If only I hadn't hesitated. That would have been way easier than grinding all my life. Some girls sighed to themselves, lamenting their own indecisiveness. As they say, opportunity favors the bold. But honestly, this convertible Ferrari is incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, back at the store, Li Shanshan turned to the saleswoman who had served Yang Xian and asked curiously, how much did he spend on clothes? The saleswoman recognized Li Shanshan right away. After all, she was the store manager's daughter, and they'd crossed paths several times before. They were fairly familiar with each other. That person just now spent about 126,000 yuan. Shanshan, are you classmates with him? Li Shanshan nodded, her expression complicated. Yes, university classmates. Oh, then you should totally make the most of this. The saleswoman winked at Li Shanshan suggestively. Sun Jiala, unable to contain herself any longer, blurted out. Damn, I never expected Yang Xian to be this hiddenly wealthy. 1,200,000. That's enough to cover 5 years of my tuition. Maybe he just doesn't like to show off. A low-key rich second generation. If Yang Xian had overheard their gossip right, then he would have retorted, bro, is a self-made rich guy? Driving his car, Yang Xian felt a sense of confusion, unsure of where to go. Though he entertained the idea of showing off in a sports car, he couldn't force it without looking foolish. After a moment's thought, he decided to simply drive back to the villa. After parking the car, Yang Xian returned to the house and changed into his newly purchased clothes. Though the garments were exorbitantly priced, they felt comfortable against his skin, free of any odor, and carried a faint, distinctive fragrance unique to LV stores. Wearing them directly, without washing, didn't cause any discomfort. After dressing, Yang Xian admired himself in the full-length mirror, striking a few poses. Whether influenced by the price and brand of the clothes, he felt his aura had suddenly elevated. Could it really be the design of the clothes, he mused. These chaotic patterns, they actually look quite pleasing. After neatly arranging the rest of his clothes, Yang Xian stepped out to explore the surroundings of the villa district. Having just moved in not long ago, he hadn't yet had a chance to properly tour the area. The landscaping was undeniably excellent, especially in summer, when everything was lush and verdant. Yang Xian glanced at the cars parked in front of a dozen or so villas. Sports cars might have been stowed in underground garages or indoors, but the visible vehicles were mostly BMWs and Mercedes-Benz's, with a few Range Rovers among the pricier ones. Damn, sports cars are too flashy. I still need to buy a daily driver. It was Yang Xian who wanted a sports car, and it was also Yang Xian who complained about its conspicuousness. One could only say that people are double-minded. Once they possess something, they no longer cherish it. Ferrari 480. I should have stayed in the factory. Feed me peanuts. Given the hot weather and the low population density of the villa district, Yang Xian walked for a long time without encountering anyone. The anticipated chance meeting with a beautiful heiress never materialized. Bored, he called a ride-hailing service and returned to school. Who would ride a shared bike in this scorching heat? Hey, are you guys still grinding? You've been studying all afternoon. Give your keyboards and pens a break. As soon as Yang Xian returned to the dormitory, he saw Hu Bin and Mei Chuan still typing code and reviewing materials for the graduate entrance exam. Look at Lin Wenba, he's already logged into the game. You two are kind of ruining his gaming experience. Get lost. He studied all afternoon too, and only just started gaming. I just woke up a while ago and haven't studied much yet. Mei Chuan replied without turning his head, spouting nonsense. Hu Bin couldn't stand it anymore, and said, you're the one who gets up earliest in the morning to recite English vocabulary, and now you're barking like a dog. By the way, do any of you feel like going hiking? Hiking? What mountain? Yang Xian was puzzled. Why the sudden interest in hiking? It's not that. My girlfriend's dorm wants to go hiking up Mount Yukong, so I'm asking if you guys have any thoughts. Without even looking, Yang Xian knew Hu Bin wanted to accompany his girlfriend, but felt awkward being the only guy among a dorm of girls, hence why he invited them. Sure, I'm free anyway. It's up to them. Yang Xian replied. Hu Bin and Lin Wenba hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Although the two dorms had gone hiking together before, those were within the city and not as famous as this distant trip to Mount Yukong. Mount Yukong is located in Jiangsu province. Thanks to promotion on various short video platforms, it has become quite famous. During holidays, it's packed with tourists. Later, for some reason, netizens jokingly called it Mount Flame, which was truly absurd. Hu Bin gave an okay sign and said, I'll tell my girlfriend we're all going. Let's see how they plan it. OJBK X3. The girls were still hesitating about the date for the Mount Yukong trip. Initially, they considered the Wednesday after next during the National Day holiday, but given the insane crowds and the fact that tickets for the holiday were already sold out, they decided against going during the holiday. The distance to Mount Wukong wasn't too far. Train tickets cost just over 70 yuan, and the ride took only 6 or 7 hours. Besides, most college students traveling nowadays, unless they have a generous allowance, primarily take trains. Although Yang Xian found train rides tiring this time, there would be so many people together that it should be fun. Until Yang Xian's exasperated cry of, "I have an early morning class." It was Monday again, the dreaded day that came once a week. Sometimes, or rather most of the time, Yang Xian felt like using his financial power to hire a substitute student to attend the early class for him. Yet he held back, relying on his extraordinary willpower. Why continue attending school when he was now wealthy? To enjoy campus life, to soak in the atmosphere of student existence. Classroom attendance was a vital part of campus life. If he gave in to laziness and constantly hired substitutes, what was the point of being in school? With a grim expression, Yang Xian washed up expressionlessly, then spent 5 yuan and 2 jiao on a cup of soy milk, a sesame ball, and a sun cake. There was no time to eat in the cafeteria. He'd have to sneak bites in the classroom. As for the other 3, their only responsibility was to wake Yang Xian up. If they waited for him to go to the classroom together, they'd have no time for a proper meal and would end up with the worst seats in the room. Meanwhile, Sun Jiala and Li Shanshan, sitting a few rows behind Yang Xian's dorm, occasionally cast glances his way. Seeing him with slightly disheveled hair blankly staring ahead, sneaking sips of soy milk, and nibbling on a sesame ball, they couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. In the past, they wouldn't have thought much of it, but now with a filter. How was this the image of a wealthy second generation? Shouldn't a rich kid be eating a refined breakfast, styling his hair, and dressing in impeccable, no immaculate, attire? Was he trying to keep a low profile? After all, his dorm relationships seemed good, and in 2 years no one had seen Yang Xian flaunting wealth by driving a fancy car. For the sake of friendship, he hid his identity as a rich kid for 2 years. He actually went that far. "Had you, Yang, you bastard." This line inexplicably surfaced in Li Shanshan's mind. She laughed at her own absurdity, then silently resolved to break free from her abstract nature. If anyone other than Sun Jiala knew what Li Shanshan was thinking, they'd be stunned. A person who had maintained an aloof persona for 2 years turned out to be an abstract weirdo behind the scenes. It was as absurd as calling a delinquent girl a virtuous woman. Halfway through the class, Yang Xian was too drowsy to keep his eyes open, so he decided to rest his eyes by lying down and listening to the lecture with closed eyes. For the first 10 seconds, he heard the teacher's clear voice. "I'm a genius. I can still follow the lecture while lying down. I can relax now." Then he disconnected. When class ended, he exclaimed, "What the hell? I heard everything so clearly, but I don't remember a thing." Yang Xian was baffled. Even though he was lying down with his eyes closed, and the teacher's voice was clear, the knowledge flowed into his mind, yet vanished into his dreams. Why couldn't he recall anything? If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't bother. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about his future, as he was now financially secure. So he cast aside his guilt and peacefully slept through another class. The other 3 in the dorm noticed Yang Xian sleeping through the entire morning. A hint of envy crept into their eyes. They weren't children anymore. Yang Xian's audacity to slack off without studying surely meant he had a solid foundation. But in the previous 2 years, Yang Xian had been quite diligent. Why had he suddenly adopted a second-generation playboy style this semester? When the bell for the second period rang, it was time for lunch. Yang Xian had woken up exactly 1 minute before class ended. By now, the class had completely lost their passion for learning, replaced by an eagerness for food. Everyone was ready, packing their books and heading out. On the way to the cafeteria, passing by the sports field, Yang Xian noticed tents lined up along the path, likely for club recruitment. He glanced over and seemed intrigued by something. But food came first, as the saying goes. Heaven and earth are great, but parents are greatest. Eating is second. As everyone knows, hyenas hunt in packs, and most male dormitories operate similarly. Some might have formed habits, while others simply followed the habitual eaters to avoid deciding what to eat. Yang Xian glanced at Mei Chuan, wondering why he was so quiet on the way back. He noticed Mei Chuan's eyes occasionally darting to a certain spot. Yang Xian sighed, already knowing the reason. Sure enough, Li Shanshan and her group were also in line, and their line was moving faster, already ahead of them. "No wonder you're so quiet today. It's your heart that's restless, not your mouth," Yang Xian teased. Mei Chuan replied matter-of-factly in a low voice. "What's wrong with looking at pretty girls? If it's beautiful, look more." Yang Xian was speechless. The statement wasn't wrong, but how did he manage to combine such a lecherous tone with a righteous expression? But come to think of it, I've never seen them eat here before. Didn't they say the food here isn't good? Mei Chuan wondered. "What are you talking about? What nonsense?" Yang Xian objected. Although the taste was slightly inferior, other cafeterias weren't any better. This one was the official school cafeteria, and not only cheap, but also generous. 7 yuan for 3 dishes, and hot dry noodles were only 3.5 yuan. The flavor was passable, and in Yang Xian's words, it was satisfying. By the time Yang Xian and his friends got their food, Li Shanshan and her group were already seated. Without even looking at Mei Chuan, Yang Xian knew he wanted to sit next to them, but felt too shy. So he egged him on, stirring the pot. "Go ahead, what's the big deal? There are empty seats next to her, why can't we sit there?" Yang Xian gestured toward the empty seat beside Li Shanshan. Now Mei Chuan was blushing. Well, Lin Wenba, however, grew impatient and made the first move, sitting down at the table next to Li Shanshan. He waved for Mei Chuan and the others to come over. Yang Xian gave Lin Wenba a mental thumbs up. Seeing his teammate initiate, Mei Chuan quickly followed, smiling awkwardly at Li Shanshan. What a coincidence. Are you guys eating here for lunch today? I thought you usually ate off campus. Li Shanshan smiled back. We got tired of eating off campus, so we decided to change things up. Besides, this cafeteria is pretty cheap. Yet it's affordable and great value. But we don't eat here every day. Only when our second class is in the morning and we happen to pass by after class. Otherwise, we usually eat at the cafeteria near our dorm. Oh, that's convenient. Your dorm is right above the cafeteria. We're quite far away, so if we're too lazy to walk, we just eat outside. Yeah. Yang Xian listened to their conversation, his face twitching. It was undeniably awkward, but he enjoyed watching the cringe. It made him eat faster, and damn, it was a great appetizer. After finishing his meal, Yang Xian told the other three to head back to the dorm first, saying he wanted to check out the club recruitment booths and would return later. Mei Chuan asked curiously, what club? Are there lots of pretty girls? Yang Xian, do you think I'm that kind of person? Why does joining a club automatically mean I'm after girls? Who was it that said in freshman year that joining a club was a waste of time and that dogs wouldn't join? That was the freshman me talking. Dogs won't join, but I will. Besides, I've been bored lately. Mei Chuan continued to give Yang Xian an I know what you're up to look. Yang Xian had no choice but to lament the decline of human nature. He cursed with a laugh and then headed toward the recruitment tents. Mei Chuan, ever the gentleman, said to Li Shanshan and her friend, take your time eating. We'll head back first. Li Shanshan, who was almost finished, nodded in acknowledgement. Having overheard the earlier conversation, she was curious. Typically, only freshmen and sophomores joined clubs. Why would a third-year student, usually lazy, suddenly want to join one? Could there be someone in that club that Yang Xian cared about? So the two quickly finished their meals, grabbed their sun umbrellas, and decided to check out the recruitment area to see what was going on. After all, they had to pass by there on the way back to the dorm. It was just a bit of gossip about Yang Xian, since they'd never seen a low-key rich guy before. Yang Xian looked at the booths: basketball club, soccer club, never mind, too much intense exercise and easily injured. Music club, dance club, I'm too uncoordinated, I'd only embarrass myself. After passing on several clubs, he finally found the one that had caught his eye earlier, the Mountains and Rivers Travel Club. Its description read, travel across the motherland, experience diverse folk customs. The purpose of this club is to provide students with a platform to travel together. Still worried about not having like-minded travel companions? Worried about having no common topics with your crush? Come join us. The world is vast, life is long. Isn't it a pity not to see and experience it? The reason Yang Xian noticed this club was, first, the long description on a large whiteboard was hard to miss, and second, it had a relatively high number of sign-ups compared to other clubs. Third, Yang Xian enjoyed traveling a bit. In the past, when he had little money, he would endure overnight train rides to visit other provinces for hiking. Now that he was financially free and didn't have to study, he had plenty of time to travel. Shanshan, did he sign up for the travel club? Is he planning to travel? By the way, I remember you joined this club in your freshman year, didn't you? Sun Jiala said, watching Yang Xian queue up to register. Last summer we organized a trip to the grasslands. Right, you complained to me about the 40-hour round trip on the tour bus, huh? Sun Jiala said sympathetically. Li Shanshan felt a bit helpless. Although traveling by bus with a group saved money, only a bit over 200 yuan for the round trip. Each leg took about 20 hours. For someone who had never even taken a train, it was a torment. Especially when it came to using the restroom, as there was no bathroom on the bus, they had to stop at service areas every few hours. Originally, she had planned to take the high-speed train back, but since she was part of a group tour, she didn't want to abandon her teammates. Besides, she had already paid, so she reluctantly endured another 20-plus hours on the bus. The 2-day ride left her dizzy. Then Sun Jiala brought up another point. Speaking of which, why didn't Yang Xian join earlier? Could it be that he knew you were in this club and only signed up now? Is he interested in you? How could that be? I joined in freshman year, and he's joining in junior year. If he were interested in me, why would he wait until now? Li Shanshan seemed a bit flustered, though it was unclear why. Or what if he just recently developed feelings for you? Sun Jiala pressed on. Stop daydreaming. It's hot, let's just head back to the dorm. Li Shanshan's cheeks seemed slightly flushed from the heat. She recalled that when she and Yang Xian along with Mei Chuan had gone for a walk earlier, Yang Xian indeed seemed to glance at her a few more times. The three major illusions in life. I am the protagonist, he likes me, and I can turn the tables. But it wasn't entirely an illusion. After all, who doesn't enjoy looking at a pretty girl? Yang Xian certainly did, and he had indeed taken a few dozen glances. Sun Jiala followed Li Shanshan with a puzzled expression. Normally when she teased Li Shanshan about someone liking her, Li Shanshan would react indifferently, since she had never lacked admirers. Why was she so flustered this time? Could it be? After registering, Yang Xian added the general group with thousands of members and the grade QQ group with hundreds of members, then muted them and headed back. Back in the dorm, Hu Bin said to Yang Xian, the trip to Yukong Mountain is set. We'll depart next Friday at 3 p.m. by bullet train, exactly 3 hours. Arrive around 6 something, then take a taxi. By about 8 p.m. we'll reach the foot of the mountain. Climbing takes about 4 or 5 hours. We'll rent a tent at the summit to sleep, and we can watch the sunrise. After sunrise we'll descend. In the afternoon we'll stay at a local guest house in Yukon town to rest, then take the train back on Sunday. We'll be back at school by Sunday afternoon. How does that sound? Wow, when it comes to having fun, college students are truly made of iron. This itinerary is like a special forces mission. Taking a 6-hour train ride, and then immediately climbing a mountain is practically asking for death. They had already discussed night climbing before, so Yang Xian nodded in agreement. Sure. Since the girls planned it, if they aren't afraid of the exhaustion, why should we be? Lin Wenbao laughed with cocky arrogance. Don't be the last one then. No one is going to carry you. Haha, I'll lead the charge, no problem. Speaking of travel, Yang Xian suddenly remembered he needed to book bullet train tickets for his parents. They had long said they wanted to visit his campus. Since the villa was already rented, he figured he might as well have them come over. Otherwise it would just sit empty. He also planned to ask if they wanted to go hiking. However, upon learning that Yang Xian would be going with several classmates, they declined, saying young people have their own way of having fun and they were too old to fit in. Yang Xian didn't insist, so he booked 2 first-class business seats on the high-speed train for them to arrive tomorrow. Damn, it's expensive, but it's really comfortable to ride. Spacious reclining seats and excellent service. The next afternoon, Yang Xian's parents arrived at the station. He notified the driver to pick them up and take them to the villa. Seeing such a large house, the couple was quite surprised. Wow, such a big house, so many rooms. If we rented them out, it would be so expensive, Yang's mother exclaimed. Yang Xian, people who can afford a villa wouldn't care about such petty gains. Renting out rooms. You really thought of that? Haha, but with so many empty rooms it's a waste, his mother said sheepishly. Tisk, your mom's frugal mindset hasn't changed yet. As the saying goes, the money is there, but the class hasn't caught up. Yang's father teased his wife from the side. Go to hell. His mother shot him a glare and twisted his waist, causing him to yelp in pain, which made Yang Xian laugh heartily. By the way, I hired a driver. The one who picked you up. If you need anything or want to go somewhere, just tell him. Don't be afraid to trouble him. I'm paying him 500 a day. What? So expensive? The couple was surprised. What kind of driver costs that much? A national top-level driver. Oh, it's not just the driver's fee. He brings his own car. To make it convenient for his parents to get around, Yang Xian specifically hired a minivan with a driver. After all, his father didn't have a driver's license, and it would be unreasonable to ask him to get one now. Yang Xian also didn't feel comfortable letting them drive themselves, so he rented an Alfred with a driver from a car rental app. It cost only a little over 10,000 a month and could be used nationwide, though extra mileage would incur additional charges. He also covered the driver's meals and accommodation. That's fine. My dear son is so thoughtful. But now that you have money, don't spend it recklessly, okay? His mother said with some concern, afraid that Yang Xian would become like the nouveau riche in TV dramas, squandering money and then going bankrupt. Don't worry, Mom. Actually, when I told you I won 50 million, that was a lie. I was afraid you'd be overwhelmed and something bad might happen. I won't tell you the exact amount, but in short, as long as we don't treat money like it's nothing, we'll never spend it all in this lifetime. So rest assured. Hearing Yang Xian's words, his parents looked at him with an expression that said, just as we thought. I didn't expect you to be right. Yang Xian definitely won more than 50 million. His mother gave his father a thumbs up. Hey, I know this kid too well. Saying 50 million, it's probably adding another zero. Yang Xian, 666, you're not even pretending anymore. Dad, did you install a surveillance camera on me? You've always known how much money I have since I was a kid. Alright, now that you know I'm this rich, you two don't have to be so frugal. Buy whatever you want as long as you don't get scammed. Got it. The money you gave us last time is enough. But don't let the dazzling world blind you. I won't be blinded. You can rest assured. Yang Xian patted his chest, indicating he had a will of steel. With no classes in the afternoon, Yang Xian didn't return to school. He accompanied his parents to familiarize them with the villa. After that, when the sun was less intense, they took a stroll along the CI Lake Greenway. The weather was cloudy, and with the shade of trees, the three of them walked along the greenway, as a gentle lake breeze blew, making it not too hot. The family hadn't taken a walk together for over 2 months. The last time they did was the last time. Yang Xian's mother was afraid of the sun, so he specially held an umbrella for her. She looked left and right, squinting her eyes with a smile never leaving her lips. She looked very relaxed and content. This lake is much bigger than the artificial lake in Linglong, his mother remarked, gazing at the shimmering CI lake. Linglong town was where Yang Xian's family lived. Of course, this lake is over 10 square kilometers big, probably equivalent to hundreds of artificial lakes. And except for the lack of a musical fountain, there are far more things to do here than at our artificial lake. True, we've been walking for a while and haven't even finished one side of the lake. I'm getting a bit tired. Spotting a wooden bench, Yang's father quickly walked over and sat down. The lake is over 20 kilometers around. If you're tired, stop walking. Rest for a while, and then I'll take you to dinner. Then Yang Xian sent a message for the driver to come pick them up. Soon they got into the car. The restaurant wasn't far, and they arrived quickly. The car drove to a place that looked like a small estate. Inside there was a dock with a large cruise ship moored behind it. Getting out of the car, Yang's father saw the restaurant's name, Shui Wei Jinghua Pavilion. Hey, the name is quite artistic, and it's actually on a boat. I wonder how the food is. Yang Xian was about to say he had eaten there before, and that the food and atmosphere were excellent, but the greeter at the dock, upon hearing Yang's father, smiled warmly and said, Sir, rest assured the taste of our dishes will definitely satisfy you. Whether it's satisfying or not, we'll have to taste it first, Yang's father replied with a smile, impressed by the service attitude. I have a reservation under the name Yang. Very well, mister. Yang, please follow me. All right. In the center of the restaurant was a piano where a pianist was slowly playing a tune that sounded familiar to Yang Xian, but he couldn't name. The seat Yang Xian had reserved was different from the ordinary ones in the hall. It was not only by the window offering a panoramic view of most of Ci Lake's night scenery, but also separated from other seats by some flowers and plants. Just this, a 4-person seat cost 188 yuan. Yang's mother picked up the menu handed by the waiter and glanced at it. Though she couldn't read the characters, she could understand the prices. Seeing the prices, she didn't gasp, but couldn't help widening her eyes. His father, also looking at the menu, asked curiously, "Why is this sea clam conpoy and ginseng flower porridge so expensive at 799? Well, this is made mainly from king sea clam's large conpoy, and sea cucumber, with added 9-head abalone, sea shrimp wuchang rice. Simmered for 5 hours, resulting in rich layers of flavor." After listening to a long explanation, Yang Xian felt that his parents only understood 2 words: the porridge is fine. Wipe their chopsticks. After flipping a few more pages and seeing the prices become increasingly outrageous, Yang's father simply tossed the menu to Yang Xian and let him order, so as not to see the prices and feel the pain. So Yang Xian, indifferent to the price, ordered not only the seafood porridge, but also 3 dishes of soup and a large Australian lobster. Though his father didn't want to order, he still leaned in to see what Yang Xian had chosen. After seeing the order, he estimated it would cost around 5,000 yuan. Once the waiter left, he couldn't help but sigh. Working hard for a whole month only to afford 2 meals like this. Who can stand it? His mother covered her mouth and laughed. Thanks to Yang Xian being so successful, otherwise we'd never get to eat such an expensive meal in this lifetime. Yang Xian looked puzzled. Me successful? Pointing to himself like a meme. Hearing this, Yang Xian almost laughed. It was all hard work, not a bit of luck. Yang Xian's table arrived relatively early, and as the dishes were served, more diners gradually filled the restaurant, though not too many. Just enough to dispel the earlier emptiness. While eating, he was idly scrolling through his phone until his eyes grew weary, prompting him to glance around. He spotted a stunning woman in a purple waist-cinched gauze dress, accompanied by a friend who was equally well-dressed and attractive, though slightly inferior in figure and aura, as they entered through the main door. Holy crap, that's Succubus from the other night. Her face actually matches her figure. In this age of the internet, he had seen countless beauties online, but those were mere pixels. Now a living, breathing Succubus stood less than 20 meters away. The impact was immense. Thus, upon seeing her attire and aura, Yang Xian instantly recalled the Succubus from that night. They were identical. Perhaps the darkness had enhanced her allure then, but now under the bright restaurant lights, she was still mesmerizing. Now in the well-lit restaurant, the Succubus revealed a face that was strikingly beautiful, not seductive, but almost ethereal. Her features were classic, with a smooth, flawless complexion that appeared as fair as creamy jade from afar. Though her bust was modest, it accentuated a certain purity. Perhaps emboldened by his newfound wealth, Yang Xian found himself unperturbed by the sight of 2 gorgeous women. In the past, he would have gaped foolishly. Now seeing her face, he dismissed his earlier doubts and sent a message to his good buddy, Mei Chuan, just to pique his curiosity. So she's not just a backview killer. Her face is damn well better than those internet influencers. Maybe she's one of them. It wasn't mere speculation on Yang Xian's part. These days, any girl with a decent figure tends to try her luck in the influencer circle. Perhaps Yang Xian had been staring too long. Luo Meng, following the waiter, sensed his gaze and looked back. She saw a college-aged boy quickly lowering his head to devour his meal, talking animatedly with his parents, who were clearly his father and mother. Luo Meng thought nothing of it. She was used to turning heads. The food is really good, we should come more often. But it's a bit far and the prices are too steep. It's not that we can't afford it, but it feels like a waste if we eat here every day, Yang's mother complained. What's wrong with having a feast every day? You don't have to cook, which saves you trouble, Yang's father said. Anyway, I have nothing to do all day. I'd rather cook myself. It's cleaner than eating out. I think that's a good idea. We'll hire a maid to help you, Mom. If you don't feel like cooking one day, just let her do it. Yang Xian suggested. Hey, that's a great idea. Saves money too. We'll make up for the cost of a few meals here in no time. Luo Meng sat a bit farther away and couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could tell at a glance that Yang Xian's clothes were expensive. Still, anyone who dined here with family was likely wealthy or influential. Muyu, sitting across from Luo Meng, noticed her friend's gaze drifting. Following Luo Meng's eyes, she naturally saw Yang Xian's family. Yang Xian felt like sitting on a bed of nails under the scrutiny of 2 girls, but he feigned ignorance, eating calmly, as if he hadn't been caught staring. What's wrong, Meng Meng? Why are you staring at that table? Sure, the guy's handsome, but you're not short of admirers, right? Muyu teased. Luo Meng's face flushed. No, it's just that when we walked in, that guy was staring at us. I thought he might be someone I know. Isn't it normal for people to stare? I mean, with a beauty like you around, ha. Stop it. If you keep barking, I won't treat you to dinner. It's your birthday, so I splurged to bring you here. Say another word, and you'll be eating burgers. Luo Meng snapped, half embarrassed. Fine. You're the young lady, and I'm your humble servant. Why bother with me? Let's order quickly. I'm starving. Muyu giggled again. Alright, so I'm the young lady again. Then pray tell my esteemed servant what would you like to eat tonight? Luo Ming, accustomed to her best friend's playful nature, handed the menu to Mu Yu. While my humble young lady bring me the most expensive items on the menu. Mu Yu said without hesitation. Screw you. If you don't decide, I'll just order the cheapest. Then. Let's start with garlic vermicelli butterfly shrimp. I love salmon. So a sweet shrimp and salmon sashimi platter, and 2 portions of Wagyu beef. Mu Yu didn't go overboard. She ordered 5 or 6 dishes costing just over 1,000 yuan, mostly choosing items with good value. After all, she and Luo Ming were true best friends. Luo Ming's family was well off. Her parents were demolition beneficiaries who owned several apartments in Guangzhou City, living comfortably off the rent. While not extremely wealthy, they gave her around 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. A huge sum for a college student, more than enough for normal spending. As an only child, her parents were terrified she might be led astray or cheated, so they gave her a generous allowance. During the first week of freshman year, her mother even rented a room near the school to accompany her, worried about acclimatization. Later, Luo Ming felt that being aloof in college wasn't good. She hadn't made many new friends and was burdening her mother, so she chose to dorm. She was generous with her spending, often buying fruits and snacks to share with her roommates, fostering excellent relationships. Her dorm was arguably the most harmonious among all female dorms in the class. Mu Yu, on the other hand, was more ordinary. Besides being pretty, she had a knack for taking small advantages. Her family was average, giving her a monthly allowance of around 1,500 to 2,000 yuan. After being won over by Luo Ming's charm and money, they got along famously. Luo Ming was happy to have a friend who didn't envy her looks. To ease her family's burden, Mu Yu started a part-time job filming and editing videos of their daily lives. Though the content was casual, her looks were a major selling point, and she managed to earn enough to cover her expenses. A couple of days ago, Luo Ming's parents accidentally transferred a few extra 1,000 yuan for her allowance, so she offered to treat Mu Yu to dinner at this restaurant. Mu Yu hadn't expected Luo Ming to bring her to such an expensive place, let alone to pose for photos and post on social media, satisfying her small vanity. She felt that being treated here was already generous, so she wouldn't order recklessly. Before the dishes arrived, Mu Yu couldn't contain her curiosity. She looked around, wondering what made this restaurant different from more affordable ones. With few patrons, she naturally noticed Yang Xian. Mumming, do you think that guy is a rich second generation? He looks like he stepped out of a TV drama. Mu Yu discreetly pointed at Yang Xian under the table. You can tell that. Have you watched too many idol dramas? Luo Ming was speechless, but it didn't match the TV tropes. Shouldn't the rich father be busy on his phone with business deals or important calls, and the mother be elegant and composed? Instead, this family of 3 was just like ordinary people scrolling through Douyin and novels while eating. As for how Mu Yu knew Yang Xian was watching videos, the way he swiped his screen was exactly how she did it. Who knows? Why do you care? Luo Ming was indifferent to whether Yang Xian was wealthy. Her family wasn't short of money, so she didn't need to cling to the rich. My dream is to find a rich guy and achieve financial freedom. You have no idea how exhausting part-time jobs during breaks are, and getting yelled at by the boss too. Mu Yu didn't care about saving face. She wasn't the pretentious type. After all, they were best friends. She knew everything about Luo Ming, even the color of her. Ahem. You've never been in a relationship, so you don't know. Most rich guys are quite skilled at playing the game. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them, little sister. Luo Ming, used to Mu Yu's bluntness, teased back. Really? As if you've ever been in one. Do I need to be? My parents want me to find a son-in-law who moves in with us. Nice. Even if he doesn't love me, it's fine. As long as he gives me money. He can do whatever he wants, I don't care. Forget it. If you can't find a good man, I'll support you. Really? Hubby. Mu Yu, as if waiting for that line, hugged Luo Ming's arm and rubbed against it. I'll get off. You're getting foundation on my clothes. Luo Ming pretended to be disgusted, pulling her arm free and brushing off the makeup Mu Yu had smeared. And I'm female, attracted to men, so stay away. I don't care. If not, I'll go to Thailand and get a sex change. Can you even change from female to male? I thought Thailand only did male to female surgery. Can you attach something like that? Good point. Let me look it up. Yang Xian, watching from behind, couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the 2 girls playfully bickering. Are these 2 mentally stable? After the driver sent his parents back, Yang Xian had him drop him off at school. The villa had hardly been used since it was purchased. After all, one must maintain good relations with roommates. Who could accept a friend suddenly becoming wealthy and leaving the dormitory? Oh, look who's back from his gallivanting, Lord Yang. Mei Chuan barked as soon as Yang Xian returned to the dorm. Must have been a date with some beauties. Can't help it. A super handsome, charming, elegant, and graceful guy like me is naturally pursued. Yang Xian mimicked the pose, running his hands through his hair with a smug grin. 666, cut the crap. What are you jabbering about? Just help me finish my Java homework, Lin Wenba said, picking his ear as he pointed at the IntelliJ IDEA interface on his computer. What the homework? I didn't know about that, Yang Xian said, looking utterly shocked. Nice, you sleep through every class. Did the teacher send you a dream with the assignment? Can't be helped. Which one of you has finished it? Share it with me, Yang Xian said, staring eagerly at Hu Bin as he walked over, rubbing his hands like a fly and winking. You know what I mean, little Bin Bin. I know nothing. I know zilch. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I've sent the file on QQ. Check your messages. 666, no hesitation at all. Bribed just like that. Mei Chuan stared at Hu Bin in disbelief. He had begged for ages to get that file. Can't help it. Brother Yang offered too much, Hu Bin said, spreading his hands. Mei Chuan's eyes also lit up. President Xian, I think I can do it too. I finished the earlier assignments as well. Yang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, dinner's on me tonight. Let's hit the Tingyu Pavilion. After dinner, Yang Xian and Mei Chuan went to the courier station to pick up packages. Yang Xian was genuinely looking forward to the hiking trip. Damn, Yang Xian, is that Polaris jacket real? Doesn't that thing cost a few thousand? Though Mei Chuan had never seen one before, he had bought a cheap jacket for himself and had come across the luxury brand Polaris. He never expected to see it in Yang Xian's hands. Yang Xian looked at the overpacked Polaris gift box on the floor, then at Mei Chuan, as if to say, what if I told you it's fake? Would you believe me? Mei Chuan's face said, you've got to be kidding me. Holy crap, I can't accept this. Mei Chuan's world crumbled as he pulled out his phone and searched. Wang Chao? 8,000. What? 8,000? 8,000 what? Hu Bin and Lin Wenbo were also stunned and crowded around. Seriously, this jacket, aside from looking a bit premium, what makes it so expensive? Hu Bin came from a relatively poor family and couldn't fathom how a jacket could cost over 8,000. It's still decent. Those LV bags sell for hundreds of thousands, and I think this jacket is more practical. Tisk, the feel is indeed more premium than my 400 yuan llama jacket. For sure the price difference is 20 times. The three of them couldn't hide their envy. Yang Xian had put a lot of effort into preparing for this hike: a Polaris orange-red jacket, windproof sunglasses, a lightweight waterproof hiking backpack, hiking pants, boots, a thermal blanket, plus some chocolate and energy gels. The total cost came to nearly 10,000 yuan. The jacket alone was the biggest expense, over 8,000. But aside from the luxury brand's cachet, its waterproof, windproof, and breathable qualities were top-notch. Even though they were only climbing a popular mountain with a maximum altitude of just over 2,000 meters, overkill perhaps. Every man harbors a dream of wilderness survival. So overkill it was. As for why he didn't buy trekking poles, Yang Xian felt that the bamboo sticks sold at the foot of the mountain were more distinctive, and if he got tired he could just toss them aside. Time flew to Friday evening. Yang Xian's dorm and Hu Bin's girlfriend Yu Zhao's dorm had a joint gathering at a food stall. Yang Xian intentionally ate less before the trip to avoid frequent bathroom visits, especially during the train ride. Using the restroom on a moving train was a nightmare. If the train was packed, the toilets might be clogged and become a dreadful mess. So despite many train rides, Yang Xian had never once taken a number 2 on board. After dinner, everyone returned to their dorms to pack. Yang Xian's backpack was stuffed to the brim: 2 Ma power banks, cables, emergency supplies, a downliner for the jacket, a rescue blanket, a small medical kit, a bottle of water, a waterproof, windproof lighter. It had everything, though it was heavy, but it fulfilled a small hiking dream. Checking the weather for Fuyang County, where Wukong Mountain was located, it didn't look great. Autumn was approaching and southern China had been experiencing frequent rain. There might be light showers in Fuyang County. The others were going because they had a rare holiday and didn't want to waste it due to weather. Yang Xian was excited because he could finally put his gear to use. At 11 p.m., the group waited at the train station. The night was cool. As they stepped onto the vast platform under the dark sky, Yang Xian felt a strange sense of destiny. He loved that feeling, until they boarded the train. Stepping over a few pairs of feet and waking up people sleeping in their seats, he was relieved it was the National Day holiday, not the Spring Festival rush. Most passengers were college students on a budget, not middle-aged folks rushing home. Thankfully, the weird smell isn't too strong. Yang Xian sighed in relief. In the past, after every train ride, he would be covered in a mix of smoke, sweat, other people's sweat, feet, and instant noodle smells. This time, at least the initial odor was tolerable. Not that Yang Xian looked down on trains. They were cheap, and at that price you couldn't complain. Back in the day, he would want to die on the train, but after a dozen hours he'd say he'd do it again. But now it wasn't necessary. He could have hired a private car, but he wanted to fit in with the group, and traveling by train felt more authentic. Since the two dorms had bought tickets together, most seats were adjacent. In this environment, everyone quickly became familiar. With conversations, time passed quickly. By 2 a.m., everyone was sleepy. Yang Xian had already closed his eyes to rest. The train was due at 4 a.m., and this absurd hour did nothing to dampen the group's enthusiasm. It even added a touch of excitement. The train clattered on, and the carriage grew quiet. Just before the destination, the conductor shouted, "Fuyang County. Passengers for Fuyang County, don't oversleep. Fuyang County is here." Everyone was jolted awake and scrambled to gather their belongings. The carriage was noisy with people packing. It seemed most students on this train were heading to the same place, the famous scenic spot, Wukong Mountain. Fellow travelers indeed. They got off the train. Despite having slept less than 2 hours, the curiosity of young people about a new place diluted their drowsiness. The ground was damp, or it had clearly rained not long ago, though it wasn't raining now. The trip was planned by Yu Zhao's roommate Zhao Zihui. They were scheduled to climb in the afternoon. Since it was only 4 a.m., they took 2 taxis from the station to a hotel near the scenic area to get some sleep and recover. During the National Day holiday, accommodation was exorbitant. This hotel, clearly converted from a private house, charged over 400 yuan for a tiny room of about 10 square meters. But it was the most economical option near the scenic area. Better ones cost several hundred more. Since they only needed a few hours of sleep, Yang Xian's dorm booked one room and planned to squeeze in. To his surprise, the girls also booked only one room. He wondered how they slept. The four guys slept horizontally on a 1.8-meter wide, 2-meter long bed, using their clothes as blankets and pillows. Fortunately, none of them were large, so 4 people on one bed was still manageable. On the other hand, the girls were less reserved. They turned on the air conditioner, shared a blanket, and occasionally giggled and chatted under the covers. They slept until noon, and Yang Xian felt refreshed and energized. Lin Wenba was still lazing in bed, while the other 3 had already started getting ready. The girls were faster and were already urging them on. Dude, are you here to travel or to sleep? If you don't get up now, we're leaving. Mei Chuan kicked Lin Wenba's butt in irritation. If he doesn't get up, I'll make Mei Chuan take off his pants, Yang Xian said with a mischievous grin. Mei Chuan, Lin Wenba. Alright, I'm getting up. Hearing this threat, Lin Wenba finally dragged himself out of bed reluctantly. After being swindled a few hundred yuan at a neighboring restaurant claiming to serve local specialties, the group finally felt satisfied. They hailed a taxi and headed toward the Yukong Mountain ticket office. Holy crap, are you serious? There are so many people. Lin Wenba stared at the sea of heads before him, completely stunned. He wasn't the only one shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. They knew there would be crowds during National Day, but they never expected it to be this packed, even before the holiday. No wonder it had been so difficult to find a taxi and the roads were so congested. Nothing we can do about it, kids. Let's join the queue. Looking at the overwhelming human tide before them, even Yang Xian felt helpless. The organizers really hadn't anticipated this many visitors. Look at the bright side. At least we won't have to worry about being alone during the night hike, since there are people everywhere. The queue stretched endlessly, and Yang Xian estimated it would take at least half an hour before their turn. While killing time scrolling through his phone, he also scanned the surroundings for any attractive girls. Unsurprisingly, the girl drop rate was indeed high. It was early autumn at the mountain base, and with light rain, not cold yet even slightly warm, many girls in tank tops were queuing. Living up to Yukong Mountain's fame as an internet sensation, even Mei Chuan nearby couldn't stop staring. While looking around, Yang Xian suddenly spotted a familiar slender figure at the back of the queue. He changed his angle several times until he clearly saw her face and couldn't help but be shocked. Is this possible? Possessed by a succubus? He then nudged Mei Chuan. Quick, look who that is, Yang Xian whispered, pointing toward Luo Meng. Mei Chuan wore a sly grin on his face. I've already spotted her. Gotta admit, she's really pretty. Yang Xian, you see a pretty girl, and don't even tell me. I'm like, wait, this is the succubus, don't you remember? Mei Chuan. How would I know? I've never seen her face before. This is her. I bumped into her during that dinner the other day. Holy crap, so this is the succubus. Gotta admit, she's seriously gorgeous. Not a backshot only type. Mei Chuan sneakily glanced a couple more times. Luo Meng was wearing a blue and white short-sleeve top today, with black loose casual pants and a jacket tied around her waist. The bangs framing her forehead and temples were incredibly beautiful, and her high ponytail hairstyle radiated vitality. Fortunately, she was absorbed in her phone, unaware of these 2 lecherous men. Yang Xian also noticed Luo Meng's female classmate from their previous dinner was there, but the girl was chatting non-stop with another girl beside her. It seemed they were a trio. What a coincidence. The succubus came to climb Yukong Mountain too. Imagine if something unexpected happens during the hike, and I get to be the hero and rescue the beauty he. Before anything even started, Mei Chuan was already daydreaming. Yang Xian gave him an exasperated look. After another 10+ minutes of queuing, Yang Xian's group finally passed through the entrance. They noticed light drizzle had started falling, and it was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the sky was already somewhat dim. However, this didn't dampen everyone's hiking enthusiasm. Others quickly put on the disposable rain ponchos they'd bought roadside. Yang Xian and Mei Chuan switched to windbreakers from their backpacks. Unexpectedly, the guy Zhao Zihui among the girls was also wearing a windbreaker and outdoor pants. No wonder she'd initiated this trip. She was clearly one of them. Mei Chuan wasn't wearing waterproof pants, but since the rain was light, Yang Xian mentioned it. Mei Chuan didn't mind much. There would definitely be rain ponchos for sale on the mountain anyway if needed. While changing clothes, Luo Meng and her 2 companions in rain ponchos walked past Yang Xian's group, but didn't recognize him. After all, Yang Xian was now wearing a cap. With girls present and light rain falling, the hikers on the mountain moved slowly. The stone steps were slippery in the rain, and there weren't even railings on the sides. I'm getting hungry. Didn't the signs along the way say there was a restaurant camp 500 meters ahead? Why do I feel like we've walked a full kilometer and still haven't reached it? Lin Wenba said, somewhat breathless. Constantly climbing slopes did drain one's stamina. Besides Lin Wenba, the other 3 regularly went running and felt fine, but they were indeed starting to get hungry. The other girls were also getting tired. There's only this one path. We couldn't possibly have taken a wrong turn. Don't tell me 500 meters refers to elevation distance. Fortunately, after another 5 minutes of walking, a small 1-story flat-roofed building with warm, cozy lights came into view. It was clearly a small shop selling all kinds of things. In the open space in front of the building were 5 tables with large umbrellas propped up, but they were all occupied. There were quite a lot of tourists at this rest stop. Just a bit further up was the cable car station. Hikers going up and coming down would all stop here to resupply. The crowd was dense, and the colorful rain ponchos, windbreakers, and umbrellas created an even more bustling scene. The group was somewhat bewildered by it all. Lin Wenba was getting unbearable from hunger. He squeezed directly toward the small shop, knowing there was still a long stretch of road ahead, and they needed to buy something to eat to replenish their energy. So Yang Xin pulled the other two along, for people should be able to squeeze through somewhere. Fortunately, most people inside were just sheltering from the rain, so there wasn't much competition for food. Yang Xin looked around, and saw that besides instant noodles they only had hot pot items for sale. 5 bowls of instant noodles, 3 braised pork, 1 seafood, 1 pickled cabbage, and 5 cobs of corn. The extra portion was for Hu Bin to bring back to his girlfriend. The other girls had brought their own food, like self-heating hot pots. Yang Xin also bought some hot pot skewers totaling over 100 yuan. Both noodles and corn were 8 yuan per portion. Prices at Mid-Mountain were still acceptable. Yang Xin treated everyone to these small expenses. A table nearby had just finished and descended, so the girls seized the opportunity and grabbed seats. Yang Xin laid out all the food on the table. Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more. Feeling like he'd bought 2 little hot pot skewers, Yang Xin went and bought 2 large bowls more. On this rainy day, the mountain temperature was probably just above 20 degrees. With occasional gentle breezes, it was still a bit chilly. However, everyone had brought an extra layer, and the rain ponchos blocked the wind. They weren't cold at all, and now with hot food in their bellies, it completely dispelled the last trace of chill. Gotta say, eating together like this has a nice vibe to it, Mei Chuan said with his mouth full of food, speaking with difficulty. For sure. It reminds me of when I was little, playing by the roadside and roasting sweet potatoes over a fire with my buddies on summer nights back in my hometown. A nostalgic expression crossed Yang Xion's face. Back in his hometown, you could start fires almost anywhere, and there was a large open space right in front of the house. Since Yang Xion loved playing with fire, he often started small bonfires with his friends in the evening to keep warm and roast things. Now, not only were places to start fires hard to find, but the people who used to play fire with him were gone too. Mumming, that should be him. I'm sure of it, and there's still room at their table. Let's go squeeze in with them. Just climbing to this spot, Mu Yu and Luo Meng noticed every table was occupied. They looked around to see if there was anywhere to sit, and coincidentally recognized Yang Xion, who had taken off his cap and was eating. An idea struck Mu Yu. But Luo Meng clearly felt they had only met Yang Xion once before, and he probably didn't even remember them. So she was quite hesitant. It's not appropriate, is it? We've only met them once, we're not familiar. Let's just wait until they finish eating. Mu Yu pouted, looking somewhat disappointed. But I really want to sit down and rest for a bit. Hearing familiar voices from behind that interrupted his reminiscing, Yang Xion turned his head. Mu Yu and Luo Meng were each holding a bowl of instant noodles, gazing eagerly at his back. When they saw him turn around, both panicked momentarily and quickly looked away, though they kept stealing glances which made Yang Xion find them quite amusing. Look, he's smiling at us. He definitely recognized us. Come on, let's go. Mu Yu happily said to Luo Meng, then held her bowl of noodles and scurried quickly to Yang Xion's side. Sometimes pretty girls really do have excellent action skills and social abilities. The following Luo Meng could only sigh helplessly and follow. Hey classmate, I noticed you have some extra space here. Could my friend and I squeeze in? Mu Yu tilted her head slightly, her long-lashed eyes blinking rapidly, lips pressed together, gazing pitifully at Yang Xion. To be honest, it was somewhat adorable. Of course, no problem. It's a public space anyway. Just come sit over. There's plenty of room, Yang Xion said while eating hot pot skewers, making space for Mu Yu and the others. Sure thing, sure thing. Mu Yu quickly pulled the slightly embarrassed Luo Meng to sit down side by side on the long bench, happily starting to eat their instant noodles. Slurp. The sound of rain, the chatter of tourists, and the slurping of noodles from the group. Oddly, it all had a certain charm at that moment. By the way, do you think we'll see the sunrise tomorrow? It's been raining all day. I'd say it's doubtful. The weather forecast says it'll stop tonight, but we're on the mountain now, so who knows if the forecast is accurate. Yang Xion shook his head. They had climbed the mountain at night specifically to see the sunrise. Not being able to see it would indeed be regrettable. I originally wanted to change the destination when I saw the weather forecast, but unfortunately, I couldn't get any tickets. Zhao Zihue said with a hint of apology. Climbing a mountain on a rainy day meant you couldn't enjoy much scenery beyond the hike itself. Say, what a coincidence. You're also here climbing Yukong Mountain. Yang Xion looked at Luo Meng and the others with some curiosity. Mu Yu shot Luo Meng a playful glance and teased. Luo Meng said, you're more likely to find love by climbing Yukong Mountain, so here we are. No, I didn't. You were the one who saw it on that sweet potato app. Luo Meng blushed and hurriedly defended herself. Oh, come on, same thing, he. Yang Xion treated it as a joke and chimed in, look, the handsome guy next to me is still single. 2 beauties, how about you give it some thought? Yang Xion gestured toward Mei Chuan, who was sitting beside him with his head bowed eating. She was utterly bewildered. Get lost, scram. Mei Chuan's face flushed crimson. He stole a couple of glances at the 2 girls' reactions, then waved his hand as if to swat at Yang Xion. Yang Xion was used to it and playfully patted him a couple of times. There was no doubt that deep down the guy was thrilled. Oh, what about you? Still single? Mu Yu asked casually while chewing, and Luo Meng perked up her ears, equally curious. The question seemed to catch Yang Xion off guard. His gaze drifted upward for a moment, as though something flashed through his mind before he replied. Yes, so what? Being single is great. I love being single. Mu Yu rolled her eyes. Uft. Yang Xian thought to himself, hell women. I knew this was coming. You think you can tease me? Don't make me laugh. I read enough novels to know what comes next. They'll probably offer to set me up with their bestie Luo Meng and go on and on about it. Like I'd fall for that old trick. After that the group got to know each other better. Girls usually found it easier to bond, and the 6 females seemed to have an endless supply of topics to discuss. Their conversation naturally turned to celebrities' cosmetics, how good their skin was, where they bought their clothes, how nice their hair looked. After finishing their meal they rested for another 20 minutes. During this time Yang Xian picked up some additional supplies. He had taken out his jacket, so his backpack was considerably lighter. After all, they were now in the wilderness and needed to be prepared for survival at all times. Bear Grylls mode activate. With 10 people in their Special Forces style group, they reached the cable car station by around 5:30 in the afternoon. However, light rain was falling from the sky, so the lighting wasn't particularly good. They had originally planned to climb to the summit at night, but considering the poor weather and the risk of the steep, slippery paths, they decided against it. They were also being lazy, so everyone decided to take the cable car up instead. The tickets weren't expensive, 60 yuan per person for a one-way ride. Each cable car could hold 6 people, so the group went up in 2 trips. Naturally, the girls took one ride and the boys took the other. It would take about 10 minutes or so. Through the raindrops on the glass, watching the mountains and forests recede continuously. If it were a clear day the view would indeed be quite nice, but on a rainy day it was greatly diminished. It was nearly dusk now, and the sky was still a foggy gray. Yang Xian, you've got skills, huh? When did you meet that succubus? Mei Chuan raised an eyebrow at Yang Xian curiously. So this is the legendary succubus, huh? She's just good looking, that's all. How is she any different from a succubus? Lin Wenbo and Hu Bin were equally puzzled. Although Luo Meng and Mu Yu were quite attractive, their casual sportswear made it hard to see any demonic charm. No heart-shaped tails or anything like that. I wouldn't exactly call it knowing them. Last time my parents and I were dining at a restaurant, we happened to run into them. We didn't know each other then and didn't exchange words. Met at a restaurant. Wait, your parents went to the area near the school too? Everyone was somewhat surprised since none of them attended universities near home, and it was relatively rare for parents to come to the school area to find their children. Mei Chuan's family was from Han City after all. Every holiday his father would drive to pick him up. Yep, they're bored at home, so why not come travel? The environment in Huangshuo is quite nice, pretty suitable for retirement. Wow. As expected of someone who's financially free. You've got it pretty good, bro. Oh, come on. I'm far from financially free yet. Yang Xian waved his hand, lying through his teeth. After all, playing the humble poor guy had become a habit. Say this cable car goes to the halfway point of the mountain, right? The guide says there's another cable car further up. Are we not taking that one? Hu Bin asked while checking the mobile guide. Of course. Everyone chorused in unison. As if they were worried about missing out if they didn't climb enough. If it weren't for the girls wanting to ride the cable car, I would never have gotten on it in a million years, Lin Wenbo said, shaking his head and pretending to be resigned. Cut the crap. I can see you're almost exhausted. Everyone rolled their eyes. Damn, Yukong Mountain is actually fairly well developed. Despite the high altitude, they've even installed streetlights along the mountain paths. Yang Xian pointed to the transparent glass floor of the cable car. Below, the winding mountain road, illuminated by the streetlights, resembled a dragon slithering through the mountains, its head and tail invisible. Exactly. And not only are there hotels near the summit, but they've also built a damn coffee shop. The employees there must be in great shape, climbing all day long. Stop making things up. Yukong Mountain has 2 cable car sections and an elevator. As long as you want to, you can walk no more than 3 kilometers. The mountain staff all get free rides, and there's apparently a helipad up top as well. Wow, even a helicopter. Just here for the check-in, huh? Not enduring any hardship at all. Soon enough, the easy journey passed and the 4 boys chatting. After getting off the cable car and reuniting with the girls, they continued their climb. The group of 10 didn't move particularly fast. This is how a mountain climbing party usually goes. Zhao Zihui and Lin Wenbo seemed genuinely enthusiastic about hiking and led the way with energy, while Mei Chuan and Yang Xian, being closest friends, walked side by side. Luo Meng and Mu Yu followed behind Yang Xian and the others, occasionally chatting with Gu Lily and Lin Mei, who were behind them. At the very back were Hu Bin and his girlfriend Yu Xiao, holding hands and keeping a bit of distance from the main group. They could still occasionally see people descending the mountain rushing to catch the cable car. Some extroverted hikers noticed the group looked like college students and offered them words of encouragement. Perhaps because they were climbing at night, the group only exchanged occasional words, with everyone else focused on the climb, breathing heavily as they ascended. Mu Yu kept glancing at Yang Xian's back from time to time, wanting to strike up a conversation, but held back. Whether from shyness or exhaustion, she never said anything. Frustrated with herself, she thought to herself, damn it. Whenever Luo Meng and I go out, guys are always hitting on us, asking for contact info. Yet here I am right behind him, and he's just focused on climbing. At that moment, Mu Yu felt both annoyed and amused. Had she been acting a bit desperate lately? Luo Meng didn't think much of it, as Yang Xian's attire clearly marked him as a second-generation rich kid, and female friends were likely a given. So she wasn't particularly impressed, merely casting a few extra glances. Mei Chuan wanted to strike up a conversation, but Yang Xian was too taciturn, and he felt too shy to chat with the 2 beauties behind. so he could only focus on climbing, huffing and puffing. So what was Yang Xian thinking at that moment? Impressive, impressive. Heroes under heaven are as numerous as the fish in the river. I never expected all of them to be so good at climbing. No one even stops to rest. We've been climbing nonstop for over an hour. It wasn't that Yang Xian was exhausted, but he who exercised daily was already panting and feeling tired. The fact that these people who rarely exercised weren't complaining was quite surprising. Had his recent routine of running over 10 kilometers every night worn him out? Fortunately, Zhao Zihui at the top checked her phone and called Lin Wenba to sit on the steps for a rest. Seeing them stop, Yang Xian also halted. Continuing to climb just to show off would disrupt group unity, so he found a cleaner step to sit on. The others behind, seeing the front finally resting, breathed a sigh of relief. It was too hard to keep up. No more pretense. They all sat down using their raincoats to cover the damp steps, groaning collectively. Zhao Zihui, sitting at the top, took out her phone, raised it high with a selfie stick, and shouted, "Everyone look over here. 1, 2, 3 cheese." After taking the photo, she sent it to the group chat for everyone to download and keep as a souvenir. The others secretly zoomed in to check their own angles. Thus the group sat on the mountain steps resting while scrolling through their phones. The warm, bright streetlights dispelled the chill and gloom. The signal in the mountains was surprisingly good. Yang Xian casually logged into Delta Force, did his daily tasks in the Special Operations Department, and checked if any items he had bookmarked in the marketplace had dropped in price. "Hey Yang Xian, you play Delta Force too?" Muyu stood beside him seemingly out of nowhere. Yeah, I've been playing since the beta." "So you've been through 10 seasons? If you have time, could you teach me? I just started this season." Muyu secretly rejoiced. Finally a common topic to talk about. It was so rare. Yang Xian pondered for a few seconds. Newbies like this were clueless about maps, broke, unskilled, didn't understand the game mechanics, and might even be greedy. Most importantly, she wasn't Miss Ada, and her level might not even allow her into the secret area. For someone like him, who only played the secret area of the aerospace map, she was a complete burden. But out of politeness, Yang Xian replied with a simple, "Okay." "Muyu, what's up with that dude? Just a okay, and nothing else." When she played Valorant before, she was showered with guns, and held a high status. How could Yang Xian be so indifferent, even a bit disdainful? "Hey, do you usually play Valorant?" "I play it a lot." Muyu invited again sweetly, since Valorant was popular now, and both were shooter games. Most Delta Force players also played Valorant. "Oh, I haven't played Valorant. I don't really like the art style, and besides I don't camp bridges." Yang Xian pointed at his in-game name, CS Beast Slayer 1x1. Camp bridges. Haha, that's hilarious. Do you hate bridge campers that much? After a moment of confusion, Muyu, who spent a lot of time online, caught the joke. No, bridge camping is a legitimate strategy. What I hate is the scummy tactic of luring people out to kill them. Speaking of which, Yang Xian recalled that day when he had a 9-slot safe box. While running the knife in the secret area of aerospace, he wasn't sure if anyone was still in the map. So he signaled for a truce, hoping the fully geared squad would let him go. Surprisingly, someone responded. Seeing it was a 3-man fully geared squad, he decisively took off his helmet, armor, vest, backpack, and gun, even offering a few small gold items. After the 3 thoroughly examined his backpack of junk, 2 ran to the extraction point, while Uluru took a few steps, then turned back and killed Yang Xian. Yang Xian was stunned, rage surging within him, but all he could do was vent his fury by changing his in-game name. Yeah, that kind of betrayal is truly despicable. Muyu frowned, deeply expressing sympathy. Luo Meng behind them glanced curiously at Muyu's back. This girl had never voluntarily chatted with boys before, except when she needed help with homework or exam answers. Otherwise, she barely spoke to boys in real life. What was going on today? Was it because of that encounter with Yang Xian at the restaurant last time? What Luo Meng didn't know was that when Yang Xian and his family left the restaurant that day, Muyu happened to see them getting into an Alphard, clearly with a driver. How could an ordinary family have a chauffeur? Also today, Yang Xian was wearing a mountaineering jacket, pants, and backpack. She didn't know the exact model, but the brand logo was too conspicuous. Undoubtedly the famous outdoor brand Polaris. The cheapest items seemed to cost several thousand. Yang Xian was definitely a rich guy. Most importantly, Muyu felt that Yang Xian was a good person, not arrogant or condescending. If she could date, or even marry such a tall, rich, and handsome man, the rest of her life would be comfortable. Luo Meng's own family was well off, and she never lacked pocket money. When her allowance ran out, her family quickly replenished it. So she assumed Yang Xian's family was middle class like hers, and didn't pay much attention. Moreover, even if Yang Xian was extremely wealthy, what did it have to do with her? Most rich people were selfish and self-centered after all. After resting for a while, the group packed up and continued to climb. It wasn't to catch the sunrise, but to reach the hotel campsite early and rest. After all, the next day was busy, and staying up all night might lead to sudden death. Yang Xian, Mei Chuan called out. Yang Xian turned to see Mei Chuan waving a branch he had picked up somewhere. TCH childish. Yang Xian ignored him and continued climbing, though his eyes kept scanning the nearby bushes. Haha, found you at last. My holy sword. Yang Xian's eyes lit up as he pulled out a wooden stick of perfect length and thickness from the bushes. Mei Chuan prepared to die. 2 slaps sounded as the sticks clashed. 666. You started a Star Wars battle without me. Lin Wenba, hearing the commotion, felt his hands itch and looked around for a cool stick. The other girls. Muyu nodded approvingly, as expected of the man I've set my eyes on. His personality is perfect. After spending so much time together, the group had grown quite familiar. They chatted and laughed all the way, finally arriving at the hotel and tent area behind the mountaintop before midnight. The temperature in the air was now around 10 degrees Celsius with a considerable wind. Since they had just climbed up and their bodies were still warm from exercise, they didn't feel cold yet. But once they rested and stopped generating heat, they would soon feel the chill. After a brief rest, Yang Xian and his group went to inquire about prices. The hotel quoted 220 yuan per bed, including breakfast, or 800 yuan for a room. Currently, only 4 bedrooms and twin rooms were available. Tents were 100 yuan each with only 2 sleeping bags inside. Initially, everyone had wanted to try sleeping in tents, but after going in to have a look. Damn brother, this smell is pretty strong. Sweat and foot odor are one thing, but how can there be body odor too? Yang Xian and Mei Chuan also widened their eyes and quickly retreated. The others' faces also turned sour. These tents were obviously uncleaned for some time. Other tents might not be this bad, but they were probably not much cleaner. Considering that besides Luo Meng and her friend, the other 4 girls, 3 of whom came from relatively modest families, Yang Xian had glimpsed their names on the poverty application list in the class group, would definitely not stay in tents. So Yang Xian waved his hand and headed straight to the hotel front desk. I originally wanted to sleep in the tents, but didn't expect the conditions to be so bad. I'll treat everyone to the hotel instead. Otherwise it's not worth it if we get a skin disease. Oh, that's not really okay. We can just block the wind in the tents. No need to go to such trouble. The 4 girls from the girls' dorm were very embarrassed. After all, who would normally let someone else pay for their room while traveling? It's only 800 yuan. Let's go. Saying that, Yang Xian waved his hand and beckoned everyone to follow. The guys didn't mind as they knew Yang Xian was well off. Besides, they were all dorm mates and had a good relationship. Why not take advantage? They had treated each other on birthdays before. Meanwhile, Luo Meng and Muyu had no intention of letting Yang Xian pay. Luo Meng, without a word, added Yang Xian on Jushin and directly sent him 880 yuan for the double bed. Yang Xian didn't refuse since she didn't need the favor, and who would turn down money? This world doesn't allow sycophants. After booking 2 4-bedrooms and 1 double room with the 4 girls repeatedly thanking them, Yang Xian and the guys entered their rooms. The rooms were overall quite nice, newly built and odorless. Damn, you really showed off again. Mei Chuan, envious, angrily slapped Yang Xian's butt. I really dare not sleep in those tents. If I get a skin disease, it'll cost even more. Besides, we can't let the guys sleep in the rooms and the girls in the tents. That's true. Anyway, you're rich, so do whatever. Yeah, if you're rich and don't show off, what's the point of being rich? Lin Wenbo deeply agreed. If I were rich, I'd give 2 yuan to every dog on the street to buy a sausage. Over at Muyu's side, Luo Meng felt that her best friend seemed distracted today. Although she was chattering as usual, something felt different. What's wrong, Mu? You seem so strange today. Luo Meng leaned against the headboard, her tall ponytail now loosely draped over her delicate shoulders, regaining a bit of the charm from that night. Me? Strange? Where am I strange? Muyu, who was about to take off her socks, paused, raised an eyebrow, and pointed at her own face in confusion. I don't know. I just feel you were too enthusiastic today. Luo Meng was uncertain and wrinkled her delicate nose. Muyu was surprised. Was she that obvious? But it didn't matter. Love is something you pursue yourself. Oh, only the brave deserve it. Even if she was found out, she could just reveal her cards. Oh, it's rare that we get to go out and have fun, so I'm just happy. Does my dear Ming Ming think I don't love you just because I talked a few more words with others? I love you most, mua. Muyu immediately launched a storm thunder leap, pouncing on Luo Meng like a wild boar, pretending to kiss her fiercely. Slurp, mua. I'll go away. Luo Meng hugged her face and resisted, frantically swaying left and right. Muyu made another thunderous suction, burying her head directly behind Luo Meng and holding on tightly. Although Muyu wasn't afraid to reveal her cards, there was no need to say it out loud. After all, this was the first time she had ever pursued a guy. She had always been the one pursued, not the pursuer. It would be embarrassing to admit. Back to the other girls' dorm. The girls finally breathed a sigh of relief at the clean and tidy beds. They had been traumatized by the tent smell just now. They couldn't imagine how haggard they would be after sleeping in the tent for one night. I never thought that Yang Xian, who's usually so low-key in class, would be so rich. You'd never guess it. Zhao Zihue sprawled on the bed. Yeah, I thought rich second-generation kids all studied abroad. Maybe he's not that rich. I feel, based on my observation, that Yang Xian started to be different this semester. This semester I saw that the brand on his clothes and shoes was actually LV. I thought it was a fake or a copycat. After all, our ordinary public university's annual tuition might not even be worth one genuine piece of clothing. A family with such means wouldn't be studying here for no reason. And last year I saw him wearing clothes that seemed to cost at most a few hundred yuan. Of course I might not recognize the brands. The other girls stared at Lin Mei, who was calmly analyzing. Hey Mei, how do you know so much about Yang Xian? Could it be? Lin Mei's forehead appeared with a few black lines. I'm not that familiar. I just think the surname Yang Xian is very nice and rare, so I paid a little more attention. Okay. Fine. But I think Yang Xian is quite a nice guy. Don't you all have any thoughts? He's rich and handsome, and seems to have a good personality. Lin Mei poured cold water. Come on, we're not from the same social class. Unless something unexpected happens without any emotional foundation, would he ever be interested in us? Chun Xiao directly sent a message to Hu Bin asking about Yang Xian's situation, but Hu Bin didn't know either. Yang Xian's answers were vague, so he simply said Yang Xian hadn't told them. Probably his family was rich, and he was just experiencing life. The girls weren't entitled, they were quite self-aware. So they stopped discussing the topic and instead planned tomorrow's schedule. Since they had exhausted themselves tonight, and had to get up at around 4 a.m. Tomorrow, with less than 5 hours of rest, everyone put down their phones and went to sleep early. Time came to 4:30 a.m. Everyone was woken up by a ringing sound, the characteristic soul-seizing alarm of a certain fruit phone. Hearing his dorm mates gradually getting up, Yang Xian finally pressed the damn alarm off. Suddenly, I don't feel like going out anymore. After letting out a complaint, Yang Xian still got up feeling as if his eyes were filled with sand and his head was dizzy. But to see the sunrise, Yang Xian gave himself a punch, finally overcoming his body, and got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Lin Wenba and Hu Bin, who had finished washing first, sat on the bedside waiting for Mei Chuan and Yang Xian. They neither scrolled their phones nor chatted, just sat there blankly. The room was strangely quiet. By the time Yang Xian and the others arrived at the hall, the girls had also gathered one after another. They were eating the breakfast provided by the hotel and exchanged a simple good morning. After Yang Xian's group finished their meal, they prepared to set off as they had agreed in the group chat the night before. It would take about half an hour to hike to the summit, so the timing was perfect. Perhaps because they had slept too little and risen too early, Yang Xian and the others kept their heads down as they walked. The sky had not yet brightened, and the rain had long since stopped to a side from the mountain path. Everything else was shrouded in darkness. At this hour, quite a few other visitors were already up and moving, some in small groups of 2 or 3, making their way along the trail. Yang Xian glanced around at the people passing by, most of whom appeared to be college students. He couldn't help but marvel at how smart it was to avoid the holiday crowds by coming early, though there seemed to be an alarming number of people who'd thought of the same thing. They reached the summit in one continuous climb, where towering alpine meadows stretched out before them, wrapped in swirling mist. The wind at the top was fierce and the humidity intense, making it feel as though they might already be standing within the clouds themselves. Yang Xian suggested everyone put on their raincoats, warning that their clothes would get soaked otherwise. It was nearly 5:30 now, and the sky had begun to lighten. The girls had already claimed good spots for the sunrise viewing and were busily discussing what poses they should strike. Meanwhile, the 4 boys were either crouching or sitting on wooden planks. Yang Xian plucked several blades of grass and twirled them between his fingers, breathing deeply in the moisture-laden mist. There was no particular scent to it, more like inhalation therapy, and yet the rare combination of clean air and fresh grass made it all the more precious. Oh, I've become an immortal with boundless power. Lin Wenba spread his arms wide, embracing the sky. Damn it, I'm just gonna absorb thunder lightning. Mei Chuan wasn't about to be outdone, breathing in the mist with equal fervor. The girls laughed at their antics. The sky grew brighter, the surrounding mist thinned, and without anyone noticing, a golden point slowly emerged. The girls had already started taking photos. Yang Xian glanced over and decided the moment was right. He picked up Mei Chuan's selfie stick to capture all 4 of them with the rising sun behind them. The clouds finally cleared completely, transforming into a sea of clouds that swirled between the peaks. The golden red sun illuminated the heavens above, making it feel as though they were standing in a celestial palace. Wow, fucking beautiful. Yang Xian was utterly transfixed. No matter how many photos you'd seen, nothing compares to experiencing it in person. The eyes are the best camera. Mu Yu's eyes darted around as an idea suddenly struck her, and she waved her hand to gather everyone over. We've come all this way, let's take a group photo together. Sure, okay. The others had no objections and wandered over. Finding a spot with a good angle, the group lined up in a row. Mu Yu hoped to slip in beside Yang Xian and position herself as a connection point, but Hu Bin and Yu Xiao never let go of each other's hands, while Yang Xian ended up right in the middle of the boys' line. Showing off your affection, don't you dare die from it. Mu Yu rolled her eyes silently and had to let it go with regret. Say cheese. With the help of passers-by, a photo capturing their youthful energy but slight awkwardness was taken. In the photo, Yang Xian wore sunglasses with his arms crossed over his chest, standing in a relaxed sidestep pose, looking sharp in his orange-red jacket. The photo was taken with Yang Xian's phone and sent to the group chat. Just then, Mu Yu led Luo Ming over to where Yang Xian was sitting on a wooden board, gazing at the scenery. She walked over beside him, bending down with a smile. That photo looks really handsome, Yang Xian. Luo Ming and Yang Xian both. Yang Xian, who had been breathing in the essence of sun and moon to cultivate, was completely stunned. Am I really that obviously handsome? Luo Ming hadn't expected her best friend to say something like that out of nowhere. As soon as Mu Yu spoke those words, she immediately regretted it. Damn, this is so awkward. Am I being an idiot? I meant that your outfit looks really nice. It's super photogenic, yeah, that's it. No hidden meaning, just genuinely think the cut and style of your clothes look great. Even at that level, Yang Xian's ears were already warming slightly. Ahem, yeah, I also think the color looks good. I fell in love with it at first sight when I picked it out. But you two also look great in the photos, by the way. You've got good figures. Yang Xian praised sincerely, then turned his gaze back to the horizon. This kind of scenery was rarely visible in daily life, so he had to make the most of it while he could. Hee, why don't the three of us take a photo together? What do you think? After saying that, Mu Yu looked at Yang Xian with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Luo Meng, standing beside her, stroked her chin thoughtfully. Something's off. But Yang Xian kept his attention on the scenery and didn't notice her expression. All right. Luo Meng stood on the left, her hands folded at her waist as she smiled at the camera, her slightly fitted jacket accentuating her graceful silhouette. Yang Xian, positioned in the center, smiled and made a peace sign with his right hand. Mu Yu stood slightly ahead on the right, leaning forward with her left hand on her hip, holding the selfie stick high. She looked full of energy. 3, 2, 1. The three behind them took 2 more photos from different angles. Mu Yu privately sent the finished photos to Yang Xian and Luo Meng. Yang Xian looked at the photos and was quite satisfied. One could only say that a true seductress lives up to her reputation. Her aura was undeniable. Even without posing deliberately, her presence practically overflowed from the frame, surpassing most influencers in terms of natural charm. And her height was almost matching Yang Xian's, likely at least 175 centimeters tall. Standing beside her was genuinely intimidating. They wandered around the summit until 7 o'clock, when the mountain wind gradually intensified. Tourists' raincoats flapped wildly in the gale, as if their very souls might be blown from their bodies. The idea generating Mu Yu's eyes lit up again at the scene, though this time with a more serious suggestion. Luo Meng, Yang Xian, let's film a TikTok video. I'm convinced it'll go viral. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly and paused before saying, I have no objections. Mu Yu glanced at Luo Meng, who nodded generously without hesitation. Then Mu Yu clapped her hands. All right, come on Yang Xian, stand right here like this. Mu Yu rearranged Yang Xian's posture. Put on your sunglasses properly. You need to look cool. Keep your lips neutral. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'll be filming from below, so look down at me with that divine gaze like a god looking upon mortals. Yang Xian, does she really have no quirks? Perfect. That's exactly it. Once Yang Xian was set, it was Luo Meng's turn. Meng, when I reposition my camera directly above and in front of you, keep leaning forward and looking up. Place your right hand above your forehead without blocking your eyes. Your head, hand, and camera should form a straight line. Smile and make sure your expression is bright and sweet against the sunlight to contrast with Yang Xian's cool vibe. Yes, exactly like that. Mu Yu took a couple of test shots and adjusted the action camera settings. All right, let's go. The filming was quick, taking only a few seconds in total. Absolutely perfect. Too beautiful, haha. Give me a moment to edit and send you the final video. With that, Mu Yu bit her lip and began working on her phone, studying the footage. Damn it, why did I agree to film this? Those two look so good together, it's making me feel inadequate and jealous. What's wrong with me? Lin Wenba and Mei Chuan, who had watched the entire thing from the sidelines, chimed in with sour remarks. Damn, money really does change people. He wasn't like this before, and now he's surrounded by beautiful women after such a short time. I can't accept this. Oh vast heavens, why are you so cruel to me? The wind grew stronger and thinner tourists struggled to stay upright, forcing them to bend forward as they walked. This kind of environment was exhilarating, triggering adrenaline release, and finally giving Yang Xian a genuine survival instinct. But too much wind exposure could give him a headache. What do you think? The wind's picking up. Should we head down the mountain? Zhao Zihui called out to the group, but the wind was so strong that her voice would be inaudible without shouting. Yang Xian gave an okay gesture, then grabbed Lin Wenba and Mei Chuan, who were still posing like martial artists, and dragged them along. All right, gentlemen, stop pretending. You're about to get blown away by the wind. Heading down the mountain was much simpler. Today turned out to be quite pleasant. The sky was a brilliant blue, and though the ground was slightly damp, it wasn't slippery at all. It took half an hour for Mu Yu to edit the video on his phone as they walked along, after which he sent it to Yang Xian and Luo Meng. What do you think? It's bound to go viral, right? Mu Yu asked with great pride. Oh, the footage is really impressive. Your editing skills are fantastic, Mu. Luo Meng gazed at her phone, praising Mu Yu enthusiastically. Yang Xian reviewed the video and noticed the pacing and camera angles were well executed, with the most crucial element being how the video synchronized perfectly with the music. The filters looked polished too, clearly showing Mu Yu had solid foundational skills. The timing is really spot on. I had no idea you were such a skilled editor, ha. This wasn't just polite praise, the shooting and editing were genuinely excellent. Would you mind if I posted this on Douyin? You can post yours too. I'll send you the original video, and we could do a collab. Okay, sounds good. Both Yang Xian and Luo Meng agreed without hesitation. The three of them ended up adding each other as Douyin contacts. When Yang Xian checked their homepage, he was surprised to find Mu Yu had over 500 videos with more than 2 million likes and nearly 20,000 followers. Most of her content featured gaming edits and lip sync or dance videos with Luo Meng. The quality wasn't exceptional, but at least it was pleasant to watch. Luo Meng's account was much simpler, with only about 10 videos, mostly casual daily life clips and funny face transformation selfies. Follower count and likes were both quite low. Yang Xian had initially assumed someone like Luo Meng would live stream to make money, but after reconsidering her refined manner and tasteful style, and recalling their encounter at the restaurant, He realized her family might not need that kind of income, so there'd be no reason to resort to exploiting her appearance. After uploading the video and co-publishing with the two of them on Douyin, Yang Xin invested 5,000 yuan into Douyin promotion. He expected at least 30,000 likes, potentially reaching millions of views given the video's quality. This could serve as a foundation for going viral and possibly launching a career in live streaming and short video content. These were just possibilities. He'd have to wait and see how things actually developed. After walking for over an hour, Mu Yu's excited scream rang out, startling Luo Meng beside her, who responded with mild annoyance. Mu Yu, what are you doing? Mu Yu ignored her anger, confident that Luo Meng would cool down quickly once she heard the news. Dream, look. The video went viral. You're becoming famous and Yang Xin too, ha. Mu Yu handed her phone to Luo Meng and laughed triumphantly with her hands on her hips. Wow, the view count is that high. Luo Meng covered her mouth in surprise at the video's performance. Hearing the commotion, everyone else stopped and gathered around. Yang Xin also pulled out his phone and opened the Douyin backend while Mei Chuan and the others watched. Holy shit, 5 million views and 500,000 likes. Yang Xin, you're on track to become an internet celebrity, huh? Mei Chuan was stunned, and honestly everyone present was equally shocked. In just over half an hour, these numbers made it clear the video was destined to go viral, and reaching 10 million likes wasn't out of the question. Yang Xin knew his traffic promotion was working, but the real driver was the video's quality. His investment only accelerated its momentum. The comments section was flooding with messages like front row and updates tracking the like count as it climbed from 250,000 toward 1 million, with people noting how impressive the growth was in such a short time. If a video's early metrics are this strong, it can eventually reach extraordinary heights. Meanwhile, agents from several MCN agencies spotted the video and recognized the three collaborators had the potential to become new internet celebrities if they continued creating content consistently. They sent private messages to Yang Xin, but he and his friends were too busy to check, and with the notification overload, they'd muted Douyin messages entirely. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I know someone as outstanding and handsome as me becoming an internet celebrity is only a matter of time. This just happened a little earlier than expected. Yang Xin adopted a deliberately deep voice, projecting an air of nonchalance. If not now, when would he act this way? Cut the bullshit. If you were going to blow up, you would have already. It's clearly because Luo Meng looks good, and Mu Yu shot it well. As Yang Xin's closest friend, Mei Chuan couldn't stand seeing him act so pretentious. He had to shoot him down. Yeah, I could do it too, Lin Wenbo chimed in. Everyone stared at him in confusion. Lin Wenbo grew slightly embarrassed under their gaze. What? Aren't I the most handsome? Puffed Zhao Zihui, who had been chatting and laughing with Lin Wenbo throughout the journey and shared a good rapport, couldn't hold it in anymore. Mei Chuan was laughing uncontrollably. Don't tease your sister, Hui, Zhao Zihui said, laughing so hard she could barely straighten up. 666. I'm done living, brothers, I'm jumping first. Lin Wenbo pretended to leap off a cliff. Don, ha. I'm wrong, I won't laugh at you anymore. Let me finish laughing, ha. Zhao Zihui raised her hand to stop herself, exhaled all the laughter in one breath, and indeed stopped laughing. But when she looked up and saw Lin Wenbo's face and his eyes, she burst out laughing again. Ha, I can't take it, I didn't mean to, I'm sick, ha. Ignore me, ha. Lin Wenbo was covered in exasperation. Everyone was thoroughly amused by the whole exchange. Honestly, the main credit goes to Mu Yu. The editing and filming were outstanding. I'll treat you all to a meal when we get back. Not wanting to risk catching the laughter virus again, Yang Xin held back from any more joking, or he'd genuinely laugh himself to death. The situation itself wasn't particularly funny. It was just that Zhao Zihui's laugh was so infectious. When she laughed, others joined in, and hearing their laughter only made her laugh more, creating a vicious cycle. Oh, really? Are we going to Shui Wejinghua? Upon hearing she could have dinner with Yang Xin, Mu Yu hurried over and even acted cute. Yang Xin dismissed it as normal behavior, but only Luo Meng recognized this side of Mu Yu was unusual. She had never seen Mu Yu act this way toward any other boy before. That place. Sure, the food there is pretty good. Yang Xin had no objections. What's Shuiwa Pavilion? I'm going to, count me in. The name sounded fancy to Mei Chuan, and he figured he might as well go try the food. Why pass up a free meal? Yang Xin shook his head with a helpless smile. Alright, everyone come. Zhao Zihui, you should join us too. I'll book a large private room. Zhao Zihui and the others hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. This really isn't necessary. We didn't do much. Yang Xin waved it off dismissively. It was just one meal. They'd had a great time together, so why not celebrate? Mu Yu? What the hell? So many people are coming to eat, how is this supposed to bring us closer? But faced with the temptation of expensive food, Mu Yu reluctantly agreed with a sigh. Seeing no objections from anyone, Yang Xin called the restaurant to reserve their largest private room with a deposit of 188 yuan alone. However, apart from Luo Meng and Mu Yu, no one else knew what this so-called Shui Wejinghua Pavilion restaurant was all about. Huangshuo City was just an ordinary second-tier city. No matter how expensive the restaurant was, how much could it possibly cost? After descending the mountain, they took the cable car for the final stretch, arriving at the visitor center around 11 o'clock. Then they rode a bus for another 30-plus minutes to reach the city center. The 10 of them gathered at a street food stall for a meal. By 3 in the afternoon, it was time for Luo Meng and Mu Yu to catch their high-speed train. They left first since they'd already planned to meet again at the Shueihua Pavilion restaurant on Monday evening, so nobody was too sad to see them go. Zhao Zihui, on the other hand, seemed a bit awkward. Sorry guys. I didn't expect the trip to wrap up so quickly. I booked tickets for a 10-something p.m. train. Since it's still early, I feel like I've just wasted your time. I thought having extra time would help avoid any rush. It's fine, it's fine. We can just wander around here, everyone said, waving their hands dismissively. After all, Zhao Zihui had arranged the entire itinerary, so they hadn't had to worry about a thing. All they did was follow along without even checking navigation. Yang Xian, who was browsing his phone, suddenly spoke up. I found a nice bathhouse nearby. Let me treat you all to relax. A soak should be nice. Yang Xian showed them the Douyin group buy deal. Only 88 yuan per person for food, drinks, entertainment, and bathing all in one. Mei Chuan's eyes widened. Let's go, I love a good soak, Mei Chuan said, cracking his knuckles. Yang Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Mei Chuan was really letting loose now. The girls covered their mouths, giggling. As expected, when it came to breaking the ice, Mei Chuan was the one. The guys had no problem with it. Since Hu Bin was going, and his girlfriend Yu Xiao would tag along, and Yu Xiao had already signaled she was in, the other girls naturally had no objections either. They took a taxi to the bathhouse where Yang Xian redeemed the group buy voucher and paid the deposit. After everyone got their wristbands, they headed to the locker room to store their clothes. It was the first time many of them had bathed with the opposite gender, so both boys and girls felt a bit uncomfortable. Most of them were from the south, and quite a few had never experienced communal bathing before. Lin Wenba and Hu Bin seemed a bit shy about the whole thing. Yang Xian, on the other hand, had been to a bathhouse before with his brother-in-law, though back then they'd gone upstairs for a massage afterward. Whether it was legitimate or not, he didn't know. Since he didn't have money and didn't want them to pay, he skipped it. After soaking, everyone dried their hair and changed into bathrobes before heading out one by one. The girls took longer since they needed time to blow-dry their hair. So Yang Xian and the three guys found a sofa near the bath exit, lounged back, and scrolled through their phones while waiting for the girls. Though the guys appeared engrossed in their phones, who could resist stealing glances at the girls emerging from the baths in loose clothing? It was the weekend, and there were plenty of young women around, many of them attractive with great figures. When the four girls finally walked out together, Yang Xian and the others' eyes lit up. Whether it was an illusion or the lighting, the girls looked even more beautiful after their bath. Their skin appeared supple and fair, and their loose short-sleeve bathrobes added an irresistible allure, with their hair cascading freely. Of course, it wasn't just the guys who noticed something different. The girls also felt the guys seemed to have changed, looking noticeably more handsome than when they were fully dressed, especially Yang Xian, the wealthy guy, who caught several lingering glances. She couldn't help but think to herself, so handsome and rich. Oh no, this feeling of attraction. Yang Xian noticed the shift in the girls' gazes, but had no idea what was happening, so he didn't dwell on it, and simply led everyone toward the buffet restaurant to grab some food. It was dinner time, but considering this was only an 88 yuan bathhouse, expectations shouldn't be too high. Oysters, salmon, and small lobsters were definitely out of the question. Yang Xian only picked up some fruit and shrimp, skipping the staple foods since he wasn't hungry after eating late at noon. But the moment he sat down, Mei Chuan and Lin Wenba arrived with armfuls of food, setting them down only to go back for more. Yang Xian was baffled by the bowl of fried rice on the table. Wait, Lin Wenba, you're eating staples. Are you serious? Didn't you eat at 2 p.m.? Lin Wenba scratched his head at this. I already digested it long ago. Let me have some fried rice to tide me over. Damn, he really envied Lin Wenba's metabolism that let him eat without gaining weight. Alright, everyone has different choices. You haven't done anything wrong. I can only say you're not our brother. You're a stranger. What's a stranger? A stranger is someone who is neither my brother nor my friend. Buffed, the girls couldn't hold back laughing at Yang Xian's old joke. Yang Xian, I didn't expect you to be this funny, haha. Zhao Zihui gave him a thumbs up. Yang Xian pretended to be shy, no way 03, introverted, afraid of violence. Haha. They spent the afternoon resting at the bathhouse until 9 in the evening, when everyone started making their way to the train station. During holidays, the train station was packed with college students and travelers making the most of the weekend, most departing Friday afternoon and returning Sunday evening or Monday morning. Right now, nearly half the young people in the station looked like college students. Finally heading back to school. This trip exhausted me, Mei Chuan stretched and sighed. When you go out to have fun, of course it's tiring. If it weren't tiring, would it even count as fun? Yet another night of extremely poor sleep. Everyone stepped off the train with somewhat unsteady legs, the morning chill brushing away most of their fatigue. No exaggeration, I woke up at least a dozen times last night. Mei Chuan said, his eyes glazed and his eyelids as heavy as if weighted with 10 pounds of cement mixed with gravel. I couldn't agree more. I woke up countless times. Those three idiots in the next berth. What were they even playing cards for at midnight, cursing nonstop? Yang Xian thought back to the three youngsters seated nearby. From their conversation, it was easy to tell they had all dropped out of middle school. It wasn't discrimination against those who left school early, it was simply that no one could tolerate loud card games and a barrage of profanity at 3 in the morning. Fortunately, a worker with a sound sleeping habit had been awakened by the noise and spoken up on behalf of all the passengers, allowing Yang Xian and the others to finally drift back to sleep, or at least attempt to. After doing the right thing, the worker fell asleep again. Though his snoring remained loud, it was no longer the jarring kind. Yang Xian could only say he barely found it acceptable. Everyone took the light rail to the school gate, exchanged goodbyes, and headed back. Their morning classes wouldn't start until afternoon, so a quick nap at the dorm before heading out was enough. Nothing beats a bowl of hot dry noodles and soy milk when you're starving to death, Yang Xian said, with deep satisfaction, clutching a bowl loaded with vinegar, green beans, cilantro, and scallions. Absolutely, the trio chorused. After a satisfying meal, the four of them freshened up and returned to the dorm to rest. Yang Xian didn't go back to his large villa to see his parents, knowing he'd likely oversleep and miss afternoon classes. His roommates would make sure to wake him. Suddenly Yang Xian felt someone shaking him. Stop sleeping, Yang Xian. You've only got 10 minutes. Wake up. Mei Chuan pushed hard on Yang Xian's arm from beside the small bed railing. A few seconds later, Yang Xian's body jolted, his eyes snapping open. Oh, come on, damn it, why do we even have class? In less than half a second, Yang Xian's brain kicked into overdrive, pulling himself together despite the inner turmoil. Are you kidding me? 10 minutes. It takes 15 just to walk to the classroom, bro. Hurry up, no choice. I woke up late too. You wake up, Lin Wenba. I'll get Hu Bin. With that, Mei Chuan went to rouse Hu Bin. Yang Xian. So I'm the second one awake. These two are still knocked out like pigs. There was no time to ponder further. Yang Xian simply launched himself off the bed with a thunderous jump, mostly because his foot had hit the nerve. With a fierce expression, Yang Xian punched at Lin Wenba. We're late. Wake up, my buddy. Once roused, the other two also sprang into action with lightning speed, throwing on their shoes. The four transformed into human bolts and dashed toward the classroom. Last one, there is a faggot. Hu Bin, the fastest among them, tossed that curse over his shoulder before sprinting ahead, while Yang Xian and Mei Chuan refused to be outdone. Lin Wenba, trailing behind, found the whole thing hilarious. Brilliant. I'm turning that right back around. The fastest one here is the faggot. Barely 30 seconds before class began, Yang Xian arrived at the classroom door, gasping for breath. Tisk, am I seriously some kind of master at cutting it to the last second? He adjusted his facial expression, forcing himself to appear calm, cool, and collected, as if nothing extraordinary had happened, then strolled into the classroom. Mei Chuan and Lin Wenba arrived shortly after. Though they were late by all logic, they should have been seated in the front rows. Fortunately, Hu Bin's girlfriend had saved their spots, so the dorm's residents typically arrived just in time for class. Do you think we're going to drop dead from pulling an all-nighter, taking a nap, and then immediately running 1,000 meters? Mei Chuan asked, still catching his breath, a trace of worry in his voice. Well, are you alive right now? Yang Xian retorted. Isn't that pretty obvious? Mei Chuan gave Yang Xian a strange look. See, proof that you've already survived the hardest part, brother. Keep it up. Yang Xian patted Mei Chuan's shoulder with a comforting smile. Mei Chuan. Seriously, this session was Java program development. Truly dull. Yang Xian had already taught himself the material last semester. He had originally planned to review and solidify his foundation this term, but with the path to financial freedom laid out before him, what reason was there to bother studying? Yang Xian simply buried his head on the desk and started scrolling through videos and reading novels below the table, while also reminding the 6 girls in the mountain climbing group to meet for dinner at 6:30 that evening. Since Luo Meng and Mu Yu had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, while Yang Xian and the others had the 1st and 2nd, their schedules perfectly complemented each other. After class, they would still need to return to the dorm. When they got back to the dorm, Yang Xian didn't even need to guess. Mei Chuan, as flamboyant as ever, would definitely be fussing over his hair. Comfortable class time always passed quickly. Having a laptop on the desk provided ample cover. Whether the teacher could see it or not, as long as he couldn't see it himself, all was well. After tiring of his phone, Yang Xian fell asleep. The moment he woke, the 2nd period had already ended. The restless chatter before dismissal roused him. With nothing else to do, the 4 followed the flow of students back to their dorm. After tidying up, the 4 prepared to take showers. After enduring a sleepless night on the train, they reeked, and their hair was terribly greasy. As soon as the 4 girls, Lin Mei and the others, returned to the dorm, they hurriedly washed, blow-dried their hair, and applied makeup. The time spent on these tasks alone was considerable, and with Luo Meng and Mu Yu's class ending in only 150 minutes, the clock was ticking. The girls took extra care, not just because they were dining with the opposite sex, after being reminded by Gu Lily and researching the exorbitant prices at that restaurant, Shuiwei Jinghua Pavilion. How could they not take it seriously? They needed to look their best, and possibly snap some photos to post on their social feeds afterward. Meanwhile, Luo Meng and Mu Yu walked to the classroom together. Since language department classes were held in large lecture halls with multiple sections combined, the room was bustling. Though the language department boasted many beautiful women, a pair as stunning as Luo Meng and Mu Yu was rare. Luo Meng's fashion sense alone could easily outshine most other girls. In lecture hall 208, students not yet fully absorbed in their phones were chatting idly. Neither male nor female students usually paid special attention to the doorway, but they would occasionally glance over to check if the teacher had arrived. This time, a slender black silhouette slowly appeared in their peripheral vision, stepping through the door. Luo Meng entered wearing low-heeled leather shoes, a black Rojita cape, dressed her hair styled in a princess, cut her makeup subtly applied, a look that channeled the aura of a mafia princess. Behind her, Mu Yu, equally well-groomed, presented a striking contrast: slim flared jeans paired with a crisp white American-style cropped t-shirt, accentuating her figure. Though not extravagant, her style was clean and sharp, a completely different visual impression from Luo Meng's dramatic entrance. Mu Yu knew she couldn't compete with Luo Meng in either figure or looks, but she didn't let it discourage her. There were plenty of people more beautiful than herself, and she saw no reason to obsess over it. She had long made peace with that fact. The chatter in the large classroom noticeably fell silent. Most students in that instant turned their gaze toward the door. Wen Songhu was enthusiastically recounting to his elder brother Wen Songlong how impressively he had raced his motorcycle the previous night, urging Wen Songlong to join him that evening. But the sudden silence forced him to instinctively glance at the door, half expecting the professor to appear. Although university faculty were lenient, basic respect was still required. Besides, even when the professor was present, they were usually noisy. What was happening today? Wen Songhu turned his head toward the door, steadied his gaze, and involuntarily blurted, "Holy crap." He stared unblinkingly as Luo Meng walked past. Even the top internet celebrities pale in comparison, he murmured to himself. Enough. You're drooling," Wen Songlong said, exasperated yet amused, patting his younger brother. This was the girl he had vowed to win over from the very first day of university, and now his brother's lecherous gaze made him feel like he was being cuckolded. Though he hadn't succeeded after over a year of pursuit, that didn't matter. As long as he persevered, Luo Meng would surely be moved. "Yes, absolutely. Bro, I'm not trying to discourage you, but even though our family is well off, can you really land a beauty like her? And I heard Luo Meng's family is also quite wealthy, as she seems to lack nothing in terms of designer brands." Wen Songhu's words didn't seem to dampen Wen Songlong's spirits. Instead, his eyes grew fiercer, and his left hand clenched unconsciously. "Unless she's already taken, I will never give up." Wen Songhu tilted his head and subtly curled his lips. It wasn't the first time he'd heard that. His brother had said it several times before, but aside from fortifying Wen Songlong's Dao heart, it seemed utterly futile. It was obvious that Luo Meng had no interest in his brother. She refused every gift he sent and explicitly rejected his private confessions. He couldn't fathom why his brother's Dao heart remained so unwavering. Was it possible that Luo Meng was rejecting him because of himself? Wen Songhu thought it wasn't impossible. So he must maintain a flawless image in front of Luo Meng. He silently straightened his back, presenting his most perfect profile toward her. At that moment, Luo Meng was also somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't expected this situation to recur. Ever since her first meticulously dressed appearance in freshman year, the entire class would fall silent with all eyes on her. It had genuinely made her socially anxious, so now she rarely spoke. Her only close friend at university was Mu Yu. This time, because Yang Xian had invited her to dinner, and she was exhausted from yesterday, she forgot about this. After finishing her makeup and getting dressed, she realized there was still an afternoon class. No choice. She couldn't just remove her full makeup. So she braced herself and headed to the classroom. As expected, it happened again. But fortunately, she had mentally prepared herself, so she managed to appear composed. Boys as bold and confident as Wen Songlong were rare. Most had enough self-awareness to adhere to the principle of the Lotus Ode: only admire from afar, never profane. Just dreaming was enough. In reality, who wouldn't treat such a person as a paragon? But it could only be said that there were indeed many such paragons. Luo Meng had rejected countless suitors since childhood, and Wen Songlong was merely an ordinary pursuer among them. She found a front row seat near the wall, sat down, and silently opened Dolly to scroll through short videos. Mu Yu also quietly opened Little Pink Book to browse product recommendations. The boys who were lucky enough to sit behind Luo Meng silently flared their nostrils to catch her fragrance. Sniff. Soon the clock struck 5:55 p.m. The fourth period ended, and class was dismissed. Yang Xian and his group of 8 had already arrived at the school gate one by one, waiting for Luo Meng and Mu Yu. A massive wave of students surged from the education building toward the gate. Yang Xian's face twitched imperceptibly. Damn, how are we supposed to find them in this crowd? Fortunately, the student entrance was a small side gate with restricted flow, making it easier to spot them. After a short wait, Yang Xian and Mei Chuan, scanning the area, caught sight of that striking figure in the crowd. Gasp! Holy crap! They both inhaled sharply, and the temperature around them seemed to drop to an ice age. Even the girls nearby whispered in admiration. Nuwa, you really outdid yourself with this one. I'm envious." Zhao Zihui stared fixedly at Luo Meng's figure and faced her hands limp on Gu Lily's body, letting out a reluctant lament. Gu Lily silently patted her back. "Hey, hi." Luo Meng and Mu Yu walked toward Yang Xian and the others, exchanging greetings. "Let's go. We'll take the S1 line and get off at Qiluan Dock Station." Given the rush hour, hailing 3 cars would be too slow. The restaurant was not far from the rail station, just a few hundred meters away, and walking together would be livelier. "How's the rest? Any soreness?" Mu Yu quietly walked up beside Yang Xian and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, not too tired. But how come you two look like nothing happened?" "Oh, we're just pretending, of course. Gotta keep up appearances. You have no idea our legs were shaking so badly going down the stairs." Mu Yu pulled a face as if it were etched with hardship. "Haha, order whatever you like at dinner to replenish yourselves. The pain is good. It means your muscles are growing. By the way, did you know our Dolly video went viral? 6 million likes. Nearly 100 million views. Muyu was ecstatic. This was her first wildly popular video, and it had exploded so thoroughly. That popular? I don't think the content is that special. No, Muyu wagged her index finger seriously. I think Dolly is trying to create a star. Many big influencers started with a single hit video. We need to seize this opportunity, ride the wave, and the dream of being an influencer is no longer just a dream. Yang Xian's eye twitched involuntarily. Is that really a thing? What if it's just a fluke? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh Yang Xian, I finally convinced Luo Meng. It's all up to you now. Muyu shamelessly cajoled, sweet-talking him, while openly holding his right hand and shaking it. Okay, fine. It's no big deal. I've got nothing to do anyway. Just discuss with me how we're going to shoot it. Though partly due to Muyu's coaxing, Yang Xian had always harbored a dream of becoming an influencer. Even though he now had more money than he could spend, who wouldn't want a legion of fans to chat with every day? Pretending to look around, Yang Xian stealthily glanced at Luo Meng. He felt she was deliberately sneaking peeks at him. Was he imagining things? Unbeknownst to him, Luo Meng quickly averted her attention when he turned his head, nearly jumping. It was all Muyu's fault for suggesting they film a video together. If Muyu knew what she was thinking, she'd retort, "Damn, if I looked that stunning, I'd kick you away with a 9 heavens thunder double kick and shoot the video with Yang Xian myself, huh?" That said, it was also a testament to the friendship between Muyu and Luo Meng. After all, Luo Meng had always been generous with her, treating her as a true friend. So Muyu felt she couldn't let her down. If Luo Meng struck it big, she'd surely rise along with her. Or something like that. What nonsense about rising with her. Muyu had firmly placed herself in the role of the female second lead. Yet sometimes she still wanted to pursue the tall, rich, and handsome guy. If Luo Meng didn't want him. Yang Xian slurp. After a short walk and a ride on the city rail, Yang Xian and his group arrived at the restaurant entrance in just over 20 minutes. Meichuan could tell from the decor that this place was anything but ordinary. Yang Xian, I'm going to drain you dry tonight. Are your wallets ready? Then I look forward to the birth of the new glutton king tonight. Huh. Hearing Yang Xian's response, Meichuan felt reassured. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Do you have a reservation? Yes, under the surname Yang. The manager didn't need a moment to recall. That was professionalism. Very well, please follow me. She gestured with a polite hand and led the way. The group followed the manager to a large room estimated to be about 50 to 60 square meters. Shui Yunjian. Opening the door, the first thing that caught their eyes was a floor paved with bluestone slabs surrounded by a man-made channel with clear water flowing gently. On the walls hung several fine landscape and bird paintings along with uniquely styled cyan and white silk. Clean and elegant. A few potted plants were embedded in the ground, their pots buried beneath. The air carried no strange odors, only a faint, delicate fragrance. As the group entered the room, white mist emerged from an unknown source, spreading a thin layer over the floor, slightly covering their shoes. The air currents, stirred by their movement, lifted the mist, revealing the bluestone floor beneath. Elegant. Absolutely stunningly elegant. Meichuan's face beamed with joy as he heavily patted Yang Xian's shoulder. "Sai, this is my first time in the private room. The ambience is indeed wonderful. The cost for this room is well worth it." The girls were also taken aback by the atmosphere. No wonder it was the most expensive restaurant in Huangshua City. Comparing it to other restaurants was like comparing a top-tier model to an ordinary girl full of style. Once everyone was seated, Yang Xian signaled the waiter to hand the menu to the girls. Except for Luo Meng and Muyu, who each ordered 1 or 2 dishes, the other girls hesitated, scratching their heads at the prices. Eventually Lin Mei handed the menu to Hu Bin. Yang Xian didn't say anything, understanding their perspective. If he were in their shoes, he'd also be nervous since they weren't that familiar. Meichuan and Lin Wenba, unable to contain their excitement, immediately flanked Hu Bin and started calling out dish names. Wow caviar and sea urchin with matsuba crab vinegar jelly. Fancy, never had it. Let's get one. What's this? Coiled dragon lotus leaf steamed deboned grouper. Sounds impressive, let's have a plate. Ancient style Buddha jumps over the wall, and drunken lobster with huadiao wine, 1 each. Since they're so expensive, I want to see what the fuss is about. A string of dish names made Yang Xian chuckle. He was curious how much they would end up spending tonight. As they ordered, they discreetly glanced at Yang Xian's expression. They weren't foolish enough to actually take advantage of a friend. Seeing that Yang Xian clearly didn't mind the cost, they felt bold enough to order freely. After a few minutes, Meichuan and the other 2 looked at the total amount below, which was nearly equivalent to 3 semesters worth of living expenses, and dared not order any more. Good heavens, his monthly allowance would only cover 2 dishes, and not even enough to fill him up. It was truly mind-boggling. For the smaller dishes, please bring a few extra portions. There are 11 of us, and if the portions are small, not everyone might get a taste. Yang Xian handed the menu to the waiter and reminded him. Everyone was stunned. Honestly, this meal shook them. They never imagined they could afford such an expensive meal during their college years, let alone that it would be their friends treating them. It was almost overwhelming. Luo Meng was fine, having dined here many times before, but she was still somewhat surprised by Yang Xian. After all, this wasn't an elite school, just an ordinary public university, yet it harbored such a hidden gem. Muyu, on the other hand, had sparkling eyes, occasionally stealing a glance at Yang Xian. Sigh. Yang Xian suddenly inhaled sharply. Damn, am I showing off too much? Do I look like a nouveau riche? I just wanted them to enjoy the meal to the fullest. In the past, whenever he attended banquets, there were always delicious dishes with small portions, leaving everyone unsatisfied after just one bite. Since he was still a student, he rarely got to attend such feasts. Damn it. What a rich bastard, an absolute rich bastard. I can't accept this. It sounded like the shattering of glass, the sound of Meichuan's heart breaking. I was afraid you'd overspend, so I ordered less. And what do I get in return? You're ruthless showing off. Yang Xian rolled his eyes at him. What the hell is ruthless showing off? But it was all in good fun. Everyone took it as a joke. After all, they were college students, still naive and kind-hearted. The dishes came quickly, one after another. Once most were served, everyone picked up their chopsticks and dug in heartily. Yang Xian wasn't sure about other restaurants since he had only recently come into wealth and was still occupied with school, leaving no time to try other high-end establishments. This restaurant's dishes were truly excellent, not only beautifully presented but also delicious with reasonable portions. It offered great value among high-end restaurants, which explained its popularity. Yang Xian suspected that repeat customers made up a large part of their business. Compared to the boys, the girls ate more delicately, unlike Yang Xian's group, who frequently needed the waiter to clear away lobster shells, abalone shells, and various bones. Yang Xian, by the way, have you received any private messages from MCN agents on Douyin? Mu Yu and I checked our messages today and found many of them. As they finished eating, Luo Meng wiped her lips and chatted with Yang Xian beside her. Mu Yu, her mouth stuffed with food, turned to nod vigorously at Yang Xian. News often broke about influencers being exploited by MCN companies, which made her very conflicted. Having a company's support would certainly make things smoother, but if it was unreliable, it could be a death sentence. Yang Xian nodded. Since his video went viral, besides the lewd messages, the most common were these so-called recruitment offers. However, with his current financial power, not only could he avoid joining a company as a blogger, he could even start his own MCN without any problem. So he basically ignored all ads. Demons and monsters be gone. I think rather than being tied down by other agencies, why don't we start our own? What? Start our own business? Everyone was stunned. They were all ordinary people, and the word entrepreneurship seemed completely out of their league. Mu Yu, however, seemed pensive, her eyes darting around as if lost in thought. Well, it's not exactly starting a business. After all, we're college students. The school encourages innovation and entrepreneurship now. We could set up a studio first to test the waters. Of course, I'm just throwing it out there. If you want to give it a try, we can do it for fun. I'll handle the funding. Yang Xian wasn't trying to flex or deliberately show off by setting up a studio and company. After all, he already had money and there were quality talents available. Hadn't they just produced a viral video? When you have money, you want to try new things. The cost of trial and error was minimal for him. If it failed, so be it. He had over 700 million in cash, so setting aside 30 to 50 million to start a studio was hardly unreasonable. If it failed, he'd only lose a little. If it succeeded, well, it would just be icing on the cake. Hearing Yang Xian say all this, everyone gave it some thought. They weren't children anymore. Even if it was just a studio at this stage, there would certainly be a lot of work ahead. It would affect those with future academic schedules and internship plans. The first to speak up in agreement wasn't Meichuan, but Mu Yu. Brother Yang. I was waiting to hear you say that. I'm joining first. Count me in as one of the founding members. No problem at all. Mu Yu excitedly held out her fair tender palm and bumped fists firmly with Yang Xian. Luo Meng felt a slight surprise along with an indescribable discomfort, but she quickly nodded in agreement. Fine. Luo Meng joined second. After all, their first shoot had already produced a viral hit, which meant they had some natural chemistry. Plus, with her family's financial backing, she had no pressure to find a job now or in the future. Since she had nothing better to do anyway, she might as well treat it as a fun pastime. Seeing Luo Meng agree, Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. With her temperament and good looks, she could easily become an internet celebrity with a bit of effort. At the very least, he'd secured one. Even if Luo Meng hadn't joined, Yang Xian wouldn't have cared much. With money, handsome men and beautiful women were easy to come by. But after spending a few days with Luo Meng, he found her to be a genuinely good person, so she remained his first choice. Meichuan, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke up, scratching his head awkwardly. A Yang Xian, I'd really like to join, but I don't know anything. I don't even know what an MCN is. I can only code, which probably isn't useful for building a social media presence. Yang Xian fell silent too. Indeed, Mu Yu had some social media skills, and Luo Meng had natural talent. The others showed no obvious aptitude, and their majors were unrelated to his. Joining the studio would be like switching fields halfway through. Well, that's true. It's really up to you. If you have your own plans going forward, you should follow those. Honestly, I don't have much confidence either. After Yang Xian finished, Meichuan added sheepishly. Ahem, that's not what I meant. I was just asking if you wouldn't look down on me for being useless. Yang Xian. If I thought you were useless, why would I ask you directly? You can learn. There's plenty of time in university. You're all familiar with computers and the internet, so I think we'd pick it up quickly. Besides, I see you scrolling through Douyin all the time. Alright then, what more is there to say? I'm following my bro. Count me in as a founding member too. Meichuan happily slapped Yang Xian's thigh, making him wince in pain. Yang Xian retaliated with a playful punch. The other girls from the dormitory felt relieved upon hearing Yang Xian's words. They had been afraid he might look down on them, so they all agreed with bright smiles. Starting a business with a rich kid might not guarantee a bright future, but it would likely be profitable in the short term. They all had basic skills in editing and photography. After all, who doesn't spend time enhancing photos before posting to social media? Plus, they wouldn't have to desperately hunt for jobs. Having good friends working alongside them would be comfortable, and as a classmate, Yang Xian wouldn't treat them like laborers. They silently resolved to work hard as long as Yang Xian's salary offer matched their workload. As the old saying goes, with enough money you do anything for your boss. Never mind, that's inappropriate. Only Hu Wenba and Chun Bin remained hesitant. Yang Xian understood. Both were diligent students who spent their days studying and watching online courses. As long as they searched for a while with reasonable expectations, they could find jobs. He had been just like them once, but now. Never mind, that's inappropriate. Yang Xian also understood. Any rational person would invest in what they believed had more potential. Yang Xian's approach did seem somewhat like a game at first glance. So Yang Xian didn't force the matter. Everyone has their own path, and wealth comes from fate. Although he was well off, that didn't mean he had the ability to make his friends wealthy as well. The rest of the dinner turned into a discussion on how to launch a social media business and studio. Yang Xian occasionally shared important thoughts. After nearly half an hour of discussion, a fairly clear outline began to take shape. In short, the general direction would be discussed by everyone and decided by Yang Xian. The enthusiastic and proactive Mu Yu would manage the details, such as the initial venue, equipment, and division of labor. The main reason Mu Yu was chosen was Yang Xian's trust in her. He saw drive and passion in her eyes. Besides, he was too lazy to manage everything himself. As long as he controlled the broad direction, that was enough. The temporarily discussed salary was a base of 2,000 yuan per month, since the requirements were simple, just completing the preliminary preparations. To put it plainly, running errands, buying things, and handling some certification paperwork. Yang Xian had thought it over carefully. He planned to allocate 30 million for investment during his final 2 years of university. If he still hadn't achieved success after graduation, he would simply abandon the idea and live comfortably as a wealthy heir. As the discussion wound down, Mu Yu leaned over and patted Yang Xian's shoulder with a grin, saying, "Don't worry, boss. Before we graduate, I'll make sure you're driving a supercar." Yang Xian, "Better yet, once I buy a supercar, I'll get you a mini one." Yang Xian rolled his eyes, like he hadn't heard empty promises before. This was the reason Yang Xian didn't buy a supercar for a while. Good heavens, he dared to buy one, and she would actually ask for hers. By 8 o'clock, with the meal nearly finished, Yang Xian asked the server to pack up the remaining dishes. There was no reason to feel awkward. Damn it, he had spent nearly 20,000 on this meal. Was he really not allowed to take the leftovers? What kind of justice was that? Meichuan took a photo and posted it to Moments. Getting the good stuff right, buddies. Photo of dishes, photo of the bill. Following their usual routine, Yang Xian and the others commented below. Boss Mei is amazing. Boss Mei, you legend. Idiot. Meichuan. Yang Xian. With a sparse scattering of stars and a bright moon, cicadas chirped among the branches. The early autumn evening breeze finally brought a hint of coolness, as if rewarding those who strolled along. The group, having dined to their heart's content, was taking a post-dinner walk by the lake. Mu Yu and Luo Meng were discussing the preparations for the studio with Yang Xian, when suddenly the roar of motorcycles drowned out their voices. Mu Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. These people have no sense of public decency, revving their engines like that at night. Indeed, I don't get what they're thinking, Yang Xian remarked casually. Luo Meng furrowed her delicate brows. It wasn't that Yang Xian disapproved of riding motorcycles, but cranking up the noise in a residential area was indeed a bit too much. The Wen brothers and their friends tearing through the streets on their bikes felt as if they had reached the pinnacle of life, utterly convinced of their own coolness. They could almost see the envious glances of passers-by. Hoo-hoo, woo. Hearing the roar fade, Yang Xian felt a twinge of temptation. He owned an A7 and a Ferrari that had been gathering dust. He rarely bothered to drive them, having spent over 2 years at school and already explored most of the nearby attractions. Was there anything he particularly wanted to buy? Not really. But now he had a new motivation to get the studio up and running. He had some vague ideas about the direction of future filming. Suddenly his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the screen. 663, the home number, his mother calling. Huh, Mom usually texts me on Jushin. And I told her this afternoon that I was back at school. Why is she calling now? Puzzled, Yang Xian answered immediately. Mu Yu noticed him taking the call and thought, I don't have his number yet. I'll have to secretly ask for it later. Hey Mom. Hey Xian. Are your classes heavy these days? Yang Xian sensed hesitation in her voice. If it was about his schedule, she probably needed him to take some time off. Without a second thought, he replied, It's fine, not many classes. What's up, Mom? Oh well, your little aunt's family is in trouble. Can we make it back to Linglong tonight? Huh, trouble. What happened? Which little aunt? Oh, it's Lala's parents. Oh, I see. What happened? Do we need to go back tonight? His mother hesitated, then spoke with a trembling voice. Can you talk right now? Hearing the tears in her voice, Yang Xian guessed it was serious. He waved to the group, signaling he had important matters, and hurried toward the lake. Luo Meng and the others stepped forward a few paces, keeping a distance, and exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. They only saw Yang Xian pacing back and forth by the lake, his brows tightly furrowed. What's wrong, Mom? You can talk now. Your little aunt and uncle. They got into a car accident, and they're gone. Listening to his mother's sobs, Yang Xian was stunned. First he felt relief that it wasn't his own family, then a wave of immense, inexplicable sorrow hit him. He fell silent, his pacing ceasing, and his body trembling slightly. His instinct was to keep moving, but the shocking news left his mind numb, unable to command his limbs. Images of his little aunt and uncle flashed through his mind, and he quickly pulled himself together. Wait, Mom, is this for real? How could they? Though he knew his mother wouldn't lie, he still couldn't believe it. His aunt and uncle were only in their 40s. How could they have died so young? Hurry up and come back. All right, I'll head over right away. Yang Xian hung up, still dazed, his body feeling light and his heart racing. He strode quickly back to the group and said, I have an urgent matter. You all go back. I might not be at school for the next few days. Message me if anything comes up. Without looking back, he hurried away, his mind in turmoil. Although Yang Xian's family didn't visit his aunt and uncle often, they were very close. Whenever his parents were sick or hospitalized, his aunt's family would be among the first to visit. When his father needed money for business, they lent it without hesitation, never asking for repayment. Even after his father's business failed, they comforted him and never mentioned the debt. Later his father worked odd jobs to pay them back, but they refused to take the money until his parents insisted. Most importantly, they were distant relatives. His aunt was the daughter of his grandmother's sister. Such a close bond between distant relatives was rare. Yang Xian hadn't heard from them in a long time, and the next news was this tragedy. He took a deep breath to steady himself at the villa entrance, then opened the door. Inside, his mother sat on the sofa, wiping her eyes with tissues. His father sat silently beside her, his face etched with grief, his right hand mechanically patting her shoulder in comfort. The heavy atmosphere made Yang Xian even more restless. He frowned and quietly sat down beside them. I've booked a flight at 1130. We can start packing now. His mother nodded, numbly, stumbling toward the bedroom. Aren't you bringing any clothes? His father asked, noticing his empty hands. It's a hassle to go back to school for clothes. I'll just buy some when we get there. His father was about to scold him, but then remembered how wealthy Yang Xian was now and let it go. Yang Xian took a deep breath, stopped overthinking, and called the driver to prepare the car. This was his first time flying, and in first class at that. With dedicated staff, the formalities were handled quickly, no queuing needed. Though it was novel, he wasn't in the mood to be curious. Sitting in his seat, he stared at his phone, his finger hovering over the profile picture of his cousin Lan Nala on Jushin. After much deliberation, he couldn't bring himself to send comforting words. Instead, he typed, hang in there, sis. We'll be there soon. Putting himself in her shoes, he knew she must be devastated. Offering empty consolation might only irritate her. Telling someone not to grieve after losing both parents was absurd. Touching down at Wenqing Airport at 3 in the morning, Yang Xian had already arranged a private car, with the driver waiting early at the arrivals hall. After another 2 hours in the car, Yang Xian and his family finally arrived at the building of their aunt's residence. While Yang Xian was putting down their luggage, his parents had already joined the mourners. The entire parking lot below was packed shoulder to shoulder. The aunt's mother, Yang Xian's great aunt, stood by the casket, her voice hoarse from weeping yet unable to restrain herself. Yang Xian sighed as he noticed his cousin Lan Nala sitting on a tall wooden bench by the wall, her gaze fixed listlessly on the ground. Her slight frame trembled as though cold, her fair face lacking any trace of color, with only the remnants of dried tears marking her cheeks. Moved by the scene before him, Yang Xian let out another soft sigh. Wordlessly, he sat beside Lan Nala and gently patted her shoulder in silent comfort, having no words to offer. Lan Nala blinked her dry, weary eyes, and upon recognizing Yang Xian, managed a barely audible whisper, brother. He replied softly. Instantly her eyes welled up again, tears surging forth. She rested her left hand on Yang Xian's shoulder and buried her face against his right side, her body trembling as she fought to suppress her sobs. Warm tears quietly seeped into his clothes. Yang Xian felt the warmth spreading across his shoulder, but said nothing more. In Wenqing, or throughout this urban region, funeral ceremonies typically spanned 3 days. Yang Xian's family stayed for the full duration, assisting wherever they could. The overnight vigil meant they barely slept at all. During this time, Muyu Luomeng had sent several messages, but Yang Xian had hardly any time to check his phone. She had probably assumed he had abandoned his studio plans. Only after learning the full story did she feel at ease, and she stopped pressing for details. On the 4th day, after a night of rest, Yang Xian's family finally regained their composure, and the heavy atmosphere of grief had lifted considerably. After all, the departed could not be brought back, and those still living needed to move forward. Besides, they were only distant relatives. The three lounged on the sofa while Yang's parents discussed how to arrange Lan Nala's future. His mother furrowed her brows, her face etched with worry, and said, Lala is so young and already all alone. What should we do? Li Chen's family already has 2 children, a son and a daughter, and their situation isn't great either. Lala's grades are excellent, but she'll certainly need to go to university. Supporting 3 children through school all at once would be a tremendous burden, even if he's willing. Yang Xian knew that Li Chen, his mother, referred to as Lala's uncle. As for her maternal uncle's side, the aunt only had one younger brother who spent his days idle and drifting, now past 30, unmarried, reportedly in debt, and without any stable employment. Sigh, I guess we'll just have to look out for our cousin more from now on. Huh, cousin. An idea suddenly struck Yang Xian. Cousin. If you remove the prefix, it becomes sister. So he tentatively brought this up with his parents. What if we adopt Lala? After all, Lala has always been close to us, so it should work right. Yang's mother was taken aback. Yang Xian's suggestion made perfect sense. His eldest sister Yang Xian was nearly 30 and no longer needed their care, and their son was already in university largely self-sufficient. Though they knew Yang Xian wasn't telling the whole truth, they were well aware that the family's finances had grown staggering. They were quite familiar with Yang Xian's spending habits. When he casually bought items costing a dozen or so yuan, he likely had 15 to 20,000 in savings. If he hesitated before purchasing, it meant he only had a few thousand on hand. He used to scrutinize delivery coupons for ordinary meals, yet now he dined on expensive dishes worth tens of thousands without a second thought, and purchased a car costing hundreds of thousands without blinking. Clearly the boy was sitting on a fortune. When Yang Xian had once mentioned having more than tens of millions, his parents had done a quick mental calculation and realized the lad must have at least. Yeah, they dared not even think about it. So now merely taking in one additional daughter, hell, even 10 more would be no trouble. Especially since Lan Nala was such a sensible, well-behaved, lovely, and academically excellent child. She was the very picture of that ideal child everyone admired. However, given everything that had happened, the girl likely had no heart for studying anymore. Alas, this thought stirred his mother's maternal instincts and compassion, and she declared firmly, Yang Xian is right. Since they have no means to raise Lala, then we will. I wouldn't want to miss out on such a wonderful daughter. That may be true, but we should still ask for their opinion, shouldn't we? Yang's father was also moved. Indeed, their family's circumstances were now extremely comfortable, and adding a daughter was no great burden. At their age, with nothing else to occupy them, raising a sensible, well-behaved child could only be a good thing. All right, let's go to Lala's house now and see what they say. Yang Xian spoke with barely concealed excitement. He had long wished his parents would have a sister for him to play with, though it never came to pass. Never expecting to fulfill this desire at over 20 years old, yet despite her being older, in her senior year of high school this year, it would not hinder him from caring for her in the least. Having never considered adopting a child before, all three were somewhat agitated. Along the way, they rehearsed their talking points and arrived at the building where Lan Nala lived. Yang's mother pressed the doorbell, and Lala's uncle Li Chen opened the door with his wife and Lala's grandmother inside. Yang Xian glanced around, but didn't spot Lala. The closed door suggested she was likely still inside her room. Li Chen, you're here too. Yang's mother greeted them. From the atmosphere, it was clear they were also discussing something. Yeah, we were just talking about what to do with Lala. The mention of this gave Li Chen a headache. After all, she was his brother's child. He couldn't justify refusing to raise her, nor was it an option. But truly taking her in would place an enormous financial strain on his family. Lala was approaching college age, which would require at least 100,000 over 4 years, and he already had a daughter in university and a son in middle school. There was no way around it. He would have to steel himself and bear the burden. His wife at least had no objections. Sensing his predicament and difficulties, Yang Jianhua and Li Chunyu dropped their pretenses and spoke directly. Li Chun, here's the thing. Your sister and I would like to adopt Lala. Yang Jianhua raised his hand to stop Li Chun from responding, gesturing for him to listen first. Your sister and I have more free time now. Our daughter is nearly 30 and doesn't need us anymore, and Yang Xian is in university, so there's hardly anything for us to manage. Your sister and I are home all day with nothing to do, so having a child to raise would make us both very happy. Besides, Lala is such a well-behaved child, don't you agree? Li Chen hesitated. This was after all his own brother's flesh and blood. Though Yang Jianhua was also a relative. Yang's mother noticed his wavering and continued. Rest assured, we have no interest in Li Ting's estate. Lala won't even need to be formally adopted. Moreover, our village sold some land, and our family received over 300,000 in compensation. We can certainly afford to raise her. Well, upon hearing this, Li Chen's resolve weakened even further. He trusted the character of Yang Jianhua and his wife. After all, over the past 3 days of the funeral, they had handled things even better than he could have, sparing him considerable effort. And to top it off, the funeral expenses had been advanced almost entirely by him. Money he could hardly ask Lan Nala to repay. Alas, I'm still Lala's own uncle. It's not that I don't trust you, but if I abandon my brother's daughter after he's gone, people will talk. My spine will be poked through by gossip, won't it? Yang Jianhua and his wife fell silent upon hearing this. Perhaps you should ask Lala herself, see what she thinks. Everyone turned to look at Yang Xian, who had made the suggestion. Indeed, rather than continuing to debate among themselves, it would be far wiser to consult the person directly involved. Everyone nodded. Indeed, we should first ask Lara's opinion. She's old enough now, we can't just make decisions for her. Lan Liken and his wife exchanged glances. His wife then rose and walked toward Lan Nala's room door. Su Tsiu gently knocked twice on the door and said softly, Lara, are you sleeping now? Lan Nala, who had been lying on her bed staring blankly at the ceiling, stirred slightly at the sound, then slowly rose and walked to the door to open it. When everyone saw Lan Nala emerge from the room, their eyes all flickered with pity. Ever since the incident with her parents, Lan Nala had barely eaten these past few days. Not a single grain of rice perhaps, but barely more than a little congee. No amount of persuasion worked. She had once been a cheerful young girl with rosy cheeks and a touch of baby fat, but now she looked utterly haggard and gaunt, withdrawn and silent. Judging by her condition, if she didn't start eating soon, something serious could happen. Yang Xian's eyes were also filled with compassion. Since there were other adults present, and he couldn't speak freely himself, he could only turn his attention to the elderly couple. When Yang's father and mother saw Lan Nala in her current state, the words they had prepared earlier suddenly failed them. How could they discuss her future custody arrangements right in front of a child who had just lost her parents? The situation was too painful to bear. Finally Yang's father plucked up courage to speak. Lara, you still need to eat. If you starve yourself and your parents found out, wouldn't they be heartbroken? What if something terrible happens from not eating? How would we face your parents during Qingming festival? Everyone, wait, wasn't this supposed to be different from what was planned beforehand? Besides, is it really appropriate to bring up Nala's parents right now? Yang's mother, furious, secretly twisted the soft flesh on Yang's father's lower back with considerable force, making him suppress a facial spasm. At this moment Yang's father also realized he might have said something inappropriate. There was no way about it. The situation had been urgent just now and didn't allow much time for thought. Now he could only make the best of it. Your brother bought some nutritious kanji. When it arrives, shall we share a little? Seeing you in this state, doesn't it break our hearts? After saying this, Yang's father slipped his left hand behind his back and secretly made a gesture to Yang Xian. Yang Xian paused for a second before immediately understanding. While out of Lan Nala's sight, he quickly opened his phone's food delivery app and decisively ordered from a relatively upscale kanji shop. After placing the order, he contacted the delivery rider and gave him a 200 yuan tip, urging him to deliver the kanji as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the delivery rider, who was delivering to others elsewhere, was completely stunned when he saw the tip Yang Xian had given. An inexplicable image suddenly appeared in his mind, whose father was trying to get rid of. Glancing at the many orders in his hand, the delivery rider couldn't even bother to apologize. After all, the amount Yang Xian had given was simply too generous. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and sped toward the kanji shop, weaving through traffic like a swimming dragon. After picking up the order, he raced to the destination at an even faster pace, completing the entire delivery in under 10 minutes from order to arrival. This might have been the largest tip he'd ever received in his life. The scene returned to the present. After hearing Yang's father's concern, Lan Nala didn't show any strong reaction. Instead, she simply nodded calmly. Then she walked directly to the dining table and sat down on a chair. She understood that everyone was doing this for her own good. She simply couldn't eat because of her sorrow, not because she wanted to harm herself. There was no need to be so hard on herself. If her parents knew she was like this, they would surely be heartbroken too. She felt so sad, so incredibly sad, and missed her mom and dad so much. Yang Xian, having just handed over the tip, put down his phone. Seeing Lan Nala sitting alone at the dining table with tears welling up again, he hurried over and pulled up a chair to sit beside her. As expected, Lan Nala lifted her teary eyes and glanced at Yang Xian beside her, but ultimately couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Brother, I'm just so. Inhales. So sad. Woo woo. As she spoke, Lan Nala kept wiping her tears with her arms. The sound of her crying was heartbreaking to hear, filling Yang Xian with both sorrow and compassion. He quickly grabbed tissues and handed them to her, gently patting her back. Brother knows you're going through a lot, so I just cried out. It'll help. From now on, I'll take care of you. Woo. Everyone watched the scene in silence, their expressions heavy. Yang's father rested his arms on his thighs and sighed deeply at the floor. The others weren't faring any better either. After a while, Lan Nala grew tired from crying and rested her head on Yang Xian's shoulder, occasionally sobbing. Just then the doorbell rang and Yang's father hurried to answer it, taking 3 large bags filled with various types of kanji. Afraid that Lan Nala wouldn't like the kanji he had chosen, Yang Xian had simply ordered every type available in large portions, along with an abundance of snacks and side dishes. The others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes when they saw so much kanji. Lan Liken silently glanced at Yang Jianhua, his silent gaze seemingly conveying, I know your family has money now, but there's really no need to waste it like this. A mountain of various kanji dishes was placed in front of Lan Nala like 3 great peaks, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her red-rimmed eyes looked at Yang Xian with confusion. Yang Xian, wait, a large portion of kanji is actually this big. I usually order small portions, damn it. Ahema, just eat a little, okay? I don't know what flavors you prefer, so I ordered everything. It's fine, don't worry about wasting food. If you can't finish it, leave the rest for me. I can eat a lot. Yang Xian patted his stomach, looking at Lan Nala with pleading eyes. Seeing Yang Xian like this, Lan Nala pursed her lips, feeling that her sadness had somewhat diluted. Okay, brother, you eat with me too. Yang Xian. Alright, let me untie these bags. Impatient with his father's slow untying, Yang Xian took matters into his own hands, forcefully tearing open the bags and packaging before gently placing each item in front of Lan Nala one by one. Since Yang Xian had ordered large portions, his mother went to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks for everyone. Lara, what flavor would you like to try? Yang's mother tried her best to keep her voice soft. For the first time, Yang Xian heard her speak so gently and glanced at her in surprise. Auntie, I'll serve myself. Lan Nala took the bowl and chopsticks, selecting a portion of century egg and pork kanji. Sigh, this child is so sensible. If Yang Xian had even a fraction of her understanding back, then I wouldn't have been so angry. Li Chunyu thought about how rebellious her eldest daughter had been in the past, then looked at how sensible Lan Nala was now, and she could barely bear to watch. At this moment her maternal love reached its peak. Having not eaten properly for so many days, and after crying hard earlier, the aroma of the various kanji dishes now wafting toward her made Lan Nala feel suddenly extremely hungry, as if she could devour an entire ox. Watching Lan Nala sip her kanji little by little, everyone finally felt relieved. As long as she could eat, that was what mattered. The rest could wait until after the meal. So everyone took their seats and served themselves kanji, though with unspoken understanding they all steered clear of the century egg and pork kanji that Lan Nala had picked out. Once they had eaten enough, Sutsuyu felt that Lan Nala's condition had stabilized somewhat, so she cautiously asked, "Lara, we know you're going through a difficult time right now, but there's something we really need to discuss with you first." Huh? Hearing this, Lan Nala looked up at Sutsuyu with a confused expression. Ahem, let me handle this. Yang Jianhua decided it would be better to speak himself. If Lan Lycan were to say it, Lan Nala might overthink things and feel that her relatives were rejecting her. After all, it was Yang's family who had invited her over. Lala, your brother is in college now and only comes home twice a year. Your aunt and I are retired and find it rather dull at home with just the two of us. How about you come live with us from now on? It would liven things up. Your school is nearby, so it would be convenient for us to pick you up and drop you off. Lan Nala pondered briefly, instinctively feeling that this would inconvenience uncle and aunt. She was about to shake her head and decline when she noticed Yang Xian beside her, gently patting her leg. She turned to see Yang Xian biting her lip and frantically blinking at her face, practically screaming, "Please say yes." Lan Nala pursed her lips and frowned slightly. She understood that living alone would be lonely and she might not even be able to support herself. Starvation was unlikely given her relatives, but life would be difficult. Lala, both our families are here. You can stay with whoever you like. We treat you like our own daughter. Lan Lycan quickly expressed his stance. Lan Nala parted her lips slightly, her hands nervously clasped together, about to speak. Yang Xian, seeing this, gently patted Lan Nala's thigh again and tugged at her short sleeve. Lan Nala blinked apologetically at Yang Xian's family, then hesitated and said uncertainly, "Then I'll trouble uncle and aunt and cousin." Lan Nala felt a bit embarrassed. Although she was close to Yang Xian's family, they had never lived together before, so it was inevitably awkward. She had also considered that her uncle's younger son was still in middle school and needed attention, so moving in with them would be disruptive. Moreover, comparing the two families, her uncle's family was clearly more enthusiastic, especially her cousin Yang Xian, who didn't even bother to hide it. This attitude made her more comfortable. Besides, she still had the inheritance from her parents. Though modest, it included 2 houses from demolition and a few thousand in cash. She could always give 1 house to her uncle's family as repayment for their care. Seeing Lan Nala agree, Yang's parents could barely hide the joy in their eyes. There was no hint of greed for her inheritance, only satisfaction with their new daughter. "Who's Yang Xian or Yang Xian? Not familiar, don't come near." Yang Xian was so happy she could barely contain her smile, but quickly realizing the situation didn't call for it, she forcibly suppressed her excitement. She openly reached out and gently patted Lan Nala's head in welcome. "Ooh yeah, I finally have a little sister now. From now on, call me Yang Sister Spoiling Maniac Xian. No more just envying those online who spoil their sisters. I'm going to do it myself." The head patting effect was remarkable. Lan Nala once again felt the warmth of family love mending her shattered, grieving heart for the first time. Moved by the atmosphere, Lan Nala's eyes grew red again. Yang Xian thought, "Oh no, she's about to cry again. Did patting her head cause problems?" So she quickly comforted her. "Hey, what's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. If you keep crying, your eyes will go bad." Yang Xian bent down, tilted her head, pursed her lips, and stared at Lan Nala with wide eyes, showing her concern fully. "It's nothing, I'm just touched." Lan Nala wiped her eyes and said with a teary laugh. "Ha ha. The adults couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Seeing Lan Nala accept her new family, everyone felt relieved. Yang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, having feared she might never be allowed to pat her head again. "Brother, sister-in-law, we'll entrust Lala to your care from now on. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell us. We're all family." Lan Lycan said with gratitude, knowing that raising an extra child was costly, and it was his brother's orphan they had to look after properly. Every aspect of life required attention. With Yang Jianhua and his wife helping, they felt reassured, having known them for years and never heard a bad word about them. "Don't say that. It's not about taking care. From now on, Lala is our own daughter," Yang's father declared solemnly. Yes. A daughter this good is hard to find, even with a lantern." Yang's mother added praise, making Lan Nala's originally fair face blush with shyness. But since the funeral was still recent, no one was in the mood to chat cheerfully. After some small talk, Lan Lycan prepared to leave. They had eaten, but at home 2 children were still waiting for dinner. After seeing off Lan Lycan and his wife, Yang's mother said gently and warmly to Lan Nala, "Lala, how about I stay at your house for a few days to keep you company? It'll be convenient to take care of you." Yang's father and Yang Xian had no objections. "Huh. No need, aunt. That would be too much trouble." "Trouble? What trouble? We live so close. Just call your brother over when it's time to eat." Yang's mother waved dismissively. Yang's father still had no opinion, but Yang Xian seemed hesitant. Why not have Lala move in with them? Yang's mother, as if reading her mind, silenced her with a look. Lan Nala didn't notice, but her good upbringing made her unwilling to impose on Yang Xian's family. However, her longing for her parents made it hard to accept joining a new family so quickly. After much thought, she said hesitantly, "Aunt, could I stay at my house for a few more days? I'll tidy up and clean then move in with you. Is that okay?" Yang's parents' eyes glistened with relief and emotion. Who said adopting a child was troublesome? This girl was simply wonderful, so considerate of others. "Of course, dear. I'll stay with you these days. Tell me what you want to eat, and if I can't cook it, I'll have your brother buy it. He's got a lot of savings." Yang's mother held Lan Nala's hands, her eyes full of maternal love. Yeah. Whatever you want to eat or play, just tell me. Don't be shy." Yang Xian chimed in, standing up straight. Lan Nala simply thought they were being caring, so she didn't pay much attention. After all, how much money could a college student have? Then Yang's mother sent Yang Xian home to fetch a quilt and pillow. She planned to sleep in the guest room at Lan Nala's house for a few days to keep her company, worried the girl might do something foolish alone. She had already hidden the knives. Soon Yang Xian returned with bedding and pillows. Lan Nala helped Yang's mother make the bed. Yang Xian sat in the living room, idly scrolling through Dolly. After a few days, the video had broken 10 million likes and 1 million saves, shocking even her. She hadn't expected the few thousand she casually spent to have such an impact. She chatted briefly with Luo Meng and Mu Yu, checking on the studio's progress. As the top leader, she couldn't be completely in the dark. Looking at the purchase list Mu Yu sent, she clicked her tongue. Cameras, action cams, other photography gear, rent, salaries, set decoration, all added up to over 100,000. Honestly, Yang Xian felt it wasn't as much as she'd imagined, as she'd thought the initial investment would be around 1 million. What's this car rental fee? Boss, you're not serious, are you? With such huge traffic, we have to seize the moment. We've been out scouting locations for 2 days. Can't just shoot on campus every day. Mu Yu replied with a hand on her hip, speaking confidently, since she wasn't embezzling. Don't tell me you haven't posted any content on Dolly these days. Well, given your situation, you probably don't have time. Yang Xian was left speechless. She had indeed been wasting this golden opportunity, letting the heat fizzle out. But at least she had them. Their success would be her success. She opened Dolly and checked their profiles. Sure enough, 5 new videos had been posted in the past few days. A quick glance showed Mu Yu's strategy clearly centered on Luo Meng. The videos fully showcased Luo Meng's beauty and temperament, each garnering 200,000 to 300,000 likes. Luo Meng's Dolly account was close to 1 million followers, while Mu Yu had about 300,000. Yang Xian, on the other hand, still had a paltry 100,000, mostly due to her lack of engagement. From the profile pictures, she could tell most of her followers were female, meaning she had some talent in the looks department. Hee. Come back soon, boss. Otherwise I'll feel awkward asking you for money. Mu Yu sent a soft, sweet voice message, but Yang Xian never listened to audios. She always converted them to text. Nevertheless, she was pleased with the team's attitude. With a generous gesture, she transferred another 300,000 to Mu Yu, telling them to buy a car for the studio. That would make commuting easier. Yang Xian remembered that Meichuan had just gotten his driver's license and was probably eager to drive. Wow, boss, you're amazing. Thank you for the sports car. Mu Yu was ecstatic on the other side of the screen. She hadn't chosen the wrong person to follow. A rich second generation starting a business was incredible. He actually approved the budget and even cared about the employees. You decide on the car. Put the extra money in the studio account. Also, as long as you work, benefits must be top-notch. Order whatever milk tea and snacks you want. Buy more when you run out. Mu Yu raised both hands in victory, crying tears of gratitude. The others were so thrilled they nearly cried, and Meichuan was no exception, shouting, "Long live the boss," in the group chat. If it weren't inappropriate, Yang Xian would have said in the group, "Everyone keep your lower body dry. I know it's hard, but that's an order." So this is the joy of being a boss and giving perks. I think I'm starting to love this feeling. Yang Xian sat on the sofa watching Animal Planet on TV, secretly worrying about the leopard that had caught a gazelle. Put your prey away, silly leopard. Don't end up like that fool who left his kill loose and gave a sleeping lion under the tree a free meal from the sky, he muttered. As for the cameraman, how could he film like that? The little animals had no privacy at all. What a mess, utterly disrespectful. Catching a fleeting glimpse of a male elephant's rear on the screen, Yang Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in silent complaint. Hearing the door of Lan Nala's house open, Yang Xian turned and saw his father breathless, squeezing through the entrance with 2 large bags of fruit. He hurried over to help carry one bag. Can we even finish all this fruit you bought? What's there to worry about? It's all stuff you kids love. Yang Xian placed the bags on the coffee table and opened them, taking out the fruits one by one: a huge bucket of blueberries, 3 open coconuts, apples, bananas, oranges, plums, and a whole durian, followed by a pack of Lacoon cigarettes. His father coughed and discreetly took the cigarettes away. As expected of my old man. Always knows what to buy. Yang Xian estimated the 2 bags cost several hundred yuan. Not bad. His parents were finally getting used to their current financial situation, spending money without hesitation. This was a good thing. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction. Of course. These plums cost 80 yuan a caddy, more expensive than durian. Had to buy 2 caddies to see if they're made of gold. His father took some fruit to the kitchen to wash. Yang Xian carried the clean fruit to Lan Nala's room, where the 2 were tidying up, and offered it to them. "Well, thank you, son. Here, Lala, have some. No need to be polite." His mother handed the plate to Lan Nala, who accepted without pretentiousness and politely said, "Thank you, auntie," before popping a plum into her mouth. Watching Lan Nala's still somewhat numb movements, young Xin had no remedy. After all, losing both parents was a severe psychological trauma. Only time could heal it. Young Xin glanced at his phone. It was past 8 in the evening. The family had eaten dinner early, just that afternoon's porridge, and by now their stomachs were nearly empty. He decided to go out and buy some supper. "Mom, Lala, you must be hungry since dinner was so early. I'm going out to grab some supper. What do you want to eat?" His mother felt a bit hungry indeed, but the Yang family suffered from decision paralysis, so she told young Xin to buy whatever he thought fit. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. The whole reason he asked was because he didn't know what to eat himself. He turned to Lan Nala. "Little sis, what do you want?" "I'll get it for you." Lan Nala blinked thought for a moment, then said seriously, "Anything is fine. You decide, big brother." Young Xin. "All right." His father, who had already overheard them from the living room, said as young Xin came out of the room, "Buy something good." "All right." Young Xin couldn't even be bothered to ask. "Sigh, if only there was a food blind box. I'm going to exhaust all my brain cells just thinking about what to eat every day," he grumbled as he stepped out the door. Sliding into the driver's seat, he started the car. With the roar of the engine, young Xin drove the A7 slowly out of the neighborhood. "I remember that new night market Tianhe opened last year. Let's check it out." While jogging in the evenings, he occasionally passed the wealthy district, and the newly opened market was just opposite. From the outside, it looked quite large, about half a football field in size. But young Xin had never been inside. He was out exercising to lose weight, not to forage for food. Besides, the fact that it was in the wealthy district made him doubt whether the prices were legitimate. As he drove past the villa area, it suddenly struck him his family still lived in an old 6-story walk-up, no elevator. His parents were getting older. Shouldn't they buy a better place to live? This villa area still had a certain charm. As the most famous villa complex in the county, its prices were relatively affordable, at least in young Xion's opinion. Maybe he'd read too many novels where villas cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands per square meter, totaling tens of millions, or even billions. Here the maximum was 30,000 per square meter. Now high-rise commercial apartments were already over 10,000 per square meter. Comparing the three, the price here seemed much more reasonable, didn't it? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He'd find a time to take a look in the next day or two. He just wondered if they were all sold out. In this small county, luxury cars were becoming more common by the day. Right on cue, young Xion spotted a Ferrari parked by the roadside. It looked like an F8. He still wasn't very knowledgeable about luxury cars. In his current understanding, cars of the same brand all looked pretty much alike. As for how he recognized it as an F8, it was because he had seen Chun Zihao, one of his favorite streamers, driving the same model. Chun Zihao had said the F8 was borrowed from a rich friend. Was that true or false? Young Xion felt it probably wasn't a lie to fans. After all, Chun Zihao already owned a Maybach 480. How could he afford 2 luxury cars and 3 kids on his lukewarm streaming career? Thinking of his favorite streamer, it had been a while since he last visited his channel. He'd drop by later and throw some treasure maps. Reining in his wandering thoughts, young Xion casually parked behind the F8, the only empty spot on the entire block. It was truly baffling, like Louis XVI scratching his head in confusion. Getting out of the car, he admired the F8 for a moment. Yeah, it's handsome, but still a notch below my 488. Bro, this F8 is gorgeous, right? It really is handsome. Of course it is. This is a man's romance. Young Xion turned around and noticed a man in loose shorts and flashy sunglasses standing beside him with a girl in sexy hot pants clinging to his arm. Quite fashionable, young Xion commented inwardly. So want to give it a try, eh? The man gestured with his chin toward his own car, extending an invitation. Forget it, it's not my car. If I damage it, that would be bad. Young Xion wasn't interested. After all, his own Ferrari was still collecting dust in the garage. Why would he bother driving someone else's? The man looked at young Xion with some surprise. He had seen young Xion get out of an A7, and logically owners of cars like the A7 should be interested in sports cars. Unexpectedly, his invitation was refused, and young Xion didn't even want to sit in the car. So rude. Hasn't this guy ever seen those dream-chasing influencers who let fans test drive supercars? If everyone were that stubborn, what would be the point of me begging my dad to buy me this car? It's fine, just sit inside. Before he could finish, he noticed that young Xion had already wandered into the night market, leaving only a receding figure. Well, damn. With a strange sense of satisfaction, young Xion strolled into the market without looking back. Unbelievable. Trying to show off in front of me, and I don't even look at you. The man stared at young Xion's retreating back in silence. His girlfriend couldn't help but remark, "Shinemo, that guy is so cocky. Should I?" She made a slashing motion across her throat. "What? Are you making a movie, babe? You think you're Wang Zi returning?" Shinemo rolled his eyes at her silliness. The night market had quite a few stalls. Young Xion looked around and estimated there were about 20 to 30 offering most of the trendy internet-famous foods. "Boss, how much for this crawfish?" He stopped at a very popular stall. One annoying thing was that most stalls didn't display prices. But who was young Xion now? He was young how billion-dollar man Xion, right? Could buying supper trap him? Jumbo had 100 per caddy, large 60 medium, 40 small 25. Is that freaking expensive? Young Xion curiously leaned over to look at the so-called jumbo lobsters. They were indeed huge. bigger than the large ones by a significant margin, and their claws were almost the size of the small ones. The color was bright red cooked in garlic and oil, and they looked very appealing. How many in a caddy? 5. The stall owner glanced at Yang Xian while serving another customer. 25 each. Based on the appearance, Yang Xian felt it was worth it. In the past he would have run away, but now it was a different story. Pack up the whole pot, Yang Xian said calmly. The owner. Even the waiting customers turned to look at Yang Xian. Sure thing, but this pot is over 10 caddies. You won't finish it alone. No problem, I can eat it. Yang Xian brushed it off. Alright, that's 12 caddies and 3 tails. We'll call it 12. That's 1,200. I'll throw in some extra seasoning for you. The owner smiled warmly at Yang Xian. This kind of customer needed to be taken care of. After all, these big lobsters relied on people like him to buy them. Saying it was 12 caddies, but the actual edible portion wasn't much. He casually bought some lamb chops, lamb bones, and barbecue, then carried a pile of bags back to the car. Hey, you guys still here? Yang Xian opened the passenger door, placed all the food on the floor mat, and casually asked the F8 owner, who was squatting by the roadside smoking. Oh, waiting for my girlfriend to grab some food. You bought that much for supper? Chun Imo stepped closer to look inside the car, and pulled out a Huangala cigarette, offering it to Yang Xian. Yang Xian took it. He didn't smoke himself, but it looked like a high-quality brand good to give to his father. I've been thinking, I bet you also have a supercar. Chun Imo grew more suspicious. Could an ordinary person be that confident? Even if an average person wasn't awestruck by a luxury car, they'd at least show some excitement. Eyes don't lie. Yang Xian's gaze was utterly indifferent, as if suggesting he too owned a comparable car. Yeah, ironically mine is also a Ferrari, a 488 Pista. Chun Imo, what a coincidence. Nice to meet you. I've heard of that car. Why don't you drive it around? Yang Xian, what's going on? Why is he suddenly talking like a classical scholar? Oh, the car is in Chujing near my school. I came back home for a few days. Chun Imo raised an eyebrow. Damn, was this guy the son of some big shot? A college student being this rich. Back when he was in university, his monthly allowance was only around 100,000 or so. If he spent too fast, he'd get scolded for being wasteful. He only got this car as a graduation gift after begging his grandparents and parents. Literally begging his grandparents. Otherwise his dad would have at most bought him a Porsche 911. The gap between people is really huge, Chun Imo said with a hint of envy. University in Jingchu. I'm familiar with Jingchu, my ex-girlfriend was from Hanxing there. I used to visit often. I still miss the A-Wings near Nangwa Center, said to be the largest integrated bar in central China. Too bad it closed down last year. What was this guy talking about? Sounds impressive, but I've never been to a bar before. Chun Imo was momentarily speechless. Anyway, it's getting late. I should head back before the supper gets cold. Yang Xian waved, pointing at the takeout boxes on the passenger floor. Alright, we seem to get along. How about we exchange contacts? Sure, maybe we can hang out sometime. But drinking is off the table. I can't hold my liquor. Yang Xian opened WeChat to scan and added Chun Imo, exchanging names before driving away slowly. The way rich people make friends is so straightforward. Yang Xian mused, recalling the encounter. It couldn't be helped. Sudden conversations like that, he really didn't know what to talk about. Still, this was his first wealthy friend. Though he wondered why Chun Mo's style seemed so low tier. But if they got to know each other better, it might become a useful connection. After all, making friends far and wide and hearing news from all directions was the way. He rang the bell for his father to open the door, then carried the bags of supper inside. Supper's here. Mom, Lala, come out for supper. Soon his mother came out of the room, leading Lan Nala by the hand. His father and Yang Xian were opening the takeout boxes one by one. The air filled with the aroma of braised prawns, making everyone's mouths water. Wow, so fragrant. Is this lobster? So much. His parents were astonished. Was this really necessary for supper? Lan Nala's eyes widened too. What kind of family bought this many lobsters for a midnight snack? Was this the same Yang family she knew? It's not that kind of lobster. It's crawfish, just bigger than usual. Indeed, now that they looked closely, they were much larger than regular crawfish, but still smaller than real lobsters. These look expensive. Not cheap, right? His father picked up a crawfish and examined it. Of course. After studying hard for most of my life, can I treat myself a little? Hey, the way you talk is too damn reasonable. Yang Xian. His mother and Lan Nala were also shocked. They expected his father to scold him, but instead he agreed. His father ignored their strange looks and began peeling the shrimp with gloves. Could a billion-dollar fortune be eaten away? If that happened, it would be a miracle. Anyway, his father was certain that Yang Xian was loaded. Why bother worrying? Watching this scene, Lan Nala couldn't help but doubt, was her uncle's family really as modest as her parents had said? Had her parents really lent them money before? Or was her cousin Yang Xian just used to spending lavishly and his parents had given up on scolding him? With these doubts, Lan Nala also put on gloves and picked up a crawfish to peel. She hadn't had much appetite, initially planning to eat just one or two, but she ended up stimulating her appetite. One shrimp didn't have much meat, but each bite was substantial enough. The juicy meat wrapped in sauce was incredibly satisfying as she chewed, the garlic and shrimp aroma filling her mouth. Plus, people's appetites are better at night, so Lan Nala, who had barely eaten in days, found her appetite thoroughly awakened. Delicious. Yang Xian grinned. The people's eyes are sharp. I bought from the stall with the most customers. Come on, these lamb shank bones are great to have a taste. Soon the nearly 1,500 yuan supper was polished off quickly, especially by his father and Yang Xian, who were like two relentless chewing machines. It was the following morning when Yang Xian's deep slumber was shattered by his mother's telephone call. He had been at home caught in the act of cosplaying as a handsome sleeper. With his eyes still closed, Yang Xian answered the phone by instinct, his voice dripping with exhaustion. Hello. Mom, it's already 11 in the morning and you're still in bed. Hurry over to help Lala pack her things after lunch. His mother's voice bellowed through the receiver. All right. Yang Xian dragged his heavy eyelids and even heavier body toward the bathroom to wash up. Last night, bored out of his mind, he had decided to browse the book city for something entertaining. Never did he expect to stumble upon a truly captivating novel titled 100x Return, starting by removing my little brother's supreme bone and returning 49 of them. After reading a few chapters, he was completely hooked. He kept reading until past 4 in the morning when the sky was just beginning to lighten. Despite the late hour, Yang Xian felt wide awake, only his eyes showing signs of fatigue. Damn it, every time I actively search for a good novel, I can't find one, but when I want to sleep and browse randomly, I always find a gem. Though Yang Xian was reluctant to stop under the formidable pressure of his parents, he had no choice but to rest. It took only a few minutes for Yang Xian to arrive at the Lanala building. Yang Jianhua and his wife were already waiting downstairs with Lan Nila. Beside them sat some luggage presumably containing Lan Nila's clothes, shoes, and school belongings. After all, the two families lived close to each other. If they forgot anything, they could simply walk back to fetch it. The move was meant to make caring for Lan Nila easier and to strengthen their bond. Huh, brother, when did you buy a car? Lan Nila asked curiously. She had visited Yang Xian's house just last year and hadn't heard anything about a car purchase. The car appeared quite expensive. She recognized the 4 rings as the Audi logo but had no idea about the specific price, as she never paid much attention to such things. Oh, just this year, about 2 months ago. His mother smiled but offered no explanation, planning to reveal more when the time was right. Yang Xian stepped out of the car and studied Lan Nila's delicate face intently. The swelling around her eyes has subsided considerably, and her complexion no longer looks so pallid. Though she still seems a bit down, she's definitely doing much better than the past few days. Lan Nila, noticing Yang Xian staring at her continuously, felt her cheeks grow warm. Could it be that she hadn't washed her face properly, leaving eye boogers? She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes. There's nothing there. Yang Xian walked over and helped his father load the luggage into the car's trunk, while his mother took Lan Nila's small hand and guided her to the back seat. Here, eat these buns quickly. I bet you stayed up until the early hours again last night. His mother handed Yang Xian the breakfast she had purchased extra of that morning, then launched into her interrogation. This while I went to sleep a little past 12. Are you serious? You all need to sleep earlier at night. You know how bad it is for your health to stay up so late, don't you? Yang Xian. He knew his mother wouldn't believe him anyway and would continue fussing over him regardless. After parking the car downstairs, Yang Xian and his father each grabbed a large bag of luggage, while Lan Nila and his mother carried the smaller bags between them. Yang Xian's family lived in an older residential community. The tallest building had 7 floors, but the 7th floor was purchased together with the 6th, so the entire complex had no elevator. The group climbed the stairs one after another, hauling their belongings like industrious ants. By the time they reached the 6th floor, everyone was completely exhausted. So Yang Xian, our family isn't exactly short on money now. What do you think about buying a high-rise with an elevator? His father had wanted to move for a long time, but they never had the means, and he didn't want to take on a mortgage. Besides, they had a garage. They could always live in the garage when they grew old. Hearing this, Yang Xian looked at the 3 puffing and panting people and didn't hesitate for a second. If they wanted to buy, then they would buy. I've been thinking about this the past few days, and I think Tianhe Yuan would be quite nice. Tianhe Yuan. That does sound good, but isn't it rather expensive? It's indeed not cheap. A decent villa would cost around 10 million. What? A villa? It wasn't just Lan Nila who stood there in shock. The Yang parents were also flabbergasted. What status did they have that they could live in a villa? Yeah, what's the big deal? It's not like buying a villa for us is difficult, or anything. Yang Xian was somewhat puzzled. 10 million for a villa wasn't that expensive, was it? This. His father was beside himself with excitement. He quickly pulled Yang Xian aside away from the others and spoke in a low voice. Just how much money have you secretly won? Yang Xian coughed and rubbed his nose sheepishly. Don't ask. I'm afraid it would shock you. I'll never run out no matter how much I spend. Just know that I won't waste money. His father stared at him and took a deep breath. Fine. Returning to the 2 women, his father still couldn't quite contain his agitation. The only thing we need to worry about now is whether the villas in Tianhe Yuan have already sold out, since the community has been built for over a decade. Upon hearing this, both Yang parents fell into contemplation. There was nothing they could do. They simply knew far too little about real estate and had no idea if any new developments were on the market. Sitting on the sofa, Lan Nila felt her thoughts in disarray. What do you mean worry about the houses being sold out? Shouldn't normal people be worried about not having enough money to buy a house? From the way they spoke, buying a villa seemed no different than picking up groceries. What on earth had happened to the Yang family during this time, she knew nothing about. Although curious, Lan Nila had no intention of asking too many questions. Her cousin's family had taken her in. That was a debt of kindness she could never repay. Sometimes some things are better left unasked. She had to be sensible. Unable to find the sales office information online, Yang Xin and the others decided to inquire in person after lunch. Time it seemed passed more swiftly when one was excited. In what felt like the blink of an eye, afternoon had arrived. Running through the crowd, I can't see, occasionally meeting loneliness, spinning in circles at the same spot, face to face with myself, on tiptoe, a little closer, and my dream lives just ahead. The four of them, Yang Xion's family and Lon Nyla, sat in the car, the vehicle's audio system playing songs from Yang Xion's playlist. Lon Nyla sat in the passenger seat, her hands folded gracefully atop her black skirt, quietly gazing ahead. Yang Xion observed this and felt deeply satisfied. Who wouldn't want a quiet, well-behaved little sister with such a sweet face? Life was good. After a short drive, they arrived at the Tianhe Yuan sales office. There were hardly any visitors inside. Only two salespeople and a receptionist were sitting at the front desk resting. After all, it was an old development. Most of the desirable properties had already been sold. Those who could afford it had already bought, while those who couldn't were still waiting. After parking, everyone got out. His parents were still discussing what style of home they wanted, while Lon Nyla followed quietly beside Yang Xion. Sensing her slight nervousness, Yang Xion casually draped his left arm over Lon Nyla's left shoulder and gently stroked her soft hair. If you see any floor plans you like or dislike, just tell me. We're family now, there's no need to be shy. The afternoon sun with its golden hue shone directly upon them. Lon Nyla looked up at Yang Xion, her eyes glistening with starlight. Perhaps it was the contrast from stepping out of the air-conditioned car, but she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth wash over her. So she responded sweetly, "Okay, so satisfying," Yang Xion thought with inner delight. He continued to stroke Lon Nyla's long black hair until it was thoroughly disheveled, much to her mild chagrin. As usual, Yang Xion strode into the sales office with his characteristic swagger. Two saleswomen approached with gleaming eyes, thinking that a family walking in together likely meant a high chance of closing a deal. "Hello, sir. May I help you?" Yang Xion glanced around the room, then fixed his gaze on the villa model beside him. "Is this villa still available?" "A villa, eh?" A flicker of excitement mixed with regret crossed the saleswomen's faces. Excitement because this client clearly had money to spend, regret because there were no villas available for immediate possession. As the most prestigious villa district in Baitsong County, Tianhe Yuan had sold out all its villas within 2 years of its launch. Though a few second-hand units occasionally appeared on the market, they were rare. "I'm sorry, sir. We haven't received any news about villa resales recently. There are no villas available at the moment. However, we still have plenty of units in Phase 1 and 2, including some spacious penthouses. Would you like to take a look?" The saleswoman looked at Yang Xion with hopeful eyes. "No villas, huh? Alright, we'll check out other places then." Having been mesmerized by online videos of standalone villas, he thought, "Now that I'm rich, I'll live in the best." With that, he took Lon Nyla's hand and headed out. His parents followed without hesitation. A penthouse. Even dogs wouldn't. Author's note, I'd live in one. Well, the two saleswomen exchanged a speechless glance. Rich people were becoming more and more common. When would they ever be able to disdain a penthouse themselves? Back in the car, the family drove to their backup plan. They had already prepared themselves mentally for the possibility of no available villas, so there was no disappointment. Soon Yang Xion parked at the sales office of another villa district called Yahoiwan. As one of the newer villa developments in recent years, Yahoiwan enjoyed a good reputation and had caused quite a stir when it first launched. The first phase consisted mainly of high-end mid to low-rise apartments, while the second phase, built later, was the villa district now before Yang Xion. The surroundings were quite pleasant, with an artificial lake, a park, a hospital, and a Balon Plaza under construction. It was truly excellent. Had it not been for the prestigious aura of Tianhe, this would have been the first choice. Regardless, they had arrived. "Hope there are still available units, bro." Stepping into the sales office, Yang Xion took a look around. As expected of a newly built flagship villa district, the interior was extravagantly decorated, impeccably modern and gleaming. Tianhe Yuan. Not relevant. "Welcome." A beautiful saleswoman in a black stockings and high heels outfit suddenly appeared from nowhere. Yang Xion's eyes lit up. This one's a looker. His father was almost mesmerized until his mother gave him a punch to wake him up. Lon Nyla noticed the scene and smiled knowingly, casting a teasing glance at Yang Xion. Feeling her gaze, Yang Xion looked away with feigned nonchalance. "I've seen plenty of these online. No temptation at all. I'm completely immune." "Sir, are you and your family here to look at houses?" "Yes, specifically for the villas." "Do you have any available now?" "Yes, sir, we do. Currently, we have townhouses and 3 standalone villas remain, though they are much more expensive." The saleswoman eyed them with a hint of skepticism, wondering if they were just wasting her time. Usually a family visit meant a high chance of closing a deal, especially if they asked about villas right away. If she could sell one, she'd hit her half-year quota. "Alright, if there are standalone villas, we'll skip the townhouses." "Show us the standalone ones," Yang Xion said assertively. After all, a villa that wasn't standalone wasn't a real villa. His house back in his hometown was also a townhouse, albeit with 2 floors. "Great choice, sir. Our standalone villas come with a spacious underground garage, a large private front and backyard. Some like no. 7 and no. 9 even include a private pool. And all are exquisitely decorated, ready for immediate move-in." The saleswoman grew excited at Yang Xion's confident tone. If she could sell just one of these 3 villas, the commission would be enough for a long vacation in the Maldives. Her hands clenched with tension. Steady, Su Chanqian. You can do this. The saleswoman Su Chanqian led them to the villa model and explained every detail meticulously. The 4 of them listened attentively, nodding frequently. Yang Xian concluded that the house was incredibly impressive. The facilities were top-notch, the property management was excellent, and the location was superb. In short, buying it would bring immense prestige. The other idle saleswomen watched Yang Xian and his family listening so intently to Su Chanqian, feeling a pang of envy and regret. Why had they been too lazy to approach this time? But they couldn't be entirely blamed. Out of 20 clients, only a few would make a purchase, and among those only 1 or 2 might buy a luxury standalone villa given the steep price. So how much is this villa? Yang Xian pointed to the No. 9 standalone villa. Why? Because the 9th one had no flaws. It was farther from the road, quiet, east-facing for good sunlight, and on slightly higher ground to avoid dampness. Moreover, its amenities were more complete and better. The pool was a few square meters larger than the others. This one is currently priced at 23.99 million yuan. Su Chanqian bit her lip, her voice slightly subdued as she silently prayed, "Please don't run away, please don't run away, I beg you." Yang Xian looked at his parents. "So what do you think? Are you all satisfied with this one?" Lan Nala's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yang Xian. She was stunned. "Bro, I knew you were well off, but can you at least act like buying a 24 million yuan house is a big deal?" Even Yang Xian's parents wore a perfect expression of 7 parts shock and 3 parts anticipation, quickly saying, "We're very satisfied, but the price. Isn't it too expensive?" Su Chanqian felt her world collapse. She dared not open her eyes, as if seeing the Maldives waving goodbye. The other saleswomen watched without blinking. Yang Xian. It seemed their minds hadn't caught up yet. Ahem, shouldn't we go see the actual house first before deciding? His parents felt a bit embarrassed. Right, why didn't he say so earlier? It was their first time buying something so expensive, they had been too stunned to remember to inspect the actual property. Su Chanqian's face lit up with joy. There's still hope. Yes, it's not a small sum after all, so you should definitely see it in person. I'll take you there right now. The roads in the villa area were fairly wide, easily accommodating 2 cars passing by. The vegetation and greenery were tastefully arranged, unlike some residential areas where every inch is filled with trees and lawns. The branches of the trees and shrubs showed signs of regular trimming. Along with other details, Yang Xian couldn't pinpoint exactly what made it look so pleasant, but he found it visually soothing. He recalled a saying he'd heard somewhere: if a place makes you uncomfortable, leave immediately. Then conversely, buy. With such an excellent environment, as long as the villa itself was fine, he would settle there without a second thought. As for the mere 20-something million, it wasn't money he had earned, so no regrets. Besides, with over 700 million, a normal person couldn't spend it all anyway. It's not like he could split his body into several parts and sleep in different villas. That would be called dismemberment and suppression. Soon Su Chanqian led Yang Xian and the others to a standalone villa marked with the number 9 on its porch. It looked similar to the model shown in the sales office. Compared to the more palace-like villas, No. 1 courtyards was less extravagant, somewhat resembling an American-style design. Villa No. 9 covers 300 square meters, and including the courtyard pool front lawn, it totals about 500 square meters, Su Chanqian introduced. All the facilities inside and out are fully equipped. Holiday gatherings for multiple people are a piece of cake. The indoor air has been ventilated and purified through multiple layers with virtually no residual harmful gases, ready for immediate move-in. The house was not huge, but certainly not small, could easily accommodate 3 families. There was also a ring of white picket fence marking the boundary. Su Chanqian entered the password and opened the door, leading everyone on a tour. Full house smart furniture system, large party dining table, the extra-large open kitchen, Yang's mother loved magnetic track, lighting, a 5-constant system, a 100-inch frameless TV, etc. It was a case of, if you can imagine it, it's here. Yang Xian and the other 3 were utterly flabbergasted. How can anyone live so comfortably? And this is just over 20 million. What would the 100 million villas be like? Heavenly palaces. Yang Xian, straying into the celestial home, urged to put down the sand in hand, opening mouth to sing, but voice is hoarse, powdered face in disguise. Father kept swallowing, his expression unreadable, whether shock or numbness. Mother was calmer. Our son is truly good, buying such a magnificent house for them. Gazing at the large kitchen, her eyes sparkled with excitement. That small kitchen at home. Irrelevant. Even Lan Nala, under Su Chanqian's continuous introduction, couldn't help but open her mouth. She's just a child. What has happened today? Such an overwhelming impact. Yang Xian was also extremely satisfied. Worth it. As expected, it was the kind of house you see in Doli. He had finally gotten his hands on one. However, adhering to the principle of, since you're here, might as well, they also viewed the other 2 villas. After discussion, they concluded that Villa No. 9 was still the best. So little sis, what do you think? Good or not? Yang Xian patted Lan Nala on the shoulder. Hard to argue. It's impeccable. Lan Nala nodded vigorously and commented seriously. They had exceeded their budget, originally planning to spend a few million, but this was much more expensive. Yet it was solid enough and everyone was satisfied. So be it. As the saying goes, the money wasn't earned by them, so eat and spend as you like. Not that you shouldn't spend, but you must spend rhythmically, precisely, scientifically, flexibly, without blind spending, and aim to use it all up before death. Yang Xian rubbed his hands together and walked up to Su Qianqian with a grin. Dear lady, you wouldn't want me to haggle, would you? Su Qianqian. Could it be that I can't escape? Do I have to sacrifice myself after all? No way. But it might not be so bad. She glanced at Yang Xian's handsome face, and his substantial wealth hesitated for a moment. If he insisted, then she had no choice. Then with a slightly flushed ear and a hint of shyness, she said, well, this. Sir, if you have any needs, I'll do my best to satisfy them, but I really can't get a big discount on the price. You know, villas in this location aren't hard to sell. The other three who were looking at the house. What's going on? Yang Xian quickly waved his hand to stop her. Damn, if this continued, his reputation would be ruined in front of his family. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that since I'm not haggling, you should at least show some goodwill. Give the freebies, provide the services. Su Qianqian suddenly understood. Oh, of course. We'll include 5 annual interior and exterior cleanings, complimentary brand kitchen appliances, bedding, furniture, etc. We'll get to your stomach. Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction, and without hesitation asked Su Qianqian to lead the way back to prepare the contract and swipe the card. Nowadays there were more and more wealthy people in their small county town. Yang Xian was afraid that if he missed this prime location, he might never find another suitable one. Although expensive compared to other cities, it was actually cheap. You do provide free moving services, right? Yang Xian casually asked as he went through the process. Of course, boss. We have a whole moving team that will move everything to your satisfaction. Just point, and we'll go. Really? Can you move it to the White House? Su Qianqian was momentarily speechless, nearly choked by Yang Xian's joke. Haha, you're so funny, boss. After a busy afternoon, the Yang family, along with the No. 1 courtyard manager and Su Qianqian, were treated to a lavish dinner. At a 4-star hotel, abalone and lobster were commonplace. They even had a king crab costing over 2,000 along with matsutake mushrooms, tuna sashimi, and more. The sales manager had clearly gone all out. Come, Manager Chun, let's have a toast. Father raised his glass to Chen Wenjie. We'd like to move into the villa ideally tomorrow or the day after. I'll leave the moving arrangements to you. Oh brother, you're too polite. It's our duty. Just give me the time and place and I'll arrange everything as fast as possible. Don't worry. Chen Wenjie quickly raised his glass with both hands and clinked it below Father's. Great, I'll send you the details on Jushin later. No problem. By the way, I saw you guys are giving away some appliances. The yard looks a bit empty. Do you offer any projector screens or canopies? For such negotiations, Yang Xian didn't bother to talk. His parents were experts. He only needed to pay and eat, and of course serve food to his cute little sister. Lala, don't just eat vegetables. Have more of this king crab, and don't waste the abalone. Eat more. You've been looking thin lately. Yang Xian frantically piled food onto Lan Nala's plate. She looked at the overflowing plate, feeling both amused and deeply touched. The care from the 3 members of Yang Xian's family was genuine, a love she could truly feel. The meal lasted over an hour. Before leaving, Yang Xian could sense the manager was on the verge of tears. Damn, that couple had really milked it. They had squeezed out so much. Could the villa even fit all of it? Returning to Yang Xian's current home, Lan Nala lay in Yang Xian's room thinking about everything that had happened these past few days. It all felt like a dream. The world seemed to have changed in extraordinary ways, yet somehow remained exactly the same. She glanced around Yang Xian's room. It was clean, not cluttered, and free of any unpleasant odors. Nothing else was there except a built-in wardrobe and an extended storage shelf. There wasn't even a bedside table. There was an air conditioner which could only be described as exceedingly simple. These days, she really liked to daydream when she was alone, because the moment she started thinking, her mind would wander too far. When she thought about when her parents were still alive, she would become very sad. Yang Jianhua and his wife, who were eavesdropping by the door along with Yang Xian, couldn't help but sigh in relief when they didn't hear any commotion from the room. As long as she wasn't crying. These past few days, hearing Lan Nala cry had made their hearts ache, and every sound of weeping had pierced them. Because they were moving tomorrow, Yang Xian's mother couldn't be bothered to tidy up another room for her. She decided to let Lan Nala make do on Yang Xian's bed for one night using the original bedding while Yang Xian's quilt was tossed onto the sofa. Yang Xian, speak up for me. But it wasn't a big deal. Sleeping on the sofa had been common before. Still, it made Lan Nala blush a little. Oh, she wanted to sleep on the sofa for the night and let Yang Xian take the room, but Yang Xian adamantly refused. When Yang Xian used to visit, she would hog the room all the time, but this time Yang Xian was more than willing to give it to her younger sister. After all, it wasn't costing anything, and they were moving the next day anyway, so why make a fuss? As for the air conditioner, they just turned on the central system in the living room. It cost 3 yuan per hour, and if the power company wanted to charge them, then so be it. In the past, running the AC all night would have earned her a scolding. The next morning around 7 o'clock, Yang Xian was woken up by her parents making noise. They were bursting with energy. One humming while cooking breakfast, the other frantically packing luggage, and even Lan Nala was helping. Mom, don't you have movers coming later? Why are you even packing? Yang Xian's mother rolled her eyes at her. How could we let them handle our personal and valuable items? We'd have no idea where they ended up. Yang Xian, I mean, we don't need to take the quilts and sheets, right? Didn't that manager say yesterday they provide the best ones for us? You have to wash the new quilt, don't you? How can you sleep on it unwashed? Bring one set with us first. Yes, that makes sense. I was being silly. Must be because I didn't sleep well. Back to sleep. Young Xian scratched her head, turned over, pulled the covers back up, and intended to keep sleeping. Young mother. Seeing Young Xian cover herself up again to sleep, Young mother was speechless. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Get up and eat, then you can sleep after. In every mother's eyes, a child skipping breakfast is tantamount to breaking heaven's law. Of course, it wasn't just about breakfast. It applied to lunch and dinner too. Oh, and the most important thing, don't stay up late. I don't have an appetite, can I eat later? Hearing this, Young mother's brows furrowed slightly. Normally, she might let it slide, but the fact that Young Xian had gotten up and still refused to eat breakfast. Was this even allowed? No way, you have to finish your breakfast first. You're already up and refusing breakfast. Do you know that's bad for your stomach? Just look at your father's digestive issues. They were caused by not eating properly in the past. Young Xian faced the sofa backrest, closed her eyes, and muttered unintelligibly. She was already annoyed from being woken up, and she'd heard the cautionary tale about Young father's stomach thousands of times. Her ears were calloused from it. Besides, Young Xian had confidence in her iron stomach. Moreover, she genuinely had no appetite right after waking up. Don't skip breakfast every morning and then binge at night. You need to take good care of your stomach, son. Young Xian. Young mother had no choice, so she shook her head and sighed. Looking at Lan Nala sitting quietly at the dining table slurping noodles, then back at Young Xian, she lamented that raising her own child was just so difficult. Lan Nala blinked a couple of times, looked at Young Xian, and then at Young mother, hesitated for a moment, and said, "How about I bring it to brother?" Saying that, she pushed her chair back with a slight effort of her legs, carefully lifted a bowl of thin noodles topped with egg drops and scallion segments, and walked toward Young Xian on the sofa. "Brother, why don't you eat a little? It's bad for your health to go hungry in the morning." Young Xian. Then she sat up quickly. Her vision cleared, her head stopped spinning, and her body felt strong again. Only the sleep in her eyes was a bit bothersome. "Oh, little sister, you don't need to bring it over to me. Just put it on the table, and I'll eat it myself later," Young Xian said in a slightly helpless tone. "It's okay, brother. It's more convenient for you to eat this way. Aunt is right, and not eating breakfast is bad for your health." Looking at Lan Nala's cute, tender face and her caring eyes, Young Xian's irritable morning mood instantly melted away, and she surrendered. Sighing, she knew there was no escaping her fate as a siscon. She could only endure it with a bitter smile. Breakfast was a rarity, just the first few bites, but soon Young Xian's appetite was awakened. Today's breakfast was made by Young father, which was something Young Xian could basically never remember seeing him do before. The taste clearly showed that Young father had put in tremendous effort, probably pouring all his culinary skills into it. With shrimp, poached eggs, leafy greens, scallions, and small yellow croaker, the side dishes were plentiful. Young Xian couldn't remember having such a lavish breakfast at home. Sigh, two daughters slaves. As everyone knows, the total amount of love doesn't decrease. It's like when your wife suddenly starts dressing up more and becomes cold toward you. That's when you should check if you've been hoodwinked. Now that Lan Nala was receiving all the affection from Young father and Young mother, who would be the one left out? But Young Xian didn't mind. They were family, sharing everything. Lan Nala's family had gone through such an ordeal, and she was precisely the one who needed love the most. Hadn't she noticed how rosier-cheeked Lan Nala had become recently thanks to the care of the three of them? Young Xian carried the noodles to the dining table, scrolling through videos while slurping them. After all, they were at home. No need for formal table manners. They did whatever was comfortable, just like Young father. Recently, Young father had become obsessed with AI-generated short dramas. He was thoroughly enjoying them. The man who never spent money on TV shows had actually bought them episode by episode. The plot and special effects were incredibly addictive. Young mother, sitting between Young Xian and Young father, heard from the left, domestic injection, 7 bean spirits, 7,000, putting black dog teeth, domestic injection, 7 bean spirits, 7,000, putting black dog teeth. And from the right, Your Majesty, it's terrible. Beauty Chu has attacked the southern heavenly gate. What? Go summon Grandmaster Hongjun immediately. She felt a throbbing headache. Really, couldn't they set a better example for Lala? Looking at Lan Nala eating her noodles quietly beside her, her heart felt somewhat comforted. Moi. Sensing Young mother's gaze, Lan Nala turned her head, blinked, and looked at Young mother. Is that enough, Lala? If you're not full, just say so. There's still more in the pot. Young mother said lovingly. It's enough, it's enough. With such a huge bowl, I feel like I won't be able to finish it all. Lan Nala spread out her left hand to show Young mother the enormous bowl of noodles in front of her, her expression somewhat helpless. Dad, you really went overboard giving Lala so much. Don't stuff your little sister sick. Seeing this, Young father felt a bit embarrassed. It did seem he had scooped too large a portion. How could a little girl possibly eat that much? Hey, it's okay if you can't finish it. If the noodles are too much, I'll pack them up and take them to Young Xian's grandmother to feed the ducks. No need to worry about waste. Okay. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Young Xian and his father were lounging on the sofa, munching on fruit while scrolling through their phones. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they're constantly out exploring the world. Going out is exhausting too, you know. In order to help Lan Nala integrate more smoothly and quickly, Young Xian had specially offered her the most comfortable spot on the sofa, the very spot he usually claimed. Watching Lon Nala comfortably lying on the sofa, watching videos Yang Xin felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Sigh, is there no hope for me? How did I become so pathetically devoted? His mother was as busy as ever with unknown matters. If there were an award for most industrious housewife, Yang Xin and the rest would undoubtedly give it to her without hesitation. Suddenly Yang Xin's phone rang, a call from an unknown number. Hello. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yang Xin? Sure, Mr. Yang, this is Red Flame Moving Company. Manager Chun informed us last night that we'll be helping you move this morning. Are you available now? Yes, we've been waiting for you. Alright, we'll send our team over right away. Please bear with us for a moment. Sounds good. Yang Xin told his parents to keep their valuables on them, while the less important items could be left on the floor for the movers. Soon the doorbell rang. Ding 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 ding. Opening the door, 2 men and 1 woman in housekeeping uniforms climbed up slightly out of breath. The main reason they wanted to move was the inconvenience of living on the 6th floor without an elevator. It was exhausting for anyone visiting. In no time the crew finished moving everything down in just a few trips. After all, they weren't abandoning this place entirely. There was no need to move everything. Perhaps someday when they felt like getting some exercise they might return to live on this 6th floor. Arriving at the new villa after placing their belongings, the 4 of them began selecting their rooms. The first floor consisted mainly of a large living room, kitchen, 2 storage rooms, a guest room, 1 bathroom, and a recreational lounge. The recreational lounge, to be precise, was Yang Xin's, or rather all of their, favorite space. Inside there was another large genuine leather sofa and an elongated tea table. Directly opposite the sofa hung an enormous anti-glare projection screen, and alongside it stood a treadmill and dumbbell rack identical to those found in gyms. The flooring wasn't made of common materials like tiles or wooden planks. Walking on it felt like some kind of rubber. The sound it produced was muffled. A layer of short pile carpet covered the surface, comfortable to step on without sinking, and it was slip-resistant. The ambient lighting strips above and below were all hidden style, providing bright, yet gentle illumination. The exterior wall section was simply absent, as if creating a passage, leading directly outside. Yang Xin believed the primary reason for this design was the pool and courtyard outside, convenient and aesthetically pleasing. Between the recreational lounge and the pool and the courtyard lay a ring of flat river pebbles, literally. Every single pebble had been polished to have a frosted smooth surface with a slightly raised top that wouldn't hurt one's feet. When Yang Xin splashed some water on them, it disappeared almost instantly, highly absorbent and slip-proof. On either side of the pool stood 2 white-painted hollow-frame lounge chairs. They weren't the rough rectangular kind. Instead, they resembled elongated oval discs featuring hollowed-out designs and curved forms. Any concerns about heavy rain flooding the recreational lounge had been perfectly resolved. A retractable flat canopy controllable by remote covered the path between the recreational lounge and pool, as well as most of the pool itself. Installed at the top of the recreational lounge, it could extend outward. The fabric was thick and completely light-blocking. I hereby declare, this is where I'll live from now on. Yang Xin was extremely pleased. This was truly a dream home. Living here would be beyond comfortable. Tisk never thought I'd live in a place like this one day. I bet even immortals don't have it this good. His father sighed deeply. He remembered that 8 or 9 years ago they were still living in those rural brick and tile houses. The change was truly staggering. If one's heart weren't strong enough, one might have simply passed out from the shock. If you had to choose between becoming an immortal or living in this house, which would you pick? Yang Xin asked his father. Now let's not mix things up. His father waved his hand dismissively. TCH, hey, where did the other 2 go? Oh, they went to make the beds. I see. The father and son walked upstairs one after another. The second floor had 5 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 shared bathroom, 2 balconies, 1 at the front and 1 at the back, and 3 bedrooms with private and suite bathrooms. The rooms with private bathrooms were quite spacious, at least over 40 square meters. The largest one Su Chanqian had mentioned was about 50 square meters. The 3 master bedrooms had the best amenities, fully equipped with study desks, vanity areas, and walk-in closets. Yang Xin directly chose the largest room. Though it was called the largest, it was only bigger than the other master bedrooms because it included an esports room. Of course, the developer didn't throw in a computer. The most elegant room belonged to his parents. Having a balcony was already impressive enough with floor-to-ceiling windows. The sliding glass door opened to a balcony of about 20 square meters, furnished with a set of chairs, a hanging chair, and even a few potted plants. If the esports room hadn't been so enticing to Yang Xin, he would have definitely claimed this room instead. Last was Lon Nala's room. The house designer had clearly put great thought into it, evidently designed with 1 adult, 1 boy, and 1 girl in mind. Lon Nala's closet was relatively larger than the others, with various hanging racks. Beyond the full-length mirror, there was an entire mirror wall. One could only wonder how such a massive mirror had been brought in. With lights positioned at various angles and directions, she could strike any pose she wanted, definitely more luxurious than a female streamer's dressing room. The room overall leaned toward pink and warm yellow tones. Just one glance at the doorway, and anyone would know this was a macho man's standard room. Yang Xin considered himself insufficiently manly, so he didn't choose it. Yesterday they hadn't looked closely, but today they discovered every detail of this house was meticulously crafted. No wonder it felt so comfortable. There really were no words to describe it. Living here, Yang Xin felt he should be hanged from street lamps. Under his mother's orders, everyone stripped the high-quality bedding and bed sheets that came with the house and threw them into the washing machines. Fortunately, there were 3 large washing machines throughout the house. Otherwise, Yang Xin suspected a single machine would have burned out from the load. Under the blazing sun outside, these comforters would dry in just an afternoon. His parents' old quilts probably wouldn't be used anymore. But that didn't matter. Seeing how satisfied his mother looked, Yang Xin could already imagine a phrase forming in her mind: old quilts. What old quilts? Don't know her. After a busy morning, it was nearly noon. There was no time to cook, so Yang Xin had called in a takeout order early. Why order by phone instead of online? Last night, during dinner, Yang Xin discovered this hotel actually offered delivery service. He never knew hotels could do takeout. Of course, even if he'd known, he couldn't have afforded it before. Damn it. A single plate of vegetables cost 50 yuan in the hotel, but 60 through delivery. Although it was only an extra 10 yuan, they added 10 yuan to every dish and required a minimum order of 300 yuan for delivery. Yang Xin might have thought it wasn't worth it before, but now, who cares if it's worth it? That 20 million yuan in annual interest will cover it all. Days with tasks to do passed swiftly. Before he could rest at home for 2 days, the 1-week leave from school was almost up. Yang Xin had no choice but to pull some strings and use his financial prowess to hire a substitute. 20 yuan per class, with the substitute answering questions and possessing nerves of steel. As for the connections at school, of course, it was the reliable Mu Yu. She had positioned herself as Yang Xin's secretary, reporting almost all the studio's affairs to him. Mei Chuan was fine, but on the girls' side it was basically Mu Yu who managed everything. Yang Xin wondered, I never said I wanted Mu Yu to relay messages to me. How did she suddenly become my prime minister? Later, when he asked in the group chat, he found out that the girls felt they weren't that familiar with Yang Xin and were embarrassed to bother him with messages. So they would first ask Mu Yu about everything, and only if Mu Yu couldn't decide would they ask Yang Xin. Yang Xin, not familiar with me. Meow meow. To meow. I've been your classmate for 2 years in college, bro. Mu Yu is just a classmate from another class who you've known for less than 10 days, and we're just a studio. Why does it have to be so hierarchical? So Yang Xin reformed his ways, deeply introspecting that he hadn't done a good job of mingling with the masses. He directly conducted ideological work in the group chat, not wanting the disgusting, bureaucratic thinking to spread. He wanted to build a studio, and eventually a company, based on peace, friendship, and equality for all, learning from the great love, immortal, venerable. Getting off track. The girls, after hearing Yang Xin's words, suddenly realized their error and declared that they had achieved spiritual elevation. From then on, they would fully cooperate with Yang Xin to build a studio of harmony, universal salvation, and great unity, saying no to bureaucratic thinking. Yang Xin nodded with relief and decided it was time to return to school. Staying at home all day wasn't a good idea. He needed to work hard. Besides, someone else was still taking his classes for him. If he got caught, it would be trouble. Even so, it wasn't an urgent matter. First, he had to take care of Lan Nala. She hadn't even recovered enough to go to school, so why should Yang Xin worry about school? But why was Lan Nala so sensible? Without Yang Xin or the others suggesting it, she proactively told Yang's mother that she should go back to school, saying she hadn't studied for a few days and felt she had fallen behind. Look at that. Look at that. So self-discipline, huh? No wonder she ranked in the top 10 of her grade. As soon as she regained some energy, she wanted to go back to studying. Yang Xin felt ashamed in comparison. If it were him, he would have already given up and slacked off who knows where. Yang's parents naturally had no objection. They were now absolutely doting on Lan Nala. Although she never asked them to do anything precisely because of that, their parental love was even more aroused. Sometimes Yang Xin felt that he wasn't that much of a sister con anymore. Now it seemed there were 2 people even more obsessed than him. Since moving to the villa 2 days ago, Yang Xin had been swimming in the pool every now and then. After all, it was so convenient. He had to swim back some of the 20 million, right? Unexpectedly, Lan Nala swam very well. She could even do underwater turns and push-offs, which stunned Yang Xin. He himself was a half-land duck, barely able to swim a dozen meters without breathing, essentially anaerobic exercise. It was only under Lan Nala's patient guidance that Yang Xin gradually improved. Even Yang's parents, who had never been in the water before, went for a couple of laps. But teaching them to swim was impossible. Yang's father nearly drank his fill of water. Sitting on the bank, he grumbled, I saw on my phone that people say after swimming you're starving. How come I'm so full? Everyone burst out laughing. The next day it was Monday. Today was Lan Nala's first day back at school. Yang Xin also got up early for once, rising promptly at 6. His morning task was to drive Lan Nala to school. Although he loved sleeping in, Yang Xin was reliable when it came to serious matters. Yang's mother was cooking breakfast in the luxurious kitchen. Yang's father sat at the dining table scrolling through short dramas. Yang Xin leaned back in his chair daydreaming. Lan Nala sat on the sofa, also scrolling through her phone, but she was reviewing English vocabulary. Snapping back to reality, Yang Xin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The life he had dreamed of as a child had finally come true. Family together, no worries, no anxiety, no confusion about life, no physical or mental exhaustion. Life was so comfortable. Lala, come eat breakfast. Yang's mother called out eagerly as she brought out the breakfast. Okay. Lan Nala packed her books into her backpack and walked over quickly. It was obvious that Lon Nala was in a good mood today. Although she hadn't fully returned to her former carefree chattering self, at least a bright smile appeared on her face. To be honest, Yang Xian still wasn't used to Lon Nala being so quiet. Before, when they were together, she always had endless things to say, talking until Yang Xian had nothing left to add. Now she was like a melancholy little princess. But to be fair, she looked much more beautiful when she was quiet. After breakfast, the Yang family set off. The distance wasn't far. By car with traffic lights, it only took about 5 or 6 minutes. They quickly and safely dropped Lon Nala off at the gate of Baitsong High School. Looking out the window at the high school he had dreamed of attending during middle school, Yang Xian felt a twinge of emotion. Back in his own high school days, whenever he encountered a student from Baitsong High School, he couldn't help feeling inferior. It was unavoidable. Baitsong was so authoritative. In the surrounding counties, Baitsong had ranked first year after year, never dropping. You had to admit it. Lala, remember to rest at school too. Don't study too hard. When school's out, let your brother come pick you up. Outside the car, Dor Yang's mother smoothed Lon Nala's clothes and hair, her voice full of reluctance. Yang Xian thought to himself, it's not like she's going to college. I'll be picking her up in the evening. What's there to be reluctant about? When I was in high school and boarded at school, I didn't get this treatment. Oh wait, when I first started high school, mom was like that too. Sigh, I actually miss my high school days. I'm really pathetic. Suddenly Yang Xian remembered something and said to Lon Nala outside the car, little sis, I've already put some money into your meal card. Buy whatever you want and don't try to save money for me, got it? Got it, bro. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself, Lon Nala replied sweetly as she turned sideways. Whoa, I can't take this. Is this what a sweet girl is like? Yang Xian clutched his chest and slumped in the driver's seat, feeling that he hadn't put enough money on the card. At lunchtime, when Lon Nala swiped her card on the machine, she was shocked to find a balance of 1.80 yuan. That was enough to buy out the entire school store. Her best friend, who was also getting a meal ticket, was stunned. Her eyes twitched in disbelief. Wait sis, did you rob a bank? Are we still comrades of the same class? Lon Nala was also stunned for a moment. 10,000 yuan was a huge sum for a normal high school student. When her parents were alive, her weekly allowance was only 150 yuan, since she wasn't a boarder. I didn't expect my brother to put so much on my card. Lon Nala murmured. Your brother? Weren't you an only child? How do you have a brother now? Her curious friend asked. Stung by a sensitive topic, Lon Nala's eyes dimmed. She shook her head and didn't answer directly, only saying, he's my cousin, my aunt's son. Her friend wanted to ask more, but seeing Lon Nala's expression, she stopped in time. Anyone could tell that something had happened in Lon Nala's family. Since she didn't want to talk about it, there was no need to press. Instead, she said enviously, your brother is really good to you. Unlike my younger brother, who keeps asking me for money to buy snacks. Every time he asks, I give him a punch. If I don't hit him now, I won't be able to beat him later. This successfully changed the subject. Lon Nala forced herself not to think about sad things and smiled slightly. Your brother is lucky to have you. Haha, but I buy him stuff after I hit him, okay? I'm not that mean. He's lucky to have me, hee. Lon Nala thought back to 2 years ago when Yang Xian wasn't so rich. When her family visited his house, he would take her out to shop, see movies, and buy food. My brother is really a great brother, and so are my uncle and aunt. After seeing Lon Nala off, Yang Xian also saw his parents off back to their hometown, since 2 electric scooters were still waiting to be moved, and without cars for daily errands it would be inconvenient for them. Just imagining his parents cheerfully overtaking people driving Rolls-Royces, Maybachs, and Range Rovers in the residential community on their electric scooters filled Yang Xian with an inexplicable sense of amusement. As for whether they would feel inferior, Yang Xian didn't think so. They didn't recognize luxury car brands anyway. It was just a car, nothing more. Their family already had 2 or 3 cars, and even a driver. Wasn't that enough? Besides, they all lived in the same area. No matter how you looked at it, things couldn't possibly be that bad. It was like someone dressed in casual clothes and flip-flops showing up at upscale venues every day, and no one dared to stop them. Who would dare call such a person a nobody? No matter how carelessly a rich person dressed, they were still a rich person. No matter how much a poor person tried to deck themselves out, it could never conceal their poverty. They had suggested Yang's father get a driver's license before, but he had no desire to study or take exams, so it never came to pass. Never mind. Let's just call the driver. They're probably not going to Huanshua anyway. So Yang Xian sent a message to the driver asking him to depart for Baitsong within the next couple of days. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yang Xian planned to return to his old high school, Baitsong No. 3 Senior High School, to visit his teachers. It had been 2 years, and he missed them dearly. To be honest, Yang Xian had never encountered any teachers with truly ill character growing up. At most, some lacked patience or seemed indifferent toward their students, but the majority were very dedicated and responsible. Especially his homeroom teacher before class divisions in high school, who was a geography teacher. His lectures were vivid and engaging, delivered with rigorous seriousness. He treated all students equally, whether they excelled academically or struggled. Whenever anyone came to him with questions he understood, he would patiently explain each one. He was always seated in his office, so students could easily find him. Back in his freshman year, a troublesome student once reduced him to tears of frustration, but later, when that same student decided to turn things around and study hard, the teacher still patiently explained everything to him just the same. Yang Xian could only think, having such a teacher is their blessing. The funniest part was that a gay male student referred to this teacher as Dad behind his back to other classmates. Yang Xian, the self-proclaimed master of keeping a straight face, simply couldn't hold it together anymore. That was too absurd. Now dressed in fine attire, how could he not return to his hometown in glory? No. Not only did he want to return in glory, but he also intended to buy a mountain of gifts for the virtuous teachers he remembered. If he had become wealthy and didn't repay those who had been kind to him, what was the point? Was all that money for nothing? Don't ask why he wasn't giving gifts to teachers he didn't know who were also virtuous. Wait, if he didn't even know about them, how could he possibly know whether they were truly virtuous or not? There were so many good teachers in the world. He simply couldn't possibly buy gifts for all of them. Let me think. What would make a good gift for teachers? Yang Xian sat in the car deep in thought, murmuring to himself. Would smartphones and computers be too ostentatious? He felt teachers probably wouldn't accept such expensive gifts anyway, and tea leaves, candies, and fountain pens were things they surely didn't lack. But they'd work fine for teachers he wasn't particularly close to. Oh right, there were also massage devices. He'd heard teachers complain about aches and pains all over their bodies. But he understood, as people approached middle age, their bodies betrayed them. Especially teachers. They either sat for long hours or stood for long hours, and they had to project their voices constantly, which drained their vitality considerably. Lost in thought, Yang Xian drove to the largest shopping mall in the county. Buying gifts is such a headache. If it's too expensive, the teachers won't accept it. If it's too cheap, it doesn't show enough sincerity. People are such a pain. Passing by a rehabilitation equipment store, Yang Xian casually picked out 5 shoulder and neck massagers and 5 waist massagers, each costing around 2,000 yuan. He asked the clerk to package everything up and arrange pickup later. 20 high-end water bottles priced at over 200 yuan each, 20 teacups, and 5 cans each of Longjing white hair silver needle and Dahong Pao teas. Finally, he bought several dozen boxes of candy, mostly pure cocoa butter chocolates in every variety, white, dark green, red filled, liqueur filled, and assorted everything available. After several trips back and forth, Yang Xian finally managed to load everything into the car. The effort was so exhausting that his enthusiasm for giving gifts nearly dissipated. 3 trips and his spirit was shattered. He was truly a miserable soul. What the hell, no wonder everyone visits their teachers in groups of 3 or 2. There's no way one person can carry all this stuff alone. It's a pity Chen Ku and the others aren't here. They're all in school, so I can't even flex with them. A slight regret. Earlier, Yang Xian had texted his homeroom teacher Su Guoping on his phone to let him know he was coming. To his surprise, upon hearing that this young man was making a rare visit specifically to bring gifts, Su Guoping flatly refused to let him drive onto campus. I'm serious about this. You rarely get a chance to visit us, and all you're thinking about is bringing gifts. Su Guoping frowned, deeply typing with both hands in the chat window as he reprimanded him. Yang Xian. Ahem, teacher, alright, I won't bring any gifts then. But please let the security guard know to let me in, or I won't be able to enter the school. That's more like it. I'll let the guard know. See you shortly. Okay. With no other option, Yang Xian could only resort to a sneaky plan. Otherwise, not even being able to enter the school would be ridiculous. Yang Xian thought for a moment, and suddenly came up with a clever idea. He parked by the roadside and went to a nearby tobacco and liquor store, buying a carton of Lacune cigarettes to keep in the car for backup. Within minutes, Yang Xian arrived at the school gate. The county was so small that barring traffic, it took barely 20 minutes to cross it. Holding the carton of Lacune cigarettes hidden behind his back, Yang Xian approached the security booth with a warm smile and knocked on the glass. Hey Uncle Phone, looks like you're still here. How have you been lately? A short, thin security guard named Zheng Gaofeng, sitting inside the booth enjoying the air conditioning and playing on his phone, looked up at the sound. Hiss. You seem familiar. Zheng Gaofeng found the student in front of him somewhat familiar, but couldn't place exactly who he was. After all, as a 10-year veteran at Beizong No. 3 Senior High School, he saw over 1,000 new faces every year. If he could remember everyone, he wouldn't still be working as a security guard. Oh come on Uncle Phone, you've been a security guard for 2 years, and your memory got worse. You used to be our dorm supervisor. Forgot Building 5. Oh yeah, I remember that. But I genuinely don't recall your face, though you do look familiar, haha. What brings you here today? Came back to visit your teachers. Yeah, have you heard from teacher Su Guoping? Yes, he just mentioned it to us a moment ago. Probably walking back to the teaching building by now. Then it must be me. Alright, let me open the gate for you right now. Saying that, Zheng Gaofeng reached for the small door to let Yang Xian in. Hey wait, brother Phone. I have a favor to ask. Yang Xian sneakily pulled out a pack of Lacune cigarettes from behind his back and handed it to him. Zheng Gaofeng. Eunuch, who are you here to kill? Cough, wrong script. Know what's going on. Why are you suddenly gifting me a carton of cigarettes? I can't accept this. Zheng Gaofeng quickly waved his hands. Take it back right away. Oh come on, brother Phone. Back in high school, when you collected our phones, you never handed them to the dean's office. I've always kept your kindness in my heart. These humble cigarettes are but a small token. Hey, we see each other every day. No need for such formalities. If I weren't strict with you all, how could I manage you effectively? Huh? Zheng Gaofeng sighed wistfully. Managing such a large dormitory of boys required real skill. Without it, one could easily be driven to madness by frustration. Also, I bought quite a few gifts for the teachers today and can't carry them all in. I was hoping you could help me open the gate so I can drive the car in. Yang Xian said somewhat awkwardly. Well, the school does have regulations that unregistered vehicles aren't allowed inside. Zheng Gaofeng looked troubled. At that moment another guard, a portly man nearby, spoke up. Hey old Zheng, why don't you just help this young lad carry the things inside? I'll keep an eye on the main gate. Oh well, that should work. Then you. Hey, what's your name again? Zheng Gaofeng awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he didn't even know the man's name after all this time. Haha, I'm Yang Xian. You can call me Little Yang Brother Feng. Yang Xian replied with a bright smile. Oh Yang Xian, then come on, I'll go with you to fetch the stuff. Alright, sorry to trouble you, Brother Feng. Here, please take these cigarettes. I specifically bought them for you. Alright then. You kid, you really shouldn't have. Seeing Yang Xian's determined attitude, Zheng Gaofeng secretly felt pleased and accepted them. While many alumni remembered him over the years, being gifted a carton of cigarettes was truly one of a kind. It would be impossible not to be happy. After stowing away the cigarettes, Zheng Gaofeng followed Yang Xian to the car and helped carry down all the gifts. Whoa, so many things. Does your teacher know about this? Zheng Gaofeng was stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Xian to come from a wealthy family, bringing so many gifts to visit a teacher. Between you and me, when my teacher found out, he refused to let me into the school, no matter what. I had to lie and say I wasn't bringing gifts anymore, just to get back in. Just pretend you don't know anything. We'll drop off the stuff and bolt before he finds out. Alright, just don't sell me out, haha. No way. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. He was the king of loyalty after all. As the saying went, brotherhood reigns supreme in every toast, and every page of confession bears brothers' names. A baton may shatter brotherhood, yet 2 pages of statements still list only names. Brothers are etched in the heart, their phones forever unreachable. Whether brothers are long or short, when brothers are in trouble, I turn a blind eye. When brothers are near, I call them sister. When they're absent, I call them darling. Brothers and I share the same heart, yet I play mind games with them. Brothers and I are family, but when brothers get beaten, I pretend not to see. Everyone fears their brothers might suffer, yet some fear them thriving even more. Sworn oaths and brotherhood sealed, yet meals are split evenly. The grade 12 students occupied the top floor, and Su Guoping remained their homeroom teacher. Yang Xian could have walked this path with his eyes closed. The two of them panted their way up to the 5th floor, arriving at a teacher's office. It was class time, so no one noticed Yang Xian and Zheng Gaofeng. Little bro, I'm bouncing. Zheng Gaofeng was a man of his word. The moment he set down the gifts, he slipped away without a second word. Yang Xian. Cough you. Standing at the doorway, Yang Xian felt a surge of excitement. It had been so long since he last saw his teacher. He truly missed him. Wondering if everything remained the same, he hastily adjusted his clothes and hair. Before he could finish, Su Guoping, alerted by the commotion, opened the door and stepped out. Yang Xian's already tense heart gave a sudden jolt. Yang Xian? Su Guoping asked, slightly puzzled. Man, long time no see, teacher. Yang Xian grinned ear to ear and hurried forward, gripping Su Guoping's hands tightly and shaking them up and down. Hey, you've changed so much. I remember you used to be chubby. What happened? You've become so thin and handsome. Su Guoping asked with a warm, kindly smile. Haha, I just exercised and lost weight during college. Had nothing better to do. I'm really sorry for not visiting you these past 2 years, teacher. Yang Xian was delighted that Su Guoping still remembered him from back then. Looking at the slightly overweight middle-aged man whose eyes held a hint of exhaustion from overwork, Yang Xian was overcome with emotion and nearly brought himself to tears. Don't say that. Everyone has their own life to attend to. There must be a reason you couldn't visit. How could I hold it against you? Su Guoping's gaze drifted to the wall of gifts piled beside him, and his expression darkened. He had been blocked from seeing them earlier, but noticed them now as he turned. Didn't I tell you not to buy anything? And yet you brought so much. What am I supposed to say? Su Guoping angrily swatted Yang Xian on the arm. Yang Xian, feeling guilty, dared not speak, and could only let out a few awkward hee-hees. Can these be returned? If so, return them quickly. No teacher should accept gifts from students. Flowers and chocolates are one thing, but these items clearly aren't cheap. How could we teachers accept such things? Su Guoping said sternly. Oh teacher, this is all just my heartfelt gesture. Really, there's nothing fancy about it. Please just accept it. I'm genuinely begging you. Su Guoping. He had actually used the word beg. Damn it, Haji Xian, you rascal. Several teachers resting in the office curiously poked their heads over. Teaching was so tedious on regular days. Who wouldn't want a little gossip? Cut the nonsense. I said no means no. No way. You have to take it. This money means nothing to me. That's not an excuse. Rich or poor, I'm still your teacher. I will not accept student gifts. Su Guoping remained resolute. Yang Xian was completely worn out. Why was giving a gift so difficult? Forget it. If you won't take the massage device, surely you can't refuse the food and drinks as well, teacher. Give me some room to show my respect, or I'll feel terrible. Besides, none of this can be returned, and I can't possibly consume it all alone, right? Yang Xian set aside the TT bags and snacks separately. Alright. You kid, next time you visit, if you bring anything else, I'm kicking you out. Su Guoping relented with a sigh and gently patted Yang Xian's head as a warning. He won't happen again. Yang Xian chuckled and quickly took the gifts out. Where are Teacher Xiaoping, Teacher Lily, and Teacher Hong? Do you know, teacher? Hey Yang Xian, I'm right here. I can't believe you still remember me. Chen Xiaoping, whose desk was cluttered with Chinese textbooks and lesson plans, stood up and waved at Yang Xian. She had wanted to greet him upon his arrival, but hadn't found the chance while he was arguing with Su Guoping. Now that he mentioned her, she eagerly rose to say hello. "Oh, Teacher Xiaoping, I missed you so much. The desk was blocking my view earlier, so I couldn't wave. Don't mind that, okay?" Each teacher's desk was separated by frosted glass partitions, making it difficult to see anyone unless they stood up. "What are you saying? Of course I wouldn't mind. I was starting to think you'd forgotten me." Chen Xiaoping smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Yang Xian gazed at the woman before him. Around 30-something, her face gentle, yet slightly haggard, her brows and eyes perpetually soft, her voice delicate and quiet. It was as if he had been transported back to his high school days. In high school, apart from geography, Yang Xian's favorite class was Chinese. Though teacher Chen Xiaoping was not stunningly beautiful, she was far from unattractive. She carried herself with the grace and tenderness of a lady from the Jiangnan water towns. Yang Xian had never seen her angry. In fact, it seemed anger was not in her nature. At most, she would simply ignore you for a few days. Her voice during lessons was enchanting, crisp as a bell. As a Chinese teacher, she articulated every word with precision, making listening to her recite text an absolute pleasure. Compared to the soporific effect of English and math classes, her lessons were far more comforting. After a long day of classes, sitting through one of her Chinese lessons would be the ultimate indulgence. Alas, it was rarely to be, for Chinese classes were typically scheduled during the first or second period when drowsiness was at its peak. Whenever Yang Xian fell asleep during her class, Chen Xiaoping never scolded him loudly or ignored him altogether. Instead, she would softly approach his desk, gently tap him, or ask a classmate nearby to wake him. If he still couldn't rouse himself, she would simply sigh helplessly. If a student greeted her on the way, she would always respond earnestly with a wave and a polite hello. Yang Xian felt no guilt sleeping in other classes, but guilt weighed heaviest upon him after dozing off in her Chinese lessons. "I'm so sorry to the teacher. She treats me so well, and yet I sleep in her class. I'm truly despicable." This was always Yang Xian's first thought upon waking from a nap. Among all of Chen Xiaoping's students, not a single one had ever spoken ill of her. How could anyone badmouth a teacher like her? All the boys were immensely envious of Chen Xiaoping's husband, who had managed to marry such a wonderful woman. It was simply infuriating. Her husband was also a teacher at the same school, a history instructor. He was tall and thin and, objectively speaking, not particularly handsome. Yet they were deeply devoted to each other and had a daughter together. Unfortunately, she seemed to have inherited her father's genes with dark skin. With a gentle handshake with the Chinese teacher, Yang Xian hastily presented his gifts. A jar of each variety of tea, and knowing Chen Xiaoping's fondness for sweets, he grabbed a generous handful of every chocolate, all offered with sincere heart and no hesitation. "Oh, that's enough, Yang Xian, too much." Chen Xiaoping quickly pressed his hand as he reached for more candies. "I just missed you teachers so much. It's been over 2 years since I last visited, so I have to make up for it, right?" Yang Xian truly envied his Chinese teacher's husband. He hoped to find a wife as wonderful as her one day. A life without regrets. "You really are something. If you bring so much every time, who would dare let you come back to school? You're our student, and just visiting us makes us happy enough." Chen Xiaoping chided playfully, though her eyes and brows remained joyful throughout. "Yes, ma'am. I'll buy less next time. This is just my first time back, and I got a bit excited." Yang Xian. Over the next half hour, Yang Xian delivered all the gifts he had prepared, visited every teacher he could meet, and even saw those who were in class during the break period. Every teacher was delighted to see a former student, and they all lamented the swift passage of time. Another senior year had come and gone in the blink of an eye. Yang Xian cherished every conversation with his teachers, striving to etch their current appearances into his memory, and took a selfie with each one. Some people you may see fewer and fewer times in this life. Each meeting should be treasured as if it were the last, otherwise regret will gnaw at your heart when you recall them in the quiet of the night. Su Guoping had wanted Yang Xian to give a speech to the class, but Yang Xian was dumbfounded. He had no inspirational story, no need to recruit for the school, and he was not a good speaker. What could he possibly talk about? He flatly refused. After chatting for a while longer, noon arrived. The teachers invited Yang Xian to join them for lunch at the cafeteria, which was exactly what he had in mind. It was less than half an hour before the students' lunch break. Going now was perfect. The food would be plentiful and the crowd sparse. It felt like reliving high school physical education class, especially when the last class was PE, and you'd dash halfway through to the cafeteria, then watch a 100-meter sprint after eating. As they walked down the stairs, Yang Xian suddenly said, "Oh, I left my car keys in the office." "Teachers, go ahead. I'll be right back." The teachers nodded. "Okay. Go ahead, we'll walk slowly and wait for you." The missing keys were a ruse. The real reason was to leave the gifts. Relying on his memory, Yang Xian swiftly placed a set of massage devices on the desks of several familiar teachers and tossed the remaining 2 onto Su Guoping's table. He had no choice. They refused to accept gifts, so he had to resort to stealth. Who would have thought that with such a yang-infused name I'd be doing such shady deeds? I really deserve to live. After lunch with the teachers, Yang Xian planned to slip away before his scheme was exposed. Several teachers warmly escorted him to his car at the school gate. "Drive safe, Yang Xian. Come visit us whenever you have time." "Oh, teachers, rest assured. Mission accomplished." Yang Xian waved from the car, and the teachers waved back reluctantly. The sentimental Chen Xiaoping's eyes were a bit red. Yang Xian took a long deep look at them, trying to memorize every face, especially the Chinese teachers, still so beautiful. With a roar of the engine, the teachers watched Yang Xian drive away. "Oh, such a good kid. He comes bearing so many gifts." The teachers nodded. Su Guoping suddenly remembered something. Wait, didn't he leave all those things behind? Shen Xiaoping tilted her head, thought for a moment, then slapped her thigh. "Oh, we left right after lunch. The gifts are still in the office." Su Guoping smiled helplessly and shook his head, accepting the situation. "Forget it. The kid was so thoughtful. Let's just accept them. If we must, we can treat him to a meal later." Yes, that's right, everyone agreed. But Su Guoping still felt the need to teach him a lesson. The kid pulled a fast one, catching a middle-aged man off guard. As he drove, Yang Xian saw Su Guoping's message and couldn't help but smirk. The teacher was still too green when it came to social graces. What a good teacher. Thumbs up. Entering the villa district, he happened to encounter a Maybach S680 coming from the opposite direction, creating a brief moment of passing between two cars. Yang Xian admired the Maybach inwardly. No matter how many times he saw it, it never grew tiresome. Unlike the flashy supercars, the Maybach exuded an air of nobility, as if the person inside must be a CEO. The driver of the Maybach, CEO, me. The Maybach driver, however, cast a curious glance at Yang Xian's Audi A7. Such a low-end car in this multi-million-dollar villa district was quite unusual. If Yang Xian knew what he was thinking, he would definitely retort, "Low-end. Did it eat your rice?" Back home, he swam for a while, took a shower, and then lounged in the recreation room, scrolling through his phone in comfort. The climate control system could be adjusted to a high power, so even an open room remained cool. This is pure decadence. From the countryside, leaving the air conditioner on with the door open is practically a crime. Back at school, since Yang Xian's parents had returned home with him, the villa was empty, and it was unlikely they would go back to Huangsha anytime soon. So a few days earlier, Yang Xian had told his studio team to use the Huangsha villa as their new workspace. The news exploded in the dormitory group chat. What the hell? Is there no law? Is there no justice? A junior in college saying he bought a villa. Mei Chuan was dumbfounded when he saw the message. Once a fellow poor brother, now he not only had a studio, but also lived in a villa. Can the gap between people be that huge? Sure, there are bigger gaps, but when it happens right beside you, the shock is immense. Yang Xian. Then maybe you shouldn't come. There's a Ferrari in the villa. I'm afraid you'll be even more shocked. His well-meaning advice only made everyone explode with question marks flooding the screen. Muyu, Luo Meng, the girls in the 4-person dorm. Is there such a thing? I thought you were just making empty promises when you said you'd buy a Lamborghini and give me a toy car. Turns out you never even planned to buy one. Muyu felt deceived. Boo-hoo, Yang Xian, you lied to me so cruelly. Luo Meng said nothing, lost in thought, shocked. She had assumed Yang Xian was just a typical rich second generation, but what ordinary rich parents would give their sons so much money to buy a villa and a luxury car in college? Her own family, to put it nicely, had tens of millions in assets, but most were illiquid. Her parents gave her at most a few tens of thousands a month for living expenses, and she could barely save 100,000 a year, let alone buy a car or a house. The other girls were so stunned that they stared at each other in their dorm, unable to speak for a long time. Yang Xian was left speechless, seeing Mei Chuan and Muyu crying and wailing in the group chat. He felt a twinge of regret about revealing the truth so early, but there wasn't much point in hiding it anyway. Eventually, it would come out sooner or later. Don't be so worked up, the villa wasn't bought. I rented it, didn't spend that much. Yang Xian explained, kindly, hoping to make it easier for them to accept. Oh, hope ignited in Mei Chuan's eyes. So that means the Ferrari was also rented, right? Oh no, the Ferrari was purchased in full cash. FULLCSH. Those 4 characters extinguished Mei Chuan's newly rekindled hope completely, kicking it twice and spitting on it for good measure. They envied their brother's hardship, yet dreaded even more seeing him succeed. But this wasn't even a Land Rover, it was a Ferrari. Mei Chuan was utterly silenced by Yang Xian, and Muyu wilted as well. Muyu's deflation wasn't actually because Yang Xian had given her empty promises. Rather, her imagination ran wild, thinking about how incredibly powerful Yang Xian's family must be, and that he would certainly seek a girlfriend of equal standing. Convinced she had no chance, she withered. Seeing the group's melancholic atmosphere, Yang Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. There was no choice but to deploy that move. Red packet, WeChat red packet, may you prosper, great fortune, and good luck. Mei Chuan received your red packet. Luo Meng received your red packet. Lin Mei received your red packet. Muyu received your red packet. Gone in seconds. Only 7 packets, and Yang Xian had no intention of grabbing any for himself. Holy crap, 150. Thanks, boss. Mei Chuan cheered up again. A whole week's food money secured. Fantastic. I grabbed 500. Muyu gloated. Mei Chuan, Lin, Meigu, Lily, and the others. Luo Meng snatching that much and still showing off. Buy us bubble tea. Right, I want to drink tea. Mei Chuan agreed, determined to humble this luck queen. Fine, really can't help it. I'll buy you some next time we meet, humph. Muyu rolled her eyes. A measly 100-something yuan for bubble tea, and she'd still have over 300 left. Not bad at all. Yet seeing the red packet amount, she was thoroughly impressed. Damn, how is Yang Xian so loaded? Throwing around 1,000 yuan so casually, she couldn't handle it. After pacifying everyone the next day, reminded by Yang Xian, the group successfully located the villa. After finally convincing the security guard of their authorization to enter, they finally made their way inside the villa. This villa was an older style, probably built around the early 2010s, and fell far short of Yang Xian's ultramodern one in many respects. Most importantly, there was no swimming pool. The only distinguishing feature was its abundance of rooms. Still, this arrangement suited the studio members just fine for staying overnight. With 6 rooms, and the girls sharing 2 per room, there was plenty of space. With Yang Xian's approval, Muyu immediately wanted to pull Luo Meng to stay tonight, but unfortunately the villa had no spare bedding. Sleeping in Yang Xian's or his mother's rooms would be far too impolite. Yang Xian Gij. Muyu sent Yang Xian a private message in her sweetest, most coquettish tone. Yang Xian felt goosebumps rise all over him, his lips twitching involuntarily. With that tone of voice, Muyu was definitely up to no good. What do you want? Spit it out. Ahem, what I mean is, we're all yours from now on, working for you at the studio, so wouldn't it be normal to live at the studio? Yang Xian considered this. What's wrong? Didn't I say you could stay? It's not like I live there much anyway. What I mean is, you don't have blankets here. We can't sleep. Yang Xian understood. She wanted him to cover the bedding expenses. No way. I only provide the space, not sleep aids. The couch works fine if needed. I sleep on mine all the time. Muyu. Such a skinflint. No more big money for you, humph. After all, she was only testing the waters and hadn't really expected Yang Xian to cover it. After putting down her phone, Muyu turned to find Luo Meng browsing Taobao. Leaning in, she saw Luo Meng was looking at bedding. Wow, Luo Meng, you've already started picking some out. I thought you wouldn't want to stay here. Not at all, I've never stayed in a villa before. It's pretty novel. Besides, Yang Xian did say we could stay freely, and it would be convenient for future work, right? Luo Meng didn't mind either way. If she wanted to stay, she'd stay. A decent set of bedding only costs a few thousand yuan anyway. And from the looks of it, Lin Mei and the other 3 girls were seriously considering moving in with all their belongings. With so many people staying, it probably wouldn't create any awkward misunderstandings with Yang Xian. Yay, I'm going to pick my room. Muyu and Luo Meng waved to the other girls before heading upstairs to choose their rooms. Lin Mei and the others immediately followed suit. Only Mei Chuan remained standing there in a daze. I'm the only guy here. Is it really okay for me to stay? Forget it. I'll just wait for Yang Xian to get back. Shaking his head, Mei Chuan wandered off to the garage to ogle the Ferrari. Flashback to this Monday morning. A couple of days prior, the team had brainstormed a solid script finalized last night. They planned to shoot an episode of competition-style variety content using multiple camera angles. The location was a nearby indoor extreme sports complex. The basic concept: 6 girls divided into 3 teams of 2, with Mei Chuan competing solo. Everyone would carry a handheld gimbal-mounted sports camera and a collar-mounted sports camera for multi-angle filming. The final product would be edited into a long-form video of about 20 minutes. Each activity at the complex was worth 1 point per attempt. If any team member cleared a challenge, the team gained a point. Failing a challenge cost them a point. The lowest scoring team would face severe punishment. The top 2 highest scoring teams would also receive rewards, with the specifics to be determined by Yang Xian. Though the format wasn't particularly fair to Mei Chuan, he chose to join anyway to stay current. Everyone else was filming. If he didn't participate, wouldn't he fall behind in growth? The past few days, the girls had been posting nothing but dance videos or showing off their looks. What was a regular guy supposed to do with that? One had to admit, girls really had it easier in the internet content game. Even without showing skin, they still attracted massive views. There were just too many perverts out there. Mei Chuan couldn't compete with that. Little did he know, with his looks in Chengdu, he might not be unwelcome at all. The reputation of Chuan suffered. On Monday morning and midday, the extreme sports complex had very few visitors. Basically, like having the whole place to themselves. That was why the group had chosen this time slot. Friends, let's get this straight first. We've got to be good sports about this, no cheating. If you genuinely don't want to attempt any challenge, just forfeit it, as long as you can accept the last place punishment. Don't be the type who can't handle the game, but also refuses the punishment. Since we're committed to making it in the internet content business, we've got to be able to take it, understand. After all, aside from our time investment, Yang Xian covers everything else that costs money. We've got to be worthy of that, right? Though safety comes first, of course. Muyu braced her hands on her knees, her gaze serious, as she delivered the pre-filming motivational speech. Today they'd be testing a completely different filming style, not the hip wiggling and gesture dancing from before. Those approaches drew limited fans and showed little room for growth. To succeed, they needed to explore diverse angles. No problem. If we can't handle this, we're not fit to stay in the studio. The girls showed great spirit. Nobody opposed, all encouraging each other. They were all ordinary people. How could anyone expect returns without putting in effort? Yang Xian. Effort? What effort? Wouldn't know anything about that. Action. Muyu shouted as 7 cameras were turned on simultaneously. She raised the gimbal high, pointing the lens at herself and the other 6. With a gesture and a sunny smile, she looked into the camera and said, the competition begins. The crowd cheered and scattered toward different game stations. As for why the opening was so hastily done, Muyu's idea was to take short clips from the later footage for the game rules and character introductions, placing them at the very beginning of the video, then add effects and text descriptions. This editing approach not only made filming much easier, but also allowed viewers to quickly grasp the game rules and each character's introduction. The only downside was more post-production work, but fortunately they had plenty of editors. If they didn't know how they could learn. It could only be said that Yang X-Science Studio was truly hardcore, how everyone had to juggle multiple roles. But at least the pay was decent, and the subsequent profit split was a fair 28, truly a generous arrangement. Luo Meng and Mu Yu first arrived at a plum blossom stake array consisting of about 20 poles, the tallest of which was over 4 meters high. Looking up from below, they felt it seemed quite ordinary. Is that it? Isn't this a piece of cake? Mu Yu's face showed disdain, a slightly contemptuous expression directed at the camera. Meng, you don't need to bother with this one. Watch me clear the plum blossom stakes in 30 seconds and finish all the challenges in 30 minutes, alright? Are you sure you can do it? Didn't you say you have a bit of acrophobia? Don't end up stuck up there, Luo Meng teased mercilessly, then turned to the camera with confidence. I bet she'll be kneeling up there begging me to save her in 3 minutes. Believe me. Hey, who do you think you're underestimating? I'm the great demon king Mu Yu. Mu Yu lowered her head slightly, bit her silver teeth, puffed up her cheeks, and glared at Luo Meng, then turned and began to climb her back, resolute and determined like a soldier heading to the battlefield. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Luo Meng clicked her tongue at the camera, shook her head, and looked at Mu Yu with a hint of pity, but the corners of her mouth, which she couldn't suppress, betrayed her eagerness to watch the show. Easily stepping over the first few wooden stakes, Mu Yu had already reached a height of 1 meter. Just as she was about to say it was nothing, she realized with horror, whoa, why is the ground moving? Luo Meng, is it an earthquake? Luo Meng, with her back to Mu Yu, watched the trembling legs of Mu Yu in the camera and covered her face with her left hand in exasperation. It was truly unbearable to watch. She knew this would happen, but she didn't expect Mu Yu to give up within half a minute. Truly a high-sensitivity warrior. Sigh, you idiot. If you really can't do it, let me take over. With that, Luo Meng reached out to help Mu Yu down. Yes, help her down, because the height Mu Yu was at now was lower than Luo Meng's own height. Hearing this, Mu Yu looked at Luo Meng, who was at eye level with her, suddenly realizing that it wasn't that high. Embarrassed by her own foolishness, she gritted her teeth, and her gaze became resolute. No, how can I fall here? I cannot fall. I cannot fall. I still have a path to walk, wishes to fulfill, and money to earn. The studio needs me, my family needs me, Yang X-Science needs me. Even if it's exhausting, even if I'm worn out, even if I lie in a grave, even if I die, and my head is cut off, Mu Yu will never fall. I must stand up. I will fight again. In an instant, it was as if the entire universe responded to her indomitable will. The 3 chi return. Mu Yu's dim eyes suddenly burst with a towering light. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. At this moment, Mu Yu saw nothing else but the wretched plum blossom stakes before her. If you dare to make me fall, I'll let Yang X-Science take care of me for the rest of my life. Thud, thud, thud. At a speed faster than climbing stairs, Mu Yu successfully reached the top. Luo Meng, standing below, stared in disbelief. Is this still the Mu Yu I know? Has she been possessed by a vengeful spirit from the stakes? The camera perfectly captured the moment. Luo Meng stood dumbfounded, while Mu Yu's eyes blazed with brilliant light. Standing at the highest point, looking down at the surroundings, a surge of pride welled up in her heart. She had an epiphany. Zai how? It was as if Jiasin had possessed her. Mu Yu took another step forward. Oh, she fell, but the safety rope caught her, saving her miserable life. Mu Yu, are you okay? Luo Meng ran over with the equipment. Seeing Mu Yu shake her head in relief, she let out a sigh. Then she shoved Mu Yu's own gimbal into her face, capturing a death-angle shot. Come on, Mu Yu, give us your victory speech. After recovering, Mu Yu felt as if something inside her had broken. Her eyes were no longer fearful, but filled with excitement. I have to say, these plum blossom stakes felt quite ordinary. I was just getting into it when it ended. Oh, then why were your legs shaking so badly just now? Luo Meng pressed. Oh, I was just joking. How could I possibly get leg shakes from such a height? Hilarious. I hope the next round gives me more of a challenge, Mu Yu said, brimming with spirit. Luo Meng looked at her, not seeming to be faking it, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The shaking earlier was definitely not an act, but how did she evolve after just 1 round? Alright, let's hurry to the next challenge. Mu Yu undid the safety rope and quickly dragged Luo Meng toward the next event. When Luo Meng saw what the challenge was, even her usual calm demeanor faltered. Swallowing, she asked Mu Yu uncertainly, no way, Mu Yu, are you sure you haven't lost your mind? This is a jump from a building. Now it was Mu Yu's turn to smirk at Luo Meng. Gaga Ming, you're just too weak. But don't worry, your rain god is here. Today, any challenging level, let me handle it. I'll carry you to victory. If I frown even once, I'm not a real woman. Luo Meng, was this kid on drugs? This was a rope-free bungee jump, nearly 10 meters high. Even though there was a soft cushion below, landing at a bad angle could easily lead to injury. Hey, this is no joke. I really think this project is dangerous. Maybe we should pick another one. There are plenty of others, Luo Meng urged again, afraid that something might happen to her best friend, and she wouldn't be able to explain it to the others. No problem, look at how happily they're jumping. As long as you get the angle right, it's fine, Mu Yu said with a dismissive wave, her eyes full of longing for the thrill. Luo Meng rolled her beautiful eyes upward in exasperation, feeling utterly speechless. She said to the camera, it's over. I think Mu Yu's been shocked into madness. Friends, what should I do to save her? Oh, it's fine, Meng Meng. I'm not crazy. I just think it's fun. If they dare to open this attraction, it can't be that dangerous. Just film my heroic posture from below. I'm going up. With that, Muyu waved her hand behind her and strode toward the high platform without looking back. As she walked, she said to the camera on her chest, I'm not inferior to anyone. If they dare to try, then my courage must be no less. Watching Muyu climb step by step, Luo Ming unconsciously opened her mouth. In just 10 minutes, she had been stunned by Muyu twice, feeling as if she didn't recognize her anymore. Now standing on the high platform, Muyu listened to the staff explaining how to jump. Her eyes were filled with both excitement and nervousness as she looked down at the large soft cushion below. As the people around cheered for Muyu and signaled she could begin jumping, the mixture of excitement and nervousness reached its peak, and she kept muttering, Muyu, you can do it, you can make it, you're the best. Muyu, you can do it, you're the best. Finally running through the key movements in her mind, Muyu bit down on her lower lip, narrowed her eyes, and without a moment's hesitation leaped forward. In midair, she focused on extending her legs as far ahead as possible while keeping her bottom position downward. Luo Ming, standing below, was completely transfixed, her eyes wide with astonishment. During the freefall, Muyu remained eerily silent. Her mind had gone blank from the shock. The world around her seemed to warp like an inverted shuttle, creating a dizzying sensation, and then came a violent jolt followed by a sharp crack, signaling the end of the drop. Lying on the mat, Muyu felt dazed as consciousness gradually returned. My body feels kind of numb. She climbed to her feet unsteadily, and Luo Ming rushed over to support her, asking anxiously, How are you doing, Muyu? Are you okay? After adjusting to her body and feeling as though her soul and flesh had realigned, Muyu let go of Luo Ming and twisted her limbs to show she was fine. This was so much fun. I'm completely fine. It felt absolutely exhilarating, Ming Ming. You should really try it sometime. That sensation of your soul chasing after your body, haha. Huh. Luo Ming hesitated for a moment. Sure, let's try it. Try it, and we'll try it. Muyu, wait, you're seriously going to do this, Asian? She'd only been showing off in front of Luo Ming, so why had she actually agreed? Completely unpredictable. Unbeknownst to Muyu, Luo Ming, who always looked up to her as an older sister, had been inspired by Muyu's incredible performance today to challenge herself. If Muyu could do it, then so could she. After handing the equipment to Muyu, Luo Ming walked toward the high platform without looking back. Now it wasn't just Muyu who was stunned. Meichuan, watching from further away, was equally surprised. Are these two girls crazy? This thing is so terrifying, and they're still daring to try it. The thing is, Muyu already finished her challenge. Why is Luo Ming attempting it again? I thought each team could only score 1 point per event. Meichuan glanced at them, then at the camera, wondering if he should participate as well. Watching Luo Ming prepare to jump from the platform, Meichuan shook his head and muttered, She's absolutely insane. Below, Muyu understood exactly how Luo Ming felt at that moment and shouted encouragement. Relax, Ming Ming, don't be too nervous. Extend your legs as far forward as possible when you jump and land on your bottom first. You can do this, Ming Ming. Luo Ming heard her and clenched her fist in response, silently cheering herself on. How could she not be nervous on her first time trying this? Luo Ming stopped overthinking and leaped forward with perfect form. With the same sharp crack, she landed successfully. Another fearless soul who never screamed through the drop. Without waiting for Muyu's help, Luo Ming adjusted herself, brushed off imaginary dust from her seat, and walked away confidently. You were right, Muyu, this was exhilarating. I feel like all my stress just melted away, Luo Ming said animatedly, her usual aloof demeanor completely shattered. Exactly. If he dares to let people try this, it's gotta be safe. Otherwise I'd have Yang Xian rip him off. Luo Ming. Why would she involve Yang Xian in ripping someone off? Never mind all that nonsense. Let's rush to the next station before the crowds form, Muyu said, already pulling Luo Ming along before she could process the question. Once you've experienced ropeless bungee jumping, every other obstacle feels dull by comparison. The ones with safety ropes are just amateur hour. Meichuan filmed below the bungee, paced for a moment, then walked away quietly. These girls are terrifying. Li Shanshan's way gentler and more pleasant. By mid-morning, Luo Ming and Muyu had dominated the leaderboard with 26 points out of a possible 28, leaving 2 challenges that demanded more than courage. They required technical skill and raw strength. In second place, Zhao Zihui and Gu Lily's team secured 20 points with solid methodical performances across the board. Third place went to Meichuan with 19 points, just 1 behind Gu Lily's team. An unfortunate result, given he had no energy left to continue. For someone called Single Third Brother, managing this score spoke to his stamina and mental fortitude. Some obstacles were physically brutal, and without a teammate to share the burden and offer encouragement, he simply couldn't push further. Fortunately, Lin Mei and Yu Zhao's 17 points kept him from last place. Lin Mei and Yu Zhao faced the camera with dejected expressions. Mediocrity is the original sin in competition. There was no getting around it, and while neither was particularly frail, they certainly didn't qualify as strong either. On top of that, they lacked courage. Their screams echoed loudest across the entire venue. Still, scoring 17 points was decent, and they at least displayed fighting spirit on camera. Gu Lily also claimed a point in the ropeless bungee, and that single point was what dropped Meichuan from second place. By the end, all the girls were glistening with sweat, well, everyone except Meichuan apparently. Muyu's cheeks held a rosy flush, stray strands of hair damp with sweat clinging to her face, giving her a striking athletic beauty. Stepping out of line, she raised her camera and captured everyone in frame. Excellent. Our inaugural Sun Heart Studio competition has concluded successfully. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, she announced. Her companions clapped with bright smiles. The studio's name had been chosen just days prior, to which Yang Xian had responded with surprise. You named it. How was I not informed? Great work, everyone. You've represented well. Now for the award ceremony. Just a moment while I check with Yang Xian about the prizes for the top 2 positions. Mu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The oversight of forgetting to arrange prizes until after the competition was a clear mistake. Fortunately, Yang Xian was always glued to their phone and typically responded to messages instantly. Alright, according to the great Lord Yang Xian, the first place prize is. Mu Yu froze upon reading the message, then turned her phone screen toward the camera. Yang Shun, thank you all for your outstanding performances. I will now reveal the first place reward. Yang Shun, champion 3 fragments of the latest fruit machine. Yang Shun, runner-up 1 fragment of the latest fruit machine. Yang Shun, note, collect all 9 fragments to summon a brand new fruit phone. You may cash it in. If you haven't collected all fragments by years, and they will be converted to cash at a fixed ratio. 1 fragment equals 1/9 of the phone's original price. Everyone, no way, really. Could this even be legit? Yang Xian's move was truly brilliant. It not only ensured their enthusiasm and competitive intensity for the following matches, but also allowed Mu Yu and her team to organize more gaming activities. Although it was a bit of a prank, as a leader, if you don't mess with your employees, are you even a leader? Mu Yu and Zhao Zihui's teams quickly accepted that the prize was phone fragments. After all, even if they couldn't complete the fragments, the amount of money would still be the same. They believed that with Yang Xian's character, he wouldn't skip out on the payment, right? But thinking that was one thing, complaints were inevitable. Mu Yu gritted her teeth and shook her fist at the camera, saying, damn capitalist pulling this kind of trick. Even hanging him from a lamppost wouldn't be enough to vent the anger. If Yang Xian weren't away from school, I'd give him a punch. Forget it. Next we will announce the punishment for the last place. Wait, what about me? At this moment Mei Chuan had to ask, what about you? Mu Yu blinked. No, I'm 3rd place, the bronze medalist. Is there no prize? No, isn't the rule clear? Only the top 2 get prizes, the last place gets a punishment, and those in between get neither. Mei Chuan. There's such a thing. No, what was I working so hard for the whole game? No. Mei Chuan dramatically wept and knelt down, pounding the ground in anger. It wasn't that he didn't know 3rd place had no prize, but since there was no prize anyway, why not add some drama to attract more fans? Mu Yu. This is the punishment for mediocrity. Alright, now let's have the last team draw the punishment they have to do. Mu Yu took out a dozen pre-prepared slips of paper, each with a different punishment written on them. The losing team would draw one and follow the instructions. Inspired by Mei Chuan, Lin Mei and Yu Xiao cooperatively put on expressions of fear and tremblingly drew a punishment slip. They opened the slip and held it up to the camera. The paper clearly read, pretend to win a big prize on a scratch-off lottery. As the words suggested, the 2 had to go to a scratch-off lottery stall in the mall, buy a ticket, and scratch it. Regardless of whether they won or not, the scratcher had to perform with exaggerated acting as if they had won a huge prize, while the other acted as the straight man, lasting at least 1 minute. It was truly mortifying. Haha, Mei Chuan couldn't hold it back when he saw the slip because he had written it. The others were also laughing uncontrollably. Those with vivid imaginations could already picture the embarrassing scene. Looking at Lin Mei and Yu Xiao, they were both embarrassed and helpless. Lin Mei slapped Mei Chuan's arm. Damn, if I remember correctly, you wrote this so mean. Hey, didn't you write? Changed Jushin profile picture to a funny meme for 3 days. Mine is just temporary embarrassment among strangers. Yours is embarrassment among acquaintances. Mei Chuan grinned, delighted that he wasn't the one being punished. Nonsense, Wu Jin is so handsome. Lin Mei grumpily made a move to pinch him, but Mei Chuan quickly yelped and dodged. 666. Oh, no matter how handsome someone is, if you put them on an electric chair, can they still be handsome? And it's a meme image. No taste. Lin Mei turned away, ignoring him. Haha him. Alright, let's quickly do the punishment while it's still quiet at noon. After we finish filming, Luo Meng and I will treat you to lunch, Mu Yu said with a smile, stepping forward to mediate. Luo Meng also nodded happily. Psi X2. Lin Mei and Yu Xiao sighed in unison and had no choice but to lead the way to the nearby scratch-off lottery stall. At noon, there were quite a few visitors in the mall as it was lunchtime. Next to the stall, several people were already scratching tickets. For the sake of the show's effect, Lin Mei and Yu Xiao didn't bring a gimbal camera, they only wore a body camera on their chests. Mu Yu and the others sat in a row in front of a shop across the street, all wearing smiles as they watched the scene about to unfold. The bolder Lin Mei looked at the crowd, and then at the lottery stall with a look of despair, then walked over with a death-defying air. Yu Xiao behind her wasn't much better, she followed, playing the role of the straight man. Lin Mei picked up a 10 yuan lottery ticket with a top prize of 300,000 yuan. Controlling her expression, Lin Mei began scratching the card. Each time she revealed a pattern, she let out a gasp. Yu Xiao leaned in, also giving appropriate gasps. The passers-by gradually became attracted by their sounds, looking at them with curiosity. Could such excited noises mean they had won a big prize? However, Lin Mei and Yu Xiao deliberately blocked the ticket with their hair, so the onlookers couldn't see how much they had won. With each gasp, their faces reddened a little more. In the end, when they looked up, they realized they were surrounded by a crowd. The rest of the studio also came over, laughing, their smiles nearly reaching their ears, unable to hold back. Wow sis, did I win the first prize? Lin Mei exclaimed loudly in mock surprise. What? Let me take a closer look. Yu Xiao took the ticket and pretended to examine it seriously. Damn. What? Sister, it seems we really didn't win the prize. With that, the two girls couldn't hold it in anymore. Their faces flushed red, and they ran off as if fleeing, leaving a group of bewildered tourists staring. What happened? Can someone tell me what happened? A curious onlooker asked. She said they didn't win. Then why were they gasping? Idiot, can't you see they were just messing with us? Huh. Oh dear. Everyone suddenly realized they had been fooled, and they couldn't help but smile and shake their heads. Good that they didn't win, good that they didn't win. As for being tricked, what's the big deal? Doing the same thing every day would be boring, wouldn't it? The studio members happily chased after them and found the two. They were still so embarrassed that they were scraping their feet, probably about to dig a hole as big as Yang Xian's villa. Alright, no one recognizes you now, no more social death. Let's say goodbye to the audience and wrap up. Mu Yu pulled them back into the group. They bowed to the camera, said a few perfunctory words, and then stopped recording. Lin Mei and Yu Xiao exchanged helpless glances, hoping that the punishment would bring them some traffic, otherwise they would have suffered social death for nothing. Then at lunchtime, Mu Yu and Luo Meng treated everyone to hate Aleo, since they were the big winners of the day. According to Yang Xian's conversion rules, each of them had earned over 2,000 yuan today. Woo! Mu Yu was ecstatic. It seemed she would have to think of more small competitions to film videos striving to drain Yang Xian's wallet. Luo Meng didn't mind, she wasn't short of money, so treating a simple hot pot meal was nothing. She naturally let Mu Yu have her way, as maternal love is great. Yang Xian spent the entire afternoon lying down doing nothing but playing on his phone. When he was a child living in the old neighborhood, it was much better. He had peers of his age to play house with, engage in card games like Three Kingdoms, Kill by Snacks, play with fire, play in the mud, watch TV, and so on. But later, after he grew up and moved away, there was no one to play with. Whenever he had free time, the only companion he had was his phone. Now, even if he had money, he didn't know where to go alone to have fun. A bar. Who goes to a bar? Only people looking for someone of the opposite sex to relieve their boredom. If not for that, why go to a bar? Yang Xian cherished his life now, so he wasn't keen on going, unless someone invited him. Watching a movie. Boring alone. An amusement park. Boring alone. Playing ball. Not familiar with anyone, so boring. Truth be told, being alone really is dull. My little sister has to study, otherwise I could take her along. As for finding a girlfriend, he felt that no girl was close enough to him yet. It would be too casual to start a relationship without knowing each other well. If he were a playboy, it wouldn't matter, but he was still an innocent virgin. How could he even be a playboy if he couldn't start? Could any man among the world dare claim to be a playboy before ever having a girlfriend and abandon his first girlfriend without a shred of guilt? Sometimes Yang Xian thought of changing girlfriends every 3 days, but the problem was that he couldn't even bring himself to get a first one. He still held on to the innocent idea of finding a blank slate to match his own. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yang Xian's parents returned with several bags of groceries. Since lunch had been takeout, they had eaten heartily and finished most of the dishes, so in the evening they had to go to the market to buy more ingredients for a proper meal. Yang Xian asked your sister if she's coming home for dinner. If she is, I'll cook more. Yang's mother shouted from her luxurious kitchen loud enough to be heard across the big house. Got it. Yang Xian shouted back. Little sis, are you coming home for dinner or eating at school? Yang Xian sent a message to Lan Nala's smartwatch, which he had bought specifically for her to facilitate communication. He wasn't worried about affecting her studies. Those who want to learn will learn, those who don't will always find ways to play. It's better to guide than to suppress. During a politics class, Lan Nala saw the message and quietly typed back, forget it bro. I only have less than an hour for dinner break, so I'll eat at school. It's more convenient. Yang Xian, okay. His classmate's eyes widened when she saw the watch could send messages. Wow Nala, is your watch this advanced? Is this the legendary iWatch? Lan Nala, it's an iWatch. Her classmate's poor English had been a running joke for more than a semester. She was used to it. Her classmate's eyes sparkled with envy. Amazing. Your family is so rich. I don't even have a phone, or I'll have to wait until after the college entrance exam for my parents to buy me one. Lan Nala's eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy. Mom and Dad. She comforted, it's nothing. If you do well on the exam, maybe your parents will buy you the whole Apple family, not just a watch. She was lying. Actually, Yang Xian had taken her to buy the whole Apple family 2 days ago. Forget it. I know my family's situation. At most they'll get me a phone for 2 or 3,000. I'll need a laptop for college, so there's no way they can afford an Apple phone. Her classmate gave a self-deprecating smile, but her eyes held no resentment toward her parents. After all, they had raised her with great effort, and she saw their hardships. But English, she just couldn't learn it. I want the foreigners dead. It was around 8 in the evening. Yang Xian and his father were lying on the sofa in the leisure room, watching a 4K Ultra HD projection of the sci-fi movie The Wandering Earth. There was no denying that watching such a film on a giant screen was incredibly satisfying. Yang's mother was walking on a treadmill nearby. Suddenly a phone alarm rang. She turned it off and said to Yang Xian, your sister is about to be dismissed. Go pick her up at the school gate. Yang Xian was momentarily stunned. Dad, I'll pause the movie. Let me pick up Lala, and we'll continue watching together. He urged his father. Got it. Go now. Drive slowly, be careful. On the way back, buy some midnight snacks for Lala, and bring some for us too, his father said, waving his hand for Yang Xian to leave. Alright. Yang Xian strode briskly toward the garage. Once he was out of sight, his father nonchalantly picked up the remote and pressed play. Yang's mother. Didn't Yang Xian tell you to wait for him? He asked me to wait, but I said got it, not agreed. Besides, the movie has only 20 minutes left. It's killing me to pause it, his father said with a chuckle. Oh, you're such a big kid, his mother scolded softly. Soon Yang Xian arrived at the front of Lon Nala's high school. He parked across from the school gate. Seeing very few parents picking up their children, he sensed something was off and sent a message asking when school ended. Lon Nala, who was in evening self-study, replied quickly 920. Yang Xian checked the time, 840, and his lips twitched. Seriously, Mom and Dad are crazy. It's just a few minutes away, and they made me come half an hour early. I had only 20 minutes left of the movie. Damn, no wonder there are so few people here. He had no choice but to lie in the car and play on his phone. When he opened his phone, he saw a message from Muyu sent while he was driving. Yang Xian, when are you coming back? Do you still want the studio? Who starts a business and then leaves it to others, hey? What's wrong? Did something happen at the studio? Yang Xian was confused. He had seen the group chat. Oh, everything seemed fine. They had even filmed a small variety show in the morning. Nothing. I'm just tired of editing videos and wanted to vent. In her dorm, Muyu sat in front of her computer, holding her phone with both hands swaying left and right, a silly grin occasionally appearing on her face. Luckily, the curtain was drawn, or her roommate would have asked if she was in love. Yang Xian was relieved. So no conflict. Do you edit all the videos yourself? No. Everyone edits the highlights they recorded and sends them to me. Then I do the final assembly, special effects, and music. Oh, I see. So you're the one working hardest. That's right, she replied, sending a meme of a version of Lu Bu played by a certain actor. More work, more reward. Want some midnight snacks? Bubble tea. Name it, it's yours. Muyu. What's with this emperor-like tone? But hey, Yang Xian is still human. He actually cares about me, Muyu grinned so hard she could barely close her mouth. She quickly replied, no thanks, I'm on a diet. I know what you mean. Yang Xian knew that verbal rewards were nothing compared to real ones, so he casually sent her a red envelope of 88 yuan. I didn't mean that, bro. Muyu was speechless. This guy just liked to send money for no reason. He was really too generous. Handsome, rich, and generous. She loved it. What else can I say? I'll give you my life. I'll try to finish the video by dawn and send it to you. Thanks, boss. Don't be polite, okay? Don't overwork yourself. I'll send a red envelope in the group later. Grab it. Yang Xian said generously. Then Yang Xian sent a regular red envelope of 50 yuan per person in the studio group chat, which made everyone except Luo Meng feel as if they had swept away hunger and returned to themselves. Luo Meng, thank you for the boss's meager tip. Mei Chuan happily boasted to Hu Bin and Lin Wenba. Tisk, I only made 50 yuan for editing a short video. Yang Xian is a bit stingy, huh? Hu Bin and Lin Wenba, who were watching videos to study, were speechless. How did you know we went to the indoor extreme sports hall this morning? To be honest, it was really fun, except the ticket was a bit expensive at 100 yuan each, but luckily, we didn't have to pay ourselves. Hu Bin and Lin Wenba both felt like killing someone. Hu Bin was okay since his girlfriend Yu Xiao was in Yang Xian's studio, so they could hedge their bets. On the other hand, Lin Wenba felt a bit envious. He was currently in his teacher's studio with a pile of tasks, everyday mediocre salary, and coding until his head ached. But giving up his current achievements to join Yang Xian's uncertain future was still a difficult choice. After a while, school finally let out. The school gate was crowded with parents picking up their children, and the road ahead was so congested that auxiliary police were directing traffic in the middle. Yang Xian stood in front of a shop in the residential area opposite the school. He had already sent a message to Lon Nala earlier. Without keeping Yang Xian waiting long, he saw Lon Nala walking quickly toward him with 2 books accompanied by her best friend. Brother. Lon Nala called out clearly. Hey. Yang Xian happily reached out to take her backpack. Huh. Where's your backpack? Left it in the classroom. Just 2 books, no need for a backpack. Hey, Lala's brother, hello. The friend beside Lon Nala timidly greeted Yang Xian. Hello. You're Lala's classmate, right? Yang Xian looked at Lon Nala with a hint of inquiry. Yes. Brother, this is my best friend Su Tingting, Lon Nala introduced. Oh, Tingting, hello. Yang Xian tried to put on a sunny and kind face, although he already looked harmless. Then Lala and Lala's brother, goodbye. I see my dad. Su Tingting waved politely. Okay, goodbye. Bye, see you tomorrow. Yang Xian and Lon Nala also waved to her. Really polite. Our Lala has a good eye for friends. Yang Xian smoothed the stray hair on top of Lon Nala's head and opened the car door for her. She's only polite when meeting elders. Usually she's super social. Haha, okay. Are you hungry now? Want to grab some late night snacks? And get some for mom and dad too. Yang Xian deliberately didn't say my parents, feeling very thoughtful. I'll just have a little. Lon Nala nodded. Great, so the question is, what do you want to eat? Yang Xian looked at Lon Nala expectantly. What to eat was a very important question. When he asked his parents, they always only answered, whatever. Lon Nala. Whatever. Huh. Just as Lan Nala was about to say whatever, she turned and saw Yang Xian slightly squinting his eyes, his gaze a bit unfriendly. Lan Nala, this? Let me think. Lan Nala thought and thought, but in the end still didn't say what she wanted to eat. Her eyes were innocent and adorable, making Yang Xian feel as if he had raised a cat that had become a spirit. Damn, she can play it like this. Forget it, let's first go to the night market and see if there's anything good to eat. Yang Xian sighed helplessly, having no other choice. He casually ruffled Lan Nala's hair. Why was everyone the same? When faced with a difficult question, they just didn't answer. He'd buy whatever looked good later. Driving to the intersection, as if suddenly remembering something, Yang Xian switched to the left turn lane and made a U-turn. About 10 minutes later, Yang Xian and Lan Nala arrived at a snack street on the other side of the county town. This snack street had quite a long history. Since the park was built decades ago, people had been setting up stalls here. In recent years, the Planning Bureau had officially designated it as a proper snack street, with the entire street lined with stalls. Driving a car was good in every way except for finding a parking spot. Yang Xian drove around the block and finally spotted an empty space next to a luxury car. Coming closer, he found the license plate familiar. Damn, how is it this jerk's Ferrari again? I deliberately avoided the Tiananmen night market, and still I run into it. Yang Xian's mouth twitched. How could it be such a coincidence that both times no one else parked next to his car? Other people? Oh, you say that. If our foot slipped and we scratched the Ferrari, would we be able to pay with our car? He smoothly parked his car in front of the familiar Ferrari, stopping and turning off the engine in one fluid motion. Yang Xian unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the car door to get out. Go, let's go. Buy whatever you want to eat, don't worry about saving your brother's money. Okay. Lan Nala in the passenger seat also quickly got out and hurried to follow Yang Xian. At this time, the night market was very crowded and the snack street was designed to be extremely narrow. With 4 rows of stalls along the road, there were only 2 paths in between, each less than 3 meters wide, so it was packed with people. To avoid getting separated, Yang Xian simply placed one hand on Lan Nala's shoulder and let her walk in front of him. Lan Nala rarely came to this night market. She couldn't remember coming twice a year, so it was quite novel. She looked at the stalls on the left and right, not worrying about bumping into people ahead, because Yang Xian would steer her. Brother, I want to eat this big squid. Lan Nala pointed at the stall selling cuttlefish skewers and looked up at Yang Xian. Behind the transparent glass were several oversized, half-cooked, slightly pink cuttlefish skewers. The stall owner, hearing activity, stopped scrolling on his phone and said with a smile, "This isn't squid, it's cuttlefish. Squid aren't this big. Want a skewer? Only 40 yuan each." Yang Xian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. No wonder this stall had no customers. Half the cuttlefish didn't even have tentacles, and the freshness was questionable. Who would buy it for 40 yuan a skewer? Is your cuttlefish fresh? It seems like no one is buying from your stall. You can't sell us expired goods, right? If we get sick tomorrow, you'll be held responsible. Yang Xian said half-jokingly. Although he thought the stall owner didn't have good quality stuff, he at least wanted to pick a decent-looking one. He had watched too many food safety videos, and almost every one featured these big cuttlefish skewers. But he and Lan Nala were young. Even if they ate something unhealthy, they could probably handle it, at most having some diarrhea. Hey, what are you saying? Would I sell problematic food? The stall owner didn't address the freshness issue, just kept saying it was fine to eat. Then he took out a better-looking, fresher cuttlefish skewer from the refrigerated insulated box behind him and put it on the iron plate to grill, as if afraid Yang Xian would change his mind. Seeing the scene before him, Yang Xian quietly whispered to the girl beside him, "You can only eat half a skewer at most, okay? Give the rest to me. I have a feeling this stuff will give you diarrhea." Lan Nara tugged at Yang Xian's sleeve, and upon hearing this blinked her large eyes at him. "Okay." Yang Xian curled his lips in satisfaction and gently stroked Lan Nara's beautiful hair, thinking to himself, "She's really obedient, unlike my cousin. If it were him, he'd have completely ignored what I said." Huh. Do I have a cousin too? Wait, how did I forget about him? I've been so focused on doting on my sister that I forgot I have a brother too. I'm really speechless. Never mind, I don't have time to worry about him now. If I give him money, he'll probably waste it. Let's leave it for now. I'll take him under my wing once he goes to college. Having been rich for several months now, Yang Xian had only just remembered that he had a cousin who grew up alongside him, his uncle's son. Yang Xian was truly speechless about himself. There were quite a lot of relatives in the family, and it was relatively difficult to take care of everyone. He hoped that the company would run smoothly later on so that Yang Xian could confidently help them get rich rather than simply giving them money. Not sure how much longer they had to wait. Yang Xian let the vendor start making the food first while they walked ahead to browse around. Since Yang Xian had already paid, the vendor wasn't worried they would run off. "Brother, I want to try this rice cake too." Lan Nara pointed at the cheese and fruit mochi stand ahead with her little hand. Yang Xian waved his hand. "Boss, 4 please." "Brother, this one. The big roast fish smells really good." "Buy it." "Brother, do you eat grilled oysters?" "Of course." "Boss, give me the biggest ones, 15 for takeaway." "Brother, crayfish." "Boss, 1 box." After browsing for a while longer, Lan Nara felt they'd had enough. They could buy whatever was left next time, otherwise they wouldn't be able to finish eating it all. Okay, brother, I won't buy anything else." Lan Nara tugged at Yang Xian's hem. "If I buy more, I definitely won't be able to finish it all." "Alright, I'll get 3 more cups of milk tea." Yang Xian went to a nearby milk tea shop and ordered 3 cups with no tea and 3 portions of sugar. One had to say the milk tea industry was incredibly competitive these days. There were so many varieties. Brother, aren't you going to drink any? Why only order 3 cups? Lan Nara asked, somewhat puzzled. Did someone in their family not eat late-night snacks? Yang Xian explained, oh, mom thinks milk tea is unhealthy, and we should drink less. Getting 1 cup for the 2 of them is enough. Oh, I see. Lan Nara and Yang Xian didn't really mind. They only drank it occasionally. After all, one didn't buy much milk tea at school, and the other had seen too many videos about diabetes and was scared. After a while, Yang Xian and Lan Nara each carried 2 bags of late-night snacks as they slowly walked toward the parking spot. Another simple down-to-earth late-night snack run, much cheaper than last time, only costing over 300. As they got closer, Yang Xian noticed 2 figures standing by the hood of a Ferrari. Looking more carefully, it was indeed Chen Mo and his companion. Chen Mo, who had been looking down at his phone, noticed 2 figures approaching and looked up. Oh, what a coincidence, Yang Xian. Are you here to buy late-night snacks too tonight? Huh. Who's this? Chen Mo looked at Lan Nara with some curiosity. The school uniform looked like it belonged to a student from Baitsong Middle School. Yang Xian calmly walked forward a few steps, blocking Chen Mo's line of sight. My sister. Have you finished eating? Yeah, I just finished late-night snacks with my girlfriend. When I came out, I saw a white A7 parked right in front of my car. I didn't even need to think. It had to be you, haha. Chen Mo laughed as he patted the trunk of Yang Xian's A7. Yang Xian noticed that the woman beside him was the same one from last time, which was somewhat unexpected. Yeah, I'm probably the only one around here who drives a white A7, Yang Xian said with a self-deprecating laugh. It wasn't that he thought the black A7 looked bad, but fewer people bought the white one, so he just wanted to buy it. That's how rebellious he was. If he wanted to drive a cool car, he had sports cars too. Besides, the looks weren't that bad either. If worst came to worst, he could just wrap it in a black car film. Hey, that shows you have unique taste. What late-night snacks did you buy tonight? Looks like you and your sister got quite a lot of stuff, Chen Mo said with a laugh. Damn it. Ever since Yang Xian added his contact information, last time it was like he had completely forgotten about it. He hadn't even sent a single greeting message. For the first time, Chen Mo felt completely ignored by someone. Everyone he had ever known growing up orbited around him. Just bought some crayfish roast fish and other snacks. The only things around here that are remotely good are these, Yang Xian said as he opened the trunk and put the snacks inside, while chatting with Chen Mo. Hey, I actually know a place that makes pretty good kimchi. We could go try it sometime if you're free. Sure, but I'll get going first. My parents are waiting for late-night snacks at home. I won't interrupt your romantic time with your girlfriend. No worries, we're heading back too. Drive safe. Yang Xian sat in the driver's seat, gave a thumbs up through the car window, and slowly drove away. In the car, Lan Nara looked at Yang Xian curiously and asked, brother, is he your friend too? He looks like a rich second generation too. He's not really a friend, I guess. We're not that close. We've only met twice. Oh, I see. Lan Nara sat in her seat, deep in thought. Seeing Lan Nara's constantly spinning eyes, Yang Xian couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about, little sister? Hey, I heard from Auntie that you have a Ferrari in Jingshu too. I was just thinking how cool it must be when brother drives around with his girlfriend in that Ferrari. I thought you were thinking about something big. Honestly, those supercars aren't very comfortable. They're just good looking. I'm planning to buy you a nice car once you graduate from high school. It has to be something that combines nobility, elegance, comfort, and beauty. You can take your time thinking about what you want. Yang Xian spoke seriously. Once the 20-something million in interest came in next year, he'd be ready to take on the world again. Lan Nara was stunned upon hearing this. She stared blankly at Yang Xian's profile. Me. No, brother, A young girl cannot always deliberately hide the feelings in her heart. What could be more surprising and touching than having a non-blood-related brother promise to buy you a luxury car? Oh, it's nothing. Brother's wealth exceeds your imagination. Well, not that rich, of course. Buying a car worth tens of millions would still be a bit difficult. A few million. That's nothing. No, but I can't drive. Learning to drive is easy, right? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you have hands, it's a piece of cake. Go learn to drive directly during summer vacation, right after graduation. Okay, but Lan Nara gently bit her lower lip and turned to look at Yang Xian again, her eyes filled with an inexplicable, yet moved expression. Sensing the slightly off atmosphere, Yang Xian quickly said, "Oh, there's no need for any buts. In my opinion, we should pick up the car the day you finish the college entrance exam. Think about it. Everyone else will be posting on social media about celebrating the end of Gaokao, and you'll just post age 18 or received my little broken car. Won't that feel amazing?" Lan Nara imagined the scene and couldn't help but break into a smile. "I'm afraid my social media will be full of complaints then. That's normal. How can you succeed without bearing some burden? It's normal for people to talk. You can't stand there and expect to make money without any criticism," Yang Xian said calmly. "Wow, brother, you must have been through a lot to earn so much money. You seem so full of stories." Lan Nara's expression was deeply moved, her eyes filled with little stars. Cough. As an experienced master of keeping a straight face, Yang Xian almost broke his composure upon hearing this. Stories his foot. Thinking back on his glorious life, the hardest working thing about him was probably his phone. It played with him for over 10 hours every day. There's nothing worth mentioning. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We're home. Yang Xian quickly changed the subject. Oh. The two brought midnight snacks into the lounge. Yang Xian saw his parents lying on the sofa playing with their phones, and the movie on the wall had already finished playing. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I knew it. It was impossible for his father to not finish watching the movie, yet it was also impossible for him to finish it. The next morning Yang Xian was lying in bed scrolling through his phone when he suddenly came across a video of the National Day military parade. He then realized that today was already September 29th, and the National Day holiday was just 2 days away. He had originally planned to return to school in 2 days, but since the holiday was about to start, why bother going back? He felt hesitant, unsure whether to return to school and spend the holiday with his studio classmates or stay at home with his family. In the end, he decided it was better to simply ask directly instead of overthinking. Nidiabai, hey all you handsome guys and beauties, any plans for the National Day holiday? Everyone was sharp enough to sense that Yang Xian might be planning to take them out for the holiday after seeing his message. Muyu directly begged, boss I'm broke, I want to play take me. Luo Ming made Chuan, and the other girls followed suit. Boss I'm broke, I want to play take me Yang Xian. Not you Luo Ming, you little rich girl, you still need to be taken. Luo Ming arched her eyebrows and typed back, if others have it I want it too. Yang Xian replied helplessly, I haven't even said what I'm doing for the National Day yet. How can there be anything? Muyu urged, then tell us quickly, tell us quickly. How dare you? I haven't even decided yet, so what am I supposed to say? Yang Xian refused mercilessly. He thought, little guy wanting to freeload a trip from me is pure daydreaming. But the short videos you guys made before and the little variety show you did yesterday did get a good response. I'll think about how to reward you later. Today Luo Ming, Muyu and everyone else, including Yang Xian's account, jointly posted the indoor extreme challenge video that Muyu and the others had filmed yesterday. After spending a few thousand yuan on Dolly promotion, the comments under each person's video were quite positive. After the paid promotion ended, the videos continued to receive natural traffic under the official algorithm, resulting in very good viewership. Currently, the accounts with the highest traffic were Yang Xian's, Luo Ming's, and Muyu's. The best performing video, which was Luo Ming's, had already garnered over 500,000 likes. This was largely due to her personal appearance. Many lecherous viewers immediately followed her after seeing her selfie videos. Similarly, Muyu's performance came in second. Already several commercial offers were coming in for the girls. They were carefully selecting which ones to accept, as they couldn't just take any deal, otherwise they might ruin their reputation before they even became famous. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xian typed, if you don't mind the hassle and don't want to go home and you're okay with traveling, it's not impossible. I'll cover the accommodation and transportation costs. You can decide where to go, but I have 2 conditions. First, each person gets a budget of 2,000 yuan for this trip. Anything beyond that is your own responsibility. Second, try to produce 1 or 2 high-quality videos during the trip. It doesn't matter if they become popular, but if they have the potential to go viral, I'll invest money to make it happen. Now that I've basically sorted out the equipment and logistics for you, it's up to your own abilities to see how much you can achieve. The studio members took a sharp breath after hearing Yang Xian's words contributing to global warming. Muyu suddenly feeling the pressure, Mei Chuan, I feel the same, but what pressure do you and Luo Ming have? You two can basically post any video and get tons of likes. Muyu, hey, didn't you see what Yang Xian said? It has to be quality. Do you understand what quality means? We can't just shake our hips and be done with it. Nidiabai, actually a nice costume change video wouldn't be bad either. Muyu, okay, I get it. Come on Luo Ming, let's shoot a costume change video for Boss Yang. Something a little spicy. Nidiabai, that's good, that's good. Luo Ming, get lost. That evening, after Yang Xian picked up Lan Nala, the 4 of them discussed where to go for the National Day holiday. So sis, where do you want to go for the National Day? Asked Yang Xian lying on the sofa. Yang's father, who had just opened his mouth to speak, silently closed it. Yang's mother didn't care where they went, as she wasn't well educated and didn't know the provinces of her own country, well, let alone which places were fun. So she just listened to them. The 3 of them looked at Lan Nala together, and she felt the pressure. Brother, maybe you uncle and auntie should go without me. My school only gives us 3 days off for the National Day. Lan Nala said helplessly. She had known this since her first year of high school, as it was always the case. First and second years got 5 days off, while third years only got 3, supposedly for extra classes, and they even had to pay for the extra tuition. Oh, your school is that arrogant. They even cut into the holiday time for National Day. Yang Xian was shocked. No wonder students at Baitsong High School performed so well. He recalled his own high school days. Although they had half a day on Saturdays and evening classes on Sundays, they still had their holidays, at most using 1 weekend day for extra lessons. So we only get 10 days off for the spring festival. Lan Nala sighed, clearly used to the school's arrangement. It was less than a year until she graduated, so she just had to endure until college. As someone who had been through it, Yang Xian knew that complaining was useless. The whole educational environment was like this. If one school saw that other schools of the same level were holding extra classes, they would feel compelled to do the same to avoid falling behind. Then slightly lower tier schools, seeing that better schools were doing it, would follow suit to keep up. It was a vicious cycle. When asked why Chinese people live such exhausting lives, the truth is that it's all due to self-imposed competition. At the root of it all, it's because there are too many people and no one can change that. It was unrealistic to ask Lan Nala to rebel against the school and skip the extra classes. There was no need to create a conflict with the school over a few days of holiday. After all, since they had chosen to send their child to the best high school, why would they fight against the school? If you don't want to go, you step aside. There are plenty of others waiting to take your place. Yang's parents didn't know what to say. No, I said I would take you out, and I will. The three of us can go anytime since we aren't working. This national day is for you. Yang Xian waved his hand, determined to take the whole family on a trip together. Staying at school and home every day isn't good for your mental and physical health. When I first went to college, I was like a country bumpkin taking photos of everything on the train and subway. You can't follow in my footsteps. 3 days is fine. If others can conquer Denmark in 4 hours, take the Netherlands in 5 days, flatten Belgium in 18 days, and march on Paris in 35 days, then we can tour a city in 3 days. If we can't go far, we'll go somewhere nearby. At that moment, Yang Xian's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that the group chat was discussing where to go for the holiday. Muyu had tagged him asking for his opinion. Mediabot. I'm not going with you guys, so why ask me? Muyu, my mouth is on my face, and I can ask if I want. The other 4 girls took a sharp breath. Wow, as expected of Sister Yu, she's always tough. Yang Xian thought for a moment, since that was the case, why not choose a city between their 2 locations? He could travel with his family and the studio members at the same time. That way he could spend time with his family and also supervise the girls to make good videos, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After a brief deliberation, Yang Xian quickly thought of a place he had always wanted to visit: Yubang Lake, also known as Qianting Lake. Covering nearly 5,000 square kilometers, it was the largest freshwater lake in the country. It is said that during the Southern Song dynasty, the Yuan army advanced southward to this very place. Due to their unfamiliarity with naval warfare, they were held back by the Southern Song Navy. Unfortunately, as the Yuan army found it impossible to win a naval battle, they simply circumvented the lake for hundreds of miles, leading to the eventual fall of the Southern Song. It was akin to the Maginot Line in its futility. The lake is dotted with hundreds of islands, large and small, each bearing 1 to a dozen pavilions built over successive dynasties. Now most of the 1,000-pavilion lake area has been developed into a scenic spot. On the densest islands, developers have invested heavily to build hundreds of suspension bridges and erected a small palace on the main island. From above, the water mirrors the sky, evoking the floating islands of immortal cultivation sects and novels. Let's go to 1,000-pavilion lake then, Yang Xian said to the group chat and his family. Lan Nala and Yang's parents naturally had no objections. The lake was not far, less than a 10-hour drive, and now that they had a driver, it would be convenient. 1,000-pavilion lake. Muyu chimed in the group chat. So close. I thought we'd go to the north-northwest or southwest. She looked a bit disappointed. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. This girl just wanted to drain his wallet. Need a cup? What are you thinking? Those places are too far. Can you drive there? You can't buy plane or train tickets at this time anyway. Alright, you have a point. Muyu reluctantly accepted Yang Xian's summer job reasoning. Then the group began discussing preparations. Luo Ming, I can't drive. Who among you can? Muyu, silly Ming, I can drive. How could you forget? Luo Ming, even if you can, I wouldn't dare ride with you. I've never been in a car you drove. Muyu, oh, trust me. I'll drive you straight into a ditch. The conversation shifted from transportation to filming ideas, and the group chat messages quickly piled up to 99. Good, everyone's full of drive. Excellent. Yang Xian felt gratified. Only college students could be so responsive. By the afternoon of the 30th, after picking up Lan Nala from school, they had a meal, took showers, and prepared to set off. Since the National Day holiday would inevitably bring massive crowds and highway congestion, Yang's parents decided to leave late at night, hoping to reach the booked hotel by around dawn. Worried about Lan Nala's car sickness, Yang's parents placed her in the front passenger seat while they sat in the middle. Yang Xian was relegated to the rearmost 2 seats. Yang Xian, good news, no need to drive. Bad news, prone to motion sickness. At 3 in the morning, the driver finally reached the hotel Yang Xian had booked. Everyone stepped out wearily except Yang Xian, whose face was green. Damn, this back seat is not fit for humans, Yang Xian muttered, half bent over his knees, feeling nauseous, but unable to vomit. The highway had been congested even that night, with stop-and-go traffic. The back seat was bumpy, and the mix of gasoline, leather, and other odors created a unique, unbearable stench. Sitting there for nearly 9 hours without throwing up was a testament to sheer willpower. On the way back, let me switch seats with my brother, Lan Nala said, her eyes filled with concern as she gently stroked Yang Xian's back to soothe him. No need. I know you get carsick. I'll have uncle and your brother swap seats instead. Yang's father. They entered the hotel, and Yang Xian woke the sleeping receptionist to check in. It just goes to show how many wealthy people there are in the country. During holidays, decent hotels are hard to find. Though this hotel was lakeside, it was still several kilometers from the scenic area entrance, and the price was triple the usual. Yang Xian booked a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room suite for 1,500 yuan a night. Not because he didn't want a better room, but because there were no better hotels nearby. The big ones had been booked up days ago. Lan Nala and Yang's mother shared one room, while Yang Xian and his father shared another, both with king-sized beds. The rooms were clean and tidy, if not luxurious. At this ungodly hour, everyone was exhausted. The driver had to wake them upon arrival. Once in the rooms, they hurriedly washed up and collapsed into bed. The next morning, a little past 8, they gradually stirred from their restless sleep. Opening the curtains, they were greeted by soft, warm sunlight, casting a golden glow. The window faced Thousand Pavilion Lake. The lake was so vast that from the shore it looked like the sea, endless with only the occasional yacht or island visible in the distance. A change of scenery lifted everyone's spirits. Yang Xian, woken by his father, sat on the hanging chair in the living room gazing at the view through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his irritation completely gone. Xian stopped daydreaming. Get ready. We're going out for breakfast, his mother called from the doorway. Through the door, Yang Xian saw Lan Nala still looking half asleep, her hair slightly disheveled, blinking groggily as she sat on the bed. Reminded by his mother, Yang Xian suddenly recalled that the hotel included breakfast, but it stopped serving at 9. He checked his phone. 8:20. Still time, he thought, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. By 8:30 they had reached the 6th-floor restaurant. It was the first day of National Day, and the place was packed. Not a single seat was empty. So they packed their breakfast and took it back to the room. While eating, Yang Xian sent a message in the group chat asking the studio members where they were. No one replied. They were clearly still asleep. Mu Yu and Luo Meng had also set off the previous afternoon, renting 2 cars driven by Mu Yu and Mei Chuan. They arrived even slightly earlier than Yang Xian's group. Yang Xian had suggested hiring a driver, but Mu Yu, budget-conscious, insisted on driving herself. Luo Meng hadn't expected Mu Yu to actually be able to drive. Though the ride was a bit nerve-wracking, they made it to the destination. Awesome, Mu Yu. You've really impressed me lately. Of course. Enough flattery. Pay up the driver's fee. Mu Yu grinned, holding up her payment QR code. Ha! Get lost. Luo Meng gave Mu Yu a slap on the backside. Yang Xian checked the location Mu Yu sent. Their hotel was even more remote than his. Given Mu Yu's penny-pinching nature, she would definitely squeeze every cent out of 2,000 yuan. The fact that Luo Meng and the others weren't staying in a hostel, but a hotel, was already a miracle. Bro, you've been chain-smoking today one after another. That's not like you. This really isn't you. Did he leave you? You left your lotus flower at my place. I fin curse you, you beast. Mother Yang, hearing the video audio from Yang Xian's phone in the back seat, felt a dark cloud before her eyes. Yang Xian, can't you watch something normal for once? Yang Xian. Oh, a friend sent this to me. Who knows why he likes such trashy videos? You know I usually watch educational stuff. Yang Xian defended himself stubbornly, then swiped his thumb upward again. Hey big dog, I have a big mouth, so I'll bark slowly. You can take this G me first. G must be taken slowly. Haste makes the spirit scatter. Big dog, since you have such leisure, I'll naturally oblige. Come down from upstairs, and learn to bark, learn to bark, learn to bark. When you encounter trouble, bark it out, bark it out, bark it out. Ding dong, G big dog barks, take a segment, woof, 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 woof. Yang Xian hissed. The all-people producer released a new song. It's actually pretty good, hey. No, listen to me. Father and Mother Yang, this kid is hopeless beyond saving. Thank goodness we still have Lala. Lan Nala, sitting in the front row, heard the commotion behind, and turned to look, unable to hold back a laugh. With heavy traffic, the few kilometers took over 10 minutes to reach the main entrance of Chanting Lake Scenic Area. One of the great perks of having a driver was not having to find a parking spot yourself. They simply had the driver pull over temporarily near the entrance and got off. Entering the gate and finding the ticket booth, Yang Xian glanced at the prices. Adult ticket 140 yuan, student ticket 70 yuan, unlimited access for 3 days. Oh, student tickets. He bought 2 adult tickets for his parents, then showed his student ID verification from Shuexin. Calm to buy 2 half-price student tickets for himself, and Lan Nala determined not to let the scenic area make an extra penny. In truth, Chanting Lake was so vast that the so-called scenic area didn't actually encompass the entire lake. It only leased this region with many islands. Theoretically, if you had a boat, you could sneak into the scenic area. After all, with so many small islands, who would know if you paid? The area didn't have the manpower to station a guard on every islet. Passing the ticket booth, they arrived at a very large pier where 2 sightseeing steamships were docked. They weren't huge. Each could hold about 100 people, and already hundreds of people were queuing on the pier. Yang Xian quickly took Lan Nala's wrist and led her to a queue that seemed shorter, with his parents swiftly following. No words for it, this lake water is really blue. Yang Xian sighed, leaning against the ship's railing. The sunlight wasn't too hot, and the moist lake breeze from the boat's movement was soothing. Lan Nala narrowed her eyes in contentment. If you ask me, it's still not as clear as the river in front of my childhood home. Back then we'd dive to the riverbed to scoop sand for building houses. How clear was that river? Yang Xian, hearing his father compare the scene to that river again, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had heard that line at least 100 times before. Every time they went to a place related to rivers, his father inevitably reminisced. Lan Nala, however, hadn't heard this story, so she graciously indulged Father Yang by asking about the old days. Not long after the boat departed, Yang Xian heard from a crew member that it would take about 20 minutes to reach the main island. The lake was just that big. By contrast, you could cross West Lake in 20 minutes. To be fair, not only was the scenery beautiful, but the people were lovely too. Within 10 minutes, Yang Xian found himself falling for 10 beauties, 1 per minute, fair and square. It wasn't that the women were exceptionally gorgeous, it was more about their provocative attire. Short skirts, shorts, and many in stockings with hints of undergarments peeking through. Any normal man would take a second look. However, quite a few like Lan Nala and Mother Yang were wrapped up tightly, afraid of catching even a bit of sun. Lan Nala was fine. She just wore a sun hat. But Mother Yang not only wore a hat, but also a veil over her face. Yang Xian had complimented her earlier, saying she looked like a fairy today, which made her very happy. Finding a seat, Yang Xian spent 10 yuan on a small dish of fennel beans. Father Yang, drawn by the aroma, came over. The two of them watched the scenery, watched Lan Nala, and Mother Yang constantly taking selfies from different angles, watched the passing short skirts, and occasionally picked up a bean. It was extremely pleasant. Just then Yang Xian's phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw that someone in the group chat had woken up. Gu Lily, they're all still asleep, Yang Xian. Do you want me to wake them up? Need a lifetime? No need, no need. Just have them say something in the group when they wake up. We'll pick a place to meet in the afternoon. Gu Lily, okay. After a few minutes on his phone, the boat docked. The main island was quite large, roughly the size of 3 or 4 football fields. There were many trees, but they were well trimmed, not cluttered or blocking the view. At the pier they could only see 6 small islands connected by suspension bridges. The largest was about the size of a basketball court, the smallest the size of a room. The tiny ones were bare, no pavilions, not even a single tree. After disembarking they heard the tour guide say, except for a few paid facilities, all areas are open for exploration. Paid facilities. Lan Nala was puzzled, she didn't see any amusement facilities nearby. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. I bet we'll have to rent a boat. But it didn't matter. If they had to rent, they'd rent. A lake area scenic spot without boat rentals would be pretty boring for tourists. Hey bro, I think I heard someone on the boat mention a fireworks show tonight. Is it true? Really? I didn't hear that. Yang Xian wasn't sure, so he stopped a young staff member. Excuse me, is there a fireworks show at the scenic area tonight? The staff member smiled without impatience. You're absolutely right. We do have a fireworks show tonight at 8 o'clock. Yang Xian hissed. That accent sounds familiar. Oh, I thought it was just a rumor. Didn't expect it to be true. Why isn't it written on the notice board? I had no idea. They didn't write it. Maybe they forgot. We're right next to Liuyang, the hometown of fireworks, so we have a fireworks show every major holiday evening. So that's it, thank you. Oh, you're too kind, sir. Yang Xian. This kid's been watching too many videos. Why we get to see a fireworks show tonight? I've never seen one before. Lan Nala said, her face bright with excitement. She had never witnessed a proper fireworks display in her life. Yes, we'll have to come early to grab a good spot, Mother Yang said, stroking Lan Nala's hair. After thanking the staff member, they continued toward the core area. Soon a temple-like building appeared next to a large octagonal pavilion surrounded by shops. The pavilion was about half the size of a basketball court with carved beams and painted rafters. Upon closer inspection, the base, pillars, and roof were all adorned with intricate patterns that Yang Xian didn't recognize. Almost every passerby stepped inside for a look. Yang Xian and the others also entered and looked up. Unlike the ornate coffered ceilings of imperial palaces, this pavilion had a flat wooden ceiling painted with landscapes, flowers, and cloud patterns. Lan Nala's eyes sparkled. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yang Xian and Mother Yang silently pulled out their phones to take pictures. Come take a photo with me. Sure. Yang Xian took out a selfie stick, found the perfect angle, and took some lovely pictures with Lan Nala. At that moment, a male student wearing a black jacket and black trousers walked over from the right front of the two. As he was only a few meters away and dressed in a conspicuous all-black outfit, Yang Xian and Lan Nala both noticed him briefly. After all, it was uncommon for someone to wear such clothes in this weather. So they glanced at him and then looked away. The young man's expression turned serious. He also noticed Lan Nala, who was sweet and delicate in appearance, standing beside Yang Xian. Something seemed to cross his mind, his brows furrowed, his expression grew stern, his steps became solemn, and every movement exuded deliberate effort. Suddenly the young man dashed forward with a single stride, and with effortless ease executed a fadeaway jump shot a few meters to the left front of Yang Xian and Lan Nala, a move comparable to the Mamba style. Both of them looked at the boy. Clearly Lan Nala was startled. Yang Xian, on the other hand, had a flicker of light in his eyes, unwilling to miss a single detail. This jump shot is too perfect, simply a Mamba reincarnated man. What can I say, Mamba back? Yang Xian sighed inwardly, his lips tightly shut, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. After the jump shot, the young man casually glanced over at Yang Xian and the others. Seeing their expressions, he assumed they were amazed by his cool move. Satisfied, he made another perfect god-level turn and walked away leisurely. After Yang Xian clearly saw the young man's unshaven, sexy stubble, his height of less than 1.7 meters with a weight exceeding his height, and the familiar configuration of acanthosis nigricans on his neck, as the 24th generation successor of the Ben family, he could only say, which Jiahao has escaped from his home. It seems the bloodline purity is quite high. Lan Nala felt Yang Xian's body trembling beside her. She looked up and saw his face twisted from holding back laughter with all his might. Confused, she asked, what's wrong, bro? Isn't that guy just walking and shooting a basket? Is it that funny, huh? Lan Nala wasn't amused by the passerby, but was instead tickled by Yang Xian's expression. There are quite a few male students like this in our school. I'm used to it. Cough, sorry, it's the first time I've seen such a pure Jiahao, it's hard to hold back. Yang Xian tried to calm himself down. Feel much better. Truly, traveling broadens the mind. Usually I can only see this kind of Jiahao in videos. Jiahao, do you also have a classmate named Jiahao? Lan Nala usually focused on studying and didn't know this new meme. Alas, I told you, but you wouldn't understand. I told you to read less, watch more videos, eat more snacks, and sleep less, but you wouldn't. Now look, you're out of touch. Yang Xian shook his head in disappointment. His words almost made Lan Nala's ears bleed. Bro, what do you mean by reading less and watching more videos? Dare you repeat that to uncle and auntie? Lan Nala rolled her eyes at Yang Xian's nonsense, feeling speechless, and gave him the middle finger as encouragement. Haha, just kidding. Here, take my phone. Just search for Jiahao on Douyi and you'll know the meme. Yang Xian handed his phone to Lan Nala. Lan Nala opened Douyi, typed Jiahao into the search bar, and randomly clicked on a video. The 5 forms of Jiahao who wouldn't want to date him. The first form, military training Jiahao. Then a strong beat music came from the video showing a group of people posing in a circle. 77654. Lan Nala also looked at the comments section. Just came back from America, can we talk in full English? Of course I hope to meet at Starbucks because I'm used to drinking coffee. Okay, I'm really looking forward to this meeting, satisfaction. Wall Street Roach. My real name is Jiahao, but no one in our class dares to play this meme because my fist will make them unable to laugh. Haha, how can someone be so meme-worthy? So funny. Okay, Lan Nala successfully understood and also broke down laughing. Bro, did you used to just walk and suddenly make a shooting motion like that? Lan Nala leaned close to Yang Xian, her eyes full of curiosity. Maybe. But that's only in front of male friends or when throwing a water bottle into the trash can. At most I'm a Jihao. Yang Xian's eyes darted away. Then he walked straight toward a temple-like building. Hey brother Jihao, your phone, ha. Lan Nala laughed and bounced after him, grabbing Yang Xian's arm and swaying. Wow, an ice cream in the shape of a pavilion. Bye. The two walked while licking their ice pops. When they reached the front of the building, Yang Xian realized it was actually a place renting various ethnic costumes and also selling souvenirs with the unique logo of Thousand Pavilion Lake. I thought so, why are there people wearing hanfu in this weather? Regardless of whether Lan Nala's eyes lit up, Yang Xian's eyes certainly did. He directly pulled Lan Nala to pick out beautiful costumes, definitely not, because he saw men's clothes and wanted to wear them himself. Wow, this hanfu is really beautiful. What do you think, sis? I spotted it as soon as we came in. Yang Xian and Lan Nala, one tall and one short, stood in front of 2 sets of white Ming-style hanfu. The women set a moon-white stand collar long jacket woven with golden floral bird and cloud patterns with wide sleeves spreading beneath it, a vermilion red woven gold horseface skirt with intricate golden patterns on the skirt panel, the fabric draping heavily, exuding elegance and luxury. The men set a cream white woven gold yesa with dazzling patterns covering from the chest to the hem, arrow sleeve sharp, and straight a jade belt at the waist, the patterns shimmering, exuding a noble aura. Seeing that Yang Xian and Lan Nala had taken a liking to the clothes, the shopkeeper of the costume store came over. You have good eyes, sir. This is our store's signature costume, the most popular set. Yang Xian, so many people have rented it. Then I don't want it. And not that many people have rented it, the shopkeeper said with a wry smile, feeling that the situation was different from what she had expected. Didn't you say it's the most popular set? It's the most popular because it looks good, but you know good things have a price. The shopkeeper trailed off sheepishly. The clothes were indeed beautiful, but the materials were expensive, almost a 1-to-1 replica, so the rental price was extremely high and most people were put off by the price. Oh, I see. How much is it? Since it was a matter of money, it didn't matter. His taste was indeed good. He had spotted the most expensive clothes as soon as he entered. Ahem, $9.98 for 24 hours, the shopkeeper said, beaming at Yang Xian. How much? Tell me how much. $998 for 1 day. Yang Xian and Lan Nala both widened their eyes, their left eyes scrutinizing the clothes, their right eyes doubting the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper showed no sign of guilt, puffing out her chest as she picked up the clothes and introduced them. Dear guests, I know the price might be a bit high, but it's definitely worth it. This set was handcrafted by a master 1-to-1. Look at the fabric, the lines, the workmanship, completely different from other clothes. And we include makeup styling. If you're not satisfied, we'll redo it with 3 touch-ups throughout the day. Hiss. Yang Xian had to admit he was a bit tempted. He looked at other nearby costumes, and indeed the materials seemed inferior. Without further hesitation, okay, we'll take it. Yang Xian waved his hand grandly. Let the scenic spot earn a bit more, after all, no one travels without being ripped off. Great. The shopkeeper beamed, took down the 2 sets of clothes, and led Yang Xian and Lan Nala to the dressing room. As a major client, the store manager had specially assigned 2 senior makeup artists to give Yang Xian and Lan Nala a thorough makeover. This was Yang Xian's first time wearing makeup, and the experience was quite novel. What's this? Yang Xian asked curiously as the makeup artist applied some liquid to his face. It's concealer. Concealer? So after applying it, I'll be flawless. The makeup artist paused, then said thoughtfully, well, perhaps, maybe, probably, could be. TCH, do I have to wear lipstick too? Yes, sir. It'll make your complexion look better. TCH, do my eyebrows need trimming? Yes, it'll make you look more heroic. TCH, do I need to apply it to my neck too? The makeup artist was speechless. Lan Nara, who was also getting makeup done nearby, and her makeup artist barely suppressed their laughter. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The makeup service was excellent. Yang Xian's light makeup took 15 minutes while Lan Nara's took even longer. Yang Xian stood before the mirror and examined himself. Unlike the heavily caked makeup he often saw on others, his face didn't look unnaturally pale. When he put on his clothes, the overall effect was seamless and very natural. Young Xian's parents came by at one point and were amazed by his appearance. Tisk tisk, he's truly a child of the Yang family. Handsome to begin with, and even more so with a little grooming. But doesn't this makeup make him look a bit effeminate? Father Yang said. He didn't discriminate against men wearing makeup, but in all his years he had never encountered a man who wore it. Mother Yang rolled her eyes. What era are you living in? Men wearing makeup is common these days. Look at all those male singers. They all wear makeup when performing. At least our son looks more heroic after the makeup. She turned to the makeup artist. Your technique is excellent. Can you do one for me too? The makeup artist's skill far surpassed her own, and she was genuinely tempted. Well, my MR makeup is usually included in the package, and we only do it for free when you rent the clothes, the makeup artist said, feigning reluctance. But I can't wear these clothes, Mother Yang said awkwardly. Due to her figure, she rarely wore even dresses, and the thought of wearing these costumes was hard to accept. How much for just a makeup session? Yang Xian interjected. Since his mother was interested, he had to make it happen. A full makeup session alone is 150 yuan, the makeup artist said quickly, afraid they might find it expensive. Our products are all branded, lightweight, and gentle on the skin. And you get 3 touch-ups within the same day. Alright, do one for my mom, Yang Xian said. He had no concept of makeup prices, but since it wasn't expensive and came with after-service, making his mother happy was the priority. Thus Mother Yang happily sat down for her makeup. While Lan Nara was still getting her makeup done, Yang Xian deliberately leaned in to take a closer look. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized that his sister was truly stunning. Though not as exaggeratedly beautiful as Luo Meng the succubus, she could be described as a delicate beauty. With the makeup, her natural elegance and charm were fully accentuated, making her look gentle and radiant. Wow sis, how are you so pretty? Yang Xian exclaimed in mock surprise. Ah hee, thanks bro, Lan Nara said, pursing her lips and smiling shyly. Suddenly Yang Xian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a WeChat call from Mei Chuan. Daring to call your boss directly. Fine, 200 yuan deduction. Yang Xian muttered to himself. Hey, what's up? Mei Chuan checked his phone again, thinking he had dialed the wrong number. What the hell, Yang Xian? I sent you messages and you didn't reply? We thought you'd been thrown into the lake. 666, can't you wish me well? Yang Xian glanced at the group chat and saw that he had been mentioned several times. He must have missed the vibrations while having his makeup done. He definitely couldn't let them know he was wearing makeup or they'd tease him behind his back. Ahem, I was just out having fun. My phone was in my pocket, so I didn't see your messages. Alright, we're about to reach the scenic area. Are you already inside? Yep, I've been here for ages. Hurry up. It's not that we're slow, this damn traffic is insane. Is everyone in the country out for the National Day holiday? I thought the economy was supposed to be down. So it's only me who's broke. Seeing the stop-and-go traffic, Mei Chuan's road rage flared up. Damn it, trying to cut in line. Who do you think you are? I'd sooner let you cut in if I were. Speaking of money, Yang Xian suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid them last month's salary. He quickly calculated in the group chat. Happy National Day, everyone. Today is the monthly payday. Yay yay yay. Muyu led the group with a victory emoji followed by a row of similar emojis. Muyu, focus on driving. Don't play with your phone. Got it. Since we didn't take any commercial orders last month, there's no commission. So based on the base salary of 200 for about 10 days of work, that's 200 divided by 3 equals 666. 666, 6667, rounded up to 667. Wow, aren't you all excited? That's quite a bit of money. Everyone was silent. The group chat fell into silence. Need a cup? Why so quiet? Say something. Ignore me and I won't send it. Wow, I've never seen so much money in my life. Thank you, Yang Xian. May you be happy every day and live forever. Muyu sent a voice message, her voice syrupy sweet. Luo Meng and the others in her car were covered in goosebumps. 666, Muyu, you're disgusting me. Luo Meng said, feigning disgust. Making money isn't shameful. It's just a destined tribulation. Need a cup, a generous reward. Yang Xian directly transferred 500 yuan to Muyu. The extra is for your trouble distributing their wages. Consider it a tip. He was too lazy to send individual transfers, so he let Muyu earn a little bonus for being so cooperative. Damn, I love you, okay? Muyu was genuinely thrilled. It was great having a wealthy friend. He actually gave money. Alright, hurry up and come over. I'm waiting at the main hall on the central island. Lan Nara had finished her makeup and was eager to go out and take photos with Yang Xian. Let's go, let's go. Yang Xian was pulled by the wrist by Lan Nara as they stepped out the door. Immediately, they felt numerous admiring gazes fall upon them. It was true that these two outfits were worth every penny, perfectly accentuating their temperament and figures. Wow, Mom, that big brother and sister are so handsome. I want to wear that too. A little child pointed at Yang Xian and Lan Nara, saying to his mother. Lan Nara blushed and lowered her head. This little brat has good taste, Yang Xian thought smugly. As everyone knows, in such situations kids never lie. This outfit looks great, but it's so damn hot, Yang Xian said, loosening his collar. In the air-conditioned room it had been fine, but now outside the heat was intense. The fabric was too non-breathable. Lan Nara also fanned herself with her hand. Yet is a bit hot. Let's go to that corridor upstairs. It should be cooler there, she suggested, pointing at a second-floor walkway with several pillars. Fine. They found the stairs, and Yang Xian bought 2 bottles of cold water on the way. The first floor was a clothing store, and the second floor housed a restaurant with decent decor. But Yang Xian wasn't hungry, so he didn't go in. They sat on a wooden plank between 2 pillars leaning against them and gazing out at the islands and the lake. There were quite a few people around, but the view was lovely. They could see several small islands connected by suspension bridges. It was just past 10 in the morning, not yet hot, unless you were foolish enough to wear a hanfu costume. After sitting for a while feeling the lake breeze, a small boy of about 8 or 9 came running over his mother holding his clothes behind him. A camera hung around his neck and his face was filled with embarrassment. "Wow, big brother and big sister, I want to take a photo with you, okay?" The boy looked up at Yang Xian and Lan Nala, who were sitting, his little eyes sparkling with hope. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Of course, little buddy." Lan Nala beside him also nodded with a faint smile. "Thank you, big brother, for the trouble." The kid doesn't know better. He sees handsome guys and beautiful girls and wants a photo. The child's mother, holding up an apologetic hand, said awkwardly, "Sorry for the trouble." Yang Xian, Wait, not this, big sister. Why are you calling me big brother? I'm only 20 this year." "Oh my, I thought you were so young." "I misspoke. Oh, I actually wanted to call you younger brother and sister, but since I'm bothering you, I didn't dare to call you younger." Sorry. The woman's face was full of embarrassment. What a mess. Calling someone younger than herself big brother was so awkward it could plow 3 acres of land with her toes. It's fine. I thought I looked that old, haha. Just call me Xiao Yang and her Xiao Lan. So could you take a photo for us?" Sure. Wait a moment, let me get the camera." Junjun, go stand next to the big brother and big sister. "Mommy will take a photo for you." The woman took off the camera around her neck, adjusted the settings, and prepared to take a picture of the 3. "Okay, mommy, make me look good in the photo," the boy instructed his mother before naturally walking between Yang Xian and Lan Nala holding their hands. Yang Xian was slightly surprised. This kid was so socially confident at such a young age, he would surely achieve great things when he grew up. He recalled that when he was young he was even too timid to relieve himself anywhere he pleased. "Come on, everyone, smile. Say cheese, click." Yang Xian looked at the photo of himself and Lan Nala standing like 2 security guards and almost burst out laughing. They stood perfectly straight, but luckily they had one hand holding something and the mother's shooting angle was good, so it didn't ruin the picture. "Brother isn't bragging, but my looks, though not earth-shattering, are at least on par with the readers." Yes, you're the most handsome, bro." That's right, he. Lan Nala saw Yang Xian let out a goofy laugh and couldn't help covering her mouth to hide a smile. After playing on their phones in the pavilion for a while, it was finally 11 o'clock, and the phone buzzed. "Yang Xian, we're here. Where are you?" Muyu ed Yang Xian in the group chat. Yang Xian didn't answer immediately, but instead glanced down at the group, searching for the studio. "I see you. Look up. The king is watching you." "Muyu. It's been so long, has this kid turned into a fool?" She looked up toward the second floor only to see Yang Xian wearing a Ming-style hanfu, grinning at them with a full smile, standing next to a girl in matching couple outfit. Muyu stood there, her brain frozen for 2 seconds, feeling like the sky had collapsed. That damn rich second generation had quietly found a girlfriend without telling them. "No way. Yang Xian brought his girlfriend on a trip. This girl looks underage," Mei Chuan exclaimed beside her. Was Yang Xian in a relationship? He hadn't informed him. Muyu, damn it, he's dating a minor. Luo Meng, standing next to Muyu, frowned slightly at Mei Chuan's nonsense. Yang Xian, who was waving from the second floor railing, saw everyone standing still and awkwardly lowered his hand. He was puzzled. What the hell are you all doing standing there? Lan Nala beside him was also curious, looking at Yang Xian, and then at the group below, especially Luo Meng, who even with a sun hat caught Lan Nala's attention. She was exceptionally beautiful. So this was the studio classmate her brother had mentioned. Everyone walked up with normal expressions except Mei Chuan. "Hey, were you sleeping with the air conditioner blowing on your face last night? Your face keeps twitching." As soon as Mei Chuan came up, he kept making various facial expressions at Yang Xian, who thought he was jealous because Yang Xian looked so handsome after putting on makeup. "Ahem, Yang Xian, aren't you going to introduce the girl next to you?" Mei Chuan squirmed, his face written with the word gossip. "What are you doing? This is my little sister. If you have any ideas about her, I'll cut you down," Yang Xian said, shielding Lan Nala behind him, instantly switching to a fighting stance, his eyes filled with dangerous glints. "Everyone." Mei Chuan looked at him with a "are you kidding me" expression. Muyu also let out a silent sigh of relief. "Seriously, why have you never told us? I only knew you had a sister, not a little sister. How could I let you know? If you knew, you'd all be obsessed. After all, since I'm so handsome, my little sister can't be bad." Yang Xian confidently flicked his hair. Indeed, fresh from styling, he looked quite handsome to them. Mei Chuan felt a bit sour inside. Damn, how did this brat look so handsome today? In disbelief, he walked up to Yang Xian and looked closely. "So you put on makeup? I knew you looked different today." Yang Xian, can't you talk? "I'm just restoring my original appearance." 666, you're a bit shameless, bro. Hey, come on, everyone, sit down. Don't just stand there in the sun. Yang Xian gestured for them to come sit in the pavilion. Seeing Muyu occasionally staring at Lan Nala, Yang Xian waved his hand in front of her. "What?" Muyu said in a displeased tone. "I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you staring at my little sister? Could it be?" Before he could finish, he looked at Muyu with a shocked expression. "Muyu, why would I stare at your sister? I'm afraid she's your sister by no blood relation. You're the one who's gay? Muyu wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at Yang Xian. I was just looking at your clothes. They're pretty. Where did you rent them? Downstairs on the first floor. Didn't you see it? We were called up here as soon as we arrived. By the way, how much did you rent this outfit for? If it's cheap, I'll rent one too. Mei Chuan chimed in. Yang Xian's makeup must have been done by the rental shop downstairs. If he could get handsome through makeup, so could he. Oh, it's not expensive. 998 yuan, including makeup. Yang Xian said with a faint smile. Goodbye. Mei Chuan went back to his seat to enjoy the view. The sky was so blue, the water so clear. Yang Xian turned to look at the others. The girls had clearly put effort into their makeup today, dressing up elegantly. Especially Luo Meng and Muyu. The former wore a light apricot chiffon blouse with a bow at the collar's soft and fluffy bubble sleeves. A high-waisted caramel brown belt cinched her waist paired with an off-white skirt. The whole outfit was light and soft, making her look gentle and refined. Indeed, the usually seductive woman had chosen this style today. As for Muyu, she wore a pale pink knitted top, with a unique faux two-layer design, the fabric slipping off her shoulders to reveal her bare arms. The soft long sleeves gave her an unexpectedly bright and sweet demeanor. Yang Xian sweet. No way, old Mu, do those two words even fit you? Yang Xian gently tugged at Muyu's sleeve, who was sitting next to him, and asked curiously, Hey beautiful lady, summer isn't over yet, and you're wearing long sleeves. Aren't you hot? Muyu. Well, someone here is wearing such a thick hanfu, and hasn't complained, so why would I mind the heat? Being called beautiful lady by Yang Xian, Muyu couldn't help but curl her lips. This fool finally got a clue. Not in vain for my carefully chosen outfit. She suddenly remembered something and quickly said to Lan Nala, Oh little sister, I didn't mean anything about you. Don't mind me. Huh? What? Lan Nala had been too busy sneaking glances at Luo Meng and was caught off guard by Muyu's words. Luo Meng, however, didn't notice or simply didn't care, enjoying the breeze from the lake. After all, wherever she went, she attracted many onlookers, both male and female. She was used to it. A moment later, under Yang Xian's guidance, Yang's father, hand in hand with his freshly made-up wife, ascended the stairs. When Yang Xian saw this, he walked over with exaggerated surprise in his expression and exclaimed in a shocked tone, Dad, another beauty you've picked up from somewhere. How did you manage to steal Mom's clothes? Upon hearing this, Yang's mother covered her mouth and giggled, knowing full well that Yang Xian was teasing them. Yang's father, however, wore a dark expression on his face, waving him off dismissively. It was evident how deeply in love they were. Even after her makeup was done, his hand seemed unwilling to release hers. Mom, Dad, let me introduce you. These are all my classmates. Yang Xian led his parents into the corridor, pointing out each person. He had only intended to give them a passing impression, not bothering with formal introductions, since they wouldn't remember everyone's names anyway. However, Muyu proved surprisingly proactive, stepping forward to introduce herself briefly. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Muyu, Yang Xian's friend and schoolmate. Yang Xian felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. How endearing. The others, feeling awkward remaining seated, followed Muyu's lead and introduced themselves one by one. After all, these were their boss's parents, and one simply had to show respect. When it was Luo Meng's turn to introduce herself, Yang's parents exchanged a meaningful glance, their eyes brightening. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, and she was Yang Xian's friend. Could there possibly be an opportunity to play matchmaker? Had this been their family's circumstances before, they would never have entertained such thoughts. After all, even if Yang Xian could win over such a beautiful girl, could he possibly keep her? But now everything had changed. They had become an A9 level family after all. The girl's family background no longer mattered. What mattered now was whether Yang Xian liked her. As long as he did, they would not stand in his way. Of course, the girl's character would need to be respectable, but they trusted their son's judgment. Nearby, Muyu noticed their meaningful glances and thought to herself, something's definitely off here. However, Muyu did not rush forward recklessly. Blindly promoting herself would only make her appear cheap and worthless. Only things not easily obtained are truly valued and cherished. Yet acting arrogant towards Yang Xian and his parents would be equally unwise. Compared to Luo Meng, she possessed absolutely no advantage whatsoever. Being haughty, they'd simply ignore her completely. She needed to find the perfect balance. Even if Luo Meng felt nothing for Yang Xian, there would always be even more beautiful girls who might take interest in him. Until her goal was achieved, she absolutely could not let up. Pursuing someone truly requires skill. But, isn't this progressing a bit too fast? Muyu watched as in merely a short while Yang's mother had already engaged Luo Meng in friendly conversation, heaping praise upon her. One moment praising her graceful demeanor, the next calling her stunningly beautiful, comparing her to legendary beauties from ancient lore. Luo Meng's cheeks flushed crimson from all the compliments. Muyu opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. An overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her. Had she already been eliminated from the competition? It felt as though she had transmigrated to another world, planning to level up through monster hunting with a system to find a way home. Yet her friend had casually mentioned she could send her back, even asking if she found her daily grinding boring and whether she wanted to try her system instead. Whatever, I'm done. I'm leaving. Muyu turned to descend the stairs, wanting to avoid seeing this painful scene. Hey. Yang Xian quickly grabbed Muyu's hand. It's almost noon. Where are you going? Going to film videos to make you big money. Muyu shot him an annoyed glance, her tone sharp. Yang Xian, when had he ever offended this lady? Filming isn't urgent, we have plenty of time. Since it's already noon, why don't I treat you all to lunch first? Muyu glanced at Yang Xian, her lips parting as if to speak. In the end, she muttered to herself in a voice only she could hear, "It's not like you're treating just me to lunch anyway." What? The surroundings were noisy and Yang Xian couldn't quite catch what Muyu had said. I said, where are we eating? Muyu's voice carried a hint of resentment, her brow slightly furrowed. After speaking, she pressed her lips together tightly and stared at Yang Xian. Yang Xian also noticed Muyu's little mood swing, but assumed she might just be having one of those days. So he didn't think much of it. Women, after all, have roughly 400 or so days a year when they're in a bad mood. He understood that perfectly well. Right here? Didn't you see that big sign hanging there when you came up? Yang Xian pointed toward the entrance where they descended. Fine. I'll eat. And I'm ordering the most expensive things to bankrupt you. Muyu glared at Yang Xian with fierce determination, as if he had personally wronged her. Haha, the king of big eaters couldn't bankrupt me. Are you the god of big eaters, or something? Yang Xian laughed with a playful expression, not taking it to heart at all. If she could still eat, it meant she wasn't truly angry. Which meant no problem at all. A perfectly logical equation instantly solved. Yang Xian raised his hand, signaling for everyone's attention. It's exactly lunchtime now, so let's go eat first. Filming videos can wait. It all depends on inspiration anyway. At the mention of getting to eat at Yang Xian's expense, Mei Chuan immediately jumped up. One might skip meals from anyone else, but never a meal Yang Xian was treating to. After all, he actually let you order whatever you wanted. Yang Xian leaned in closer to where his mother and Luo Meng were chatting away. He overheard his mother say, "Xiao Meng, as for your future." Before his mother could finish, she caught sight of Yang Xian approaching from the corner of her eye. Wait, Mom, what are you and Luo Meng chatting about? Do you two even have anything in common? Yang Xian looked at them with a puzzled expression. These two had only just met, yet were already as close as mother and daughter. His mother especially would occasionally stroke Luo Meng's hand as a gesture of affection. Nothing much, just go do your own thing. His mother gave Yang Xian an exasperated look. This silly son of hers. She was clearly helping him court his future wife, yet he had the nerve to disturb them without any sense. Really, what a trial. Yang Xian glanced at Luo Meng again. She didn't seem like someone who could chat this much under normal circumstances, and she barely knew his mother. What could they possibly have to discuss? As expected, when Luo Meng noticed Yang Xian looking at her, she returned a helpless shrug. His extraordinary mind instantly grasped what his mother was implying. She had her eye on a potential daughter-in-law. Feeling somewhat speechless, Yang Xian turned to his mother and said, "Mom, we're about to have lunch. Let's go order some dishes quickly. It's so hot outside, there's nothing good to chat about here." Well, alright then. Come on, Xiao Meng, let's go inside the restaurant to order. Please don't hold back on my account. Seeing his mother still chattering away, Yang Xian sighed. He walked between them, separating them, then quickly led his mother toward the restaurant. Today, Mei Chuan didn't order to his heart's content after all. With Yang Xian's parents present, he certainly couldn't just pick the most expensive dishes. Moreover, although this was inside the scenic area, and the prices were high, they weren't as exorbitant as that Shuiwa pavilion, so the whole table cost less than 5,000 yuan, even with a king crab on it. Over the next half hour or so, things seemed to take an unexpected turn for Muyu. In the private room, Yang's mother sat with Yang's father on her left and Yang's younger sister on her right. Throughout the meal, she chatted with everyone, but no longer deliberately pulled Luo Meng aside for conversation as she had earlier. Even Muyu herself had exchanged a few words with Yang's mother. Though she didn't know what had changed, it was a good sign, wasn't it? Could it be that I really am the empowering sister? Fate is on my side. Ha ha ha. Fate is on my side. Ha ha. Throughout the meal, Muyu grew more and more spirited. Her despair faded, her complexion improved, and she found Yang Xian increasingly pleasing to the eye. Look at those eyes, that nose, and those sexy little lips. No wonder he's the man I, Muyu, set my sights on. So handsome. As the meal neared its end, Yang Xian felt a chill creeping up his spine, goosebumps rising all over. Sigh, if you're human, come out and fight me one-on-one. If you're a ghost, give me a proper scare. Don't pull this kind of thing. From then on, Yang Xian refused to set foot in that restaurant again, convinced that something unclean lurked there. Hey son, why do I keep hearing you all talk about making videos? Yang's mother asked in a low voice, leaning toward Yang Xian, who sat beside his father. From the very beginning, she had sensed something off. Why were so many girls, all fairly attractive, gathered around her son? But she hadn't had the chance to ask. Hearing this, Lan Nala, sitting nearby, turned her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She had gathered bits and pieces of the conversation, something about a studio her brother had started. Yang Xian didn't bother to hide it. After all, it wasn't anything shameful. What did the son of a rich man starting a business have to do with a self-made man? It's just a studio we set up at school. We mainly shoot videos and post them on platforms like Douyin for people to watch. Once we build up enough followers, we'll do some live streaming to earn commissions. Oh, I see. Yang's mother said, realization dawning. What's a studio? Everyone. Yang Xian, accustomed to his mother's confusion, explained patiently. In simple terms, it's like a small company. We don't have many people yet, but once we grow, we'll stop calling it a studio. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have enough money? Want us to chip in? No, keep your money for yourselves. My studio doesn't cost much. At most a few tens of millions. Inadvertently, Yang Xian had subtly flexed, and the mildly stunned looks from the others gave him a small thrill. A few tens of millions. That's as much as our house. Be careful. Yang's mother inadvertently let slip her voice low, but still audible to everyone. Meichuan suddenly lost his appetite, staring at Yang Xian with a look of utter betrayal, as if he had been wronged. His lips moved soundlessly as if saying, "You actually bought a huge villa, and it cost tens of millions." Yang's father nudged Yang's mother with his thigh. "What are you saying? Let the kid pursue his career, it's a good thing." Except for Yang Xian, who knew the truth, everyone else instinctively fell silent, afraid that the couple might forbid Yang Xian from continuing. Especially the others besides Luo Meng, each silently resolved to work harder on their videos. Where else would they find such a good job if the studio disbanded? By the time they finished eating, it was nearly 1 o'clock. They hadn't rushed off because there was food, drink, and air conditioning, but now they couldn't sit still any longer. "Mom, Dad, you two go ahead and look around. I'll take my sister and the others to check out the nearby area. Call me if anything comes up." "Alright, you go ahead. Don't worry about us." Yang Xian nodded, turned, and led the group out of the private room, heading outside. "You guys just got here too. Feel free to familiarize yourselves with the place. Shoot when inspiration strikes," Yang Xian said to the group at the entrance on the first floor. "Okay," 7 voices rang out in unison. The 4 girls from the dormitory were the first to leave in high spirits, hand in hand. Muyu had just pulled Luo Meng toward Yang Xian when she saw Meichuan awkwardly approaching first. "Yang Xian, I can't take it anymore. Teach me how to make videos. My follower count is growing way too slowly." "Alright, let me see what you've been filming." "Meichuan. No. Better not." "Oh." Yang Xian, who hadn't been particularly interested before, was suddenly amused by Meichuan's shy demeanor. "Come on, let Brother Jia have a look." "Meichuan, no." Yang Xian opened Meichuan's profile and randomly clicked on a video. "A cup of good tea, shake it, shake it, shake it. Good luck shines, shake it, shake it." "Wait, why are you dancing to this kind of audio too?" "Not you two. Why are you dancing to this kind of audio?" Yang Xian watched Meichuan shyly swaying his body and swinging his arms, and was utterly speechless. "I'd pay a fortune for eyes that haven't seen this video." Yang Xian looked at Meichuan with a serious expression. "Brother, you're in for a treat. Do you know that filming like this will attract harassment from a certain kind of terrifying creature?" Meichuan was puzzled. "What terrifying creature?" Yang Xian opened Meichuan's chat channel and saw the 99 messages from strangers. "Don't you check your private messages?" Hearing this, Meichuan suddenly recalled something, his face twisting with terror. He grabbed Yang Xian frantically. "Dude, you won't believe it. The day before yesterday, I opened a few random private messages, and every single one had a fat guy with a curly beard wearing stockings, chest hair exposed, all bare-chested. Let me show you, it's terrifying." Yang Xian quickly stopped him. Stop, I know what you're talking about. Odds are your private messages have been invaded. And my friend, you've been targeted by that terrifying group." "What a..." Meichuan clutched Yang Xian. "Yangshan, save me." Yang Xian sighed. "At this point, we can only kill them all." "What do you mean? If I kill all my 100,000 followers, won't my alliance reputation be deducted to the point where I owe?" "Not that serious. At worst, you'll be sentenced to acute copper poisoning." Lan Nala, Muyu, and Luo Meng all found it hilarious. They couldn't believe Meichuan had been targeted by chicken enthusiasts just for making videos. What a riot. Meichuan. Okay, enough joking. What should I do about this kind of fan base?" "Simple. Delete all your videos and start making normal ones," Yang Xian said with a shrug. "What's not normal about my videos? I shot them all following Muyu's advice." "Then the culprit is obvious, bro." Yang Xian glanced at Muyu, who was already on the verge of dying from laughter, and found it somewhat amusing. "It's not like I did it on purpose. That's how we usually shoot. I just told him he could learn some techniques from us. Who knew he'd copy everything?" "Ha ha ha." Muyu was laughing so hard she could barely stand, slapping Luo Meng's thigh repeatedly. "Luo Meng, are you polite? Luo Meng, are you polite? Alas, what am I to do, Yangshin? Am I truly devoid of any talent for making videos?" Meichuan said, somewhat disheartened. Having finally mustered the courage to follow in the footsteps of Muyu and the others, he never expected to end up as the object of a male bear's covetous gaze. This dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. "Oh, it's no big deal. If you have no talent for filming, then stick to the behind-the-scenes tasks. With me around, you'll never starve," Yangshin comforted, patting him on the back. "Besides, now that you're already this absurd, you might as well lean into the absurdist style." Meichuan crouched on the ground and muttered, For example. Yangshin at a loss pulled out his phone and switched to the GIF mode. "Come on, look at me." Meichuan raised his head only to find Yangshin shoving the camera almost into his face, snapping the shutter the moment he lifted his head. "Meichuan." Yangshin then opened the video editor on his phone, imported the image, and added a divine filter that made Meichuan's large face look smaller and paler, as if he had photoshopped Zhang Fei into a lowly. And now the most important step, find a thunderous background music. After a brief deliberation, Yangshin typed into the search bar, Napoleon March cute version. Napoleon attacks Sophie, assassinate Napoleon, ambush inside 8 sides, Eisenhower's no pay the rounds, Psycha beautiful rounds, fierce 8, oranges no say, Ami 1 radish, inside mine rest under the sugar, Napoleon. Perfect, this music is adorably powerful. Finally, Yangshin adjusted the rhythm. "Okay, The explosive device had been deployed, and the 5-grain circular object was complete. La Nara, who had watched Yangxin's entire process, laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, brother, aren't you going to damage this big brother's reputation a bit? Ha, let me see. Mu Yu squeezed and casually brushing against Yangxin in an ultra-casual manner. After seeing the final product, Mu Yu barely suppressed a snort like laughter. Ha ha ha, no way, there's nothing particularly funny about it, so why can't I keep a straight face? That means you still need practice, Yangxin replied. Luo Ming also came over for a peek and let out a puff, also amused by the thunderous image and soundtrack. Mei Chuan, who had been crouching on the ground, saw the video and leaped 3 feet high. Hey Yangxin, what have you done? If I post this, how am I supposed to show my face on the internet from now on? Yangxin rolled his eyes and curled his lips in disdain. Let's be honest, were you any better when you posted your previous videos? Aren't you afraid people will mess with you? Mei Chuan, just tell me, is this video catchy or not? Will it go viral or not? Yangxin demanded. Mei Chuan was momentarily stunned. Well, when you put it that way. As long as it goes viral, that's all that matters. Remember how old Bob became famous back in the day with his secret recipe mini burgers? Yangxin said, exasperated. You mean this is the legendary mini burger? Mei Chuan seemed to have a glimmer of understanding. Seeing that he was almost there, Yangxin fanned the flames. Exactly. If you eat it now, there's no reason you can't carve out a place for yourself on the internet in the future. Mei Chuan, then what are we waiting for? Let's do it, brothers. He grabbed the video and instantly refined it. He uploaded it directly to Dolly. Young man, you've got great potential. I can see it. Your future is bright, Yangxin said approvingly, looking at Mei Chuan. It's too hard to make money on the internet while keeping your dignity. You need the right time, place, and people. After all, who would have known old Ba if he hadn't taken that step? Really? That bright? Did Ultramantiga give me back my light? Absolutely, bro. Why don't you go ahead and vote for your brother D? 666, drop a link. Watching Yangxin and Mei Chuan bicker, Mu Yu was about to laugh herself into a fit. Somehow, whenever Yangxin was around, her threshold for laughter dropped to an all-time low. Just then Yangxin noticed that the girls were still there, standing by and watching the show. Oi, what are you two doing standing there for so long? Do you have something to ask me too? Yangxin cocked his head at Luo Ming with a smug look. Mu Yu saw him like this and couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Yangxin, bro, am I that funny? I've noticed that ever since we finished lunch you've been laughing at me for at least 11 minutes out of every 10. Where's the punchline? I just remembered something hilarious, okay? Mu Yu wiped her mouth, having drooled from laughing. Yangxin rolled his eyes at her with a dead fish stare. Let me guess, your wife is having a baby. Wow, you're amazing. You've learned to steal the punchline. Mu Yu gave him a thumbs up with her delicate little hand. I really can't deal with you. My sister and I are going to take a boat ride. You two can go wherever you like, Yangxin said, waving his hand about to leave with Lan Nala. Hey, take us with you. We want to go too. Mu Yu quickly grabbed Luo Ming and followed. Mei Chuan raised his arm about to say he wanted to go too, but saw that Mu Yu had already pulled Luo Ming along. He could only lower his arm with an envious sigh. I'll forget it. Damn it, it's great to have money. Such beauties are throwing themselves at him. Luo Ming. She had figured it out. Mu Yu was definitely interested in Yangxin. Otherwise, knowing Mu Yu as she did, she wouldn't be clinging to him like this. But if you like Yangxin, why drag me along everywhere? Luo Ming couldn't quite understand. Wasn't she afraid that Yangxin might fall for Luo Ming instead of her? It wasn't that Luo Ming was overconfident. Overconfidence was for people who were ordinary but full of themselves. Her life experience had proven that with her looks and demeanor, she had nothing to do with being overconfident. Luo Ming herself could sense that Yangxin's gaze often avoided hers, rarely meeting her eyes directly. She had seen that look too many times before. Walking on the street held by Mu Yu, Luo Ming cast a deep glance at her. Although there was a twinge of indescribable discomfort, she truly couldn't understand her best friend anymore. If Mu Yu knew what Luo Ming was thinking, she would probably just shrug it off with a smile. Why bring Luo Ming along in front of Yangxin? It was simple. A known rival was always better than an unknown, unpredictable one. Even if that rival was incredibly strong and her own chances of winning were slim, it didn't matter. Better to keep the meat in the pot than let the fat flow to outsiders. Besides, she didn't want to see some stranger suddenly appear and claim sovereignty over Yangxin without her even noticing. Hey Yangxin, what car do you think we should get with the 300 you gave us? Do you have any suggestions? Mu Yu asked, cheerfully swinging Luo Ming's hand as she walked beside Yangxin. Whatever you like, Yangxin said casually. After all, he probably wouldn't be driving the studio's car much. I don't know. Don't you guys usually like to look at car-related stuff? Car-related stuff? Yangxin inexplicably thought of a certain type of big car headlights. He glanced down at Mu Yu and Luo Ming beside him and let out an imperceptible sigh. Their looks were top-notch, but they were a bit lacking in other areas. Ahem, Yangxin thought for a moment and said, if you really can't decide, how about a Mercedes-Benz C260? Girls seem to like that one. I think it's gotten a bit cheaper lately. A decent one fully loaded costs around a little over 300. So I can't embezzle any of it. Mu Yu said, feigning surprise. Yangxin shot her a look of disdain. Damn, didn't you get enough kickbacks when I paid you this morning? Just kidding. Look at you getting all worked up. Mu Yu said, her eyes curving into crescent moons revealing two cute little fangs. After walking for just a few minutes, the four of them strolled to the edge of the island where docks were scattered everywhere, large and small, one seemingly every few dozen meters. It felt as though the developers were hell-bent on encircling the entire main island with docks. Muyu, who was standing beside Yang Xian, suddenly pointed her finger at Yang Xian and spoke up. Yang Xian, little sis, I'm about to start filming. Do you mind if I include you in my video? Huh? Are we filming already? Have you figured out what you want to film? Well, not really. That's precisely why I want to keep recording. I'll look through it later and edit whatever looks interesting. Yang Xian turned to Lan Nala and asked, what do you say? Should I ask her to put a blur over you? I don't really mind. Lan Nala thought for a moment and didn't refuse. If the video goes viral, I can show off to my bestie. Don't worry, little sis. I'll try to create some entertainment value today and make sure you get your screen time, Muyu said as she walked over to Lan Nala, linked arms with her, and smiled. Excuse me, how do we rent a boat? Yang Xian walked up to a staff member at the dock and asked. 180 yuan for 3 hours. If you go over, it's 50 yuan extra per additional hour. Ouch, that's a bit pricey. Muyu winced. The rental cost was nearly equivalent to 2 days of her wages. Yang Xian gave her a strange look and asked, are you planning to rent a separate boat? Muyu instantly understood and glanced at the boat. A small vessel with 6 seats, more than enough room for 4 people. No, of course we'll take your boat, boss. Muyu clasped her hands together and gave a sweet smile. Luo Meng beside her, seeing Muyu's sycophantic display, could only cover her face with one hand, utterly speechless. Master, can we sail this boat wherever we want? You can, but don't go too far. Just don't cross that boundary over there, otherwise if something happens it'll be difficult for us to rescue you. The staff member pointed toward the distant lake. Yang Xian could faintly make out some buoys linked together in the distance, along with lifeguards zipping around on jet skis across the lake's surface. Holy, those jet skis look so exciting. Master, do you have jet skis for rent? Yang Xian watched the jet skis with obvious envy. Unfortunately, we don't. Besides wearing those outfits, it wouldn't be convenient for you to drive a jet ski anyway, True enough, Yang Xian resigned himself to the situation. Taking the somewhat grimy life jackets from the staff member, everyone couldn't help but show disgust. I say, big brother, don't you people ever wash these life jackets? They're quite dirty. Yang Xian snatched a tissue from Muyu's hand, and under her shocked gaze proceeded to wipe down Lan Nala's life jacket. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. We do wash them regularly. I think it's the tourists jumping into the water who wash them for you. Yang Xian couldn't help but retort. The staff member, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped aside. All right, I'll get you a fresh batch. Pick whichever ones you like. Reluctantly selecting the least dirty-looking ones and putting them on, the group boarded the boat. Originally, Yang Xian had wanted to captain the boat himself. After all, except for him, everyone else was a girl. Shouldn't he act the gentleman? But seeing Muyu's eager expression, he tentatively asked, would you like to take the helm? Really? Muyu widened her eyes at him. Oh, just go ahead and drive it if you want. What's the big deal? Yang Xian said nonchalantly as he helped Lan Nala step to the back seats. Yay! Muyu gleefully took the driver's seat and Luo Meng followed her to sit in the co-pilot position. This sightseeing boat was electric-powered within or on each side of the middle seats, functional for both rowing and motorized travel. Woohoo! Crew member Muyu awaiting orders. Yang Xian bent halfway over his arm, passing between Muyu and Luo Meng's heads, pointing his index finger toward the bow. Yes, sir, my captain. Muyu cooperated by straightening her expression, eyes fixed forward, sitting upright and proper. Full speed ahead. Destination, that large island to the east. Let's go. Aye. Lan Nala and Luo Meng. Muyu stomped the accelerator to the floor, the propeller beneath the hull spinning frantically. Whoa, the speed. Yang Xian was stunned. It was barely faster than walking. Sorry, captain, the gas pedals already floored. This is as fast as it goes, Muyu said helplessly. Forget it. I hereby dissolve the Black Pearl. Yang Xian waved his hand and leaned against the side of the boat, thoroughly unimpressed. There were quite a few tourist boats scattered across this stretch of lake. As the three girls grew chattier and chattier, Yang Xian found himself unable to get a word in edgewise, so he sat to the side, trailing his hand through the water, while idly counting at least 20 boats drifting on the lake's surface. It was lively, all right, but the scenic atmosphere had been thoroughly ruined. Hey, what's going on up there? Why are so many boats gathered around? Luo Meng, seated in the co-pilot seat, stared intently at the area about 200 meters to the right, where several boats had congregated. The group turned their gazes in the direction Luo Meng had indicated. Sure enough, those small boats clustered around were just like onlookers watching a spectacle. Muyu, quick. Full speed ahead. Yang Xian urgently urged Muyu on. Got it already floored. Soon Yang Xian's Black Pearl had arrived at the periphery of the spectacle. Leveraging her skillful driving, Muyu managed to squeeze into the #1 spot for prime viewing, earning a silent thumbs up from Yang Xian. The moment they pushed in, Yang Xian and the others heard a girl screaming at the top of her lungs. Luke, when are you even human? I've been home every day taking care of the kids and doing housework, and you actually had an affair with my best friend behind my back? Are you even human? On the scene of the incident, Yang Xian could see 2 couples, man and woman, on the boat. The angry tirade came from a woman in a pink tank top seated in the co-pilot position. She cursed the man beside her, while pointing accusingly at the woman in the back seat. Everyone, what do you mean the husband's affair partner is your own best friend, and they even sat on the same boat for a trip? Yang Xin and the others stared wide-eyed, not wanting to miss a single detail. The accused man kept his head bowed, utterly silent, his face filled with embarrassment. The woman cursed for a long while her husband and best friend must have had their ancestors' graves explode countless times from her scolding. When she finally started to tire, she turned around to look at the man beside her best friend in the back seat, her expression carrying a hint of puzzlement. Her eyes seemed to convey some anxiety as she asked, "No, Su Jiaxing, aren't you angry that your wife cheated on me with my husband?" The man called Su Jiaxing seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. Breaking from his earlier silent demeanor, he also erupted in anger. You people are truly shameless. Luquan, I treated you like a brother, yet you seduced my wife. You animal. The scolded man lowered his head even deeper. The surrounding onlookers all gazed at the driver with contempt. What a contemptible scoundrel! A voice drifted over from some boat. At this moment, something utterly unexpected by everyone occurred. The woman in the back seat suddenly exploded as well, directly thrusting one finger toward the woman in the co-pilot seat, her fingertip almost touching the other woman's face. You Fing Bi Wang Yanan, don't you Fing think I don't know about your Fing affair with my husband? Did you think you were hiding it well? Did you think I don't Fing know what you were Fing doing with my husband? Who the F do you think your Fing husband was F? The scene instantly fell into dead silence. The gathered onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reaching the pinnacle of astonishment. Everyone was desperately trying to parse the meaning of those words. 3 seconds later, they collectively erupted in an uproar. Yang Xian nearly passed out from shock. What do you mean my husband cheated on me and I cheated on him? The key is they're all the same couple. Fing hell, if you wanted a W swap, just say so. Mu Yu and Luo Ming also stared at them in shock, mouths half open, their pupils seemingly dilating as they watched. Lan Nala felt her worldview being shattered. It was all in Chinese, every character she recognized individually, but when put together, she couldn't understand a thing. On that boat, the man in the driver's seat froze for a moment, then snapped back to his senses. He stared at them with wide eyes, looking utterly incredulous. The man momentarily ignored why the woman in the back seat hadn't informed him about this earlier. Instead, he immediately launched a counterattack for a complete reversal. He slapped his wife across the face. You Fing Bi Wang Yanan, I work my off outside to provide for you and our son, and you Fing cheat on me with other men behind my back. What the F is wrong with you? And you Su Jiaxing I. Yang Xian hastily covered Lan Nala's ears. It was too filthy, way too filthy. The man was hurling such vulgarities that even his wife's attacks seemed mild by comparison. Not only did he use foul language, he actually resorted to physical violence. Luke, when I'm gonna Fing kill you. The woman in the co-pilot seat immediately went into full attack mode, raking her claws across the man's face, leaving bloody red welts. The couple in the back seat could no longer sit still and join the fray. The scene descended into complete chaos. Just then Yang Xian heard the sound of sirens approaching from outside. It turned out the rescue team had arrived. The gawking boats frantically made way, creating a passage for them. Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore. 2 staff members agilely leaped onto the boat. After exerting all their strength and taking a few punches, they barely managed to separate the 4 people. Yang Xian took a closer look. Good heavens, every single one of them was bruised and battered. When the staff learned what had happened, their initially stern expressions turned to shock. Such a thing should only exist in the underworld, it's rarely seen in the mortal realm. It was too scandalous. How could people be so bold as to engage in that swap business nowadays? Even the professional staff were dumbfounded. All right, disperse, everyone. What's there to see? Move along, move along. The staff who arrived later waved their hands, shooing away the onlookers. Mu Yu sailed the boat to a slightly farther spot, but the others still kept their eyes fixed on the scene of the commotion. Many shared the same thought. They simply moved their boats a bit farther, maintaining a visible distance. A man spoke into a walkie-talkie, and soon a jet ski towing an empty small boat approached. The staff separated the 2 couples onto 2 different boats, which slowly drifted away. Did I see that right? How is it that on one boat it's not the married couples, but the adulterous pair? Mu Yu cupped her hands into a telescope shape, staring fixedly, speaking with uncertainty. Yang Xian gave her a sidelong glance. Are you stupid? In this situation, if the married couples were on the same boat, do you want them to fight to the death? All this. That's incredible. What's incredible? The incredible part is. After a moment, Yang Xian suddenly reacted and asked Mu Yu, did you record all of that? Of course. Mu Yu grinned widely, patting the action camera on her chest. Damn, you're absolutely loaded now, I tell you. Your fans are lucky, Yang Xian said with envy. That's right. Thank goodness I turned it on early. Who would have thought I'd encounter such an incredible thing? Who would believe it if I told them? Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. Indeed, novels need to consider logic, but reality doesn't. Luo Ming nodded in agreement, feeling utterly astounded. As a mere mortal, she was momentarily overwhelmed. Is this the adult world? So terrifying. The silent Lan Nala finally spoke, still repeatedly, trying to process the meaning of what had just happened. See that? From now on, when you're looking for a partner, you must keep your eyes wide open, okay? Let your brother give you the once-over first. Absolutely no secret dating, got it? Yang Xian seized the opportunity to brainwash Lan Nala, spouting things like, "It's a serious mistake to date without your brother's approval first. Secretly dating behind the family's back is strictly forbidden," and even going so far as to say, "You must not speak to boys when you're alone." Muyu couldn't stand it anymore and teased Yang Xian, "I never thought you'd be such a sister-con, Yang Xian." Yang Xian, what is that supposed to mean? Of course I have to protect my little sister. There are so many bad men out there, and I only have one sister. I can't bear the thought of her being led astray. Oh come on brother, rest assured. I don't have any thoughts of dating right now. And if I ever do I'll tell you right away, okay? Seeing Lan Nala's earnest promise with the obedient look, Yang Xian finally felt relieved. So Yang Xian, are you a bad man? Muyu, sitting in front of Yang Xian, stared blankly ahead. Her knuckles whitened slightly as she gripped the steering wheel, a faint blush creeping up her ears as she spoke in a soft voice. Luo Meng turned her head, mechanically staring at Muyu's profile in slight shock. Could it be? How is that possible? What do you take me for? That's a given, bro. Women love bad men, you know, hee. The world only needs one bad guy, and that's me. Huh? Yang Xian didn't think much of it, as the two were used to teasing each other, and he assumed Muyu was just joking. Luo Meng, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Luo Meng felt that Yang Xian really knew how to kill the mood. The budding romance had just been snuffed out by his words. Couldn't she see Muyu, who was driving the boat, rolling her eyes like crazy? Oh, Yang Xian was sitting in the back and couldn't see. But why do I feel a little relieved, do I? The four of them spent the afternoon boating, visiting several nearby islands before returning to the main island. Damn, my butt's gone numb from sitting, Muyu said, vigorously rubbing her shapely rear as she got off the boat. Yang Xian, those words are flawed. Marking off some water areas, building a few docks, and setting up some broken boats, and they charge me $70. And the prices inside the scenic area are so high. I'm never coming here again. Muyu complained about the park. Besides islands and lakes, the most fun thing in the whole park was probably the suspension bridges between the islands. But it's not just that, it's $140 for adults, Yang Xian added quietly. Didn't they say there's fireworks tonight? Let's wait until evening, Luo Meng said calmly. She had been here as a child. Her parents used to take her traveling whenever they had free time, and she had visited almost all the famous places. So aside from the earlier scandal, she had been rather indifferent the whole trip. Yang Xian stretched his body, twisted left and right, circled his neck, and wiggled his hips. Everyone, Muyu subtly poked Lan Nala. Is your brother always this special? Huh, I guess. He's okay. Lan Nala hesitated. Yeah, that's right. He only goes crazy once in a while, Lan Nala confirmed. Oh, I see. Muyu's heart thumped wildly, and her eyes almost turned into hearts. This man is so interesting. I can't help it. I think I love him even more. Luo Meng, who had witnessed everything, was speechless. She shook her head in disbelief. Seriously, sis, he's just wiggling his waist and doing a little dance. Do you have to be so dramatic? You're practically drooling. Time reached 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun hovered at the edge of the distant mountains, casting a warm golden glow over the lake. The scattered islands formed deep and shallow silhouettes. The late summer lake breeze carried a hint of coolness, stirring fine ripples across the surface. The lake shimmered with broken gold, and the sky was tinged with a faint golden-orange glow. Dusk was falling. As evening approached, the number of tourists on the island gradually increased. After a full day of fun, Yang Xian pulled out his phone to check his step count. Wow, over 20,000 steps already. Walking back, the group suddenly caught a whiff of a fried aroma heavily laced with the smell of fish. Huh, where's that fried fish smell coming from? It smells so good, Yang Xian wondered, perking up. Having played all day, he was feeling a bit hungry. The scent had stirred his appetite, and he could feel his stomach acids churning. Yeah, we didn't smell it when we passed by here earlier, Muyu said, puzzled. I know this one. Lan Nala raised her little hand and explained, just now the wind was blowing from the east, so we were upwind and didn't smell anything. Now the wind is from the west, so we're downwind and can smell it. Awesome. As expected of a high school student, you figured it out right away. Unlike those two silly college students who still don't know how to calculate the area of an ellipse. Yang Xian stroked Lan Nala's smooth hair, then turned to mock Muyu and Luo Meng. The two. Muyu immediately refused to accept it, puffing out her chest. Who do you think you're looking down on? The area of an ellipse is easily calculated, isn't it? Isn't it pi? Pi. What was it? Muyu was stuck on pi, so she turned awkwardly and poked Luo Meng with her paw. Luo Meng, who had also been confidently raising her head, looked at Muyu in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes blinked and an embarrassed smile appeared on her face. Well, Muyu, you know my high school math and science were not good, otherwise I would have gotten into another school. Do you know? Muyu retorted to Yang Xian, her eyes full of distrust. I don't know. Who in their right mind studies math in college? Yang Xian raised his head proudly, completely ignoring the disdainful looks from the two. Puff, bro, you look so handsome, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Lan Nala couldn't hold it in and laughed. No choice, being handsome is a talent. Yang Xian looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, melancholic. Muyu angrily gave Yang Xian a light kick. The main island was not large, and after a short search they found a fried food stall by the lake set up with several four-cornered umbrellas and a canopy with several tables and chairs. Approaching, they could smell the strong barbecue aroma mixed in. Clearly the stall owner sold both fried food and barbecue. Yang Xian and the other three couldn't help quickening their pace. It was so fragrant they couldn't stand it. Boss, how much is your fried fish? Yang Xian squeezed through the crowd and asked the boss. The boss was so busy he didn't have time to look up and quickly replied in Mandarin with a local dialect accent: sunfish 40 yuan per catty, stickfish 50 yuan per catty, river shrimp 80 yuan per catty. This isn't that a bit expensive? Yang Xian scratched his head, slightly frowning, a bit doubtful. Hey young man, you don't know. These fish are all local, caught from the lake. Even raw fish at the local market isn't cheap, a middle-aged man also ordering nearby explained to Yang Xian. Alright, with so many people buying, the price probably wasn't unreasonable. Yang Xian thought for a moment, calculated the number of people, and said to the boss, then boss, give us 2 caddies of each, not the big ones. Sure thing, the stall owner signaled his wife, who was helping to weigh them quickly. That's 360 in total, I'll round it down to 350 for you, the woman said to Yang Xian with a simple smile. No rush, let me order some barbecue first. Don't just stand there, come and order. Order whatever you want, don't be polite, I'll cover it. Yang Xian turned around and waved to Mu Yu and the other two. Sure, I definitely won't be polite. Mu Yu trotted over happily upon hearing reimbursement. Although she knew Yang Xian would treat them, at least she had to give enough emotional value, right? She wasn't a freeloader. A tourist also ordering at the barbecue stall couldn't help but look at Yang Xian upon hearing such generous words, then looked at Luo Meng and the others approaching, finding them breathtakingly beautiful. He cursed in his heart, is this the life of the rich? The damn women are all gathered together, and they're all so young and beautiful. I hate the rich. After leaving the ordering to Mu Yu and the others, Yang Xian quickly grabbed an empty table, sat down, and sent messages to his parents and the others in the studio, asking them to come for dinner. Wow, Yang Xian, why are you so frugal tonight? Not having a big feast? Mei Chuan, sitting at the table, was eating skewers with one hand and scrolling through videos and private messages with the other. I've always been frugal, okay? A normal person doesn't eat a feast every day. I see you're eating quite happily. Alas, it feels like something's missing without King Crab. Mei Chuan shook his head, slightly regretful. Nice, once you become a blogger with 10 million fans, you can eat King Crab every day. Yang Xian took the opportunity to make him an empty promise. A boss who can't make empty promises isn't a good brother. Mei Chuan stared at Yang Xian with wide eyes and disbelief. 10 million fans. I'd be grateful to have 1 million. He pressed his palms together, praying to heaven for more favor. Several girls with low laughter thresholds were amused by his comical appearance. Oh, what's the big deal? Look at Mu Yu and Luo Meng, one has 700k fans, the other one 2 million. Isn't it easy? Leaving aside looks and talent, are you, Mei Chuan, worse than them? Yang Xian argued plausibly, and if you didn't listen carefully you might not notice he was talking nonsense. Mei Chuan looked at him in shock. Are you speaking human? Puffed. Even La Nala couldn't hold it in this time. Ahem. Yang Xian also felt he had said something a bit too stupid, so he changed the subject. How did the video I shot for you at noon turn out? Did you gain followers? Speaking of this, Mei Chuan perked up, even stopping eating. Beaming, he said, you've got the moves. In just one afternoon it broke 50k likes, over 2k comments, and still growing. And the comments are much more normal, now mostly people sending voice clips of their singing, and others replying with theirs. Yang Xian pressed his hand down to signal him to calm down, basic operation, don't be impressed. From now on just follow this abstract style. Also, aren't you fond of eating? You can totally start a mukbang. Just eat all kinds of weird foods. You can follow a mukbang streamer and eat whatever he eats. Copying is easy, right? Later you can even get food sponsorships to generate income. I've got it. Mei Chuan seemed to have his meridians opened, wisdom shining in his eyes. At this time Mu Yu, who had come to sit beside Yang Xian again, thought of something and turned to him. Yang Xian, your Douyin hasn't been updated for days. If you don't update, your fans will leave. If you're really lazy, just give me the account and I'll manage it for you. Yang Xian saw this. What a good deal. He was about to agree to Mu Yu when he thought of his hidden collection and likes list. Oh crap, he almost had his reputation destroyed. The videos he collected were not even something his best buddies could see, let alone a girl. Ahem, I'll work hard from now on, you don't need to worry about this. Yang Xian quickly grabbed a fish and started eating to cover his guilt. This fish is really flavorful. Mu Yu looked at Yang Xian's expression with suspicion. How strange, he actually refused such a good opportunity of her helping him shoot videos. Something felt off. Eat, why not eat? Isn't this fish soup fresh? Yang Xian turned the fish soup towards Mu Yu, signaling her to try. I'm allergic to fish soup, thanks. Yang Xian glanced at the pile of fish bones in front of Mu Yu, his eye twitching involuntarily. After the autumn equinox, dusk falls earlier and earlier. By the time the sky is completely dark, the moist lake breeze blowing gently carries a hint of coolness. The group ate barbecue and chatted, enjoying the caress of the lake breeze. Their words held not a trace of confusion about the future, only a love for the present. They looked forward to tomorrow's sunrise and clouds, cherished tonight's evening breeze, and joy, feeling utterly carefree. Yangxin, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could always be like this? Mu Yu pursed her lips, her expression slightly dreamy as she gazed at the Qianting Lake. Because there were many people and the table was small, her right leg was pressed tightly against Yangxin's left leg. A faint warmth emanated from the spot where their skin touched, quietly seeping through her skin and into her heart. Love was building, and she savored this moment. Yang Xin bumped her lightly with his left leg, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. What are you thinking? The good life has just begun. From now on it will only get better and more interesting every day. You'd better be right. Mu Yu bumped him back with the same force. In a place unnoticed by others, Yang Xin's mother rested her chin on her right hand, watching the scene with a knowing smile. Luo Ming, sitting to Mu Yu's left, stared at the repeating video on her phone with unfocused eyes. Feeling the playful movements from Mu Yu's side, her heart seemed to be pricked by a thin tube. Not painful, just a hollow sensation, as if something had been drawn away. Brothers, hurry up and arrange the fireworks. There's only about an hour until 8 o'clock. Hey, don't place these two too close together. What if they explode? A middle-aged man in a white shirt stood on a small island in the lake, his dark, sturdy arms directing workers to carry boxes of fireworks from the boat onto the shore, neatly stacking them on the island. Brother Chin, a fireworks show costs hundreds of thousands. How come the company leaders don't seem to care at all? A young porter set down a box of fireworks weighing dozens of Jean, panting heavily as he rested for a moment. He turned to the middle-aged man in the white shirt and asked curiously, "You're new, so it's normal that you don't understand. On the surface, this is a fireworks show organized by our scenic area, but actually it's the higher-ups who required us to hold it, saying it can attract tourists and boost the economy." The supervisor, called Brother Chin, also noticed that his young friend was a bit tired from carrying, so he patiently chatted with him to let him rest. Then why do the company leaders seem so willing? Hey, if the company had to pay for all the fireworks, the leaders would definitely be unhappy. So the higher-ups negotiated with them, and each side pays half. Besides, the fireworks town is right next door, so these fireworks are actually not that expensive, basically bought at cost price. Otherwise, would those shrewd leaders ever do a losing business? Brother Chin pursed his lips and patiently explained to him, "I never knew there was so much behind this." The young man suddenly realized, making a move to sit down and ask more questions. "You little rascal, always looking for a chance to slack off. Hurry up, finish moving, and we can rest." Brother Chin smacked him on the shoulder in annoyance, shooing him onto the boat, then jumped on himself to carry fireworks. "Burp, Yang Xin, you and your classmates keep eating. Your mother and I are going for a walk to digest." Yang Xin's father patted his stomach and turned to say to Yang Xin, "All right, watch your step in the dark, don't fall." Yang Xin nodded and advised. Yang Xin glanced at the table where quite a bit of food remained. The girls had all put down their chopsticks and stopped eating, leaving only Yang Xin and Mei Chuan to finish up. "Come on, little Chuan Chuan, give it your all and finish them off." Yang Xin was also struggling. The barbecue and fried food tasted great at first, but after eating too much they felt too greasy. Mei Chuan looked at the amount of food left and immediately refused. "What? How can I finish all this? Whoever ordered it should eat it. I've already finished what I ordered." Yang Xin grinned at Mu Yu and Luo Ming without saying a word. Mu Yu and Luo Ming. The two remained silent. If asked, they would say they didn't know. They were just tools who followed Yang Xin's instructions to order food for them. All right, if we can't finish it, we'll just pack it up for a midnight snack. That saves me some money," Yang Xin said indifferently. "Boss, pack it up." On the way, Yang Xin bought a huge camping picnic mat. The group found a grassy area facing the lake and laid it out. Since the mat was very large, everyone took off their shoes and lay or sat on it. The girls' feet, clad in silk or cotton socks, were particularly eye-catching. Especially with so many girls, Yang Xin felt that the men on the lawn were all subtly staring at them. Mu Yu was sitting right next to Yang Xin. Although he wasn't a foot fetishist, his eyes unconsciously drifted toward Luo Ming and Mu Yu's small feet. After all, if he could resist, that would he even be a normal man? If it were any of you handsome gentlemen reading this, you might have gone straight for it. Seeing that Mei Chuan's eyes were also subtly glancing at the girl's feet, Yang Xin's eyes twinkled with mischief, a sly smile uncontrollably forming on his lips. He suddenly spoke loudly. "Mei Chuan, how can you look at the girl's feet? I never thought you were that kind of person." The girls, what the heck? It could only be said that they were true brothers from the same dorm. In a thousandth of a second, Mei Chuan understood exactly what Yang Xin was accusing him of. Seeing the girl's curious looks, Mei Chuan was speechless, his face visibly reddening and steam practically rising from the top of his head. "Only the one who framed you knows how wronged you are." Seeing Mei Chuan's murderous glare, Yang Xin couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha! Now everyone knew Yang Xin was pranking Mei Chuan. Seeing Mei Chuan like that, the girls also covered their mouths and giggled. "Kill, kill, kill. Yang Xin, I'm taking you down with me." Mei Chuan howled as he charged at Yang Xin. Even at a time like this, he couldn't resist cracking a joke. No one else could do that. Sorry, I misunderstood you." Yang Xin quickly raised his hands in surrender and apologized. "I hate apologies after the fact. I'll kill, kill, kill again." Mei Chuan began his hunting spree, but Yang Xin kept hiding behind the girls. "Want to hit me? You'll have to hit the girls first. Can you handle that punch?" So Mei Chuan's hunt failed. Returning to their seats, Yang Xin suddenly noticed that Luo Ming and Mu Yu were wearing skirts today. He kindly reminded them, "Aren't you afraid of showing too much when you sit down in skirts?" The two girls' faces inexplicably reddened. Mu Yu gave Yang Xin a gentle glare and said, "We're wearing safety shorts." "Oh, safety shorts." Hearing this, Yang Xin felt a bit disappointed. Safety shorts are simply the worst invention ever. "No, what are you disappointed about, hey?" Mu Yu noticed Yang Xin's expression, feeling a mix of secret delight and shyness. So he wasn't that dense after all. "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I clearly was kindly reminding you." I'm at a loss. Good intentions are taken for ill intent. Yang looked at Mu Yu with disappointment, as if he couldn't believe she would think of him that way. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Mu Yu, get lost with your not what they used to be. With that, Mu Yu stopped paying attention to Yang and turned to whisper with Lan Nala. Yang Xian lay among the girls scrolling through his phone. A medley of fragrances wafted beneath his nose, and he mused that prolonged exposure might eventually marinate him in their scent. Time drifted past with the lake breeze gently caressing the shore. Before the fireworks display was set to begin, broadcast speakers erupted across the island. Dear valued guests, the fireworks show will commence in 5 minutes at the Eastern Lake District of the main island. Please find a suitable viewing spot and prepare accordingly. The announcement repeated 3 times. Truly excellent service. Repeating it thrice. This fireworks show is bound to be spectacular. Since the lawn where the group was lounging happened to be in the eastern part of the island, they saw no need to relocate. Finding the grass less than comfortable, Yang Xian headed to a nearby shop and rented 2 lounge chairs along with 2 cups of milk tea. Come, little sister. The lounge chair is much more comfortable, and here's some milk tea for you. Yang Xian positioned the chair beside Lan Nala before collapsing onto his own. Up here, bliss. Oh, okay. Lan Nala started to move over only to realize Yang Xian had apparently rented just 1 extra chair for her alone. This? Lan Nala scratched her head, glancing between Mu Yu and the others on one side and Yang Xian on the other. Don't worry, go ahead. We'll rent a couple ourselves and set up right next to you. Mu Yu caught on. Yang Xian was clearly only thinking of his sister. Though slightly miffed, she didn't make a fuss. Luo Meng similarly remarked, we'll just rent our own then. What a blatant siscon. Yang Xian, thoroughly enjoying his lounge chair, remained oblivious to the label being bestowed upon him. Why hadn't he rented one for everyone? Because the trip expenses were already coming out of his pocket. Small costs like this didn't need to be covered by him. He wasn't their caretaker. The travel expenses were already covered by him, so why should he also pay for such trivial things? He wasn't their nanny after all. Soon Mu Yu and Luo Meng each hauled over a lounge chair and settled beside Lan Nala and Yang Xian. Damn it, $50 for a single lounge chair. Yang Xian, I'm going to kick you to death. Lying on the chair, Mu Yu stretched out her small foot clad in white socks and gave Yang Xian a few kicks. Yang Xian simply rolled over, presenting his back to Mu Yu. Technician, your foot massage technique is indeed impressive, but the pressure's too light. Didn't we just have dinner? TCH. Mu Yu couldn't resist sitting up and delivering another punch. Oh, holy shit. Now that's what I call strength. Yang Xian cried out in delight. Luo Meng burst into laughter at the scene. Mu Yu, stop rewarding him like that. Mu Yu reluctantly withdrew her hand with a humph. Suddenly, a few delicate whooshing sounds pierced through the twilight, and several bright streaks shot upward from a small island in the east, soaring into the night sky. In an instant, a cluster of fireworks burst apart, gilded flames unfurling across the deep expanse of the heavens. The somber darkness of Thousand Pavilion Lake was instantly ignited. Shortly after, more fireworks ascended one after another into the night sky. They detonated endlessly. Crimson, gold, rosy red, pale violet, and silvery white blossoms layered upon one another, spreading across the heavens. Streaming light cascaded downward, and flickering sparks reflected upon the waters of Thousand Island Lake, rippling into shimmering patches of undulating light. The brilliant pyrotechnics rose and fell continuously, painting the night in dazzling radiance. The island where the fireworks were being launched lay merely 200 meters from Yang Xian and the others. From their vantage point, the fireworks seemed to dominate half the world. Every person and object on this island appeared transfixed, watching this grand spectacle together. Beneath the thunderous explosions of the fireworks, only occasional gasps and exclamations managed to reach their ears. Suddenly Mu Yu turned and called out to Yang Xian. Yang Xian. This fireworks show is really beautiful. When can you arrange one for me? What? I can't hear you. Say it again. Yang Xian's ears were overwhelmed by the explosions. He caught only the word beautiful, but nothing else clearly. Do you only listen to what you want to hear? Mu Yu sputtered helplessly. What? Yang Xian cupped his hand behind his ear and called out again, staring at Mu Yu. I said this fireworks show is really beautiful. Nildrelon. This time Yang Xian heard clearly and shot her an annoyed look, refusing to respond. What a ridiculous question. Of course fireworks costing several 100,000 yuan would be beautiful. Though he had to admit Mu Yu's qi and blood were remarkably robust. Shouting that many times without even a hint of breathlessness. Meanwhile, on the second-floor terrace beside the main island's restaurant, Yang Jianhua and Li Chunyu stood leaning into each other. Yang Jianhua's right hand rested on Li Chunyu's right shoulder while she leaned her entire weight against him. Wow, my wife is truly beautiful tonight, Yang Jianhua exclaimed. Whether he was praising the fireworks or Li Chunyu remained unclear. But Li Chunyu, who had been married to Yang Jianhua for half her life, knew her husband all too well. The moment she heard it, she knew he was teasing her. Getting on in years, and still so unserious, Li Chunyu chided, shyly pinching the flesh of Yang Jianhua's thigh with her fingers, though she applied no real force whatsoever. Come here, sweetheart, give me a kiss. Without waiting for Li Chunyu's reaction, he planted a thunderous kiss directly on her lips. Oh my, how embarrassing. Li Chunyu's face flushed crimson as she smacked Yang Jianhua's thigh hard, making him wince. Oh, what's that child doing down there? Curious, the flustered Li Chunyu peered down to see a figure on the small plaza below. A person dressed entirely in black hoodie and black face mask, was dancing gracefully in the center of the plaza, brandishing a tree branch in their hand, as if sword fighting. Even with a crowd gathered around them, people who would rather watch this than the fireworks, the dancer refused to back down. Yang Jianhua followed Li Chunyu's pointing finger and looked down, his eyelids twitching. The organizers hadn't mentioned any sword dancing performance, had they? That kid probably has something wrong upstairs, Yang Jianhua said, pointing at his own head with a grave expression. Beautiful things are always fleeting. Such expensive fireworks lasted merely a dozen minutes before their finale. All that remained was a wisp of smoke drifting eastward. In the darkness of night, numerous staff members in the surrounding waters hauled large nets to collect the drifting paper remnants. Fortunately, this was a joint fireworks display. Otherwise, the scenic area would have been fined into oblivion. Gone too soon. Muyu, remember to set off one of these for us when you get rich, Yang Xian said, leaning back on his lounge chair and raising an eyebrow at her with a playful smile. Muyu, you're absolutely putting the cart before the horse. What do you mean? Isn't it only natural for employees to spend money on their boss? Yang Xian tilted his head, demanding with complete confidence. 666. People like you, a capitalist among the people, should be hung high on a street lamp by the people. Muyu shot him another annoyed look. Today was definitely the day she'd rolled her eyes the most. There was no helping it. Yang Xian was just too infuriating, picking on no one but her. How annoying. Meh. No, by the way, how did your video shooting go today? Any results? Yang Xian asked the group with a composed expression. We did shoot some footage, but it still doesn't feel interesting enough, Zhao Zihui from the girls' dormitory replied, frowning and shaking her head. Mine will be edited after we get back to the hotel, Muyu said, putting away her playful demeanor. She knew what mattered most. I didn't get around to shooting any video, Luo Meng said, softly shaking her head. She'd been too busy enjoying herself with Yang Xian and the others to film anything. But Yang Xian didn't pressure her. Luo Meng was perhaps the most pressure-resistant person among them. This talent she possessed. If she was willing, she could simply stand there swaying her hips, and hordes of lustful men would come crawling from miles away. In the past, Luo Meng had merely filmed some transition videos with herself in frame and a few trending hand gesture dances, yet she already had a massive following. Her fan count had even surpassed 1 million. Such complex technique, paired with such simplicity, no skill required, all execution. It was absolutely maddening. Yang Xian turned his gaze to Mei Chuan. Just as Mei Chuan was about to speak, Yang Xian sighed, shook his head, and looked away. What's that supposed to mean? Do you look down on me? Mei Chuan's eyes widened in outrage as he glared at Yang Xian. It's nothing. Just keep playing. With your intelligence, failing to make something is only natural. No need to worry. When the time comes, I'll have a use for you. That works for me. Mei Chuan forgave Yang Xian in 0 seconds flat. If you all are lacking inspiration, you can brainstorm together and help each other out. It's not like you absolutely must film your own content. We still have a long holiday ahead, so it shouldn't be a problem. If anyone still hasn't reached their target by the end of the holiday, their travel expense reimbursement gets cut in half next time we go on a trip. The group answered in unison, received. Though Yang Xian was reluctant to pressure his classmates, the truth was undeniable. No pressure, no motivation. Besides, he'd already provided pretty generous benefits. If they still couldn't produce results under these conditions, then they'd simply have to be reassigned to supporting roles. The Yang family departed for home on the third day of the National Day holiday, since Lan Nala still needed to return for her school evening study sessions. One could only admire how the school kept its word, promising 3 days off but requiring everyone back by the third night, with not a single class to be missed. On the previous day, Yang Xian's family had spent another day wandering through Meiqing beside Qianing Lake. As for the others at the studio, Yang Xian had long since set them free, though Mother Yang felt somewhat regretful about it. Perhaps because Yang Xian was from the south and grew up in the water towns of southern China, she always felt that southern cities were basically all the same. The winters were damply cold, and the summers oppressively humid with rolling hills outnumbering flat plains. There were hardly any distinctive or delicious foods to speak of. The tourist spots were heavily commercialized, prices were exorbitant, and most attractions were merely modern architectural sites with little worth visiting. She truly couldn't understand what northerners hoped to find when they traveled south. It was nothing but cities upon cities, and if you weren't driving yourself, getting to the countryside was nearly impossible. If you wanted to experience the authentic southern water towns, you would find that most of the so-called water towns convenient for tourism were basically modernized and commercialized facelifts. The water itself was poorly managed, carrying the stench of a ditch. On the third day heading back, the highway traffic had thinned considerably, mostly clear sailing now. Those who had gone out for the holiday had already hit their jams in the first couple of days. The next congestion would not come until after the 5th, unless you counted those particular spots that could stay gridlocked throughout the entire break. They set off at 8 in the morning and arrived home around 4 in the afternoon. As soon as they got home, all 4 collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move. Who said traveling was not tiring? Unless someone could teleport, sitting on transportation for so long would drain both body and spirit. At Mother Yang's direction, Yang Xian ordered takeout from that hotel again, but this time mostly vegetarian dishes. The past 2 days of eating out had been too heavy. All rich meats and fried or barbecued items. She needed something light with vegetables to cleanse her palate. To be fair, Yang Xian had just realized how professional the property management of this villa community was. All takeout orders were routed through the community's delivery personnel, maximizing privacy and security. Her mother no longer needed to worry about her getting into arguments with delivery drivers and being blocked at the door. While eating and scrolling through her phone, Yang Xian noticed the messaging app icon suddenly flicker. Wait, why have you not logged in for so many days, bro? Something happened. It turned out her high school classmate Su Xiangpei was looking for Yang Xian to play games. They had been teammates since freshman year of high school, playing King of Glory back then both King of Glory and Battlefield in college freshman year, and by sophomore year, they had only played Delta Force, successfully quitting all other games. Oh, come on, can you not wish me well? I have just been busy these past few days and have not logged in much. What? Just these few days? I checked your match history. You have only played over 20 games this month, less than one per day on average. Are you playing health-conscious games? Yang Xian, honestly, I have been a bit busy lately. Too many beautiful women around, and I cannot keep up with them all, plus buying supercars and villas takes up so much time. But I should be free from now on. Yang Xian confessed truthfully, though sometimes telling the truth did not mean anyone would believe it. Oh please, if you are going to dream properly. Beautiful women, supercars, villas. Why do you not say you bought a private jet too? Su Xiangpei looked at Yang Xian's message with disdain, having heard these words countless times before. If it were actually true, he would sell the African star right then and there, the one he had spent hundreds of hours grinding in his warehouse to obtain. Yang Xian smiled without explaining. Playing the part required naturalness, of forcing it in someone's face would be pointless. The whole point was the moment of exposure. Alright, I am back online now. After this meal, I will head to the internet cafe and log in. Tonight, I am going to dominate in Space Station. Having not played for several days, the thought of it now made his hands itch uncontrollably. He could not wait to wield some firearms in-game, consume some injection items, perform some jump maneuvers, release some golden eggs, and beat up some rats. You are letting me ride in luxury, bro. Waiting for you at the second floor dance tonight. After finishing the meal, when it was time to take Lan Nala to school, Yang Xian got into the driver's car with her. Lan Nala felt a bit touched, thinking Yang Xian had specially sent her to school. Bro, I am heading out. Lan Nala sat in the car and looked back, giving Yang Xian a sweet smile. Yeah, go ahead, study hard. If anyone bullies you, make sure to tell me. Yang Xian patted her head again. Honestly, his sister's hair was just too pleasant to stroke. Once Lan Nala had walked far enough away, Yang Xian immediately turned to the driver and said, Lao Kwai, navigate to Inha Internet Cafe. Got it. During the summer vacation, Yang Xian had recharged 2,000 at this internet cafe and received 3,000 as a bonus, leaving over 4,000 balance on his account. It would be a waste not to play. He chose a deluxe private room at 30 per hour. Expensive, but you got what you paid for. The equipment and environment were top-notch. Most importantly, the ventilation was excellent, keeping the smoke smell minimal, so he would not feel dizzy even after playing for hours. Hurry up. Yang Xian sent a message to remind Su Xiangpei. Coming. After pulling Su Xiangpei into the squad, the two began configuring their weapons. It has been too long since I last played, so let me just warm up with some basic gear first, Yang Xian said. He switched to AK-416 with excellent price-performance ratio, equipped with a 2x scope, good for both long-range engagements and close-quarters combat. The golden bullets were particularly affordable at just 4,000 Havoc coins per shot. He also equipped a level 4 armor set. Wait, were you not supposed to dominate the space station? Why are you running around with just a knife? Cut the crap, I already said I am just warming up. Once I get heated, I will naturally equip the full Lu Tao loadout. Wow, you really know your limits, bro. But we are short a player. Do you have any friends? Yang Xian scrolled through his friend list, but could not see anyone available at the moment, so he said dismissively, what is there to be afraid of? We are the top secret twin stars, are we scared of this? 2 characters for Europe and America, 1 character for the madman. I am king of the space station base, alright. Haha, NBMB boss, carry me. Su Xiangpei enthusiastically agreed, and praised, since this was not the 100th time playing with Yang Xian. He knew exactly what Yang Xian's skill level was. Click to start match, instant matchmaking successful. Just like I said, let us go straight in, with 2 Weilong characters, max out the luxury. Either way, the gear is not expensive. Small loss if we lose, big profit if we win, Yang Xian said into the microphone on the character selection screen. Okay, following you, bro, Su Xiangpei agreed readily. This game, they had long since passed the stage where everything was about Havoc coins. Now it was barely half about coins, mostly just about the thrill. Oh, respawning at Air Yuan. We do not have any smoke grenades, how are we getting through? Su Xiangpei looked at the respawn location on the map, saying with slight hesitation. This respawn point could be considered the most dangerous on the entire map, or rather the fastest route to the core area. If there were enemies at Zhongkong Lauda or Lauer respawns, they could all pull triggers. If they managed to pass the checkpoint and still wanted to be greedy at the CEO location, they might face enemies coming from the launch area and the bridge at Lausanne. At that moment, a massive chaotic battle at the black market would directly erupt. Of course, this was under normal match conditions. If they matched with players who camped at choke points and blocked ascension routes, it would be a completely different scenario. No worries, just drive through and throw C4 directly. Pay attention to positioning. The faster we go, the more timing opportunities we get, bro. Starting the first match at such an intense location, the fierce battle intent in Yang Xian's eyes was burning brightly. Yang Xian quickly started the vehicle, and the two climbed the air yuan pipeline at maximum speed. Go go go, Yang Xian shouted loudly. Immediately, they threw C4 to speed up. When they reached the last third of the pipeline, both their screens dimmed slightly at the edges, the warning that bullets were passing by their characters. Holy crap, I feel like both Lao Da and Zhongkong are shooting at me. Su Xiangpei was startled, his whole body trembling. Watch your positioning. Use the dragon walk technique. Yang Xian constantly switched between the Z key and sprint key, his game character alternating between running and crawling while the sound of bullets whizzing past his ears never stopped. Perhaps heaven could not bear for them to speed through the game in just over 10 seconds on their first match, as bullets from both sides failed to take down the duo. Reaching the final stretch, both leapt over the wall. Holy crap, my armor is completely shattered, haha. Su Xiangpei opened the mission panel and saw his health bar and armor values all depleted, laughing in frustration. They had lost over 300,000 right from the start. 666, same here, damn it, if they cannot kill me, it is my turn to kill them now. Yang Xian did not even heal or repair his armor, directly setting up an angle below the blue room ramp. At this timing, he could catch anyone using the zip line from Zhongkong. 222. Holy crap, looks like level 6 gear. My golden bullets will not be wasted. Holding down the left mouse button without releasing, Yang Xian successfully fired a full magazine of golden bullets, shattering the armor of the two Zhongkong players. He spat fiercely, if you cannot kill me now, it is my turn to wreck you. Yang Xian, don't delay. Lao San has opened the bridge, Su Xiangpei urged Yang Xian. He hadn't expected that there would be someone in Lao San's team. If Lao San fired, they would almost certainly come to the black market. If he and Yang Xian charged recklessly, they would definitely clash with Lao San's team. Since it's open, forget it. Let's rest in the blue room. Damn, my helmet is completely shattered. It'll take over 20 seconds to repair. While walking, Yang Xian began repairing his armor. Thankfully, he had brought a spare armor bag. Although a level 4 armor was like paper against the top-tier golden bullets in the secret area, it was better than nothing and could still fend off the super aggressive bots. From the intensity of the start, it was clear this was destined to be an aggressive round, though one or two teams might be of the CS style. This tense and thrilling match deeply fascinated Yang Xian. Having just restored their status to full, the two began gathering information. Apart from glancing at the card reading points, they dared not search any supplies, fearing they might be caught unaware. After all, with only 2 people, the margin for error was too small. If one died, the other would have to fight 3 alone, and for 2 scrappy players like them, the survival rate was basically 0. Luna Red Wolf Weilong, holy shit. Not good, Yang Xian. The central control team seems to be heading our way. Su Xiangpei, who was gathering information behind the side stair glass, saw the team that Yang Xian had just shattered the armor of moving toward the blue room while repairing their armor. One of the Red Wolves who was repairing his armor swayed slightly left and right towards Su Xiangbai, signaling that he had seen him. Yes, I feel like Lao Da's team is also following us. But that's not right. If they were tailing us, they should be engaging the central control team by now. Yang Xian was puzzled by Lao Da's team's intentions. Unless they want to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Right, they must be waiting for us and the central control team to weaken each other before swooping in to clean up. Yang Xian was increasingly certain of his guess. After all, in the space base, there were never-ending teams and never-ending fights. So what's the plan? Do we still fight this central control team? Holy shit, who's afraid of who? Should I avoid their edge? The word cowardice did not exist in Yang Xian's dictionary, even though the optimal move now would be to hide in the centrifuge or the garden. Anyway, our gear is trash. We'll defend the blue room to the death. Yang Xian declared with unwavering determination, his eyes filled with resolve. They had come to the secret space for a fierce fight, so they didn't expect to make it out alive anyway. Little did they know the two had forgotten the difficulty of holding a position with assault characters like Weilong. At this moment, Lao Da's team, positioned on the second floor, saw the central control team charging into the blue room with loud footsteps. So they hesitated no longer, slowly crossing the pipes and hiding collectively behind the containers opposite the second floor, waiting for the fight inside the blue room to begin before rushing in. Is this central control team brain dead? They know Lao Da is tailing them, yet they still come to fight us. Are they that confident? Su Xiangpei was puzzled. Wasn't it just that Yang Xian had sprayed a magazine at them? And he didn't even kill them. Besides, they were the ones who shot first. A team that picks this composition must be here for an aggressive fight. If we shattered their armor, they'd definitely come for us. Haha, this is the kind of match I love. Battle, yeah. Yang Xian laughed heartily. As the footsteps drew closer, both of their hearts pounded wildly. If there were a heart rate monitor, the numbers would definitely be approaching 170. Damn, they don't even treat us as human, just rushing over with loud footsteps. Su Xiangpei was also angered by the loud footsteps coming from the side stairs and downstairs. The enemy was underestimating them, not even bothering to muffle their steps. No shit, they know we're only 2. 3 against 2, the advantage is theirs, bro. Soon the enemy from the side stairs arrived, directly opening the second floor door. Without seeing anyone, a series of hand cannons shot in to clear the spot. Looks like only one Red Wolf outside, Su Xiangpei warned. Yeah, there are 2 footsteps downstairs. Su Xiangpei stood behind the door of the small room at the second floor stairwell, facing the second floor entrance. Yang Xian stood on the other side behind 2 stacked crates, aiming directly at the door. Before the map update, the blue room only had 2 ways to reach the second floor, the stairs and the second floor entrance. To be honest, Yang Xin didn't want him to stand inside that room. If the enemy trio rushed the point together, he would be doomed. The red wolf at the door was constantly peeking to gather information on where they were hiding. But before he could peek twice, Yang Xin didn't indulge him. He fired a preemptive spray of golden bullets, shattering the red wolf's 6-head helmet and draining a quarter of his health. The red wolf quickly closed the door to heal and repair his armor. Hearing the 2 enemies downstairs approaching, Yang Xin decided to turn the tables. He walked to the door, opened it, and used a dash jet to rush out. The red wolf made a misjudgment, not healing or repairing on the side stairs, but instead doing so on the steps below the door. Yang Xin, with a stylish jet-assisted turn and aim, caught the red wolf completely off guard and took him down instantly. Now Luna and Weilong, positioned on the half floor of the blue room, stopped clearing the area and rushed straight up with loud footsteps. Luna shot an electric arrow upward to avoid being directly aimed at. Weilong walked to the glass above the stairs and stared at Mei Chuan through the glass. Mei Chuan, for some reason, maybe a brain fart, switched to Crouching Tiger and fired it down the stairs. But the Crouching Tiger explosion had a delay, and after firing there was a recovery animation. This forced Luna behind to be unable to rush up immediately. Meanwhile, the Weilong above took advantage of Su Xiangpei's recovery animation to rush out and dropped him with half a magazine. Yang Xin wore an expression of "I knew it." He made a decisive move, grabbed the red wolf's gun, and used another dash to run into the garden and hide. Ah, damn it. I totally forgot about the recovery animation. He caught the timing shit. Su Xiangpei impotently pounded the computer desk. I told you not to hide in that direct line of sight, but you just wouldn't listen. Yang Xin taunted in the voice channel, not hiding his irritation. I think I can still be saved. What do you think? Is there a chance? Su Xiangpei turned into a persuader, urging Yang Xin to come back and fight to rescue him. I don't think so. Can't you hear the detection arrow from the second floor team already shot over? Yang Xin was now hiding in the grass, praying that the central control team wouldn't find him, waiting for the second floor team to clash with them, so he could return and catch them off guard. This was tactical hiding. At the same time, Yang Xin heard thumping footsteps from the president's office above the garden. Without a doubt, it was Lao San's team feasting on supplies. He was just curious about the remaining 2 or 3 teams. Where were they and why so quiet? As everyone knew, the space base usually spawned 6 to 7 teams totaling around 18 players. Including them, 4 teams had been revealed, leaving 2 or 3 teams still silent. Holy shit, intense. What do you think about us sneaking over now? No, wait, what about me sneaking over now? Hearing the continuous gunfire and explosive sounds from the blue room, Yang Xion's heart, which had just calmed, began to stir again. I think it's okay. Go ahead, turn the tables and take them down and save me while you're at it. Okay, then I'm not going. Hearing that, Yang Xion decisively gave up the idea of sneaking up. Su Xiangpei. The gunfire in the blue room gradually died down, replaced by the beeping sounds of healing and reviving. It seemed the battle was decided. At that moment, Yang Xion clearly heard another set of footsteps from the connection between the blue room and the black room. Thinking about the still present footsteps from the president's office, the 2 exclaimed in unison, "Holy shit, there's another top player." After opening the bridge, the Prisoner 3 team had originally been heading straight for the CEO's office in the black room, but upon reaching the executive corridor, they heard footsteps from the opposite side as well. Realizing the blue room was occupied, the Prisoner 3 team, to avoid getting caught in a fight with the opposing team, while being arbitrated by Yang Xion and his crew, chose to cower in the black room. I was wondering why the footsteps in the black room never stopped. I thought it was just bots. Yang Xion now understood. It seemed the team currently at the CEO's office must be the one that revived at the west gate. So what about the team in the dormitory? Yang Xion, feeling a hunch, looked toward the executive corridor on the buoyancy room side. Sure enough, through the glass of the corridor, he spotted the dormitory team sneaking toward the CEO's office. Silverwing Viper Trenchcoat 666. Truly a space stage where money talks. Team after team, who can even finish them all? Su Xiangpei's voice echoed through the microphone. Okay, it's clear now. Besides maybe a solo player, everyone's here. Now we just wait for the black room and blue room to fight, then the CEO's team comes to mediate, then the dormitory team mediates, and finally I step in to clean up. Perfect. Before the game had even been running for 5 minutes, Yang Xion was already fantasizing about eliminating the last battered team and enjoying a sweet 10 million extraction. However, the subsequent events didn't follow Yang Xion's plan. The CEO's team, consisting of Shepard, Bit, and Luna, upon hearing faint footsteps from the buoyancy side, decisively abandoned the idea of mediating in the blue room and instead guarded the CEO's office. What surprised Yang Xion even more was that the dormitory team chose to lock horns with the CEO's team at the entrance, endlessly tossing their items. Good grief, everyone in this round is here for a fighting thrill, huh? Yang Xion hadn't seen such an American-style space game in a long time. No sneaky campers, only bloodthirsty warriors. But the CEO's office wasn't so easy to take. Despite the lively battle, as long as both teams didn't rush recklessly, it was hard to decide a winner without anyone falling. The team connecting the blue and black rooms, upon hearing the sound of healing from upstairs, abandoned all pretense of stealth and rushed at full speed. With the noise too chaotic, plus the constant rumbling from the two teams above like renovation, Yang Xin couldn't discern the composition of the Black Room team. In the Blue Room's second floor, team Luna, while healing a teammate, also heard heavy footsteps from downstairs. She quickly asked Swift Wind to help hold the position and delay as the healing time was 20 seconds and only 10 had passed. If this teammate couldn't be revived, then their two-man battered squad in poor condition facing a full three-man team would have a winning chance akin to a miracle. The only hope was that Swift Wind could hold out. Fortunately, Swift Wind's lightning strike was almost ready, and after stalling for a while they successfully allowed Luna to revive the teammate Red Wolf. But unexpectedly, just a second or two after the lightning strike ended the team downstairs like a sudden surge, with the female medic using a smoke screen, and then her ultimate reported hitting one person, then the three synchronously jumped and rammed, successfully killing the hit Swift Wind. The remaining Red Wolf and Luna could only cower behind the door under the core of the Blue Room, barely holding on with their items. Now Yang Xin faced only two paths: either wait for the blue and black teams to fight until only one remained, then go out and take on the strongest team, or stay put and wait for the winner of those two teams to heal up and then take on the CEO's two teams. But there was a problem. What if the winner, satisfied, decided not to fight and fled through Ascension? Yang Xin didn't think he could stop a full team. Looks like I have to fight first, then after winning I can take the Ascension and escape. Yang Xin decided to wait for the blue and black teams to finish, then he would challenge the strongest team. Moving slowly in a crouch, making as little noise as possible, he crept toward the side ladder. Halfway there, the Black Room team couldn't hold back anymore. When the opponent's skills were mostly spent, the female medic threw a blinding smoke screen, covering Red Wolf behind the crate on the left side of the door. Then the three jumped and rammed again, charging at Luna above the door's right side. Luna, before dying, fired her last lightning arrow, which hit Viper, illuminating the three figures. Red Wolf, trapped in the smoke, saw the exposed trio and shredded Viper with a burst. After finishing Luna, the remaining Goo and Red Wolf, after Red Wolf shot through the smoke to kill Viper, turned back and, relying on their memory of the map, laid down suppressive fire near the crate. The opposing Red Wolf, clearly greedy, didn't immediately retreat behind the crate after the kill and was headshot by Goo. Okay, the tables have turned, brother. Hearing the screams of Viper and Red Wolf and the beeping of the female medic, Yang Xin no longer concealed himself. He pressed X to switch to the tiger crouch, aimed at the door inside, and fired. Take this electric cannon. The tiger crouch precisely hit the doorframe, ricocheted, and landed exactly between Goo and Red Wolf. Red Wolf, who was healing, and the female medic, who was reviving, seemed completely unprepared for a tiger crouch shot. In half a second, they couldn't maneuver their characters away. Down. Hearing the character shout that word, Yang Xin, with his tiger crouch-controlled mind and jet-propelled instincts, dashed over. He saw the female medic and Red Wolf on the ground, trying to slowly get up. Yang Xin effortlessly landed 3 headshots on each, sending them back to the Special Operations Office. Got it. Ha ha ha. Holy crap, 9 packs. Su Xiangpei, can you see from heaven? 9 packs. I'm gonna feast like a boss. Ha ha ha. I'm going to devour the turtle pack. Mine. 1,000,000 M7. Mine. Fully modded giant wave. Mine. 1,000,000 plus Ada. Mine. The entire room echoed with Yang Xion's maniacal, greedy laughter. It took a full 7 or 8 minutes just to optimize the loot, bringing the total value to over 5 million. Since he had carried so much, even after using a weight load injection, he still showed a red heavyweight status, unable to move. Yang Xion had no choice but to scrap one gun and only take its expensive attachments. As the saying goes, the more you eat, the faster your heart beats. Yang Xion felt his heart rate was about to break 180, pounding incessantly. Then Su Xiangpei's unhurried voice came through the internet without a trace of envy or jealousy. So the question is, how are you going to extract? As everyone knows, in top secret space, killing isn't hard, extracting is. Killing and then extracting is even harder. Of course I'll take the Ascension. Yang Xion didn't understand why Su Xiangpei asked that. Pulling the switch was impossible. He couldn't be sure the solo player who hadn't been seen was lurking in the centrifuge room. Ditching the bag and extracting was also out of the question. Why would he throw away all the guns in his big red bag? The CEO's office has been silent for a few minutes now. Guess where they are? And that solo player, can you be sure he's dead? Su Xiangpei's well-intentioned reminder sounded to Yang Xion like a death warrant. He glanced at the remaining time, 13 minutes. Suddenly a fighter jet flew past with a whoosh. Someone had activated the Ascension. Damn, my Ascension got stolen. Yang Xion's heart sank. The Ascension being stolen meant the two CEO teams had likely decided a winner, and the triumphant team was enjoying their loot and preparing to escape via Ascension. Now only 2 options remained. Man, this game is full of endless choices. 1. Don't be greedy, just ditch the bag and extract. 2. Go big, bet that no one is camping the switch and pull it to extract. Time ticked by. Yang Xion checked every spot before moving. Soon 5 minutes passed, leaving 7 minutes of game time. The team that took the Ascension would be extracting soon, with 2 minutes left for Yang Xion to pull the switch. Damn, why did I have to play Delta Force? Must pull the lever and extract. Yang Xion hid his backpack and chest rig in a concealed spot, then slowly crept into the centrifuge room with a gun in hand. After carefully checking every corner, he successfully cleared most of the potential ambush points inside the centrifuge chamber. Perfect. Looks like that solo player got killed by some team. I'm gonna feast big time, baby. Yang Xian cackled maniacally. Fuck. I can't accept this. Someone save me, damn it. Su Xiangpei wailed into the microphone. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, one could tell how delighted Yang Xian was. Meanwhile, Su Xiangpei hadn't even gotten to taste a single fragrant fried rice before being sent back to the dispatch office. It was utterly unbearable. Though I'm about to pull the lever. Yang Xian timed it perfectly, walking to the extraction point with just over 5 minutes left and pulling the lever. The most nerve-wracking moment arrived. During the extraction animation, the game character performed a 2 to 3 second sequence where the player couldn't control the character, but could be shot by enemies. The most vulnerable state. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Yang Xian prayed to the heavens while watching the extraction animation, but clearly the heavens weren't on his side. A sniper rifle shot rang out. The screen dimmed, then the game character let out a cry of agony. And the screen went completely black. Bang! Yang Xian jolted violently, his thigh hitting the underside of the desk, nearly giving him a heart attack. Damn! Yang Xian's mouth erupted with a stream of profanity. Oh, what a pity, such a pity. That was practically a multi-million-dollar extraction, like crafting an African star by hand. Never thought there'd still be a camper waiting. Su Xiangpei's face in front of the monitor was almost splitting from laughter, but his tone feigned sympathy. Fuck. That bastard was camping at the container, near the buoy, waiting for the extraction. How the hell was I supposed to defend against that? After watching the replay, Yang Xian felt utterly frustrated. He had cleared the indoors, but outdoors, without Luna's detection arrow. How could he possibly clear everything? Staring at the 4 big red characters, extraction failed. On the screen, Yang Xian took a deep, painful breath. Sigh. No way around it. Game designers. Look at the game you made. Not knowing where to vent his anger, blaming the game designers was always the right move. Blame the designers for bugs, for cheaters, for losing gunfights, for bad teammates, for low drop rates, for overpowered bots, for getting killed by sharks, for constipation, for loss of appetite, for not having a girlfriend. In short, it was never his own fault. To live long, you sometimes need to pressure others more and yourself less. Odd happens. Not the first time you've been looted after a full haul. Get used to it. Su Xiangpei comforted Yang Xian cheerfully. Although Yang Xian had over 1 million in gold bullets stuffed in his pockets, it wasn't that absurd. He could accept it. Fuck. I'm going in with tier 6 gear. Tonight, every shark in the spaceport is going to die. Yang Xian's rage and arrogance multiplied by 999. Tier 6 armor and AWM, a fully modded wave, 5 stacks of gold bullets, and half a stack of Magnum 2 red armor repairs, plus 1 red helmet repair, a chest rig filled with 20 slots of stims, nearly 5 to 6 million in gear value. A full streamer loadout. On the other side, Su Xiangpei had a similar loadout. So still no teammates. Su Xiangpei felt a bit reluctant. With just 2 people, their margin for error was too small. If one of them went down, that multi-million tier 6 gear set was basically a gift for the enemy. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, you know. If we match with a random teammate who runs knife only, or some scumbag who steals loot and extracts early, it's just pure frustration. The random matchmaking environment in Delta Force was terrible. Too many players would act like animals for half coins. So Yang Xian and his friend avoided random teams whenever possible. Even if they got killed by a full squad, it was better than being sabotaged by teammates. Still 2 assault positions, but this round Su Xiangpei chose Red Wolf with smoke grenades while Yang Xian stuck with his usual Wyvern. Game loading. Damn, are you in again? Su Xiangpei saw their spawn point on the map was still "Are you in?" and his eye twitched. If they were unlucky crossing the point, they'd lose their helmet and armor. Even if they didn't get destroyed, repairing that tier 6 gear would cost nearly 1 million right off the bat. 666, change of plans. We're not opening the card, we're counter-pushing central control. Since they chose to go all out, they'd go all the way. Opening the card and crossing "Are you in?" was too cowardly. Real men directly counter-engage at the start. Okay. It was no wonder Su Xiangpei and Yang Xian got along so well. They always stepped up when it mattered. There was a saying in the spaceport, chaos is determined by your UN. If the UN team crossed the point, teams from the prison area would usually follow them into the core zone. Meanwhile, Central Control would also enter the core zone to fight for the VIP room. If the West Gate didn't open, teams from the dormitory and West Gate spawn would likely tail the Central Control team into the core zone. But what if the UN team counterattacked Central Control at the start? That would trigger a chain reaction. The 2 or 3 teams in the prison area. Central Control is fighting so fiercely. Let's take a look. The 2 teams from the dormitory and West Gate. Central Control is fighting so fiercely. Let me try to third party. The team from the launch zone, holy shit. Free feast. Basically anyone with even a shred of combat desire would be tempted to come over. After all, who could resist the temptation of a third-party fight? If the launch zone had no players or rats, almost everyone on the map would rush to Central Control to fight. The rule was simple, the winner gets to eat the core zone. The 2 landed and immediately switched to knives, sprinting towards Central Control. Without using stims or painkillers, it was easy for a UN to flank Central Control. And now Central Control was used to shooting at a UN. Unless they encountered an unusually aggressive UN team, normal players wouldn't counter-push Central Control from UN. Yang Xian, coincidentally, I'm not normal. The Central Control team clearly had a habitual mindset. The moment they came out they aimed at the yuan pipes, completely unaware that 2 sniper rifles were already trained on them. Bang! Bang! 2 shots from the AWM rang out. Magnum bullets worth over 2 RMB each tore into the Red Wolf and Wyvern that had just emerged from central control, instantly putting them to sleep. Nice. There was still one more player who hadn't come out, probably busy looting. Yang Xian and Su Xiangpei both dashed forward. Don't loot yet, watch out for the prison area. They calculated the time. The prison team should be coming soon if there was anyone there. Sure enough, as Yang Xian turned to look towards the prison area, 2 bright scopes were aimed directly at them. Snipers with high magnification scopes were already zeroing in. Whoosh! A sniper shot whizzed past Yang Xian's scalp. I missed. Come play with me, I'll give you a coin. Yang Xian quickly ducked behind a blue car. He found a good angle, peeked a few times, aimed, and sent a magnum round their way. Unfortunately, he also missed. Bang! Su Xiangpei also fired a magnum round, blood blossoming on the opposing Luna's body, but it hit her arm. She didn't die. 2 more AWM shots rang out from the enemy. Yang Xian, still behind the blue car, had committed the sin of sloth. He didn't reposition after shooting and kept peeking from the same spot. The prison team caught the opportunity and sent a magnum round that put Yang Xian to sleep. Holy shit. Pure Jiahao eliminated. Shoot me, I'm gay 1. My bad. It's on you now. Yang Xian was full of regret. He should have pulled back after shooting, not kept peeking. Now he was basically useless. 666, then what's the point? I think I hear footsteps behind me. The dormitory team is here. Su Xiangpei hid in a small room on the first floor of the central control building, afraid to peek. Never mind, let me strip the AWM's ammo first. I feel like I'm gonna die, bro. I believe in you. We're wearing tier 6, what are you afraid of? Except for the AWM, no gun can one-shot you. Yang Xian tried to boost morale, still hoping Su Xiangpei could save him. Wait, someone's nearby. Su Xiangpei clearly heard muffled footsteps just 1 wall away inside central control. It must be the last guy from the central control team. Just jump out and take him. If he's hiding, he's probably a noob, Yang Xian said. Makes sense. After pinpointing the exact direction of the footsteps, Su Xiangpei controlled his character sliding and jumping, a warrior's leap, and burst out. Where is he? Su Xiangpei was baffled. He didn't see anyone the moment he jumped. Then a burst of gunfire erupted from a corner of the sofa, spraying bullets at the airborne Su Xiangpei. Warrior's leap, warrior's nap. The 2 spaceport masters had once again speedrun the spaceport in under 3 minutes. The game voice chat fell silent for a moment. Alas, if it comes to that, I'll have to find a teammate. The game was unforgiving and Yang Xian let out a sigh. They couldn't even make it past the first stage before falling. Looks like tonight's a tough one. I can't keep playing with one hand, can I? Su Xiangpei bragged, as if the person who got killed without even seeing the enemy wasn't him. Fortunately, Yang Xian had made plenty of 6-piece sets on his phone, so, without a word, he geared up again with a full set of Lu Tao's equipment. Go! He clicked the matchmaking button and instantly got paired again. Yang Xian chose Luna, Su Xiangpei stuck with his Red Wolf, and the random teammate picked Wayland. Looks like this random is also here for a full assault, Yang Xian said cheerfully, finally not being dragged down by a random teammate. He was ready to clear the map. 3 against 3, the odds were in their favor. But fantasies were beautiful while reality was harsh. This round they spawned in Prison 3 and without hesitation chose to open the bridge and cross the point. However, just as they reached the middle of the bridge, they were ambushed by 3 teams. The launch zone and Old 2 were both occupied by live players, and the team from Air Yuan had also climbed onto the box slope of the blue room to shoot at them, making them scream in agony. The microphone was filled with cries of no, no. A truly miserable scene worthy of a film set. Unsurprisingly, within the first minute of the match, Yang Xian and Su Xiangpei were sent straight to the Special Ops Department, setting a new record for today's speedrun. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't extract even once today. Yang Xian slammed the table, sending the mouse flying. The expression on his face was no longer anger, but defiance. After quickly gearing up, Yang Xian clicked the start button for the 4th round. The 5th, the 6th, the 11th. A dozen minutes later, Yang Xian and Su Xiangpei stared at the words "extraction failed" on the screen, falling into silence. This game sure is fun, ha. There was no way around it. 11 consecutive failed extractions with a loss of over 30 million in battle value. Anyone would be both furious and amused. I'm done, I'm spent, bro. I've only got 2 million Hafu coins left. Su Xiangpei looked at the tens of millions of Hafu coins he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days, now squandered in just a few hours, and nearly burst into tears. Yang Xian picked up his phone to check the time. Holy crap, it's 1030. My old lady's already off work. I'm done, I'm out. This garbage game is ruining my youth. After saying goodbye to Su Xiangpei, Yang Xian quickly logged out of the game and shut down the computer. Yang Xian wasn't worried about Lan Na not having someone to pick her up from school. The driver was already there, so they didn't need to worry about that. What bothered him was that after playing for so long, he hadn't received a single message from anyone, which was quite unusual. No wonder I played so well tonight. No one messaged me all evening, Yang Xian muttered as he walked out of the internet cafe, puzzled. Usually at this hour, at least 1 or 2 people would try to chat with him. Moi. Let me see if anyone's barking in the group chat. He scrolled through the studio group, the high school roommate group, and the college roommate group. Except for the college group, which was silent, the other two had people chatting. Not to mention the studio group, where mostly Mu Yu and the others asked where each other was when they got separated. Nothing substantial. But in the high school group someone had Ed Yang Xian, yet his WeChat hadn't shown any notification. Ochobi, the software I made is so good it's even dropping notifications now. Grumbling to himself, Yang Xian skimmed through the chat history. It turned out a few roommates had come back for the holidays. Yang Xian had muted the group a few days ago and hadn't seen the messages. Today Wang Shiming Ed everyone asking if they wanted to hang out tomorrow. Lin Junyu said he was free while Chun Ke mentioned he might bring one more person. That piqued their curiosity. They asked who it was, if it was a girlfriend, what she looked like, and what her name was. Chun Ke flatly refused to say, only replying, "You'll find out tomorrow," leaving the two of them itching with curiosity. Damn it. You two are absolute geniuses with IQs definitely over 50. Yang Xian found it amusing. Chun Ke was practically announcing his girlfriend's identity, and they were still asking about it. Wang Shiming, Lin Junyu, you know. The two typed in unison. Look at how coy Chun Ke is being. He won't say his girlfriend's name, nor whether we know her. That means we definitely do. Yang Xian typed rapidly on his phone. Oh. Then I figured it out too. Lin Junyu, who had traveled with Yang Xian and the others before, instantly understood after Yang Xian's analysis. Yang Xian sent a meme of a teachable child, and then typed leisurely. The truth is in your belly. Chun Ke's girlfriend is... Wait, what's her name? I suddenly forgot, damn it. Yang Xian was dumbfounded. How could he suddenly forget her name? He still remembered what she looked like. You're amazing. I told you to eat less grilled skewers, and now your memory's gone to hell. It's Chun Jingyi, Wang Shiming said. Yang Xian. Right, that's her. I just blanked on her name. Chun Ke didn't refute. Lin Junyu was shocked. What? Her? You're close. I don't think you've ever spoken to her. The others were puzzled. Wasn't Lin Junyu a quiet, introverted guy in high school? How could he know Chun Jingyi? She's our high school classmate, of course I know her, Lin Junyu said righteously. Bro, being classmates doesn't mean you're close. Case closed. Lin Junyu is an idiot. Why didn't you say so earlier? With Yang Xian joining in, they started discussing where to go tomorrow. Before, without a car, they could only hang around the neighborhood. Now that they knew Yang Xian had a car, they decided to go a bit farther. Yang Xian walked along the street, phone in hand, replying to messages. The internet cafe wasn't far from home, just a 20-minute walk. He hadn't run much lately, so this walk counted as exercise. Beep, 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 stabbing my heart, my dreams' wings are already hurt, I can't fly to where you are. Bang. What exploded? I was just singing. Can't blame me for that, right? Yang Xian muttered to himself, turning around in bewilderment. He saw a delivery scooter that had crashed into a roadside bollard. The rider was thrown several meters away, motionless. Parts of the scooter were scattered everywhere, and the food, milky teas and bowls, had all shattered. Hey. Yang Xian's eyes nearly popped out. Could he actually witness something like this? He looked around. No one else was passing by at the moment, meaning he was the first on the scene. Damn, there's a surveillance camera up ahead. I hope it won't implicate me. Yang Xian thought, nervously glancing at the camera at the intersection as he walked over. It was his first time seeing someone get into such a serious accident right in front of him with no one else around. He wasn't scared, just a little flustered. Several residents along the street opened their windows to look over and point. Yang Xian quickly called 120, clearly stating the location. Then, bracing himself, he walked over to the man lying on the ground, bent down with hands on his knees. Hey big brother, can you hear me? Are you alright? Yang Xian looked carefully and saw he wasn't responding, but his chest was still rising and falling, so he repeated loudly, hey big brother. How are you? Can you still speak? The man on the ground twitched his fingers unconsciously and murmured, Seeing this, Yang Xian quickly said, hang in there bro, I've already called 120 for you, hang in there. Whether it was hearing 120 or something else, the man became much more alert, struggling to get up, but perhaps too severely injured to exert strength. Oh my god, it's better not to move for now. You've taken a bad fall, maybe there's internal bleeding. It's better to lie still and wait for the ambulance. Yang Xian was startled by his actions, his face twitching twice. Bro, don't you know not to move when seriously injured? Oh, he was probably dazed from the fall. But as a 5-star good citizen of Los Santos, he felt obligated to remind him. As time passed, many people gathered around. Yang Xian told them to spread out and not block the fresh air. The man on the ground gradually regained some consciousness, probably awakened by the pain. He managed to turn over, gasping cold air on the ground. Yang Xian slowly made out his appearance. The man was about 40-something with deep lines at the corners of his eyes, dark and rough skin, clearly from long exposure to the sun. His fingers were thick and callous, suggesting he had done plenty of manual labor. Realizing he had just called this uncle big brother, Yang Xian felt a bit awkward, but the man probably hadn't noticed. After all, being able to hear clearly after such a fall would mean his brain was pretty tough. Hey uncle, do you need me to call your family for you? Yang Xian asked kindly. Unexpectedly, the man's eyes widened, his expression somewhat panicked, looking at Yang Xian with a pleading gaze. No, don't tell my family. I just fell, it's nothing. Oh well. Yang Xian looked at the electric scooter scattered all over the ground and felt helpless. Come on big brother, is your body harder than the scooter? Your scooter is in pieces and you still dare to say it's nothing. You're amazing. But with your condition, I find it hard to believe you're fine. Look, your hands and legs are covered in blood. It's a miracle you're still alive, big brother. The man seemed to notice this too, using his eyes, now less dizzy, to look at his palms and knees. They were indeed stained with blood. Moreover, the pain in his chest was getting worse, though probably a few ribs were broken. He couldn't help feeling panicked. His current physical state seemed really bad. Not dying immediately was already lucky. He swallowed hard, took a few quick little breaths, and looked again at the young man standing before him, his eyes full of pleading. Young brother, could you please accompany me to the hospital? I really don't want my family to see me like this, at least not now. Toward the end, his voice even carried a sob, and his eyes were red. This. Young Xin was dumbfounded. What did this have to do with him? He was just a passerby who happened to see him in an accident. Why did he have to go to the hospital with him? No, uncle, I didn't hit you. I was just walking by and saw you had an accident. Don't try to frame me. Young Xin thought the man was trying to extort him, so he quickly stepped back to show he was innocent. No, young man, I know this has nothing to do with you. There are surveillance cameras and so many people watching. Cough, I won't frame you. I, Lan Xiangjuan, have never cheated or swindled anyone in my life. Cough. I just want to beg you to help me. My wife is sick, she can't handle too much shock. My daughter and son are still young. Cough, they don't understand much yet. Uttering this long string of words obviously exhausted the man's energy. The spirit he had just regained now wilted, and even his gaze at Young Xin became unfocused. Ah, damn it, Young Xin sighed under his breath. He was just a college student, and encountering such a situation left him at a loss. He wanted to call his parents for advice, but knowing them, they would definitely tell him to refuse, better to avoid trouble. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, after all they weren't on the scene. Imagine someone sleeping at night, when suddenly their son calls saying he saw a car accident, and among so many people the injured person specifically wants him to go to the hospital. That would indeed seem strange. Alright, fine. I'll go with you later, but don't try to frame me. I've been recording video on my phone. Young Xin couldn't resist that pitiful look in the end. No way around it, he was too soft-hearted. But having witnessed the horrific scene and the pleading eyes of a middle-aged man, it was truly hard not to be moved. Helping without ability is being a saint, indiscriminately compassionate. Helping with ability is freaking Spider-Man. Besides, the man really didn't look like he was trying to frame him. No normal person would attempt extortion with witnesses and evidence all around. Thank you, cough. The man used his last ounce of strength to say thanks. He looked again at Young Xin standing under the streetlight. His already fair skin and hair seemed to glow with a golden halo under the pale yellow light. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the ambulance. He had no intention of framing Young Xin. Mainly, Young Xin looked too young and kind-hearted, clearly the type of helpful person, and he was also the first witness at the scene. Especially now that he couldn't tell his family, he really needed someone to help him. Young Xin called out to him from time to time, and only relaxed when he got a response. The ambulance arrived quickly. After confirming the basic situation, the paramedics carefully lifted Lan Xiangjuan onto the stretcher. Young Xin took the man's broken phone and boarded the ambulance as an accompanying person. This was his first time riding in an ambulance, and Young Xin was a bit curious. He hadn't expected the inside of an ambulance to look like this. After basic medical treatment, Lan Xiangjuan recovered a bit. Actually, he was woken up by the pain of various disinfections. He turned his head slightly to look at Young Xin, opening his mouth. Young brother, did you pick up my phone? Young Xin nodded. I brought it. He hadn't expected the phone to be so durable. The back and screen were shattered, yet it still worked. I still have over 5,000 in my WeChat. Can I transfer it to you first? I'm afraid if I pass out, I won't be able to pay the medical bills. Young Xin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay. Then with the man's help unlocking it, Young Xin successfully transferred the 5,000 yuan to his own WeChat, which already had a balance of over 1 million. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lan Xiangjuan underwent a multidisciplinary consultation. His superficial wounds were redressed, and he was promptly sent into the operating theater. Excuse me, are you a family member of the patient, Lan Xiangjuan? A nurse approached Young Xin and asked. No. Then are you his designated representative? The nurse pressed again. You could say that. Then please go ahead and settle his fees. His social security card has no funds left. Alright, do I need to sign anything? In movies, surgeries require a relative's signature, Young Xin said, puzzled. Is just paying the fees enough? No need for that. He's conscious now and has signed himself. Oh, I'll go pay now. Guided by the nurse, Young Xin successfully paid 12,000 yuan. Well, this guy looks kind-hearted, I'm sure he'll pay me back. Young Xin tried to comfort himself. Though a few thousand yuan was nothing to him, he had only gone for a stroll and ended up entangled in this mess, spending so much money. It was hardly fair, was it? Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Lan Xiangjuan's phone suddenly rang. Young Xin picked it up and saw the caller ID marked as wife. A look of surprise crossed Young Xion's face, tinged with a hint of nervousness. He didn't know whether to answer or not as the phone kept ringing in his hand, its melodious tune echoing down the corridor. Excuse me, please lower the volume. Don't disturb other patients' rest, a nurse from the station behind reminded Young Xin. Oh, okay. Just as Young Xin was about to pick up the call, timed out and hung up automatically. While he was still hesitating whether to call back, Lan Xiangjuan's wife called again. Young Xin answered, and a slightly weak female voice spoke in the local dialect. June, why aren't you back yet? It's so late. Yang Xian fell silent, unsure how to begin. Hello? June. Can you hear me? Hello? The woman called out a few more times when she got no response. Seeing this, Yang Xian quickly spoke up. Mayam, your husband had an accident. He's in the hospital now receiving treatment. Wow, what? Who are you? The woman's voice carried a mix of doubt and anxiety. Oh, I'm just a passerby. I saw your husband crash his electric scooter into a stone pillar while I was out for a walk. He's quite badly injured and is now undergoing surgery, Yang Xian explained truthfully. Although Lan Xianjuan didn't want his family to know, such things could hardly be hidden for long, and besides, Yang Xian couldn't lie. At most he could make up a story. What? A woman's cry of shock came through, followed by the sound of a phone hitting the bed. Is my husband okay? Is he alright? Yang Xian could tell how worried, anxious, and unsettled the woman was. Judging by Lan Xianjuan's attitude, it was clear they were a devoted couple. It's quite serious, but he hasn't passed out. He's still conscious though his body is badly injured. Aunt, where are you? At the People's Hospital. I'll come right away. Hearing the rustling sounds of clothing on the other end, Yang Xian quickly said, Yes, Mayam, but your husband mentioned you're unwell. It might be better if your son or daughter brings you. Alright, yes, I'll have my daughter take a taxi. The woman was flustered, clutching her phone as she stumbled into her daughter's room, turned on the light, and said, Ing, wake up. Ing. Hearing the commotion through the phone, Yang Xian thought, Ing. Lan Xianjuan. No way. Could it be this coincidental? What's wrong, Mom? The girl who had been sleeping soundly was abruptly woken by her mother. She squinted with sleepy eyes, confused by the anxious expression on her mother's face under the harsh light, her voice laced with drowsiness and bewilderment. Your dad's had an accident. Hurry up, call a taxi. We're going to the People's Hospital. The woman grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. The girl named Ying instantly snapped awake, her eyes wide as she sat up abruptly. I'll call a cab right now. What happened, Mom? The girl quickly grabbed her phone from the bedside table and started booking a ride on a taxi app. However, at this hour it took a while to get a driver to accept the order. The usually frugal girl didn't hesitate to pay extra. While waiting, Yang Xian explained everything to them in detail. Toward the end, he asked curiously, Lan Ying. The girl, who had been frantic, was momentarily stunned. Yang Xian. Yang Xian slapped his thigh, raised his eyebrows, and exclaimed in shock, Damn, it really is you. Yang Xian. It's you. Great. I thought your voice sounded familiar. Is my dad really that badly hurt? Somehow, knowing that the voice on the other end belonged to Yang Xian calmed Lan Ying down a little. After all, Yang Xian was an acquaintance and a classmate, someone more trustworthy than a stranger. He's in surgery now. I'm not sure about the details, but he was conscious before going in and could sign for the operation himself. The doctor said from the CT scan that he has multiple fractures and cracks in his bones along with mild internal bleeding, but no immediate danger to his life. So don't worry too much. Stay calm. It's not that bad yet. Yang Xian comforted her, and at the same time he felt relieved himself. Since they were old acquaintances, it was unlikely he'd be taken advantage of or cheated. Lan Ying's character was beyond reproach, even better than his own. Okay. Yang Xian, please stay at the hospital for a while. Mom and I will be there soon. Sure, take care on the way. After hanging up, Yang Xian searched for Lan Ying and his contacts, opened the chat, and sent her the specific ward location. The last time they had talked was months ago at Silver Moon Beach, when they added each other as friends and exchanged a greeting. They hadn't spoken since, until now under such circumstances. Yang Xian sat on the metal chair outside the operating room, glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. With nothing to do, he opened the WeChat group to see what his roommates had been chatting about. They had been discussing where to go for fun when the incident happened, and he had rushed to the hospital. Sure enough, those idiots still hadn't reached a conclusion. They wanted a place that was cheap, fun, and close by, a tall order for a small county town. After all, a scenic spot that met those criteria would surely be crowded, and once it was crowded it would become expensive and less enjoyable, a vicious cycle. I will figure it out when we go out. There's always somewhere to have fun. Whoever doesn't come out is gay. No changes. No changes. The most important thing about going out is just getting out. The activity itself is secondary. The others found Yang Xian's reasoning somewhat sound, and decided to stop deliberating over the destination. Then they started debating what time to leave. One wanted to go in the morning, while another said they couldn't get up early and preferred the afternoon, truly baffling. After a while of scrolling through videos and chatting nonsense, Yang Xian noticed two hurried figures approaching from the direction of the elevator. Lan Ying was supporting her mother, who was a bit taller than her, as they walked quickly. Her mother was only about 1.5 meters tall, which showed just how petite Lan Ying was. Moreover, she had a baby face. If anyone became her boyfriend, they would definitely deserve to be sent to a re-education camp and given a good jolt. No mercy on the voltage. Seeing Lan Ying and her mother arrive, Yang Xian walked over to greet them. Yang Xian, where's my dad? Her voice arrived before she did, and two anxious, uneasy gazes fixed intently on Yang Xian, afraid he might deliver some terrible news. He's still in surgery, it might be a while, Yang Xian said, pointing to the operating room behind him where the red light was still on. Are you sure there's no danger to his life? You must not lie to me, Yang Xian. Lan Ying's round almond-shaped eyes with red streaks in the whites stared at him with furrowed brows. Her lips were pressed tightly together, afraid that the news Yang Xian had told her over the phone was just to comfort them. Yes, young man, you must tell us the truth, at least let us prepare ourselves. Lan Xiangjuan's wife's nose twitched, her voice trembling slightly, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Hey Annie, please don't cry. Every word I said is true. The doctor told me personally. He's seriously injured, but for now there's no danger to his life. Although explaining it so many times was a bit tiring, Yang Xian could understand their feelings. After all, a family member was in trouble. Who wouldn't be nervous? That's good, that's good. Lan Xiangjuan's wife took a deep sobbing breath and wiped her tears haphazardly with the sleeve of her pajamas, which she hadn't had time to change. Lan Yingying also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that his life was not in danger, but thinking of her father's multiple fractures and cracks, she couldn't help but show a pained expression. For the happiness and completeness of their family, her father had truly given so much. He worked at the factory during the day and delivered food at night year after year for a decade, all so that his wife could afford treatment and live well, and so that his 2 children could study in peace and grow up healthy. This was also why Lan Yingying had been looking for part-time jobs and internships everywhere since she entered university. She wanted to share the family burden and spare her father from having to work so hard. Seeing Lan Yingying continuously supporting her mother, Yang Xian suddenly remembered that Lan Xiangjuan had said his wife was in poor health, so he quickly asked Lan Yingying to help her mother sit down on the chairs to wait. The 3 of them sat on the chairs, falling into a moment of silence. Yang Xian felt it would be inappropriate to play on his phone or browse videos in front of them. Lan Yingying, who had somewhat recovered from her sadness, noticed Yang Xian's unease. She forced a faint smile and said in a soft, gentle voice, Yang Xian, why don't you go back first? It's enough for me and my mom to be here. It's late, and your family might be worried. Yang Xian's spirits lifted. Sure enough, Lan Yingying was still as gentle, considerate, and understanding as ever. She even knew he wanted to go home. How lovely was that? But he still couldn't show too clearly that he wanted to leave, at least for the sake of basic respect. Okay then. If anything comes up, Lan Yingying, just contact me. I'll help if I can. As he said this, Yang Xian suddenly thought of the money issue. He stood up and gave Lan Yingying a look, signaling her to find a place to talk. Lan Yingying quickly understood his signal and immediately stood up to follow him. Yang Xian, is there something? A flicker of confusion crossed Lan Yingying's cute face. She hadn't thought about the fact that the hospital would require payment before treatment, or rather she didn't know. But Yang Xian didn't remind her. What could he do? He was just that kind-hearted and gallant. Your dad's follow-up treatment and recovery will probably cost a lot of money, and he won't be able to move for 2 or 3 months. Yang Xian hesitated, unsure whether to speak, afraid of hurting the self-reliant girl's pride. Look, if you need money, you must tell me. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to show off or anything. It's just that we're classmates and you've always been nice to everyone. Whenever I had a question I didn't understand, you patiently helped me. Since you're in trouble and I know about it, of course I can't just stand by, right? Yang Xian's tone was soft and slow, his face devoid of any extra expression as he spoke quietly. To avoid making Lan Yingying feel embarrassed, he deliberately averted his gaze, not meeting her eyes. Sometimes what was just the cost of a few meals for himself could for someone else save a life and preserve a complete family. After hearing Yang Xian's sincere words, Lan Yingying was silent for a moment, standing still with her head lowered. After waiting for a while and seeing no response, Yang Xian looked up in confusion. He saw the girl's eyes reddening, tears glistening in her eyes, her lips tightly pressed, her hands clenched tightly, struggling to keep from crying out. Yang Xian opened his mouth but didn't know what else to say. He let out a soft sigh. He wanted to pat her back to comfort her, but thought it might not be appropriate since they weren't close, so he lowered his raised hand. Thank you, Yang Xian. Don't worry, I will. If I really need help, I'll definitely tell you. Lan Yingying sniffled, lifted her head, and met Yang Xian's pure, untainted gaze. There was no dejection or embarrassment in her eyes. She knew Yang Xian was wealthy now and truly wanted to help her. She was 20 years old, no longer a child. She wouldn't let false pride make her reject goodwill and help causing her family to fall apart. Seeing her expression, Yang Xian knew she had agreed, and he felt somewhat relieved. Alright, I'm glad you understand. I'll be going now. Take care of yourself and rest. The surgery won't be over anytime soon, and you'll need energy to take care of your parents tomorrow. I'll come see you in the morning. I wish your dad a successful surgery. Since that was the case, there was no point in staying any longer. It was already quite late, and after all, he was just a classmate of Lan Yingying, not her boyfriend. It wouldn't look right to keep hanging around. Okay, take care on the road. It's late, so be careful. Lan Yingying pulled herself together and forced a faint smile as she said to Yang Xian. Don't worry. Yang Xian stopped Lan Yingying from seeing him downstairs and walked out alone. As she watched his gradually disappearing figure, Lan Yingying finally couldn't hold back her tears. After this incident, Yang Xian couldn't be bothered to walk back. He casually ordered a ride via an app and went home. As he left, the driver widened his eyes at the sight of Yang Xian walking into the villa district. So even a rich young master living in the villas would take a budget ride. After arriving home, Yang Xian opened the door and quietly went to the kitchen to pour himself a bowl of warm water. Then he tiptoed upstairs to his room. He took a shower, lay down on the soft, comfortable bed, played on his phone for a while, perfunctorily dealt with Muyu's usual bedtime pestering, and finally fell asleep around 3 in the morning. Another day of doing good deeds. At 8 o'clock the next morning, hi. Yang Xian, lying in bed, yawned loudly, as if suddenly stricken by a strange ailment, stretching his arms wide and arching his abdomen, performing an incredibly comfortable and ultimate lazy stretch. What a sin getting up so early. I should have said I'd visit them in the afternoon, but no, I have plans to go out in the afternoon. Yang Xian stared blankly at the ceiling illuminated by the starry light. It couldn't be helped, it's human nature to feel a bit emotionally detached upon waking up. He took a deep breath, kicked off the devouring blanket, and trudged to the window to pull the curtain open. The sunlight had to be let in. Holy shit. Yang Xian was nearly blinded by the bright sun. His room faced due east, and at this season and time the sunlight shone directly into his room. After washing up, he opened the door and descended the high-quality wooden spiral staircase, clattering down to the first floor. Yang Xian's parents, lying on the sofa, heard the commotion and exchanged a look of disbelief. Yo, what day is it today? Yang Xian's father asked with a hint of sarcasm, getting up so early. You usually sleep until lunchtime. Yang Xian replied. Hey, you wouldn't understand anyway. From now on, call me Spider-Man. Getting up early to do good deeds, what else? Go swing on a swing. Yang Xian replied nonchalantly. What? What spider door? His father asked, utterly confused. What kind of gibberish is that? Yang Xian said, I forget about the man. Is there any breakfast at home? If not, I'll go buy something. His mother, who was walking on the treadmill, quickly replied, No, I didn't cook for you, because I thought you wouldn't get up. Do you want some steamed buns? I have some in the fridge. Lately, she had been very disciplined, going to bed early and waking up early, walking for half an hour in the morning and evening, which made Yang Xian feel ashamed. Yang Xian waved his hand, saying, No need, Mom. I'll just grab something outside. He picked up the A7 key from the coffee table and headed to the garage. His mother said, All right then, as she was too lazy to make another breakfast. Don't buy junk food. Got it. I'm going out with my high school friends today. I might not come back for dinner, so don't cook too much. Remember to come back early. Yang Xian made an okay gesture. Virum. He drove slowly along the road in the villa area when he suddenly noticed a girl jogging on the roadside ahead. She was dressed in sportswear, a crop top sports vest and shorts that reached mid-thigh, a neat and lively outfit that exuded vitality. Yang Xian sucked in 2 breaths of cold air, contributing to global warming once again. Wow, that's a nice figure, bro. He wondered why he had never seen this beauty running before, otherwise he would definitely have joined the morning run. Alright, he never wakes up early, so no wonder he didn't know. As the car passed her, Yang Xian took an extremely casual glance in the rearview mirror. Yang Xian was truly impressed. He was used to seeing Luo Meng and Mu Yu, but this sporty style felt refreshing. Her looks were about 5 out of 10. He's similar to Mu Yu, but slightly less than Luo Meng. He could only say that a stat monster was a stat monster. Huh. And Ko also noticed the car that had just passed by. After all, an Audi A7 was somewhat rare in their villa area, and rare things always drew a second glance. Yang Xian didn't know his car was being looked down upon again, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. He wanted to be different. After breakfast, Yang Xian stopped to buy some supplements and milk powder. After all, it was his classmate's father, so he should bring some gifts when visiting. It was the 4th day of the National Day holiday, and the hospital was still crowded. Some say that hospitals are eerie when empty, but in reality, larger hospitals are never empty. Even at 3 or 4 in the morning, people occasionally pass by. Yang Xian muttered, Orthopedics 9th floor, zone A, bed 15. It doesn't seem too serious. No need for ICU. Carrying a large pile of gifts with a pained expression, he finally reached the ward. Lan Yingying was already waiting quietly at the door, her hands folded in front of her stomach. When she saw Yang Xian, she hurried over. Yang Xian, internally complaining, Damn, I'm never buying so much stuff again. My fingers are killing me, eagerly signaled for her to help him share the load. Lan Yingying said, Yang Xian, you shouldn't have bought so much. It's too wasteful. Can we return it? She hesitated to take it, but seeing his pained expression, she quickly took some to ease his burden. Yang Xian exhaled, Phew, that was killing me. Why do you all say the same thing? It's not a 7-day no questions asked return. If I returned it, wouldn't all my effort to carry it here be wasted? Yang Xian gave her a mild glare, but it was hard to stay angry with such a soft, kind, and considerate girl. Lan Yingying stammered, Okay, but these are really expensive. I really can't accept them. She was not one to argue. Although she felt Yang Xian's reasoning was far-fetched, she didn't know what to say, because he meant well. Faced with this kind coercion, her mind went blank. If it were a debate, she could have come up with dozens of counter-arguments. Yang Xian said, It's not for you. It's for your father. I'm just asking you to help carry it. Lan Yingying replied, Oh. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow at her dazed expression, amused. She was still the same as in high school. How nice. Entering the 2-bed ward, Yang Xian quickly followed Lan Yingying to put down the gifts, then looked up. Lan Xiangjuan's bed was by the window. He lay quietly, bandaged in many places with a plaster cast on his left leg suspended and a breathing mask on his face. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, indicating he was not seriously injured. Yang Xian nodded to Lan's mother, who was sitting on a chair by the bed, and greeted her, Hello, Auntie. There was also a boy of about 15 or 16 sitting next to her, presumably Lan Yingying's younger brother, as Yang Xian had heard gossip about him. Lan's mother saw Yang Xian and Lan Yingying carrying so many things, and quickly stood up, waving her hands. Then came the usual back and forth, I want to give it back. Yang Xian refused, and they engaged in a typical, I insist. No, you mustn't exchange. Lan Xiangjuan heard the commotion and slowly opened his eyes. Not wanting to argue further with Mother Lan, Yang Xian quickly changed the subject upon seeing Lan Xiangjuan awake. Hey old bro, I mean uncle, do you still remember me? Yang Xian grinned at Lan Xiangjuan, who was lying in the hospital bed. Lan Yingying was slightly startled. Had she misheard? Why did Yang Xian call her father old bro? What was that about? Of course I do. Lan Xiangjuan blinked, his speech muffled by the oxygen mask. He gestured to his son to remove the mask. Hey, don't take it off. You should rest. I just came to see you. Seeing you in good spirits puts my mind at ease. Yang Xian quickly stopped the son's movement and explained casually. Lan Yingying's younger brother Lan Jigang looked at Yang Xian with curiosity. This man seemed to be his sister's classmate, but why would a male classmate of his sister come to visit their father? Could it be? Possibly. So hard to guess. With that, Lan Jigang's gaze toward Yang Xian gradually turned more respectful and scrutinizing. However, Yang Xian's next words dispelled his illusion. Hey, what a coincidence. Your daughter and I were high school classmates. Yang Xian laughed, patting Lan Yingying on the shoulder. Lan Xiangjuan raised his eyebrows, his pupils contracting slightly. His mouth unconsciously opened beneath the oxygen mask. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. In a small town, the chances of running into acquaintances were high. Indeed a coincidence, indeed a coincidence. Yang Xian chatted with him for a while. When the topic turned to injuries, a heavy anxiety and helplessness flickered in Lan Xiangjuan's eyes. Not only did they have no savings, but they also owed relatives money for his wife's medical treatment, the children's education, and household expenses. In his current state, he couldn't even go out to earn money, let alone take care of himself. Suddenly, Lan Xiangjuan remembered the WeChat balance he had transferred to Yang Xian last night. He had asked his wife and daughter that morning, and they hadn't paid anything yet. Since his surgery was already done, the money must have been covered by Yang Xian. Based on his experience accompanying his wife to the hospital, he simply couldn't believe that 5,000 yuan was enough for his injuries. So he directly asked Yang Xian, Yang Xian, did you pay all the fees? The 5,000 I transferred to you last night probably wasn't enough, right? Did you add your own money? What are you, Conan? How did you know? Yang Xian's face showed surprise. Was this the intuition of an old hand? Yeah, I added a bit. Just a little, not much. Don't worry about it. The most important thing now is for you to recover peacefully. Okay, Lan Xiangjuan understood. He guessed the amount was considerable. He exchanged a glance with Lan Yingying, who immediately grasped her father's intent and quietly slipped out of the ward to inquire at the nurse's station. 2 minutes later, Lan Yingying returned, her lips pressed together, a worried expression crossing her lovely eyebrows. 7,000 yuan more. With her own meager savings, she definitely couldn't repay that. Seeing his daughter's expression, Lan Xiangjuan knew that Yang Xian's extra payment was beyond her means. It must have been a significant amount. So he directly asked Lan Yingying, how much extra did Yang Xian pay? Yang Xian. He looked at Lan Yingying in shock, having completely missed when she had left and returned. Lan Yingying bit her lower lip, glanced at Yang Xian, then at her father, and said 7,000 yuan. Lan Xiangjuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't 10 or 20,000, otherwise he wouldn't be able to repay it. He still had over 10,000 in emergency cash in his bank card and a few thousand in his food delivery platform that hadn't been withdrawn. Yang Xian out first. Before Lan Xiangjuan could finish, Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling that he wouldn't listen. Not listening, not listening. A turtle chanting scriptures. Uncle, I told you I'm not in a hurry for the money. Even if I don't know you, I trust Yingying's character, don't I? Keep your money for emergencies. You'll probably need a lot more for follow-up treatment. Besides, you won't be able to work for a while. Your mother's treatment and your brother's education. Where will that money come from? After Yang Xian finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent. It was as if a heavy mountain pressed down on their hearts, suffocating them. Even the patient in the next bed pricked up his ears to listen. Ahem. Yang Xian felt he might have been too blunt, so he offered an awkward smile. Uncle, listen to me. Yingying was my high school classmate. You have no idea. In high school, she was the ideal wife and mother in the eyes of every boy. As class monitor, she treated everyone equally and took good care of them. Why did I say that? I think I let something slip. Yang Xian wanted to slap himself. He glanced at Lan Yingying without moving his eyes. She had been wearing a heavy expression, but now her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and she looked down at her toes. Yang Xian was annoyed with himself. Whenever he got emotional, he couldn't control his mouth, and ended up saying whatever came to mind. Oh, what I mean is a good classmate like Yingying. I definitely can't stand by when her family is in trouble. I'm not rich, but I can spare this amount. I've also started a studio, and can earn a little now, though actually I'm losing money. So don't feel embarrassed anymore. Lan Xiangjuan didn't know what to say. Having such a classmate was truly a blessing from his daughter's past life. He wondered if Yang Xian had a girlfriend. Just as he was about to speak, a nurse walked in. Lan Xiangjuan. The nurse checked the name on her terminal. Yes, Mother Lan replied quickly. Time for your injection. Eat nutritious food to replenish protein. Some medicine will be delivered later. Yang Xian felt it was time to leave. He gently tugged Lan Yingying, signaling her to step out of the ward with him. Lan Yingying followed him outside, in confusion, the blush on her pretty face not yet fully faded. Yingying, I want to invest in you. Yang Xian found a secluded corner and facing Lan Yingying, who stood less than half a meter away and barely reached his neck, said calmly. Me, eh? Lan Yingying pointed at her self-disbelief written on her face. She had thought Yang Xin might want to lend her money secretly, or even confess his feelings, but she never expected him to say he wanted to invest in her. Invest in me? What is there about me worth investing in? Lan Yingying unconsciously looked at her hands, feet, and even her chest. She felt utterly ordinary, short, flat-chested without curves, and with an average figure. Apart from being slightly above average in looks, she couldn't imagine what she could offer for investment. In the end, she concluded that Yang Xin was just using a different way to help her family. Hey, I know what you're thinking, little sis. Don't sell yourself short. Everyone has their strengths, appearance, figure, temperament. As Yang Xin spoke, Luo Meng's voice suddenly popped into his mind. Damn, that woman really has no flaws. Her voice isn't scratchy, it's pure, mature, and elegant. And her family background is so good. Ahem, and you. My friend, your strength is your personality and the way you speak and carry yourself. You're a natural fit for the sweet girl circle, I tell you. Sweet. Sweet girl. Lan Yingying stared at Yang Xin, her expression strange and puzzled. Yep, no seat. A playful pun on no doubt in Chinese. Yang Xin remained calm as he had no ulterior motives, just a pure desire to help. To put it plainly, I think this would make it easier for you to become famous. What path in the 21st century can best change the fate of an ordinary person? I believe becoming an internet celebrity is the answer. Do not assume that an internet celebrity is merely a clown who entertains you. The reason they have gained popularity lies in something deeper. They either align with others' personalities and aesthetics, or they satisfy people's curiosity. They must bring emotional value to their audience, or otherwise why would anyone willingly support them? You simply need to film ordinary videos and post content featuring modest sweet-style outfits. This is already a valid method of attracting followers. Once you have built up a substantial fanbase, opportunities and money will naturally follow. Lan Yingying was somewhat moved by Yang Xin's words, yet she worried she might not bring him any tangible benefits. After all, fame is partly a matter of luck, and she had always been unlucky. Yang Xin, I have no objection to what you said, but I'm mainly worried I won't become popular. If that happens, all your investment will be wasted. Hearing this, Yang Xin could not help but laugh. A slow smile curled the corners of his lips, part mischievous, part unruly, part confident, and a touch of affected coolness. He said calmly, investment always carries both gains and losses. You only need to do your job well. Whether or not you become popular is my responsibility, not yours. Lan Yingying tilted her head to look at Yang Xin, her clear, lovely eyes glistening with moisture. To be honest, in this moment, she was truly captivated by his handsomeness. Handsome is more than an appearance. It is a feeling. Consider why there are so many gold-digging women, if you will. Think about it from another angle. If a beautiful, wealthy woman approached you with money saying she wanted to invest in you, and all you needed to do was focus on your work while she handled the rest, success or failure resting entirely with her, who would not be bewitched by such an offer? You might not even dream of such a thing. All right, Lan Yingying said softly, her fingertips nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. All right then, we will see what the future holds after we get started. Yang Xin took a deep breath and added Lan Yingying to the studio's WeChat group. Welcome to the family group. Yang Xin introduced everyone in the studio to Lan Yingying, and also shared Mu Yu's WeChat contact with her, suggesting she asked Mu Yu whenever she had questions. Mu Yu, who was happily traveling, paused in surprise. She opened Lan Yingying's moments and felt as though the sky had crumbled again. How many days has it been, and you've already found another girl, you bastard? And she's a lowly type. Mu Yu gritted her teeth, inwardly wishing she could ramp up her voltage against Yang Xin immediately. But outwardly she remained warm and friendly toward Lan Yingying. Complaining aside, work still needed to be done. Alright, I've said too much and sound rather wordy now. Let's find another time to discuss the details later. They're all very easy to get along with. Here is 80,000 yuan. Consider it a loan from me. I hope it can temporarily ease your family's difficulties. There is no rush to repay until you are earning on your own. Yang Xin tapped his phone a few times and transferred the money to Lan Yingying. He had not given her more because he felt it was unnecessary. Helping others required boundaries. Her family was not completely without financial means. They only needed temporary relief to weather this difficulty. Lan Yingying lowered her head, holding her phone and staring at the chat screen, with Yang Xin saying nothing. Yang Xin, having no sense of personal boundaries, half crouched down and looked up at her. What he saw made his breath catch. Lan Yingying's tears were streaming down her cheeks like a breached dam. They gathered at her chin and then fell in drops, the sound of each tear hitting the floor crystal clear. She did not sob violently. She simply cried silently. No one knew how much psychological burden a young girl had shouldered alone over the years. She had given her all and still could only gain admission to an ordinary first-tier university. Working part-time in her spare time earned her nothing more than living expenses, barely enough to occasionally help her family. Sigh, why does Lan Yingying always cry without making a sound? Yang Xin thought to himself. He had merely offered a small helping hand, and he was hardly getting nothing in return. All right, stop crying, or when you get home your parents might think something. Before he could finish, Lan Yingying suddenly threw her arms around his shoulders, pressing her left collarbone against the left side of his face. The girl's natural fragrance, mingled with the scent of laundry detergent, drifted into Yang Xin's nostrils. Hey! Yang Xin was completely stunned. His entire body went rigid. He could clearly feel the warmth radiating from her body. His mind went blank. He had never imagined his first embrace by a girl would unfold like this. Thank you, Yang Xian. Thank you so much. Lan Yingying released him. Her eyes, burning with warmth, gazed steadily at him. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and an uncommon look of relief appeared on her sweet, lovely face. Yang Xian felt uncomfortable under her intense gaze, and quickly stood up, backing toward the hallway. Ahaha, it's a bit hot in here, right? Anyway, nothing else to discuss now. I should head back. I have plans with Chun Ku and the others. You should also go back and take care of your parents. If you have any questions later, just ask Muyu. Yang Xian spoke incoherently, and kept fanning his own face with his hand, trying to ease the awkwardness. I understand. Take care on your way back, stay safe. Lan Yingying watched Yang Xian's retreating figure for a long time until it disappeared around the corner. Something seemed to cross her mind, and a delicate blush spread across her face. Back in the car, Yang Xian rubbed his face vigorously. To be honest, that moment was truly unforgettable. An idiotic grin spread across his features without his intending it. So this is the reward for doing good deeds, huh? Huh. I'll do it again next time. By the way, don't we have too many girls in the studio? Mei Chuan is the only boy. Before long he might get assimilated too. Yang Xian muttered to himself inside the car. A studio dominated by women was never ideal. However, considering that his studio had not yet evolved into a proper company, and that most of the guys he knew were still studying and unable to join, he could only let it go. I'll wait until next year when they can start interning. For now, let's see what Mu Yu and the others can accomplish. Yang Xian sat in the car for a moment, unsure of where to go next. Since the atmosphere had been built up to this point, he decided to check how the studio members were doing with their videos. After all, as a boss, how could he ignore his employees' work? The first video he checked was Luo Meng's. After all, the best stuff should be saved for last, right? Or rather seen first, since good content deserves priority attention. So far, Luo Meng had only filmed one video. The content itself was unremarkable. Luo Meng, sitting in a niche atmospheric restaurant with Mu Yu, capturing a few photos, adjusting the color tone, enhancing the mood, and finally pairing it with pleasant music and trendy copywriting. And just like that, her video was complete. The Don Mu on the video were overwhelmingly filled with comments of mommy mommy. Absolutely unhinged. It was giving internet-obsessed energy. Watching the video rack up over 300,000 likes in just 2 days, Yang Xian could only sigh that such numbers were far too abnormal. Almost impossible to replicate. Mu Yu's videos, on the other hand, were far more interesting. She also posted more frequently, updating once or twice a day, more diligently than some web novel authors. Her quality was excellent as well. Whenever Yang Xian had free time, he would browse through her videos. Mu Yu's content primarily combined attractiveness with comedy, establishing herself as a funny girl persona, and a particularly good-looking one at that. Netizens were absolutely devouring this style. What they wanted was exactly this sense of approachability. Almost every video garnered over 100,000 likes, with the best ones reaching 500,000 or 600,000. As for view counts, those were even higher than Luo Meng's. After all, only the most shameless perverts would repeatedly like beautiful women's videos just to trigger Dolly's recommendation algorithm. For normal content, a like-to-view ratio of 1 to 100 was already considered decent. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying entered the hospital room with a red nose and teary eyes. The silent crowd turned to look at her, and seeing her like this, they could well imagine she had been crying. Alas, it's all my fault for putting so much pressure on Yingying. What a useless waste you are. Lan Xiangjuan can't even drive an electric scooter properly. Lan Xiangjuan thought bitterly, his eyes tightly shut, his mouth filled with remorse as he inwardly cursed himself. Lan Yingying slowly walked to the bedside and sat down on the edge, looking at her parents. Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. Yang Xian just lent me 80,000 yuan so we can at least hold on for now. Lan Xiangjuan opened his eyes in surprise and looked at her. Even Lan's mother, who had been holding his hand and looking down, raised her head excitedly, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. Did Yang Xian make any demands? Lan Xiangjuan feared that Yang Xian might use this to coerce his daughter, though the possibility seemed slim. Lan Yingying shook her head and then recounted Yang Xian's idea of investing in her. I never expected your classmate to be a rich second generation. Starting a company at such a young age. His future seems boundless. Work hard with him and maybe you'll really make something of yourself, Lan Xiangjuan said, lifting his relatively good right hand to stroke his daughter's head. See, this is the advantage of being short. Others can reach your head, even when lying in bed. After lunch, Yang Xian drove off again, without a moment's rest, heading to pick up Lin Junyu from another town. It wasn't far, just a half-marathon distance from Yang Xian's place. Originally, Yang Xian had told him to come on his own, but Junyu kept calling him dad, with no shame, pleading endlessly. Afraid of being blocked at the bridge, Yang Xian had no choice but to go pick him up. Over 20 minutes later, Lin Junyu spotted Yang Xian's car and hurriedly opened the door with a grin, sliding into the passenger seat. Oh, not bad at all. Riding in my son's car is really comfortable. Yang Xian. He knew this bastard would flip his face. Yang Xian ignored his barking and drove straight to their agreed meeting point in Tai. There was no other choice. Baitsong, this small county, had no second large shopping mall. Besides, it had air conditioning, so in the scorching summer, everyone instinctively chose this place to gather. No way, why is that bastard Chun Ku always the last one? I'm really going to tear into him, said Lin Junyu leaning against the railing, his impatience already flaring up. Isn't it still not time yet? Was he the last one before too? Yang Xian asked curiously. No, I remember last time you were the last one, Lin Junyu stated, confident in his memory. He might not know who came, but he never forgot who didn't. Yang Xian was speechless. Well, when I wasn't here, did you trash me like that too? Obviously. What you said, of course I treat everyone equally. Whether they're on time or not, I'll blast the last one anyway, Lin Junyu said with a proud raise of his eyebrows. I'll fucking. Yang Xian immediately delivered a lightning dragon drill, and Wang Ximing took the chance to kick him a couple of times, targeting whoever was weaker, a principle of whipping. Just then Chun Ku arrived with his girlfriend, Chen Jingyi. To his surprise, he saw Yang Xian beating up Junyu with a supervisor standing by. Oi, what are you doing? Cuddling in broad daylight. This is a mall, not your bed. Everyone stopped their roughhousing and turned to look at the two, especially Chen Jingyi. Chen Jingyi, who had been covering her mouth to laugh, now felt shy and quieted down. Ahem. Chun Ku, as if possessed by a scholar, walked over with a catwalk, concealing his smile behind his hand. Alright, what's there to see? If you want to see, find one yourselves. Everyone rolled their eyes at him, and then turned away. Haha, I'll treat you all to bubble tea, okay? Consider it as an engagement drink, Chun Ku said generously. What? Yang Xian looked at him in shock, wondering if Chun Ku had also won a big prize. Boss is so generous. Boss is generous, too. The three of them cupped their hands and bowed, expressing sincere respect. Among them, treating each other to a meal was harder than climbing to the sky. So have you decided where to go? Yang Xian asked the fatal question. In the end, the group went nowhere. Going somewhere far would be too late at this hour, and with the National Day crowds, any decent place was likely packed. After much deliberation, they decided to just go to KTV and sing. After singing, it was already 6 in the evening. They had sung for 4 full hours. Damn, I think my voice is a bit hoarse, Yang Xian said, coughing. He had sung for nearly 2 of the 4 hours, and now his throat felt incredibly sore. Fuck, I really can't stand you, you sneaky bastard, cutting my songs, Lin Junyu said, deeply disgusted by such immoral behavior. You fucking queue up over 20 songs at once. If I listen to you sing, the KTV would be closed by the time you're done. At dinner time, Yang Xian bought a super cheap deal, a 6-person stewed chicken with turtle for 188 yuan, plus 5 meat and 10 vegetable side dishes. But this meal was somewhat nauseating for the few of them. Although the dishes were excellent, and the meat looked fresh, they couldn't stand the lovebirds shamelessly feeding each other dog food. How could they eat when suddenly a mouthful of dog food was shoved in their faces? Yang Xian and the other two stared with dead fish eyes at the couple across, who were so lovey-dovey they seemed to want to stick together. Chun Ku kept serving Chun Jingyi, even taking all the turtle's skirt. 666. The group praised with a hint of hidden curse. At first Chun Jingyi was a bit shy, but it was Chun Ku who was too shameless. Facing his roommates of many years, he didn't feel awkward at all, and he even led Chun Jingyi astray. Fuck. I'm not eating anymore. Where are we going next? Lin Junyu slammed his chopsticks onto the bowl. Wang Ximing picked at the food stuck in his teeth, saying he didn't care. Yang Xian, same here, hey wait. The others turned to look at him as he stared at his phone. Chen Mo had just sent a message. Hey Yang Xian, are you free tonight? The new Eden bar on Chaoyang Road is pretty good, wanna come? There are girls. To be honest, Yang Xian was a bit tempted, mainly because he wanted to drink, nothing to do with girls or not. Damn, there are girls. Let's go. How can you be a man if you don't go? Before Yang Xian could say anything, Lin Junyu had already glimpsed the chat. Damn, you peeked at my chat again. Yang Xian fumed. Sorry, saw it by accident, Lin Junyu said, grinning with a mix of cheekiness and cowardice. Yang Xian rolled his eyes at him speechlessly, but didn't explode. After all, he used to peek at Lin Junyu's chat history often. No choice. Lin Junyu always sneaked his phone to school, and when bored with nothing to watch, what else could he do but read his chats? It was only reasonable and justified. The others also looked over curiously, wondering what was up with going if there are girls. Yang Xian had to explain to them, and to his surprise, everyone was quite interested in the idea of a bar. After a moment of hesitation, they all agreed to go and have some fun. Alright, but Chun Ku. Yang Xian exchanged a glance with Chun Ku, then subtly nodded toward Chen Jingyi. Chun Ku understood what Yang Xian meant, but he wasn't too concerned. After all, they were high school classmates and good buddies. Going to a bar together like this, being so familiar, wouldn't cause any problems. Besides, Chun Jingyi had already nodded in agreement, so it wouldn't be good to tell her not to go now. Oh, it's fine, we have so many people here. Yang Xian shrugged and didn't say anything more. This could be considered their first time going to a proper bar. Though whether it was actually proper or not they didn't know, but it was indeed their first time. In the past, all the news they had heard about bars was negative. Rumor had it that only people who messed around went there. This time they took the opportunity to see for themselves whether the bar was truly as chaotic as the legends said. Yang Xian sent Chen Mo an okay gesture. Upon receiving the message, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. He had thought Yang Xian wouldn't come since they had only met a few times. The reason he invited Yang Xian this time was mainly because last month he lost a card game with some friends and blew through his entire monthly allowance of over 200,000. Worse still, his parents found out, so he was grounded and his allowance was completely cut off. Now he didn't have enough money to travel, so he gathered a few friends still in Baitsong to hang out. He still had some money saved at the bar, but it wasn't fun with just a few people. Just as he was scrolling through his contacts, he saw Yang Xian, so he thought he'd give it a try. Some might say, doesn't a rich second generation even have a few thousand? A few thousand might be enough for an ordinary person to travel, but for someone who spends lavishly every day, it might not even cover a plane ticket. But I have a few classmates with me now. Is it okay to bring them along? They really want to go too. What's the big deal? The more people at a bar, the more fun it is, Chen Imo said nonchalantly. His elders had taught him from a young age to make more friends. You never know which one might come in handy later. So he quickly typed and sent the booth number to Yang Xian. Okay, let's go. He said it's the one on Shouyang Road called Xian Ejian Bar, right? Xian Ejian, like the Garden of Eden. Yang Xian reminded them. That's very close, just 2 blocks away. I've passed by it before. Wang Shiming thought for a moment and said. Soon, except for Yang Xian, the other 4 had already arrived at the bar entrance. It was rush hour, so it was normal for 4-wheelers to be slower than 2-wheelers. Even Lin Junyu, annoyed by the traffic jam, chose to ride on the back of Wang Shiming's electric scooter. Yang Xian, arriving late, saw 6 people standing at the entrance like guardian statues. Chen Imo and his girlfriend stood on one side, while Chen Ku and the other 3 stood on the other. Why are you all standing at the door? Waiting for you, both sides said in unison. Chen Imo looked at them with wide eyes, exchanging glances. It was a bit awkward. They hadn't expected everyone to be on the same side. Yang Xian almost burst out laughing. My bad bro, it's my fault. The traffic was too bad. Ahaha, so you're Yang Xian's classmates. I didn't recognize you just now. Nice to meet you. Chen Imo said, being very sociable as he shook hands with each of the boys. Are you guys having an ambassador meeting here? Yang Xian's eyes twitched at the scene. Unbelievable. Hey, come on, let's go inside first, Chen Imo said, walking over to Yang Xian and slinging an arm around his shoulder. The others followed behind them, looking around at every bright spot along the way. Everything was so new and exciting. The atmosphere was pretty much the same as what they had seen on their phones, though there were slightly fewer people now, probably because it was dinner time. Seeing Yang Xian and the others looking around nonstop, Chen Imo smiled and said, you guys must be first-timers. When I first went to a bar, I was just like you, looking left and right, haha. Tonight, enjoy yourselves. The booth expenses are all on me. Yang Xian was taken aback by his generosity. I've seen on TikTok that bar expenses are pretty expensive. Isn't it too much for you to cover everything? It's fine. I still have over 20,000 in my card. If we just drink, there's no way we'll spend it all, Chen Imo said with a grand wave of his hand showing he didn't care. But he didn't mention that there might be other expenses besides drinking. Really? I've seen videos where things like the dragon set or ace of spades start at thousands, or even tens of thousands, Yang Xian said, puzzled. He really didn't know about these things. 666, the good buddy, are you trying to embarrass me? Ordering those things is just a rip-off, haha. Spending so much money on fake drinks. Wouldn't it be better to spend it on girls? Chen Imo laughed heartily, not feeling embarrassed at all. But why is my back feeling a little cold? Oh. Chen Mo's hand trembled, and he secretly glanced to his left rear at his girlfriend. Sure enough, Su Miaoting was staring at him with a murderous look. But, that said, we are all upstanding people. We definitely won't order anything we shouldn't. Today it's a pure fun session, yeah, pure fun. Yang Xian just wanted to complain. Bro, if you're going to play, just play. Why are your hands shaking? Is a rich second generation afraid of his girlfriend? Are you even a qualified rich second generation? Actually, Yang Xian had it wrong. From the moment they met, he had been looking at Chen Imo with a biased perspective. Little did he know that his girlfriend was specially chosen for him by his father, and her family was also extraordinary. The purpose was to keep his unruly son in check and prevent him from fooling around. Originally, Chen Imo had sworn to resist, but after seeing that Su Miaoting was indeed beautiful and his father relented and agreed to buy him an F8, he finally agreed. He and Su Miaoting had been together for almost a year. He genuinely loved her, but he was also genuinely afraid. She was the second girl who dared to hit him. The first was his mother. Moreover, not only did Su Miaoting hit him, but whenever she reported him to his parents, they would join in the fight, and then his allowance would be cut off. It could only be said that a rich second generation like him was indeed rare. Passing through a small corridor, the DJ's music, the cold air from the air conditioner, the smell of alcohol, mixed with the scent of perfume, all hit them at once. Entering the main hall, the visibility was not extremely dim, but not bright either, the kind where you couldn't tell whether something on the floor was a piece of paper or money. Okay, we're here. It's not the liveliest yet. Wait until 8 or 9, then you'll know what bustling means. You can't even hear unless you speak right into someone's ear. Chen Imo led Yang Xian and the others to a large booth to the left of the dance floor, where 2 boys and a girl were already seated. Yang Xian counted, and with them there were exactly 10 people, 7 men and 3 women. Chen Imo pulled Yang Xian and the others to their seats, and then introductions began. Everyone was friendly and polite, nothing like the stereotypes in novels where rich second-generation friends look down on others. Through the introductions, Yang Xian got to know the 3 people in front of him. The first boy was Zhu Guangfei, the second was Huang Shugui, and the girl was Gu Shui. As for age, they didn't mention it. Since they didn't say, they'll just be considered the same age. No more words, all brothers. Men. Now that everyone was more or less acquainted, Chen Imo told them to make themselves at home and order whatever they liked without being polite. Yang Xian naturally wouldn't hold back. He ordered 3 glasses of the high-end cocktails, each costing over 100 yuan, just to rinse his mouth. If he weren't already full, that 300 yuan little lobster looked quite tempting too. Seeing Yang Xian's natural demeanor, Chen Ku and the others relaxed a bit. To be fair, Yang Xian had good taste in friends. They were all easygoing, which was why they agreed to tag along. But the price tag was a bit steep, wasn't it? One glass of wine cost half their weekly living expenses. On any normal day, whoever ordered such a thing would be called a fool. When Yang Xian saw the waiter bring a bowl of beef noodles to Chen Mo, he looked over curiously, treating a bar like a Lansdowne noodle joint. Interesting. Chen Mo noticed his gaze and smiled. Haven't eaten dinner yet, just grabbing a quick bite here. You guys want some? These noodles are pretty good. Wang Ximing glanced at the menu, which listed the beef brisket noodles at 58 yuan a bowl, and thought, if noodles this expensive tasted bad, the place would have been trashed. By the time Chen Mo finished eating, the newcomers had mostly adjusted to the bar atmosphere. Chen Ku, for instance, had already taken Chen Jingyi to the dance floor, bouncing and swaying with slow, deliberate moves. Then Chen Mo raised his hands and clapped twice. Soon 5 women in distinctly different styles of dress walked over. While calling them beauties wasn't quite accurate, the lighting was too dim, and Yang Xian could only guess from their figures and facial contours that they were probably attractive. With good makeup and a decent figure and face, anyone could be considered an 8 out of 10. Thinking this way, Yang Xian suddenly felt the pressure from Luo Meng even more. When she was made up, she could easily outshine these women. Yang Xian pulled out his phone and quietly sent Mu Yu a message. Respect. Being around Luo Meng every day and still making others feel she wasn't bad-looking, that was some real weight. This prompted Mu Yu to send a string of question marks back. The 5 women, after setting the bottles of wine on the table, didn't leave. Instead, under Chen Mo's repeated nods, they sat precisely beside the single guys among the group, including Yang Xian. Yang Xian silently gave him a thumbs up. The man knew how to handle things. Almost as smooth as Uncle Ba. Come on, brothers, bottoms up. Chen Mo raised his glass and stood up, and everyone followed suit, clinking glasses together. With the slightly pounding DJ music, it did feel like the bar scenes from videos, but something was missing. Chen Mo, are we still going tonight? Zhu Guangfei, sitting to the left front of Chen Mo, had his right arm around a girl's waist and grinned at Chen Mo with a raised eyebrow. Yang Xian looked at them curiously. Going where? Could it be that kind of thing? Ahem, he was still a pure virgin. Wasn't it inappropriate to play such games? Besides, weren't there ladies present? I'm Chovy, bring it on. I'm the North Song gambling god. How could I be afraid of you? Lend me 100,000. 1,000 credits. Chen Mo raised his head dramatically, looking down his nose at Zhu Guangfei, but the way he stretched out his left hand asking for money was truly pathetic. Tisk, it's just gambling. He thought it was something unsuitable for minors. Yang Xian patted his leg in slight disappointment. The female companion beside him, named Xiao Huli, seeing Yang Xian pat her leg, thought he wanted something and leaned half her body toward him. Huh. Oops, wrong leg of him. Under Xiao Huli's advances, Yang Xian remained as still as a mountain. Zhu Guangfei's eye twitched at Chen Mo's shamelessness. How could anyone ask for money so unabashedly? Wait, even if you lost everything last month, isn't this a new month? Hasn't your family sent you money yet? Zhu Guangfei asked curiously, and Chen Mo's other 2 friends also looked on with interest. Don't even mention it. I lost too badly last time and my parents found out. They cut off my allowance this month. Chen Mo sighed and shook his head helplessly. Having his finances controlled by his family felt really uncomfortable. After graduation, he had tried starting a business, but after losing nearly 10 million yuan in one go, his parents refused to let him try again. He didn't know why, but Chen Mo felt his ideas were solid. If his parents would just invest another 10 million, he was sure to succeed. Alright, looks like tonight's game is off, Zhu Guangfei said, regretfully sinking back into the sofa and turning his attention fully to the girl beside him. Come on, I only came because you said there was a game tonight. Now you're canceling. Guhan, who had been quiet until now, spoke up, her tone full of exasperation. Yang Xian glanced at her in surprise. So that's why she, a girl alone with a group of male friends at a bar, neither drinking nor playing, just scrolling through her phone, had come. Her goal was clearly this. She really loved gambling. Ahem. Chen Mo turned to look at his girlfriend, Su Miaoting, blinking with a pleading expression. Su Miaoting rolled her eyes at him, as if she didn't know what he wanted. He was obviously going to ask for money, so she gave him a hard pinch on his waist, nearly making him yelp. 50,000. If you lose it, I'll go home and lie down to die. Hey, can I have a little more? In Texas Hold'em, you need enough chips to win. Chen Mo, seeing a chance, shamelessly pressed his luck. No. Take it or leave it. I want to play too, Su Miaoting said flatly. You. Can you play? I've never seen you play before. Chen Mo stared at her in shock. Since they started dating, he had never seen her play cards. Guhan just explained it to me. It seems pretty simple, just comparing sizes and psychological games. It's actually quite interesting. Chen Mo. 6. No choice. He who pays the piper calls the tune. Now Su Miaoting had the money, so she called the shots. Okay, now we have money. Watch me wipe the floor with you tonight. Back in the day, Chen Daizai turned 20 yuan into 37 million. Chen Mo will turn 50,000 into 500,000. No problem, Chen Mo said confidently, full of bravado. Yang Xian. Where have I heard that before? Did that computer screen ever eat its words? So do your friends want to play, eh? Guhan, excited at the prospect of gambling again, turned to Chen Mo. Yang Xian, you guys want to play? It's fine if you don't. Gambling really does ruin a person's life. Chun Imo asked Yang Xian, indicating it was okay either way. Wang Ximing and Lin Junyu shook their heads vigorously. They said it was playing with credits, but anyone with half a brain knew that meant real money. Judging by Chun Mo's attitude, the stakes were high. The Ferrari key on the table said it all. If even he could lose his money, this game was no place for them. Texas Hold'em. Sure. It's been a while since I played. Let's see how my luck is tonight. Since they invited him, he'd play. As long as they didn't set him up. Even if they did, it didn't matter. His psychological limit for tonight was 500,000. Once he lost that, he'd stop. If he found out he was being cheated, he'd just block them and never contact them again. Yay? More people make it livelier. Guhan waved excitedly. Yang Xian thought this girl must have been completely possessed. She was a pure gambling addict. Chun Imo was also somewhat surprised. He had expected Yang Xian would refuse, but unexpectedly he agreed. So he kindly lowered his voice to remind him. Yang Xian, let me mention, we're playing quite high here. One chip equals 100 yuan. Since the chip count is fixed, that's the only way to set it. Yang Xian nodded without objection. Sure. Wang Ximing and Lin Junyu stared at Yang Xian in shock, realizing that the 2-cent games during New Year had been mere child's play for him. Seeing Yang Xian had no objections, Chun Imo naturally didn't push further. In his view, anyone who could afford a 488 pista spider was definitely wealthier than him, certainly with more pocket money, and could easily handle games in the tens of thousands. Guhan and the others weren't surprised either. Chun Imo had already told them before Yang Xian arrived that he owned a Ferrari worth 6 or 700,000. Meanwhile, they themselves only drove 911s, Range Rovers and Bentleys. Okay, let's go. Let's switch to the private room. You two can stay here with your friends. Just put everything on my tab, Chun Imo said, casting a questioning glance at Yang Xian and the others. I have no objection. No objection here either. Wang Ximing and Lin Junyu spoke with great tact, feeling considerable pressure sitting with these people. At least with them gone, they could relax and enjoy themselves. Alright, let's go. Chun Imo draped his arm over Yang Xian's shoulder as he led him in another direction, leaving the two women behind with Wang Ximing and Lin Junyu. Watching their retreating figures walking toward the private room, Wang Ximing clicked his tongue. Didn't expect Yang Xian to be so well off, playing for thousands without even batting an eye. What's the big deal? Those Macau casino kings bet tens of millions at a time anyway, Lin Junyu said rather carelessly. You're right, you said that's the level of Macau casino kings, but we're just in a small county town. But whatever. Right now to me 10,000 and 10 million are pretty much the same. Eat, drink, have fun. They play their game, we play ours. After speaking, Lin Junyu fiddled with the woman beside him, drawing a chorus of delighted gasps. Entering a private room decorated similarly to a KTV, Guhan eagerly pulled out a branded card box from her LV handbag. Inside the box were chips and several decks of fresh playing cards. Once everyone had seated themselves around the table, Guhan spoke up. We have 500 points worth of chips, total 6 of us. Let's start with 500 chips each. If anyone runs short, they can borrow from the pot. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now the accompanying women had their purpose. One would serve as dealer, the other two would handle tea service. Witnessing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel somewhat reflective. Wow, this feels like a Jeju Island Texas Hold'em tournament. Once I save up some money, I'll go to Jeju Island for a vacation this new year, Guhan laughed lightly. The seating arrangement was as follows: Yang Xian, Chun Imo, Su Miaoting, Guhan, Huang Shugui, Zhu Guangfei, meaning Yang Xian was seated between Chun Imo and Zhu Guangfei. After distributing the chips, Guhan signaled the dealer was ready, then spoke. As usual, I'll take the button first. Huang Shugui is small blind, Zhu Guangfei is big blind. Everyone had no objections and said nothing, but each wore their game faces. Yang Xian was no exception. Though his chips were only worth 50,000, this was arguably the biggest poker game he'd ever played. Before, the most he'd done was play for 2 cents. The pot totaled 60 points, 10 from each player, equivalent to 100 yuan. Soon the dealer shuffled and dealt 2 rounds, and everyone received 2 cards. Yang Xian glanced at his hand, the ace of spades and 8 of spades, suited with 1 high card playable. Then he felt the texture of the cards. Nothing different from ordinary cards. He'd bought marked cards before. The texture was noticeably different. Still, one couldn't let their guard down. The blinds speak up, raising or not. Guhan urged Huang Shugui and Zhu Guangfei beside her. 30. Huang Shugui spoke calmly. Damn, raising in the first round. Got good cards, are you? I'm out. Looking at his offsuit 2 to 5, Zhu Guangfei winced, couldn't be bothered to see his cards, and simply folded into the deck. The remaining players had sufficient thinking time. Except for Zhu Guangfei, not a single person folded. Everyone tossed chips worth 300 yuan to see the flop. Guhan didn't raise, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. Oh, looks like everyone has decent hands. I'll just see 3 cards. If nothing hits, I'm gone. Chun Imo licked his lips, his expression eagerly fixed on the community cards. The dealer steadily flipped the first 3 community cards one by one. The ace of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 8 of clubs. Yang Xian had made 2 pair. Yang Xian's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed the others' faces. With all the offsuit cards on board, 2 pair had quite good equity. There was still a chance to draw for a full house. Generally speaking, if you can make a full house, you've basically locked up the win. Huang Shugui slightly furrowed his brow. He had a pair of queens, which was why he'd chosen to raise in the first place. Now an ace higher than his queen had appeared on the board. Among the other 4 players someone was bound to have an ace. The probability was quite high. Another 30. After some thought, Huang Shuguei decided to fire another round and test the waters. What if nobody had an ace? It was Yang Xian's turn. Yang Xian chose to call softly. His playstyle leaned toward the cautious side. Though 2 pair was decent, there were still 2 cards to come. Lots could happen. If he bet too big, he might scare away smaller hands or get himself into trouble. His opening 2 pair wasn't too afraid of others hitting once, unless luck really turned against him and someone else also had 2 pair. But with 2 aces, his equity wasn't low. Being a bit greedy and dragging more people into the pot could earn more. Though by normal strategy with 2 pair you should bet bigger to chase away smaller hands. Otherwise, if someone got lucky and hit, it would really suck. Chen Mo and Su Miaoting likewise flat called 30 in turn. Finally, it was the dealer's turn. Guhan. TCHU all paid 30 to see 3 cards in the first place, and now 30 again. 60. Guhan activated her trash talk mode, lightly flicking out 2 chips worth 10 and 50 and tossing them onto the table. Seeing this, Huang Shuguei slightly frowned. So cocky. You claiming to have a pair of aces? Of course. I've got trips of aces, believe it or not. You want to call, then call. If you're scared, shut up. Guhan said dismissively, her eyes provocatively sweeping across everyone present. By now everyone had already invested 30 chips into the pot. To fold now meant directly losing 3000 yuan. What Guhan wanted was exactly to annoy them. Damn, such a bluffer. Another 30. Today I must crush you. Huang Shuguei gritted his teeth and slammed down another 30 chips. Yang Xian unconsciously squinted at the 2 of them as if trying to read something from their faces. But unfortunately he wasn't a psychologist. He couldn't read anything at all. I call. Yang Xian also threw out 30 chips. Now it was Chun Mo and his girlfriend's turn. Chun Mo sighed and folded. He also had a pair, but it was a pair of 6s. On this board there was basically no reason to continue. The reason he'd called the 30 before was simply because it wasn't expensive. He could see the cards. What if by some gamble, he caught a 6 and made trips? But 6000 to gamble on 1/6 was too expensive. Sometimes you just have to cut your losses and know when to fold. Then Chun Mo turned his gaze to his girlfriend. Su Miaoting sniffled, furrowing her brow, her gaze shifting back and forth between her hand and the community cards. Chun Mo, beside her, leaned in to peek at her cards. Chun Mo, don't look, Guhan shouted. Chun Mo could only shrink his neck back and sit down awkwardly. After much hesitation, Su Miaoting still threw out 30 chips. I call 2. By now the pot had reached 480,000 yuan. Seeing this, some speculation arose in Yang Xian's mind. The dealer slowly revealed the 4th community card, the Ace of Clubs. Yang Xian's breath caught ever so slightly. Holy shit, a full house on the first hand. This is incredible. Let me see if I can trap you all, he thought, blinking rapidly twice before switching to an expression of surprise. Damn, another ace. Don't tell me someone here has 3 of a kind. Huang Shuguei and Su Miaoting remained miserable. Both felt there was likely someone at the table with an ace, and their only hope was flipping the card they needed. Huang Shuguei managed to think rationally for once. The odds of the final card being a queen were too slim. It wasn't worth throwing money away. He'd played poker with Chun Mo and Guhan many times and knew their tells. Against unfamiliar players they wouldn't bet big without strong hands. With Yang Xian at the table, Guhan wouldn't have raised unless she had a winning hand. And looking at her confidence, she probably had an ace. I'll pass. Huang Shuguei folded his pair of queens into the discard pile, not even bothering to check. He knew Guhan had a hand. There was no way he'd get to see the cards for free. Oh, can't handle it anymore, little guy. Weren't you being all tough just now? Guhan sneered, leaning into Huang Shuguei's face to rub salt in the wound. Huang Shuguei rolled his eyes and turned away, refusing to look at her. Yang Xian hesitated, weighing how much to bet. Raise too high and they might fold, too low and it would look staged, easily exposing that he had a monster hand. 50. Yang Xian tossed a chip worth 50 into the pot. It was Su Miaoting's turn. She pressed her lips together, biting her lower lip, her brow furrowed. Another ace on the board. For those without one, the situation had only gotten worse. After another moment of hesitation, her expression pained, she chose to call. Yang Xian watched her face, remembering what Chun Mo had said earlier, his expression unchanged. Guhan, however, glanced uncertainly at Su Miaoting, wondering if she was bluffing. But Yang Xian's 50 was perfectly calibrated. If he'd thrown out 100, she might have folded. 50. Barely acceptable. Glancing at both players once more, Guhan tossed in her 50 chip and called. Everyone's eyes fixed on the final card. The dealer slowly revealed it, the 4 of spades. Now all the community cards were on display, Ace 8 4 Ace 4. Guhan closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a calm expression. Your turn, Guhan said to Yang Xian. Sai having a great hand, but being first to act really sucks, Yang Xian thought with regret. The board had no flush or straight possibilities. With top full house in hand, he couldn't possibly lose, unless the cops kicked down the door. Absolutely unbeatable. Now he just had to see how much he could extract from these 2 girls. Whatever happens, I'll follow. Yang Xian put on an expression of resignation and declared 100. Su Miaoting glanced at Yang Xian, uncertain whether they actually had an ace. Truthfully, she only lost to one hand, an opponent with an ace. As long as no one had an ace, she would almost certainly win. Her hand was excellent. Gritting her teeth, Su Miaoting dropped the act. She slammed out another 100 chips. Now it was time for the final showdown. They had come this far. Unless someone went crazy with a huge bet, the big hand would win and the small hand would fold. Hey, 250 sounds so unlucky. I'll add 200 more. Guhan cackled as she threw out 200 value chips. This hand, she was going to win. Everyone present looked at her with slight astonishment. Including the chips she'd already put in, she alone had contributed 35,000. Sigh. Yang Xian closed his eyes and shook his head, then opened them again, excitement gleaming in his gaze. Finally, you took the bait, ladies. If you've got an ace too, let's split the pot. All in. Yang Xian pushed all his remaining 250 chips forward, not leaving a single one behind. Everyone at the table was stunned, their eyes locked on Yang Xian, voices rising in disbelief. Going all in is wisdom, Guhan. Don't you dare run away, Huang Wengue taunted with a smug expression. Dude, it's only the first hand. You're going all in. 6,666. Pressures on the two girls. Glad I folded early. Zhu Guangfei pounded his broad chest, relieved. The two girls' brows furrowed, their breathing grown heavy. Su Miaoting's faith was shaken. Did she really run into a full house with aces on the very first hand? Could it really be this coincidental? Could her 8-4 full house actually call? Guhan was also stunned. Ignoring Huang Shugui's barking beside her, she had merely doubled Yang Xian's bet. Was it necessary to go this hard? Going all in on the first hand. Is this how you play? At that moment, both girls clenched their teeth tight. Guhan unconsciously rubbed her lips, occasionally biting her nails frantically, trying to deduce what Yang Xian might have. The other eliminated players had also stopped looking at their phones. Their eyes darted between the three remaining players. This was too entertaining. Someone was about to get cleaned out for sure. Yang Xian sat leisurely in his chair, arms crossed on the table, his two whole cards pressed firmly beneath them. His gaze calmly surveyed the mountain of chips on the table. Finally, Su Miaoting accepted her fate. Losing half was better than losing it all. She suddenly realized the board was way too prone to full houses. Any ace or four on the board meant a full house. Her hand could at best split the pot. Damn it. Am I an idiot? Su Miaoting ground her teeth, cursing herself internally. Finally she folded. Sigh, I just don't have enough experience. I got carried away and misread the situation. After an internal battle, Guhan sighed. She was already pot committed, and by her own doing. Now she could only hope Yang Xian didn't have the ace full house. Best case, he was bluffing or they'd split. But looking at Yang Xian's style of play, unless he was an idiot, he almost certainly had the ace full house. All in. What's the worst that could happen? Who cares? Guhan threw her last 200 chips into the pot, her eyes burning with resolve. 8-8 full house. If you've got the ace full house, show me. Yang Xian revealed his cards. Guhan collapsed. Wipe my shoes for me. Seeing that Yang Xian really did have the ace full house, Guhan could only laugh helplessly. It proved that when a person reaches a state of speechlessness, they really can find something amusing. It really can be this absurd. The only hand that beats mine was in your hand. Fine, you win. No more words were needed. A bet was a bet. Guhan directly called for a female attendant to record her debt as she took a fresh stack of chips. Lucky me, lucky me. Yang Xian imitate the lucky guy, cupping his hands in a slight bow. Then he happily shoved all the chips from the pot toward himself with a wide grin. One massive score. Including his original buy-in, Yang Xian now had 1330 chips, over 130,000. Hey babe, what hand were you playing that you called? If you can't play, just give me the money, and I'll play for you. Damn it, who knew 3 full houses would show up on the first round? What was I supposed to do? Could you fold this hand? Rebuy me in 2. Su Miaoting likewise borrowed a fresh stack of chips, revealing her 8-4 whole cards to the table. Everyone present was left gaping in astonishment. Looks like tonight's a game for big hands. This is getting interesting. Zhu Guangfei straightened up, excitement evident in his voice. Hey, it's time for me to get serious. The second round of Texas Hold'em continued. Yang Xian was the big blind, and his whole cards were quite mediocre: 8 of hearts and 6 of clubs. The small blind, and he didn't raise, aiming to rattle their opponents. They went straight to see the 3 community cards. The flop was 2 of hearts, 4 of spades, 7 of spades. Great, utterly useless, Yang Xian muttered inwardly, rolling his eyes. His whole cards were trash, he'd have to fold this hand. What the hell, garbage cards. 2, 4, 7. How can this be dealt? Huang Shugui said helplessly. Check. 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 Hey, nobody has a hand. Guhan, watching them check, without even looking at their cards properly, was amused. No hand. I just don't want to be the first to act, okay? If you dare call me, and I'll raise you right away, believe it or not, Shunemo said, looking at Guhan with a very disdainful expression, as if he had great confidence in his hand. Don't make your sister Han laugh. Your hand probably isn't even bigger than a 10. Ha. Guhan laughed recklessly. Having played with Chunemo for so long, how could she not know that he was completely different when he had a good hand versus when he didn't? When he said that it was almost certain he had nothing, at best hoping for a pair, but there was a small chance he was trying to trap as he had done before. Chunemo still wore an expression that said, I have nothing to say to you, woman, turning his face away from her. Since no one had raised, the dealer dutifully turned over the 4th card, the 2 of spades. Oh, 3 spades. Could someone be chasing a flush draw? Guhan looked around at Chun Mo, Yang Xian, and the others, continuing her verbal harassment. Hey, don't you dare hit it, or my ace of hearts will make you pay, Zhu Guangfei said with a smirk. Huang Shugui pretended to be shocked upon hearing this. Then what is the ace of spades in my hand? Don't mess around then, what's in my hand? Chun Mo joined the banter. Seeing this, Yang Xian also got into the playful spirit. Haha, so that means my ace of spades is fake. After saying that, he even deliberately shook the cards in his hand. Chun Mo nudged Yang Xian with his shoulder and laughed. Yours is female, mine is male. When you see mine, you won't be able to compare. Awesome. Check. The small blind Zhu Guangfei called out. Check. Check, repeated 4 times. Great, now it was Gu Han's turn. She raised her eyes and said with a pitying expression, I didn't expect you guys to be so weak. With such a good hand, it would be a shame not to raise and win a bigger pot. 50. Gu Han in the dealer position was very comfortable. Seeing them check so quickly, it was almost 99% certain that they had no hand. Unless it was someone who would rather earn less money just to trap, then she had nothing to say. Yang Xian slightly narrowed his eyes, casting a faint glance at Gu Han, uncertain what plan was brewing in his mind. Check. My ass, I fold. I fold too. Huang Shugui and Zhu Guangfei both folded their cards, tossing them away as if they were trash with expressions of disgust. 100. Yang Xian picked up a 100 denomination chip and tossed it casually. Everyone looked at him in surprise, their eyes seeming to say, you sneaky bastard, you really were waiting to trap. As expected, Chen Mo and Su Miaoting both folded, leaving only Gu Han. Awesome, awesome, good job, Yang Xian. Don't back down, take down that woman, Gu Han. Chen Mo cheered, raising his fist to Yang Xian. What outrageous words. Gu Han's face flushed slightly, and she pretended not to understand. Not again, Yang Xian. Are you doing this again? I really don't believe you have a good hand every time, Gu Han said, looking at Yang Xian with some defiance. If you had a hand, would you check 2 rounds? Yang Xian shook his head slightly mysteriously. Buddha says wait for the destined one. Seeing how timid they were, I thought if I raised they'd all fold. But I didn't expect someone actually had a hand. So let's see whose is bigger. Then to make it more convincing, Yang Xian pretended to look around nervously, appearing somewhat guilty. Hiss, Gu Han gasped, damn it, how is she on the defensive again? She hated being passive, damn it. Gu Han picked up a 50 chip, her eyes fixed on Yang Xian, trying to read something from his face. Yang Xian, on the other hand, widened his eyes, staring at the chip on Gu Han's slender white fingers. A single chip was worth 5,000 yuan, roughly equivalent to a set of home appliances. Letting out a deep breath, Gu Han still placed the 50 chip back into her own stack of chips. Seeing this, Yang Xian's expression seemed a bit disappointed. I fold, I fold. Gu Han leaned back in her chair, saying weakly. She had seen Yang Xian's disappointed look. That bastard definitely had a big hand. Yang Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. Ha ha, I can actually win with my 8-6 that didn't connect. I'm beat. What do you think of my acting skills? Shouldn't I get an Oscar? Yang Xian revealed his whole cards. The 8-6 was like a sharp spike stabbing into Gu Han's chest. Damn, you actually bluffed me. Although she only lost 60 chips, she had truly been cheated. Gu Han admitted that her mentality was a bit shaken. I'm calling the police, I'm calling the police. Someone is scamming, Gu Han shouted. 666, if they come they'll arrest you first. Awesome, Yang Xian, you even fooled me. You've got skills. Chen Mo patted Yang Xian on the shoulder, also a bit shocked. That expression control was something. Who are you? Ha. Okay, another 10,000 in the bag. A bit easy. While Yang Xian and the others were playing cards on the other side, Wang Ximing and Lin Junyu were also drinking and playing endlessly with their female companions. The whirlpool of memories is about to swallow me. Please don't leave me, oh. Because Lin Junyu picked up a wine bottle as a microphone 1 foot on the table, singing along to the bar's DJ music, apparently having drunk too much fake alcohol. Wang Ximing silently moved his, but a little further away, muttering, don't know him, stay away from me. But unexpectedly, Lin Junyu thrust the bottle in front of him, splashing a few drops of liquid onto Wang Ximing's pants. Come on, sing together. The whirlpool of memories. I'm fucking. Whirlpool your head. The female companion laughed, and having good social awareness, she took a few tissues and carefully wiped Wang Ximing's pants. Hissy. Lin Junyu stared at this scene in shock, hesitating whether he should also pour some wine on his own pants. While Lin Junyu was hesitating, Chen Ku and Chun Jingyi returned. Chen Ku, with an excited and deliberately mysterious expression, ran to Wang Ximing. Holy shit, Wang Ximing, guess what I saw? Wang Ximing turned around, looking at Chen Ku with some confusion. Did the DJ take off his clothes? Say, what the hell? Isn't this a legitimate place? Then just say it, don't be so long-winded. Oh, come on, guess who I saw? Looking at Chen Ku's excited expression that seemed like he was about to burst with news, Wang Ximing raised an eyebrow and speculated, "Hey, from the look of you, I bet you saw my ex-girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Chen Ku leaned back in surprise, his face incredulous. Wow, you can read minds. You're so excited about seeing someone related to me with a look like you want to watch a drama, it's probably her. Wang Ximing explained with a forced smile. 666, you're like the shit in my stomach, you know me so well. Fuck you, you're the shit. I wish your whole family good health. Chen Ku. What a unique way to curse. Oh, come on, come on. What's so interesting? I've been over her for a long time. Don't give me that crap. Don't think I don't know that in senior year you'd hide under the covers every day collecting little pearls. Damn, I was yawning. Yawning makes you cry, you know. Wang Shiming stiffened his neck, adamantly refusing to admit he had cried. Oh fine, you're right about everything. After saying this, Chun Ku forcibly dragged the reluctant Wang Shiming toward the other side of the dance floor. Despite claiming he didn't want to come, Wang Shiming's body was honest enough to move. The two of them crouched behind the crowd ahead, peering through the gaps between people toward the bar. When Wang Shiming steadied his gaze and saw her face, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. A girl dressed in a style similar to Xiao Huli's female companion was sitting on a high stool behind the bar, playing with her phone. Her fingers tapped incessantly, as if she were chatting with someone, and nearby guys would occasionally approach to strike up a conversation. But I think I'll make myself stronger. Every morning I wake up, I won't let my heart be flustered, wishing that a shooting star can grant the wish of happiness. Seriously, Chun Ku, are you sick? Playing music right next to me. Wang Shiming saw Chun Ku holding up his phone and playing the song, Love Message, by his ear, and he was speechless. I just wanted to make you stronger. After all, she was once the one you deeply loved. Stop, that's just the past, okay? I feel nothing now. Wang Shiming averted his gaze, his expression calm and composed, but his constantly shifting eyes had already betrayed his restless heart. Oh, feel nothing, huh? I'll switch the song now. Chun Ku pursed his lips and smiled, searching for a song. No feelings. Dang, 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 this sword is unworthy, but once I use this body to break 1,000 armies. My heart is not cold. Wang Shiming was devastated. Damn you, I think you've really become one with that sword. Get the hell out of here, I need to be alone. Chun Ku lowered his head and shook it helplessly. That's a bit hard to do. There are so many girls here, how would I know which one is alone? Seeing that Wang Shiming didn't respond, Chun Ku stopped joking around. He was probably going to collect little pearls again. Oh, I say, is it really worth it? It's been so long, and you still can't let go. She's not worth it, bro. Wang Shiming turned his head, his gaze drifting aimlessly into the distance, his mouth unconsciously chewing a couple of times. I understand everything you guys say, but she was my first love at least. I just want to know why she had to break up with me in the first place. She was your first love, but you weren't hers. She was secretly dating you while flirting with other guys. When you found out she broke up with you, did you expect her to stay and let you curse her out? What's there to hold on to about someone like that? Chun Ku curled his lip, truly unable to understand what was going on in Wang Shiming's head. A little green hair was already sprouting on top of his head, and he still thought that if he kept thinking about her, there would be an echo. Actually, she was pretty good to me. It's just that her family background was too poor, and she was too starved for love. She didn't really do anything too excessive to me. The fact that she got close to other guys. I knew a little about it back then. Wang Shiming looked up and sighed, reminiscing about the glorious days of the past. MBMB, I have nothing to say, bro. How come I only just realized you have a bit of a cuckold complex? Get lost. She hadn't actually cuckolded me yet. Sigh, Chun Ku was left speechless. I think you're beyond saving. The nice guy ranks right after the simp. Then what does the simp rank after? Chun Ku rolled his eyes in exasperation, then pulled out his phone and displayed a strict hierarchy for pursuing girls: rich guy, beer belly, black athlete, rapper, ghost rider, old man, kid, student, beggar, dog, simp, and finally you, the nice guy. Wang Shiming. So that means Yang Xin is 11 levels above us. No, it's 11 levels above you. I'm a student, so he's only 1, 2. 7 levels above me, alright. Chun Ku counted on his fingers carefully. Get lost. Wang Shiming stood up and walked back. After Chun Ku's logical analysis, his frustration over being dumped had mostly dissipated. Wang Shiming was the one who got dumped. After Qian Qingqing was exposed for flirting with other guys, she decisively broke up with Wang Shiming, and they became strangers in class afterward, even though they hadn't been that clingy when they were together. When Yang Xin heard about this, he gave a profound evaluation. It's not about exposure. Think about it carefully. Back at the table, Wang Shiming angrily downed 2 bottles of cheap beer, then slapped Chun Ku on the shoulder and roared, I refuse to believe I can't find a good girl. Under Chun Ku's astonished gaze, he stood up, turned around, and walked toward the dance floor to start hunting for prey. Bro, you're coming to a bar to find a good girl. Chun Ku looked at Wang Shiming's back with a hint of sympathy. The kid had probably gone mad. Wang Shiming wandered slowly between the dance floor and the booths, picking and choosing. This one won't do. Too pretty, too good a figure. I probably can't handle her. This one won't do either. Too fat. Damn, it's like Bagong has been released. Where's Dat? This one won't do either. Too tall. Kind of feel inferior, to be honest. Oh, this one's okay. I just don't know if she has a boyfriend. Whatever, if there's no guy next to her, that means she doesn't. After wandering around, Wang Shiming finally found a girl who made his heart race. She wore thick-soled casual shoes, blue and white denim shorts, and her legs exposed were slightly thick, but full of flesh. On top, she wore only a white tank top, just revealing her navel. From a distance, there was something to be said about her figure. She was standing alone on the dance floor, playing with her phone, seemingly chatting with someone. Wang Shiming raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, opportunity. He looked around then at the beer bottle in his hand. He poured some beer into his palm, ran it through his hair, and styled it on the spot. Hello, beautiful, are you alone? The woman turned at the sound and looked Wang Shiming up and down. Although Wang Shiming wasn't handsome, he was at least young with a dazed look that made him seem easy to fool. Wang Shiming now saw her face clearly. Under the dim light, the woman's looks were barely passable, but her makeup was a bit heavy. He wondered what she'd look like without it. The woman sized him up for a full 3 seconds, making Wang Shiming feel a bit awkward before she finally spoke in a sugary, coquettish voice. Yes, handsome, are you alone too? Wang Shiming's heart rippled. Damn, her voice was incredibly sweet. Could it be that? Exactly. Oh no. I actually have 2 friends over at the booth. Wang Shiming pointed toward Chun Ku and the others, but his tongue suddenly slipped, nearly forgetting he hadn't come alone, seduced by beauty. Oh, so you came to find me because... The woman feigned confusion, her expression perfectly controlled, exuding a blend of innocence and allure. The only thing missing was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which was why Wang Shiming felt something was still slightly off. Hey, they've got nothing to do with me. My friend brought his girlfriend, and they're off doing their own thing, leaving me out. So I thought I'd see if there's any lonely girl around here to keep me company. The woman almost got morning sickness from Wang Shiming's greasy pickup line. She didn't expect anyone in the bar to still flirt like this these days, but often the cleverest hunter appears as the prey. She was already immune to such greasiness. Alright then, shall we head to your booth now? The woman inwardly rejoiced. After standing here so long, someone finally took the bait. Hearing this, Wang Shiming's eyes lit up. Oh ho, picking up girls in this bar is just so easy. Am I really the bar's wingman king? No problem. My booth is pretty empty now anyway, and there's plenty of booze to go around. Perfect, then we can play drinking games together. I'm really good at games, you know. Is that so? Do you play Valorant? I'm diamond rank, pretty strong. No thanks. The games I'm in are finger games, fist games, those little party games. Oh my bad, ha. Wang Shiming scratched his head awkwardly and quickly led her toward the booth Chun Mo had opened. The woman was speechless, but also a bit excited. This naive kid seemed like a total newbie, the easiest to scam. Looked like she could close a deal tonight and fleece the kid. Wow, so much alcohol, and even champagne. Hi there. The woman greeted Chun Ku Chunjingi and Wang Shiming's original female companion with great familiarity. Seeing so many bottles on the table, she realized this booth probably had a big spender, just not sure whether it was Wang Shiming or the other guy. Hello. Chun Ku swallowed his saliva at the sight of her face and replied politely, then shot Wang Shiming a strange look. Shiming must be really desperate. He has a pretty companion to flirt with, yet he goes for a middle-aged woman. Even though she looks kind of fertile at her age, she must be over 30. Wang Shiming didn't notice this. Perhaps the onlooker sees more than the player. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Chun Ku as if to say, picking up girls. That's nothing right. This is a new friend I just met. You can call her. Oh, what's your name again? Wang Shiming awkwardly lowered his head and whispered to the woman beside him. But looking down only made things worse. He saw a sight that made his blood boil, nearly losing his concentration. Oh, looks like I'm older than you all. You can call me Sisterly, she said with a hint of seduction, even throwing a wink at Wang Shiming. The guy across from her probably had his girlfriend, so he'd be hard to crack. The one next to her seemed dumber. This could work. Sisterly. Cough. Chun Ku and Chun Jingi barely held back their laughter, quickly covering it with coughs. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sisterly asked with feigned concern. She was long used to people looking at her like that. Just dislike for her aging look, so what? Nothing, just choked on some saliva. Chun Ku quickly replied. Chun Jingi, same here, don't mind us. Sisterly rolled her eyes inwardly. Look at those terrible acting skills. These kids are probably college students, right? Any other table would have kicked me out long ago. I'll just sit here for a bit. Can we open this champagne? Sisterly sat down on the soft sofa, picked up one of the 3 bottles of champagne on the table, and asked them. Chun Ku was about to say that this wasn't the alcohol they bought, but before he could speak, Wang Shiming answered first. Of course. Drink whatever you want on the table. We can't finish it all anyway. Wang Shiming winked at Chun Ku, signaling him not to spill the beans. Chun Ku's eyelids drooped slightly, looking at him helplessly. Whatever, we're brothers. Let him save face. Yeah. Sisterly cheered, then eagerly picked up the bottle opener to pop the champagne. I haven't had such expensive champagne in a long time. This bottle of Mum Cordon Rouge was priced at 1380 yuan in this bar. Usually she couldn't even get a Corona beer bought for her, let alone champagne. Tonight she had to drink her fill. Tisk Shiming, did you bring a female alcoholic here? She doesn't seem like a good person to me, Chun Ku said, patting Wang Shiming on the shoulder. Oh well. I think she's probably not that bad, Wang Shiming said uncertainly as he watched Sisterly continuously pour champagne into her glass. Why did it feel like they'd been robbed? Just then the female companion, who was far more attractive and elegant than Sisterly, walked over to Wang Shiming with a dark expression. Brother Wang, you really have good taste picking a regular at our bar. Since you already have a companion, I won't disturb you. I'll be going now. By the way, that Mum Cordon Rouge costs 1400 a bottle. With that she turned and left the booth without looking back. Chun Ku and the others stared in shock at Sisterly, who was still guzzling champagne, then exchanged glances. One bottle was almost enough to cover their monthly living expenses. And they'd open one. Young Xian's friend wouldn't be mad, would they? But the worst part was that they'd opened it for a complete stranger, and she'd already drunk nearly half. No wonder she couldn't stop. This stuff was so expensive. Wang Shiming leaned toward Chun Ku, slightly panicked, his voice faltering. Did Young Xian's friend say we could drink whatever we wanted? I don't know. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. Chun Ku shook his head and gave Wang Shiming a triple rejection. He and Wang Shiming were not that close. Back at the bar counter, the female companion complained to her colleague. I swear, what's wrong with that guy? He had me to keep him company, but he goes and picks a broke pregnant middle-aged woman and then guzzles at Chun Mo's table. It's insane. Ching Ching, tell me, am I less attractive than an old lady? Hearing the name Chun Mo, Ching Ching couldn't even be bothered to reply to the WeChat message. Chun Mo was a big shot. His first visit to their bar, he'd chosen the highest tier recharge package, and he seemed to be friends with their boss. So Ching Ching immediately turned to her colleague, curious, which god among men did that? I remember that woman has some kind of disease. Didn't that guy just hit the jackpot? Ha ha. Ching Ching laughed with a sense of schadenfreude, then followed her colleague's pointing finger, and suddenly her laughter died in her throat. Huh, what's wrong? The female colleague looked at Ching Ching oddly. Why did she stop laughing so abruptly? I think I saw someone I know. Not sure though. I'll go check it out and warn them that Sister Li is a biological hazard. The light was dim, so Ching Ching couldn't clearly see if the person beside Sister Li was her ex-boyfriend from many relationships ago. Wang Shiming. Driven by a sense of moral duty, she decided to go over and warn them. The bar had kicked Sister Li out several times before, but she insisted on coming in to find the father of her child. There was nothing they could do but let her in. After all, she was a walking nightmare. Who would dare touch her? Regular customers had long learned to avoid her, but today amazingly someone actually dared to approach her.